used to be what was it? Pepper Lady.
What are those Indian sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Herbert looking to throw, and now shovel passes, has Haskins. Haskins on his horse. 20, to the 10, to the 5, to the end zone. Touchdown, Chargers! Hassan Haskins, hearkening back to his college days when he rushed for 20 touchdowns under Jim Harbaugh.
Good morning, Metroplex. That is how we start off the Friday edition, and we have a little change-up for you here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, and Mike McCarthy, and Aaron Rodgers lover, Rangers insider Jared Sandler.
What's up, guys?
Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
I just came for this jacket that Broadus left me. A 1996 Green Bay Packers starter jacket. I don't know why Broadus had one that he wore, and then he had this extra one that fits people like me, my size.
Yeah.
And this
Fun
is pretty
size.
awesome. Yeah. This is pretty great. I'm thinking about all the times I can wear this. And this morning, getting to interview a Super Bowl winning coach, Mike McCarthy, is one of those times.
That's
goodbye.
What is that? That's 30 years old. That's held up pretty well.
Yeah.
It doesn't look very faded at all.
No.
It looks good.
1996.
He just had an old leftover one?
I guess he was doing some clean. Oh, he brought us
Texted
up.
already?
He just texted. But yeah, I don't know. I don't
What
know
did
why
he say?
He was. I don't know if he's listening to us because I just sent him a text thanking him because this legitimately.
Let's get on the mic, Jared. Let's do that. Let's pull that down to your mouth.
Oh, was I not talking on the mic?
No, you were not.
Oh, my bad.
Look at this guy.
This is great. Yeah.
Act like you've been there before.
All right, let's talk about last night, and you can wear that to your London, Barcelona, Italy trip next week as well.
I gladly will.
We'll get to that in a little bit. Some chaos with a free kick, something that hasn't happened in 76 years. Of course, the game in which I faced Justin Herbert in my other fantasy football playoffs, and the game in which I was about to hammer the under with these two defenses. We got a shootout. This was an awesome game, back and forth, Bobby. The Chargers improved to 9-6. Denver could have made the postseason last night. They fall to 9-6. Great game.
Yeah, and the Chargers deserve a ton of credit, specifically Jesse Minter, their defensive coordinator, for adjusting and slowing things down in the second half. Because I thought this was a game where you watch this, I was like, Broncos are going to score 50 tonight. It feels like. It felt like Sean Payton could do anything he wanted on those first few drives of the game. There was 3 touchdowns on the first 3 drives, and I mean, he looked like he was in his bag, and Chargers responding the way they did. Herbert playing really good football again, and continuing to show why.
Again.
Yeah, just in general, all season. He's been steady. He's playing within the bounds of what Harbaugh and what the Chargers want to do, and it's something that's resulted in him playing the safest football of his life for the most part, but also up there as some of the most efficient.
Well, those are really nice complimentary words that I wouldn't go as far as saying, but I feel like, the Chargers offense, pretty boring, and Justin Herbert, very underwhelming. You're supposed to be a superstar skilled quarterback. And then on the other side, we're trying to evaluate Bo Nix and figure out what he is. Where do you stand on Herbert and Nix?
I thought. I kind of agree with Bobby. I think Herbert was pretty good yesterday.
I didn't say yesterday.
Oh, you're just saying overall.
The season.
Okay.
Yep. Zip that jacket over your head.
Yeah, I just think
If you agree with Bobby.
the thing with it doesn't happen often. The thing with Herbert for me, I mean, he's throwing to Ladd McConkey, who's good, and then Quentin Johnson. I'm pretty sure I catch better than Quentin Johnson, right?
Hey, friend of the show, Quentin Johnson. Come
He
on.
had another drop yesterday.
Yeah. So Bo Nix to me still is a product of coaching right now. I don't think I have said on this show, I've tweeted and we texted yesterday about it. I think Sean Payton is overrated. That doesn't mean I don't think he's a good coach. I think Sean Payton is a good coach. I just think he got painted as some savior, and I think that was a load of crap.
What would Choppy call him, Bobby?
Mike McCarthy with better marketing.
Yeah, to me, Sean Payton, again, good coach, not special. But what he is good at is taking a quarterback like Bo Nix, who clearly has deficiencies, and figuring out ways to highlight through his play calling what he's good at. And that's short throws and not asking him to read defenses with 3 or with 5-step dropbacks downfield. He can't do that. And so I think Bo Nix is fine. I just think he's kind of limited.
Which of these two teams would you bet on advancing in the playoffs between the two? Who would you have more faith in?
Chargers probably. I mean, Denver's defense has been really good all year. I would absolutely trust the game in Justin Herbert's hands more than Bo Nix.
Yeah, I think I'd give the coaching edge to Harbaugh a little bit. Even though the Chargers basically have no running game. I mean, their running game's non-existent. Gus Edwards had one big run yesterday. Otherwise, he was awful. I think I still have to go Chargers.
They're the 6 and the 7 seeds right now. Here's how the AFC looks. Kansas City's the 1. Buffalo's the 2. The Steelers are the 3. Texans are the 4. Ravens are the 5. Chargers are the 6. Denver's the 7. Indianapolis is the 8. Miami 9, Cincinnati 10.
Hey, you know what yesterday's win does? It keeps the door open for Cincinnati. I am rooting for a Bengals late season push to make the playoffs.
The Bengals were plus 700 to make the playoffs yesterday morning. After this game, there was one sportsbook that had them at plus 425.
Let's go.
So
what?
Because I think they've got a game directly with Denver still left on the schedule.
Yeah. Yep.
And so, I mean, they're in a position where if they went out and a couple games go the right way for them, I mean, they could sneak in.
Mike McCarthy will join us live at 6:30 this morning here on DFW Sports Station. We are your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Cowboys Buccaneers Sunday Night Football on this dial. The way to hit us up is 877-881-1053. That's the number to call for the final Boys to Men ticket giveaway and to text throughout the entire program. When's the last time you've done radio?
Last time was with you.
Oh, really?
Yeah, when was that? I forget when that was, but
I don't know how it's hard. I lose track of RJ's vacations and times that he's out. So, I mean, it's hard.
You think RJ has now vaulted to the top of taking the most time off over me?
So if you, I just don't.
I've kicked my paternity leave to the
That's
side.
the thing. I don't count your paternity leave, and so like I mean I do, but like to me it's like more in terms of just hey I'm going to be out next week or hey reminder I'm going to be out next week reminder or this is the first time you're telling us you're going to be out next week.
do you think RJ does more work for the show when he's on vacation or not on vacation?
I think he's on social media more when he's not on the show than when he's on the show.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
RJ's prep is very good. But somehow he doesn't remember anything he types the night before. Like, throw it over to me. Ask me something.
Who do you think is going to win the national championship?
The national championship, as I'm bringing up, desperately searching into my email. That's a good topic. Who's going to win the national championship? Yeah. And he's typing out all this stuff. And again, best prep in the building in terms of the email. But it's like his mind goes, but he really, I think his therapist said it to him or someone said it to him. He compartmentalizes like a sociopath or a psychopath. It's one of the two. It ends. Like, that's why I love Jason Garrett. Like, and he loves the coach's mentality, but he doesn't respect coaches. When the moment's over, it's done. It's dead to me, and it's erased from my memory.
My favorite one that he does, that's the typical one he does. My favorite one is you throw it over to him for the national championship, and he goes, yes, national champ. And after he searches for a second, he goes, national... I don't know what you're talking about. What is it? I can't find it in my email. What are you talking about?
And that's his funny line to get
He's
out
not
of it.
going to the Tennessee-Ohio State game, is he?
No.
Sarah
He's
won't
the
let
only
him?
Tennessee fan that's not.
Yeah.
Do you
apparently.
think Tennessee's actually going to have more? I know the numbers have been trending that way.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a heavier dose of Tennessee fans at that game, it looks like, than any of the other road fans.
Micah Parsons is putting on a show every week when he talks to the media. I'm not talking about his Bleacher Report, and he was at it again yesterday, and I don't think he's intentionally trying to do it, but I think fans are going to pick up on it, how Micah is making Dak and CeeDee Lamb look. Micah's agent is not going to be happy about this. You'll be thrilled hearing Micah talk about his return and extension with the Cowboys. Then Mike McCarthy live with Sean Sharif, Bobby Belt, and Jared Sandler joining us for the entire show. Thanks for waking up with us right here on The Fan.
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Mike McCarthy coming up live at 6:30 here on Sean, Bobby, and Jared Sandler joining us in Choppy's chair for the entire show. Thank you for doing the same thing and being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. Sandler will say none of this should or will, not will matter. None of this should matter, but Micah Parsons is putting on a show every week now with the Cowboys media at his locker at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. We have him talking about not needing to be the highest paid defensive player, sacrificing money to have more help around him, and how he just wants to be with his organization forever.
So I'm torn. On one hand, Micah loves being the star.
And he wouldn't hold out. And he wouldn't hold out if the contract negotiation went as far as CeeDee Lamb's. And he wants Mike Zimmer back. He hit on all these things.
Oh, so he won't hold out, but he won't show up for off-season workouts. Okay, got it.
Yeah, why does he always is the center of the conversation, right? And there's something like, I get it. I appreciate what he's saying about not wanting to be the highest paid player. But like a part of it, like just, hey, I'm not talking about this right now. We're trying to win football games. Like just deflect. Now I will say, when the Stephen Jones comments kind of got twisted, I thought he handled that a lot better than I thought he would.
Yep.
And he could have made that a much bigger deal than what it ended up being. And I give him credit for that. He's a really good player. I've never once said that he is anything other than a Hall of Fame talent if he stays on the right path. But I think with some of the past financial decisions the Cowboys have made, and I'm not going to sit here and act like I understand the salary cap and all the different nuances, the way that, well, I don't know that Stephen Jones does either, but the way that you're supposed to. But I've heard too many things, and there are so many signs. It's like, is this the guy you want to give another massive contract to? Or are you better off as an organization getting value, which maybe that ship has sailed, I don't know, but getting value and building from whatever move you make out of that type of transaction?
Yeah, I think... So it's hard to look back at a history and say, for instance, were the Raiders better off without Khalil Mack? Because the answer is no, they weren't. But it's also like, okay, but it's the Raiders who have had trouble building teams. So can you fairly look at it? We probably need to look at teams we consider good building teams, what's happened when they've let go of top-end talent. I'll say this about Micah. You mentioned how he handled the question pretty well about the Steven comments and things like that. I don't know if this is accurate. I at least had heard that Micah hadn't even seen those comments when he was asked about it. That was the first time he had heard about it.
What?
And he answered it. He's I don't know that people give him enough
Bobby
credit
thinks
for,
he's really premeditated
I think
with his
he's
media stuff.
Very smart. I think he's incredibly smart, and I think he is very much like Jerry. I think you pointed this out a couple weeks ago, that he's very much like Jerry and just knows exactly the right thing to say to get the attention that he needs, is very, very sharp and knowing what clicks, what's buzzy, what are those things.
Yeah.
I think he's got a great sense of that, just like Jerry does.
Well, look, let's get into what he actually said. Let's go point by point. Made it clear he doesn't, and fans are going to eat this up. Made it clear he does not need to be the highest paid defensive player. Said it would be nice, but it would also be nice to be surrounded by good players. Quote, players going to help you win championships. I want to keep as many guys as possible. That, in my fan brain, makes me, think negatively and worse of Dak Prescott, who won it as much as possible twice. Not once, but twice. Micah, I want to work with them as much as possible. I don't need 40 a year. I need to be somewhere where I can have a lake house. He said he would like to have a new contract before the start of training camp. And even if he doesn't get one, he doesn't plan to hold out. Subliminal, not shot from Micah, in my mind, I think negatively about CeeDee Lamb. In that instance, CeeDee held out, right? So there's I don't need the most money like Dak. I'm comparing it. This is just myself comparing it, not anybody else. And then he said, I would like Mike Zimmer to return at some point. If I hold out, that hurts me in terms of learning a new scheme. Zim has done a tremendous job. I got to be around guys. There's a chemistry part. I still got to be there for that part. Just eating it all up like a Bobby Belt McGriddle.
But he's eating it up in a way that favorably points the spotlight on him, while also, as you just indicated, maybe casting some strays on his teammates. Like, there's a way that you can say that where it's favorable for you without...
How can you say that any better way in which he did?
You can say, hey, everyone's got their own situation, their own priorities, and I respect that, right? I'm not going to comment on the way another man handles that situation. For me, this is what is important for me. And that is a way you say it where you
But
indirectly...
he didn't compare any of this to the other guys.
No, I know, but you're saying, like, you...
I'm thinking it.
You are, and if you're thinking it, Sean, that means other people are thinking it. And what does CeeDee Lamb
people don't have
think?
that brain power.
What does CeeDee Lamb think when he sees that or gets told about that? Because he does or he will. What is Dak Prescott thinking? I do agree. I think Micah Parsons is calculated. I think that there is a strategy. Again, he loves holding court. He's got his podcast. He's this, he's that. I just think that he misses the mark. Like, he throws the dart on the target, but he doesn't hit the bullseye the way I think he thinks he does.
He then dropped the final one that everyone I knew posting this was going to get all the retweets. Eagles versus Washington this week. The Cowboys need the Commanders to lose to keep their slim playoff hopes alive. So are you rooting for the Eagles to be the Commanders? Micah, nah. At this point, it's F Philly. Even if we get eliminated, like, I got to crush Philly. F them. I hate them now. I'd be seeing them talk so much on social media. Gobble, gobble, gobble.
That's what
gobble,
I mean.
Gobble, gobble, gobble.
I'll give it up to him. He knows. All right, this will put this on a platter. This will get. I'm doesn't matter if you want us to win out. If you don't want us to win out, me just saying, well, regardless of what it is, screw Philly. I'm definitely not going to root for them no matter what. That's the
I'd
kind of
rather
thing
miss the playoffs than have them win the title.
Which, again, it's very calculated in all likelihood, because this is the same guy who is king jersey swap and king. I love having this player on my podcast or this person here. He loves the interaction with the other team. He is not the biggest. I have such animosity to the other sideline. I can't even be friends with those people. And then I was putting that out there with Philly. He's got friends on Philly. He's from Pennsylvania. He, in all likelihood, grew up an Eagles fan, if we're being honest. And so that's the thing that I think is funny, but it's good. He's a good marketer. And I know you say you don't think he hits the mark. Depends on what mark you're trying to hit. I think he hits the exact mark he's looking for every single time.
I think he hits the mark if you're trying to get fans to fall for your act. I don't think that he hits the mark in being the best teammate or leader that I think he thinks he is. Like, we're going to talk about Aaron Rodgers later, and I am going to tell you that I think it's great that you have athletes who allow you into their lives, but at the end of the day, Derek Jeter, Tom Brady, these guys barely ever said anything, and those guys probably did more favorably by not saying anything in terms of building a culture in a locker room or clubhouse than guys who constantly need the spotlight on them.
Let's talk about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers preview Sunday night. Ask him if he was aware of the free kick rule. And, of course, talk about his new Netflix career. Mike McCarthy, head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, joins us live after this.
To remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
In Metroplex, it is now time for the Mike McCarthy Show, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. I'm Sean Shreve alongside Cowboys insider Bobby Belt and Rangers play-by-play man Jared Sandler in Choppy's chair, and Green Bay Packer fan with his jacket on the back of his chair. Are you giddy, getting ready to talk to one of your guys?
Super Bowl winning coach. You gotta be crazy not to be fired up for this.
Mike McCarthy joining us here on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Oh, sorry, Netflix star Mike McCarthy joining us on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
Doing well. Good morning, everyone. Netflix fan.
Yeah. I mean, I watched you in the 3-part, Aaron Rodgers documentary. The Cowboys Netflix trailer dropped yesterday. Which one would you like to start off with first?
Oh, no, I'll just get ready to beat the Buccaneers.
Did you watch any of the Rodgers stuff, or did your phone blow up when it was released the other day? I thought it was really good.
I have not seen it, but yeah, I have some friends that have watched it, and it sounds like it's they did a really nice piece on Aaron.
Coach, a lot of things that current Jets teammates said, I kind of felt through the documentary of whatever off-the-field stuff never seemed to really, affect his leadership within. I thought it was interesting. You said every meeting had to start with, a current events topic, and that always, kept things a little bit different and unique. Is that true? Whatever Aaron's off-field interests were didn't really affect him inside the building and the work ethic and his effect as a leader?
No, absolutely. And frankly, the current events is something that, I've always been a part of. I learned it from our old offensive line coach, Alex Gibbs, used to do with the offensive lineman back in the 90s. And so that's a pretty common practice in the quarterback meeting rooms that I've been involved in. But what was really cool about Aaron has a very eclectic, range of interest, and is always very well read, and it was the current events was always a fun time to start the day.
To that point, Coach, about being very well read, you said in there that one of the things you always loved about him was he'd have an opinion, but it was always well researched and had juice behind it. In the Cowboys locker room right now, is there anyone that impresses you in that same sort of way, just being, somebody who's really sharp and well researched and has that kind of an eclectic personality?
Oh, definitely. To be honest with you, I think the majority of them do. I think that's just today's generation. I think just the way, and I experience it with my own children, having children range from, age 13 to 33. So I just think the way, these young people grow up today and the exposure that they have with the internet and yeah, so I'd say most of our players. I mean, you walk by the locker room at any given time when the majority of the team's in there, it's buzzing, and yeah, so I think that's a very, very common personality trait in NFL locker rooms.
Coach, talk about the I want to know about the X's and O's. It seems like Rodgers is a guy who goes in there, wants to know the why, has his own ideas. Rajon Rondo was a guy in basketball. Sandler was reminding me what a big hoops guy you were over here. Rondo, everyone said, could be a coach. Who is someone with the Cowboys you've been around where you're like, okay, this football intellect, this guy could be a coach, or X's and O's, he has it mastered? Is there someone who jumps out?
Oh yeah, you can start in the quarterback room. I just think the training that these quarterbacks go through, if they're stupid enough to go into coaching, I'm just kidding. But their education is one of a kind. But yeah, there's always players that you look at and you say, boy, he'd be a hell of a coach. C.J. Goodwin would be a guy, definitely, because where he is in his career, and just he has such a great story and a diverse background playing offense, defense, and is obviously an unbelievable special teams coaching, a special teams player. So I think that's where he would really excel as a coach. Brock Hoffman's definitely a guy you would say, growing up in a coach's family. And I think, Will Greer coaches kids, you definitely can see, that they look at it differently and understand the backstory of what goes into everything. I think sometimes when you're a young player, I don't think you realize how much it goes into it, and because that's why these coaches work the hours that they do.
Mike McCarthy here on 105.3 The Fan with Sean, Bobby, and Jared. To the Netflix Cowboy thing, did you notice cameras around? Was it like some of the past experiences of Hard Knocks and All or Nothing? Well, that was with Jason with Amazon, but we were there at training camp with all the Hard Knocks cameras. Was there anything similar to that? Did you have to change the way you did things because of what's coming out next year?
I wouldn't say it changed. I mean, this is clearly an experience working for the Dallas Cowboys. I don't know if you can have any more cameras than we do have. I mean, our internal operation is it's a well equipped department. So yeah, one thing I would say, 'cause I'm not a fan of it, but you do get used to it working here. So I think Netflix just kind of blended right in, frankly.
Well, look, as soon as you talk about all that stuff here, I relived and was reminded the Favre Rodgers stuff, where Aaron said, Mike brought me in the truck, told me what was happening, and the helicopters. You haven't had any helicopters flying around except for Jerry's around here like you had Favre watch, though, so that's good.
Yeah, this is definitely the closest I've ever been to a helicopter. It was cool to fly in on one. So that was a different experience. Especially for being a young coach. I mean, that was going into my third year, and in the handbook they give you, head coach 101 handbook. There's definitely was not a chapter in there about handling that situation. So yeah, that was a very different experience. But I do really appreciate it even more. I think Aaron was put in a very tough situation, and I thought he handled it extremely well.
Yeah.
Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Coach, Jerry gave a lot of praise on Tuesday when he was speaking with us. Gave a lot of praise to Cooper Rush, getting the run game into optimal matchups at the line of scrimmage. Could you just talk about how Cooper's progressed on that front and how comfortable he is at the line of scrimmage right now?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you have to have it in today's game. There's so much that goes on at the line of scrimmage. There's so much that goes on with your cadence. Defenses are holding the skies longer than ever. It's very, very common to see things held to the snap of the ball, particularly with the safeties. So it's a very big part, not only the run game, but also the protection, adjustments. And he's exceptional. He does an excellent job of that and keeps us in favorable plays.
On that front, just the idea of work being done by the quarterback, pre-snap, how do you guys prevent defenses from getting a beat on your language and your communication? Is it common practice to have language that varies week to week, or dummy calls, or is it something where those signals and that language has to be consistent for the continuity of the offense?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you're always adjusting your language. You're very, very aware. We watch the TV copies. As far as our game analysis process, no different than the defenses watches the offense watches the defense. So self-scout to me is something that I think you cannot spend enough time on, whether it's the players watching themselves, making sure they clearly identify what they're putting on film, particular techniques, stance adjustments, all those things. So yeah, that's the real detail of winning at the line of scrimmage. So I mean, frankly, every time we have a walkthrough, that when we break, we have a signal session, because that's something that's very, very fluid, and you're always changing and adjusting.
Coach, there was a time where Baker Mayfield's career felt like it was kind of teetering on the brink. He had gone through a couple different teams and was having some struggles, but he and the Buccaneers have proved to be a really strong match. What appears to have clicked for him as a quarterback?
Well, I mean, you're talking about a young man that's played a ton of football, Heisman Trophy winner, played at a very high level. First pick in the draft, and that's always a tough place to be, because I mean, there's a reason you're the first pick in the draft. I mean, you go to a team that's obviously has the worst record in the league. So I just think the experience that he's had at every stop has really served him well, because you can see it in the way he plays. I mean, he plays with great command, confidence, and that's something that is one of the first things I look for in his personality and his approach. And he's playing at a really high level, very comfortable in that scheme. And I think all those experiences that he's had, Carolina, the Rams, obviously Cleveland, has served him well.
Mike, Jared Sandler here, Packers fan. Want to thank you for some great years. Really appreciate it. From a quarterback standpoint, if you're drafting a quarterback and you can only have one, and I know that this is kind of an unrealistic hypothetical, but you got either a quarterback with great physical tools who lacks on the mental side, or the other way around, whether, mental side leadership, and then also the X's and O's stuff that we were talking about earlier. Which is more coachable or teachable? Which side would you rather have already versus have the opportunity to grow in a quarterback?
I think just in general terms, and it's really any position, but specific to the quarterback position, I think you have to look at, their profile and say, hey, what does he have that you can't teach, and what doesn't he have that you can't teach? That's usually the line that I think draws it. Because, what I've found in my career is, some of these young men, based on their background, really how much did they play in college at the quarterback position, and they may get, tagged in their evaluation processes. Their learning may not be as good, and that's why you have to go work out quarterbacks. You got to see them throw. You got to stand right next to them. I think it's a, difficult, skill set to evaluate if you don't see them live. And I think it's the same thing in the mental part of it, because I've had the experience where you've questioned a guy's mental capacity, and then you find out, man, this guy's really bright, but his communication skills is not top notch. It just needs some work. It's like when you have a Pittsburgh accent. I mean, you got to work through those. I think you clearly got to identify that mental part, because that's something that takes time, and it takes the one-on-one time. And as we all know in all sports, the evaluation process sometimes doesn't give you that one-on-one opportunity to get in the classroom and really dissect those guys. So, but you can't teach 6'4", great escape ability and throw the ball to the moon. I mean, that's you're not going to change that in the classroom.
Do you know, and maybe the transfer portal stuff hasn't been around in its current form long enough, but have you noticed with quarterbacks who bounce around and maybe they enter the draft having played for, say, 3 different programs, that their fluency is less or maybe more because they get 3 different perspectives, or maybe they don't get to spend 3 or 4 years really learning one system? I imagine when you first started coaching and talking to these kids, it just wasn't nearly as common to talk to guys that had as many stops prior to the draft as now.
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I think, we're kind of early in the, evaluation mode there, just because, it hasn't been around long enough. But I think, like anything, clearly there's pros and cons to it. But I think there would, in my opinion, will end up being more pros, because I think anytime you can increase opportunity and experience, it brings a wealth of value to any individual, especially at the quarterback position. So I would think that these the majority of these young men they're leaving for an opportunity to play, because it's been proven just the number of reps that college quarterbacks play in their college experience really helps them at this level. And I think it's going to be even more important, because just take the offseason program in the NFL. You don't have the reps in the spring, the summer, and training camp and preseason games that you had 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, and so and you got more scheme in today's game. So the experience level that these young men are getting at college, I think it's vital. So I think that in itself is a positive. But you're worried about the emotional part of it too. Is he leaving for an opportunity to play, or is he leaving because he wants a fresh start because of other things? So there's a lot there to evaluate. But I think clearly, someone trying to go get more experience at the quarterback position, I think it'll definitely benefit, would benefit them and help them be better prepared for the NFL.
Coach, great chat as always. We appreciate it. Thank you so much for sharing some of your TV stardom with us, and happy holidays, man. We appreciate you.
You bet. Happy holidays, everybody. Take care.
Mike McCarthy, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. Now, you have this stupid Bobby type. I go from Bobby's dumbass smirk to your dumbass smirk. What are you grinning about? What is going on?
I didn't.
You just look like a free.
I did it. I clearly I mentioned the Packers thing. I know
troublemaker.
I know that he's probably not in a position to give a reaction to that, but I just didn't know if hey, thanks for some great years. If I'd get anything, I didn't get anything. But that's okay.
He told you good question.
Yeah, well, because it was.
It's whoever sits in RJ's chair. It's the magical.
Is
chair.
RJ his favorite of the three of y'all? I know you're his least favorite, but where do you
100%.
rank? You think? Bob?
He probably respects me the most, but he likes RJ the most. I would say.
I think that's fair, and I think respect or like I'm last on all three. So like among
deservedly
all three.
so.
Yeah.
But I think that's probably consistent for a lot of people.
Sure,
it's consistent for you.
It's just a default. Like it's nice to know what to expect, I think, and so if I'm just consistently performing at a certain level, like there's a comfort in that. There's you know what to expect.
Let's talk about these documentaries. We got to get to college football playoffs. Some Tolos want to pepper Jared with Ranger questions. I don't know why you're taking off your headphones. We got 10 more minutes left in the segment. Man, you are choppy.
Thought we were going to break.
That chair is magical.
That's why I stopped sitting there when he's out. I sit here because I'm like, there is something about the chair, I think.
Something about that chair. Who sits in these chair for G-Bag?
It's Broadus and Corey Majors take that chair. Blake Elliott does not. I was about to say Blake Elliott too, but he does not.
I would move.
All right.
If I knew that he was there.
Which one?
Blake.
All right. Speaking of documentaries, the one for Cowboys 2025 dropped yesterday.
This is our story.
And if you ask anybody where I
It's bigger than winning football games.
Dallas Cowboys.
They became America's team.
America's team. Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way. Let's go.
Do they have an idea what they're doing? What did you prove?
Yes.
Keep them talking.
I'm all the way up.
It's a soap opera. 365 days a year.
So a couple of Cowboys people went and screenshotted the text with what Jerry was saying and said, you said it exactly. Bigger than winning football games. That did not look right just reading it. Keep them talking, and it's a soap opera 365 days a year. Bobby, that's what jumped out from the Cowboys Netflix 2025 trailer that no matter what everyone tries to say with their insults, I'll be watching for damn sure.
Oh, yeah, and you won't be the only one. Everybody will watch it, just like I don't want Hard Knocks or anything. You watch every episode of Hard Knocks.
Yeah.
You watch every episode All or Nothing.
And McCarthy just admitting with us right there, not a fan.
Yes.
Not liking it.
Which is weird. I thought he loved it just from his body language and his demeanor about all the cameras around. I typically thought he was just loved it, all of it. But
that's sarcasm, right?
It is. It's sarcasm. Right. Very good. I think that when I was watching this little teaser, there obviously wasn't a lot given from it, but I did get the sense that, this is clearly going to be such a big production and such a snazzy type of production that I think we are going to get more out of it than I probably initially thought. I do think that there's going to be some patented Jerry
You think we're going to be in there?
I don't know. That's a good question.
The threaten to fire story?
That's a good question. Very possible because that was still going. Maybe that's why he did it. Maybe he had. I
know.
That's. Why.
I was thinking about that.
There you go. That's perfect. I hadn't even thought about that. I honestly think that's why Jimmy got in. I think it's because the crew was with him. I think that's why Jimmy got in last year, is because it was a good storyline to throw in there. But I think that when you know Jerry and the way that Jerry likes the promotion and likes the buzz, I would guess that seeing that trailer and seeing the way they're setting this whole thing up, I think we're going to get unique stuff that he hasn't said before.
Is this Jerry's last splash? Obviously, the team could win a Super Bowl.
Pretty dark question.
What?
Pretty dark question.
No. But think about it. He's
this Netflix. You mean
okay,
pop culture standpoint?
Yeah. Is this Jerry's last big opportunity to really make waves nationally and remind everyone that he is Jerry
Tuesday
Jones?
And Friday on this radio station.
But you get what I'm asking?
Is this his last big production?
Because he can control this. Obviously, if the Cowboys win the Super Bowl, then I'm sure Jerry is going to do everything to soak in the spotlight. But he can't control that. He cannot guarantee that. I guess he can control that. But he can control this. So I think a lot of the Netflix sports stuff has been bad. Like the Aaron Hernandez thing, or the Swamp Kings thing, they didn't even acknowledge Aaron Hernandez. I thought, there was another one recently that I just didn't think was good. But this,
Manziel's was good.
I thought it was okay.
Oh, I really liked Manziel's. I think
they left out a lot of stuff.
Here's what I know what the reputation is. I think that's why it was so stunning when Jerry snapped a couple weeks back, is because it's he doesn't censor. And so I when we talk about, is this the last thing he can control? I don't know that he would, in these production meetings, try to control anything. I think he'd try to say certain things, but you know what I mean? I don't think he's being the creative director of this project.
So I don't mean control in a way hey, we're only going to put stuff in that makes me look good. Yeah. I mean control hey, we're going to do this and we're going to do it right. I mean in a positive way. This is going to be really good, because I think about The Last Dance. And I know this is not going to be The Last Dance, but The Last Dance I don't want to say made Michael Jordan relevant again, because of the shoe stuff, he's been relevant, but it reintroduced Michael Jordan to an audience that only knew Michael Jordan as the guy who used to be a great player and the shoe guy, right? It reminded a whole generation of how great this guy was. And I'm curious if this show is going to remind a generation of people who think of Jerry as just some caricature, as an entertainer, and the Cowboys as a national brand. Not that they've not been a national brand, but Netflix exposes themselves to sports fans and non-sports fans alike, right?
Yeah.
It's a different platform and a different stage.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's definitely that factor.
It just sucks for fans seeing soap opera. That's what he wants 24/7. It's bigger than winning football games. It just reinforces all the negative thoughts that people have about what the priorities are.
Totally true. When he says this is bigger than winning football games, it's a trailer clip. I have no idea the context in which that was said.
Yeah.
And I'm not giving him the benefit of the doubt. He very well could have been saying, look, what we do here, it's bigger than winning football games. He could have meant it like that. But I also don't know if it's something where he's talking about a specific moment, hey, we got to do it this way. Because this is bigger than just, we can chalk up wins if we do it this way. It's got to be this. We got to do this.
The college football playoff starts tonight. Our morning show has the official picks on who's going to win the national championship. Hear them next from Bobby Belt, Jared Sandler. I'm Sean Sharif. Glad you're joining us as we get you to your weekend as quickly as possible right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has a Lola Fee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Angel Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freaker?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
The CFP starts tonight. I got a guy who's maybe as big of a gambling degenerate as RJ Choppy to my right in Jared Sandler, Cowboys insider. He loves college football himself. He sent out the bracket yesterday to make the picks public. Bobby Bell, Peyton, and Caitlin in the back. I'm Sean Sharif. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, and it all starts this evening with Indiana against Notre Dame. Is this the most expensive ticket?
Yeah, this has been the most expensive ticket by far. It's not even been close. When ticket sales first started, the cheapest ticket into this game was over $1,000, and the cheapest ticket into all the other games was around $200-300. It's settled back down, but even still, the average price of this ticket is double the Clemson-Texas game, which is the second highest one.
Take us through your bracket, Bob.
All right, so, and I don't like in general the armchair expert on Twitter who then wants to complain about me picking against Penn State because they love Penn State, obviously, or anything else. Or then when they start saying, this isn't March Madness, there's not a bunch of upsets. It's like, okay, you clearly don't understand where the college football field has been at this year and how this bracket is not an accurate representation of where these teams rank. So, first game tonight, Indiana, Notre Dame. I've got Notre Dame this one. I think Notre Dame is so good. I mean, this is something where you look at the way that they are in their secondary, the way that, I mean, you saw it a couple weeks ago, Jared, those 200-yard interception returns. Fantastic work from the Fighting Irish. But no, I think Notre Dame, the way that they are able to run the ball, the type of experience that they have there on the offensive side of the ball, steady nerves. They've been really solid all year. That's been one of the more consistent teams in a very inconsistent year. But I think specifically, I love the way that they play in the secondary, and I don't think that Indiana is really going to be able to do much to threaten them here. It's a nice Kurt Cignetti Google me storyline, but overall, I think that Notre Dame's going to win this game, and I think they're going to go far.
Have you dismissed Indiana? Or is it just cute?
No. I think Indiana's a good team. I agree with Bobby. I think Notre Dame wins. And here's the problem. Indiana, first of all, their schedule has not allowed us to really get a sense of how they stack up against certain teams. But the one thing that I think stands out is that when you look at Indiana against good defenses, their offense, I don't want to say disappears, but it's just not nearly as good. And this is a really good Notre Dame defense. So I think Indiana could maybe keep it close. I do think that they're well coached. I think what Kurt Cignetti's done is really impressive. But I do think, I agree with Bobby. I think Notre Dame is a really good team. I don't think they're going to go to the national title. We'll get into that. Riley Leonard, I think, ultimately holds them back, but I don't think they have any problems tonight.
Next game on this schedule. You want to go next to the Tennessee-Ohio State game?
Wherever you want.
Let's go Tennessee-Ohio State. We'll save Texas games for the last one here. I think that this is the Tennessee-Ohio State matchup is a great example of why CFP is going to have to, with this expanded bracket, they're going to have to figure out different ways to. Texas has an easier road to the semis than a team like Oregon does, who's the number 1 seed. And the fact that we're getting an Ohio State-Tennessee game this early feels a little bit like cheating, that we're not going to be able to get something a little later, because I think Tennessee's really good. I think Ohio State, other than a couple hiccups here or there and a couple focused things that they've had against Oregon, and then getting beat down legitimately by Michigan and dominated physically by Michigan, I think Ohio State...
I mean, this is the game of round 1, isn't it?
Yeah, probably. If you're looking for just the closest competitive game in terms of how closely these two teams are matched, then absolutely.
What else would I be looking for?
If you're looking for like upset
Best
special,
cheerleaders.
if you're looking, if you're looking,
Who is that, Jared?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't think Penn State probably is up there, but SMU, I'm sure, does well in that department.
Look, I mean, SMU and Texas.
Texas Clemson. Oh, that's got to be easy, right?
Yeah.
Texas Clemson.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
So, no, I think that when you look at Ohio State, I've thought Ohio State has generally underperformed their talent level all year. Like, I think that they've been a team that there was a strong case to be made until the end of the year where you felt like Ohio State has a claim to say you've lost one narrow game against Oregon that you maybe should have won. A lot of people felt like Ohio State played better for most of that game. Ohio State could have been one of the only undefeated teams, and I think consistently has arguably the best set of talent in the entire CFP. So I think Ohio State's going to hopefully rally, put it together. I just don't know how they're going to react to all these questions about Ryan Day and all the issues that they've run into, but they are better than Tennessee.
I think that there was an overcorrection when Ohio State lost to Michigan about Ryan Day, an awful coach. And hey, maybe they want to make a change because a program of that stature doesn't just allow for, playing little brother to Michigan. But Ryan Day's resume is incredibly impressive. Ohio State's roster is the best in the country. The problem is Will Howard gets in his own way. All right, you could see the way that Ohio State lost trust in him very early on in that Michigan game. The Oregon game probably was cost in some way because of Will Howard. They have no line. Their line play, offensive line play has been awful, but I don't understand why their offense does not do more with 3 NFL receivers, 2, I don't know about stars, but 2 NFL running backs who are very good college running backs, but their offensive line is just such a problem. The question I have, though, is the mentality after losing to Michigan was almost like the season was over. It was a lost season. And I think NFL,
That's
adults,
how they're brainwashed by their fan base.
No, 100%. And so I don't know, is the break going to be good for them and they're going to come out re-energized and maybe the first half is going to be important because it's, oh, here we go again, or, hey, we're back? Because if you told me Ohio State won the national title, I would not be surprised one bit.
No, this is we threw out the note again after they lost to Michigan recently. Since 2020, Ryan Day is 48-0 in non-bowl games against teams other than Oregon and Michigan. He's 0-6 against Oregon and Michigan.
So who are you picking?
I think Ohio State beats Tennessee.
Yeah, in your face, RJ Choppy. How about that? All right, SMU versus Penn State. This is my upset for the first round, and this is probably the one that has the best upset potential if you don't consider Tennessee, Ohio State much of an upset because of how close they're ranked there. But no, I think that SMU. We talked about it yesterday a little bit with Stuart Randall. The fact that their run defense is as strong as it is and that defensive line for SMU is as good as it is, I don't think you're going to be able to just bully SMU. And I think that I wonder if there's a little bit of a tortoise in the hare factor for Penn State. Like they're not taking SMU seriously enough. I know their fans certainly aren't the way that they've talked about SMU. They're talking about SMU like this is old school Boise State trying to go in and play Oklahoma, which, that's the kind of discussion that gets where it's like, well, this is massive talent disparity, and it's definitely a more talented program. But overall, I think that Drew Aller's awful against big-time competition in big games. He's 0-6, 0-5, something like that against top 15 teams in his career, 21-0 against everybody outside of there. James Franklin, they threw up the note on ESPN that he's 1-14 against top 5 teams.
Wow.
This isn't a top 5 team.
I know it's not a top 5 team. We're just talking in general about when they get matched up against big talent, they don't perform. Drew Aller's numbers are night and day when we were talking about against ranked teams versus unranked teams. SMU is a deservingly ranked team. The biggest thing for them is just they cannot turn the ball over like they have. They have had turnover issues all year. That was what killed them against Clemson. They can't turn the ball over. If they can protect the ball and get into a little bit more of a ground game in the cold weather, can SMU handle the Northeast effects? If they can get into that ground game a little bit, I think they beat Penn State.
I think that in a weird way, Penn State impressed me in their loss to Oregon because they showed an ability to score against, and Oregon's got a good defense in ways that I wasn't positive against a good team. I think Penn State wins. I want SMU to win. I'll tell you, as someone who grew up in Dallas, SMU was a non-factor because of the death penalty. It was almost like, I forgot that there was a Division I school right like 10 minutes from where I grew up.
Yeah.
And I think it's great that they're relevant again. I am going to be rooting my ass off for SMU, but I have concerns about SMU going into the cold weather. Their only other cold weather experience this year was a poorly played game against Nevada that they won, but they did not look good. Now, Preston Stone was still a quarterback. They hadn't made the change yet.
They also had R.J. Maryland. They don't now.
Right, exactly. And yeah, people aren't talking about how impressive it is that they've done what they've done without R.J. Maryland for most of the year.
Yeah, most Dallas teams whine when they have injuries and can't perform.
College football playoff preview.
Well, hold on. My lock, though, I think Penn State -4.5 in the first half. I think Penn State comes out. I think Penn State's really good, guys. I think their biggest weakness is that they have no one to catch the ball. I understand the Drew Aller hate. Like, I'm not saying Drew Aller is great.
I think Aller could be a good pro quarterback one day, too. It's just right now he's not. He doesn't have the nerves.
I think everything else for Penn State is top-notch. I think they are a really, really good team. And I don't think it's that SMU doesn't belong. I just think that they're running into a team that is way better than the quote-unquote 6 seed.
So your first half bet, or your big lock bet is the first half.
I'm taking Penn State as well for the game, but I really think Penn State. I just think that cold weather is going to maybe be a little bit of a shock. I think SMU comes out slow, much like they did against Clemson, and I wouldn't be surprised if they get back in it in the second half.
College football playoff preview here on Sean and RJ. We got Jared Sandler and Bobby Belt.
And then you got the Texas Longhorns against the Clemson Tigers. And this one just feels like fate is setting up to torture me because I've talked so much
3
trash.
days ago, you said you weren't even worried about missing the game because it's going to be a Texas beatdown.
Well, I'm not worried about missing the game because of, in general, I told you, like, the anxiety I get of they're going to blow this.
You're missing the game?
I'm going to be on a bus with Sean or a limo with Sean. But apparently there's going to be TVs. That's how Sean rolls, big baller status.
Hector Albalimo.
I look at it and I go, okay, Texas is clearly, definitively better than Clemson. There's no question about it. I personally think I would take, I know everybody's kind of all over Klubnik. Even with all the questions I have about Quinn Ewers, I would take Quinn Ewers over Cade Klubnik. And I wouldn't even think about it. I think that...
Can I ask why? I don't know that I disagree, but I'm just curious why.
Because I think that a lot of what Klubnik's issues are when he gets in the face pressure, which that's been an issue with Quinn Ewers too. But I think that in general, when you've got a quarterback who has the time to stand back there and push the ball deep like he does when he gets that opportunity most of the time, yeah, he's successful. He's got really good arm talent. There's a lot of things to like about Klubnik. Klubnik panics when pressure starts coming in, and that's something that Texas has got this year. So they've got an ability to rush the passer. They've got an ability to break things down. My biggest concern in this one is Sark going to fix some of the issues in the red zone? Because red zone play calling for him has been awful in big games. He tightens up, he tenses up, and I wonder almost if we're going to see, because of some of the issues, I wonder if we're going to see Arch in some of the packages in the red zone.
They need to. I'm going to actually take a slightly different approach to what you just said. They've been awful in the red zone, but I think it's Quinn Ewers' injury. A lot of bubble screens. He has no mobility in the red zone. And here's the deal. An oblique injury is a baseball injury, right? That is way more common in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
When you have an oblique injury, you miss, especially let's say as a pitcher, right? Because that's the equivalent with throwing the ball. You're missing 6 weeks, probably minimum. And you might, I remember when Cole Hamels had it in 16 or 17, like he wasn't right away, but you get better with rest. Quinn Ewers, I'm not talking about, he hasn't, 2 weeks. I'm talking about consistent rest for a month. If you told me Quinn Ewers was healthy, Texas wins the national championship. I don't think Quinn Ewers is healthy at all. I think they beat Clemson, but I think Quinn Ewers holds them back unless they work in Arch Manning more than they already have. Because here's the thing with Quinn Ewers. In the red zone, you have to be able to make a bullet throw in a tight window in a second, like when that guy is open in that split second. And I don't know, maybe Sark is responsible to some degree. I think they're also limited with what they can do in the red zone because Quinn can't make those throws because I don't think he can generate the power with this oblique thing that's clearly bothering him.
Maybe so, but I mean, when we were talking about 3rd and 9 or whatever it was, when we were up there at the holiday party and it's 3rd and 9 in overtime and you're calling a swing pass.
I don't think he trusts Quinn Ewers, though.
Man, but I mean, like if that's the case, then you need to put Arch in. And either way, it's negligence on your part, not your part. But I mean, on Sark's part.
I don't know we don't know now, especially in the college football world now, what sort of pressures there are to place certain guys in certain spots.
Do you game manage Quinn with the Longhorns defense versus the rookie mistakes you could get with Arch? You know what I mean? That Georgia-Texas game just felt like, all right, who's going to game manage this and have their defense win out?
Well, and that's a good point. That's probably why you shouldn't just play Arch straight through, no matter how reckless people want to be. But it also means there's got to be a blend. Like, you can get Arch some red zone packages. You can get him some work to where he can contribute.
I need to see Arch in the red zone. You can game manage, I think, and win this game, but I don't think you can game manage and win the next game.
Early CFP picks from two diehards, Bobby Belt, Jared Sandler, here on DFW Sports Station. I'm Sean Sharif. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. We want to hook you up with our final ticket giveaway of the week. We're going to go commercial free. We're going to send you to Boys to Men, and we're going to take you inside the Cowboys Tampa film room with Bobby Belt with official picks at 877-881-1053. Who has the Cowboys making it 4 out of 5, or you go with Baker and Mike Evans? Commercial-free Expressway with a Cowboy film room preview after this.
Bee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
We are commercial free. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, and we got Jared Sandler helping us out today. Choppy will be back next week. Peyton Russell in the back along with Caitlin live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Cowboys, Buccaneers, Sunday Night Football. Of course, we had Mike Tirico all ready to preview. Nick Eatman at 9:20 to do the same thing. And do not miss the KMC Masterpiece today at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth. Right now, we're going to make the official picks. We got so many guests today. We have Mike McCarthy, in case you missed him at 8:40. Dan Wetzel, longtime college insider. He's going to join us to preview the CFP. So get in your official Cowboys, Buccaneers picks right now at 877-881-1053 while Bobby takes you inside the film room.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough matchup for Dallas. Obviously, I mean, this is a Tampa Bay team that's capable of doing a lot of really good things just because of the fact that we've talked about how hot and cold they can be. They can show up and really make things difficult on defenses with what they do offensively. They are really strong, really adept in both the run and the pass. It's a situation where we heard, was it Tirico yesterday who mentioned Liam Cohen, or was that Stuart? It was Tirico, I believe. The Liam Cohen, the Buccaneers offensive coordinator.
Yeah,
Cohen's very good. Some of the stuff that he designs, some of the different things that he tries to push. Yeah, he's got a really good beat on things, and you can clearly see the way that he and Baker Mayfield work hand in hand. A lot of the different things that Canales had success with Baker Mayfield are still here, and are things that Liam Cohen has allowed to remain in place in a lot of ways, because Liam Cohen is a guy who comes from the Sean McVay tree. That's not Canales. Canales comes from more like the Seattle concepts from back in the day. But Liam Cohen has allowed a lot of that stuff to stick, blending other concepts, and has really meshed well with Baker Mayfield and turned him into as confident as he's ever looked. I think that one of the things that's interesting.
Are you a Baker fan?
Yeah. Like I first of all, I root for him. I think he's funny. But no, I think he's really good. I really do. And
you think he's funny versus annoying?
Maybe a little bit of both. I think he can be both. But like I root for him. I root for the short guy with the chip on his shoulder.
I was about to say.
Which you remember, Babe told us a couple weeks ago. He said it's hard for a 6'3" quarterback sometimes to see over the offensive line. It's really hard for short quarterbacks. You can see that with how deep some of these dropbacks are. Like Baker gets deep in the pocket. And I was trying to say, I had to look it up. I was going to see if Next Gen Stats had it, which thankfully they did. Baker has the second deepest drop in all of the NFL because it's just he's got to get back there. He basically drops back 9 yards deep in the pocket every time because he has to. He's got to drive back there and get back far enough to where he can see over the offensive line because he's small and he's got those big linemen in front of him.
He's got the second deepest
one.
Who likes it deeper?
Lamar Jackson likes it deeper.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, Baltimore Ravens get a little bit deeper. That also is probably because he's trying to survey and figure out how much room do I have to run. But Baker Mayfield has had a lot of success. Even with those deep drops, they get the ball out just about as fast as anybody in the NFL. The only team that gets rid of the ball quicker is Miami. So Baker will drop back, throw stuff. It's a lot of rhythm, timing, get guys moving, get guys on the run.
Baker's top 4 in completions, yards, touchdown passes. I mean, he's all right there.
And again, let's not forget, he did it without Godwin and Evans for a stretch, and has done it largely without Godwin all year since his season-ending injury.
Yeah, this is something where, and Godwin, when Godwin wasn't there, he was definitely leaning on him because I think Godwin led the NFL in receptions when he went
got
out.
off to a great start.
Burrow has 36 touchdowns, and Baker's got 32 with Lamar at 34.
Yeah, like I said, Lamar Jackson, better season than Josh Allen. I've said consistently Lamar Jackson's better than Josh Allen. I don't know how many times I could repeat that. But when you look at the way that Tampa Bay's offense, that's things that there's clearly so many things that were comfort things for everybody there in terms of what Canales did that you could tell Liam Cohen was like, all right, let's keep some of this in place, build some confidence, build some comfort, like not have just do this whole overhaul and putting in other different aspects of timing-based systems, timing-based routes. And what they've had is they've had a lot of success just getting the ball out quickly, guys, time on task, staying where you're supposed to be, and just trusting Baker's going to get the ball there. And so it's going to be a lot of quick, couple step drop, get the ball out quickly. You'll see a lot of out routes. There'll be a lot of, it's not a lot of stuff in the middle of the field. It's stuff typically outside the hashes, outside the numbers, get the ball out quickly, and just kind of methodically march down the field. But a lot of that sets up for a run game that has been really efficient this season.
Baker, real quick before you get into the run game, he will throw it up on you.
Yes.
I'll be watching he's basically what you look at with their schedule with 4 wins in a row, 4 losses in a row. Like, he can make you really don't know what you're going to get. You side with good play.
He's a gunslinger.
Ranked second in the NFL in total fumbles as well with 12. Second in the NFL in interceptions with 14. And he's been sacked 33 times. Thank you, Nick Eatman.
And he's not afraid. He's not afraid. He's not opposed to checking it down to the running back. He will lean on that a lot. Like if he just gets back there and goes, not there, or the timing of the route's getting thrown off because we've got them getting jammed or other things are happening here, he will just, all right, we're throwing to the flat. They throw it to the flat a lot. I didn't get a chance to look up the numbers there in terms of relative to the rest of the league, but I got to imagine they're right near the top. It's about as frequent as I've seen from just about anybody that we've watched on tape this year. So a lot of that is leaning on the running game and being able to take advantage of that because Bucky Irvin and Rachaad White are 2 really good running backs for them. Bucky Irvin, a guy that Dallas would have been interested in drafting this past year out of Oregon, and a guy who, probably would have been a Cowboy if they had that pick there in the 4th round. Like he would have been right there for him to take. And so if you don't give up that Lance pick, you probably end up with a guy like Bucky Irving or Isaac Guerrero or one of those guys like that. But I think that a lot of that run game, a lot of that quick out stuff, that sets up for their big gash plays, which is Baker Mayfield, play action passing, pushing the ball downfield to Mike Evans or any one of his weapons, just trying to get the ball down the field on play action passing. They've had a lot of success, big plays off of play action this year. And the key is if you can pressure Baker, that's good because he's somebody who has his trouble obviously seeing over the offensive line. So if he's got to start scrambling, moving around and seeing through defenders, he has trouble with it. And that's where he's had a lot of his mistakes this year. The problem is they've been pretty good at picking up the blitz. And so if you're going to try to blitz them and have success that way, you're going to have some struggles on that front because they've picked it up well. And then Baker has torched people at times against the blitz this year. So that's the offensive side of the ball. I think that they're really competent. This is about as good of an offense as they've seen this year, Dallas. On the defensive side of the ball, this has to be the Rico Dowdle show because there's an opportunity to run the football against Tampa Bay just because of the way that they struggle with tackling at times, the way that they struggle with their over pursuit, the way that you can block things up on the second level against them. There's a real opportunity to run the ball, and I think that if you want to try to pass it at all, if you want to have some success, you can probably copy aspects of what you did last week against Carolina.
Now, every time you say that, it's got to be Rico. You follow it up with, I don't know if I have the confidence in the Cowboys executing that game plan. Do you have more confidence in it now?
They did it last week. So that was the biggest problem has been all year. When they've talked about it, when they've said they want to do it, they don't.
Yeah.
Or too many times we end games with an apology. Man, I'm really sorry to Rico. I wanted to get him more carries. Man, I really wanted to establish run. Then do it.
Rico, the last 3 weeks, number 1 in rushing yards. Number 1 in yards after contact. Number 1 in 14 carries of 10-plus yards. Second among rushes for first down. First among running backs with 16 missed tackles forced. It's crazy.
Yeah. No, and it's something where
that's a breakout.
He is, and that's the thing. He is the type of running back that can hurt them. because of the way that he's physical and he doesn't go down easy, and you have to really finish tackles, and they don't always do that at Tampa Bay. Tampa's going to run a lot of blitz heavy, cover 3 looks, and that's something where Carolina runs a lot of similar concepts, and that's stuff that you had success with last week. And so I think that if Tampa Bay is just going to commit to that and say, yeah, all right, this is our concept. We don't care that Dallas had success against it last week. We're coming out here. We're doing cover 3. We're doing sim pressures. We're doing creepers. We're doing blitzes. This is what we're going to do. If they commit to that, then I think Dallas can probably duplicate some aspects of what they did last week in the passing game and have success. Lean on CD. Let CeeDee Lamb take advantage of curls, hitches, outs, quick screens, and take advantage of making a play in space. And so I think that this is a big game for Rico Dowdle. I don't know how much you can stop Tampa Bay's offense, as much as you just have to attempt to slow them down, which is going to be difficult. The way you're going to have to slow them down is you're going to have to get a lot of pressure inside. If you can get pressure on the interior, you're talking about getting in Baker's face pretty quickly and him making mistakes. If you're able to do that, then they can win this game.
Bobby Belt inside the film room. Well done. During the commercial-free expressway here, I'm Sean Sharif alongside Jared Sandler. I'll start off with the predictions. Pepe, you tell me what the Tolos are feeling. I'm pretty confident in picking, even though they're a roller coaster, I feel pretty confident in picking Tampa Bay in this game. Vegas has it as a 4-point spread. Bucks are favored. Nick Eatman will probably be shocked at 920. The over-under is 48.5. I'm going to go 27-21 Tampa Bay. 27-20, something like that. I don't feel great about, taking the points or the over-under. I feel good about Tampa Bay winning. I usually tell you, and I've been pretty good this year with the predicting. If I had to bet one, I would take Tampa with the points. But I feel pretty good about the Buccaneers winning. J-Rod.
This is a pretty big pros versus Joes game in Vegas. A lot of the public loving Tampa after their big win over the Chargers. I hope you got it at 4.5. If you want to play the Cowboys, it's down at 3.5. I do think Tampa wins, though. Who covers for the Cowboys? Who's available in the secondary to make plays?
Well, I mean, they got guys that are very interested in football right now. So Deron Bland, Jordan Lewis. You got probably some Amani Oruwariye, as long as he's lining up onside.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if you get that.
Yeah, I think that's where issues are. I think the Bucks put up 30, and I guess it's just a matter of whether you believe the Cowboys can
But are you changing your mind about the Cowboys' defense?
No, because I think what Bobby said is...
it's no longer just an automatic assumption, I don't believe, to be like, we know that team's going to put up 30.
No,
they've been beating scrubs, which I can't remind people of enough. They're beating scrubs, but it doesn't feel like the beginning of the year.
No, it doesn't, but I think what Bobby said earlier in his film review was very appropriate for this matchup, that Tampa Bay, Baker will get himself sacked sometimes, but Tampa Bay did a really, really good job against the Chargers. I think he got sacked, once? I think he was pressured maybe twice against some good pass rushers. And so I think that's the key, right? Mike has been on a tear recently. I mean,
Mike has been wrecking shop. I mean, honestly, everybody on that defensive line has played really well lately. Carl Lawson, Micah Parsons, Oso Odigizua.
But it starts with Micah.
Yeah.
And this is where I think, we think of offensive coordinators like drawing up cool plays and having guys wide open, but I think a part of it is also taking a guy like Micah Parsons and putting together a game plan to limit his ability to do damage. And I trust that Liam Cohen is going to be able to do that. So I think I'll go Tampa 30, Cowboys 24.
I think
Are you going to bet any of these?
I'm going to bet Tampa's team over at 25.5. I have other NFL games I'm betting, but yeah.
I think if Oso Odigizua keeps up what he's done on the interior, and they really commit to let's get Rico going early, they can win. They can beat Tampa Bay. The problem is that I don't know that they're going to be able to get that going as quickly with Rico, or I don't know that they're going to commit to it the same sort of way, because I just think a lot of times when Mike McCarthy sees cover 3, he wants to get the quick passing game going. Tampa Bay gets the ball out so quickly, I don't know how much that's going to be effective for Oso Odigizua, but I'm going to pick a close game. I'm going to say that's Tampa Bay 27-24, but I would not be shocked if Dallas wins, because they do have certain areas where they match up well.
Pepe, what's your pick, and what are the Tolos saying?
We'll start with the Tolos here. They've spoken, Sean, in blowout fashion. They're all Tampa Bay here. 817, Bucks won 34-20. 214 says Bucks over Cowboys 44-21. 702 says 38-10 Bucks. And I'm kind of in that range as well. Buccaneers winning 31-20. I just think the Bucks offense is too much. I know the Cowboys did well against Chuba Hubbard last week, but I think Bucky Irving runs all over them, and it's a home game. They don't play well at home. Tampa Bay too much. So I have the Bucks winning.
I'm surprised that you said that social media was turning in the Cowboy favor.
Well,
it's all separate. Do you find that too? Twitter, text, Facebook, Instagram. Like, how do we get such different comments in each one? He said Cowboy Twitter was turning positive. The text keeping it real.
It's a good reminder. Twitter is not real life. That's a phrase people use a lot. Yeah. Twitter is not real life. Social media in general, those platforms are oftentimes not real life. The fan text is going to be more just real life. Everybody in their cars or sitting at home weighing in, and you're probably going to get a better representation. But the fan base on Twitter is definitely turning and starting to drink that Kool-Aid.
Hey, on Peyton's home field thing, I was talking to a professional gambler earlier this week, and he said that in his model.
How's Choppy doing?
Yeah, not him. He said in his model, the Cowboys are the only team in the last 5 years who, just if you go strictly based on the numbers, home field actually costs them points versus gives them a half a point and a half edge.
Which is funny because they were one of the most dominant home teams in the NFL for 3 years.
Yeah.
Let's hook you up for the final time this week on your home of the Cowboys.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Boys to Men at WinStar on Saturday, April 19th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
The story I've been dying to talk about at 8 o'clock today. That's why we moved Cowboys picks. What's happening in New York with the Jets? I have to go through the entire article. It's amazing. It's not just the Madden rating thing. Will this make you feel differently about Jerry Jones? That's coming up at 8 o'clock. Right now, it's the leftovers from the week in the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer?
Junkin! And I'm excited for this as well because finally I have someone in here to talk to about the Aaron Rodgers documentary.
Oh, I watched the whole thing. It's all done. My daughter came up to me. She said, "Daddy," I was like, "Get away. Mr. Sean wants me to cram in this 3.5-hour doc. So step back, child." And then she sat there and watched the Aaron Rodgers documentary with me with all the drug use and F-bombs. So.
Did you watch it all at once?
Watched it all once.
Okay. I guess we can just go in order and stop and start. It opens up. Bobby immediately texts me. He's like, "I thought you said I was going to have a better feeling towards him." And I'm not, because it starts off with him laying down, getting his sideways number 8 tattoo, which is immediately douchey, of course. That was the first thing. 8 sideways is infinity. And he woke up with a dragon intuition to get the tattoo.
Yeah, I don't know how you could have. That alone should have just ruined the documentary for you right there. Just gone, oh gosh. We're opening with, I had an intuition about a dragon, and so that's what I'm getting on my arm today.
They had to start with something weird.
Oh, no, they kept, and we'll get into it, but they kept up with the weird. The entire time, it was weird, and sure, there were some nice moments in there and some reflective, vulnerable moments, but this was a jump right into the douchiness of Aaron Rodgers.
You didn't want to bang on the bongos when they were doing their ayahuasca retreat?
No.
Man, them eyes were heavy, too.
Dude, he was lit up on that ayahuasca.
Jordan Poyer. Who was the other?
Adrian Colbert.
All right. You're the one who grew up as a Packer fan. You got Brian brought us his Packer jacket on. You were excited for Mike McCarthy at 6:30. Start us off with your impressions.
Well, jacket off.
I'm the only one who
his jacket. He doesn't have it on right now. Jacket off.
It's on the chair right now.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah.
Thanks. I'm the only one who's read the book as well, the Ian O'Connor book, right? You guys didn't read that?
I have not.
Okay.
And will not.
Can't read.
My overall impression is, in reading the book, there wasn't a ton of new information. I'd say that the biggest thing that you didn't really get in the book talks a lot about the Favre-Rodgers dynamic, but I thought that one-on-one conversation was interesting because what was so clear was that Favre's perspective on it and Rodgers' perspective on it, totally different.
Favre has no clue.
And yeah, Favre just thinks that, oh yeah, we were buddies. But if you go into the book, there's some stories not from Rodgers.
I don't know if Favre thinks it. I think he's lying.
Okay, that's fair.
You know?
But he is...
Like Favre had and for the background, Favre had zero interest. He had the famous quote, "They don't pay me to teach this young kid Aaron Rodgers." And Rodgers is like, "Hey man, I'll help you. I'll help you find the duck out in the wilderness. I'll help you hunt. I'll help you set up your deer stand."
He called it icy. He's like, the best word is probably icy for the way
book,
Brett was.
The book goes into, and maybe you roll your eyes because it's one man's word versus another, but the book has examples from other people, like neutral
Yeah, who do you trust more? It says a lot where I trust Aaron Rodgers more than Brett Favre.
But Favre really did, according to others, like go out of his way to try and make life tough for Aaron Rodgers, right? Here's my thing on Rodgers, and I send this to you guys. I think he is equal parts maddening and fascinating. I think that he is got an incredibly curious mind. I think it takes him down paths that really upset people. I don't think that he is a genius or anything, but I also don't think he's a dumb A, right? I think he is a bright guy. Here's my thing. I think, Sean, we've talked about this. You and I both appreciate dynasties or greatness. We don't root against Alabama just because they win. Like, maybe we root against Alabama for other reasons, but like, I think it's awesome as a sports fan to say that we got to watch or have a front row seat to this or that, right?
Yep.
Aaron Rodgers is one of the greatest football players of all time.
Yep.
And I think that in any sport, in almost all cases, the greats have something about them that is off, something that maybe is unbecoming. There's a stubbornness, there's a selfishness, because to be that great, you have got to bulldoze past people to be able to fulfill your personal goals, right? And Rodgers has some of that. There is a level of selfishness that I think turns people off, a stubbornness for sure.
And what did he keep talking about as a weakness of his, Bobby? You know, he would just sit there and
the perfectionism part.
Perfectionism, this emptiness. He was looking to fill something.
Yeah, that was the thing that kind of struck me too. By the way, was when he talked about, man, this drive for Super Bowl, and I need perfection. Then he said he got up to Super Bowl and he won it.
Yeah.
And then he's like, and then
this is it?
And I was like, now what?
Yeah.
And now, and it does make me reflect a little bit and go, is that why he won one? Did he like get to the top and then went like unconsciously or not? Did he just go, that's not what I thought it was?
Well, and I think his career, when I was watching it, one of my big takeaways was, and it wasn't a takeaway, it was a reminder. So much of Aaron Rodgers as a person is kind of like a contradiction and just fascinating. And his career is fascinating because he plays a position in a sport where one player can really make a big difference, right? In baseball, you can't. The Aaron Rodgers of baseball, Ohtani, Trout, whatever, you can't impact the game the way a quarterback can. Yet, not only did he only win one Super Bowl, he only went to one. Some of it, defense's fault. Some of it's special teams' fault if you look at their losses in the playoffs. The Packers' special teams during the Rodgers tenure was awful, but he is not free of culpability. And there is something about Rodgers compared to Brady. I will go to my grave telling you that Rodgers is a better quarterback than Brady. But Rodgers did not have the better career than Brady, and Brady in some of those like
moments,
clutch moments, those critical moments, he found a way to get the job done. And I have a tough time reconciling that. But my biggest thing with this, I watched it knowing that people are going to have a perspective like Bobby's on Aaron Rodgers, and I get that. But we want, not all of us, I think a lot of people want the ability to have athletes invite them into their lives, learn about them, get to know them, share their stories. We're frustrated at times that Derek Jeter and Tom Brady, like, you just, for a long time, you never got anything. You got to take the good with the bad there. And Aaron Rodgers, to his credit, is not afraid of allowing people into his life and into his mind. And I find that fascinating. That doesn't mean that I endorse everything he says or agree with everything he says, but I do appreciate that one of the all-time greats in his sport unlocks his door, opens it up, and says, come on in and get to know me and who I am and all my eccentricities.
Did you, but even opening that door, did you feel like, either of you, did you feel like, I know something new about it? Like, maybe you had individual things, but did you feel like I have a strong shift in perception about him overall?
Here, that's tough for me to answer because I've consumed so much Aaron Rodgers stuff over the years. There wasn't a ton of new stuff.
I did not feel that way.
I know, because once you make up your mind, you know.
I was going to ask that.
And I'm saying that 90% joking.
No, but I'm not.
I thought there were aspects about him that were interesting. I thought it was fascinating to hear him talk about, I needed the ego check of dropping in the draft. I needed to be told I wasn't that good. I thought that was fascinating. I thought the way he explained how vulnerable he was, saying, I basically changed who I was to try and fit in with Brett Favre. I thought those are all great things. I just don't know that it changes the overall picture of who he is.
Here's my biggest takeaway. And like everything, I try to be, an amateur psychologist wannabe. I just wasn't smart enough to take any of those classes at American University. So much, basically everything goes back to childhood.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers, and I talked to Bobby. I asked Bobby a ton of religious questions because I don't have that information and background. And I'm always asking about, well, what about this? And what about that? And how are you supposed to be judged? And what does this say? And what does that say? And Rodgers, I think where Aaron Rodgers went wrong initially is his questioning of things came off as unlikable. So he grew up in this, he hated the black and white nature of, my wife talks about this, like she was in church multiple times a week. At some point in time, she's thinking like, I don't know if I'm totally buying into everything here. And it's okay and healthy, and I agree with questioning things. I think you have parents, right, who are so strict and so religious that if you question it, you're a black sheep. You're a traitor. And I think that was the beginning of the rift with him and his family. Does not help his family that he goes to Berkeley, which is maybe the most liberal place that you could ever go for college. And Aaron felt reinvigorated and energized by different ideas. And there's a flyer for this and there's a cause for that. So his natural questioning of things, it's normal. I do it now with like politics but for some reason he comes off as an ass and an arrogant, you know what, in the way he preaches about things versus questioning it. I think a lot of the unlikability over him is his delivery and just this attitude. But I think a lot of this started with, because the majority of the public, a lot of the public thinks, just Aaron thinks he just knows everything more than us. And it really started with a natural curiosity of, should I just blindly believe? He thinks the majority of society is sheep. That's what he thinks.
Yes.
And in him questioning that caused a lot of difficulties. And he also said his fame, that explosion of fame after winning the Super Bowl in Arlington, changed everything.
Yeah, the discount double check stuff he did. He said that the State Farm stuff changed his life in terms of his visibility, which also, again, speaks to the issue of whenever anybody talks about, I know there is a difference, there's a level up to it. But again, when you want to talk about the smallest media market in the NFL, Green Bay, Aaron Rodgers became crushed with fame even playing there. So when they're talking about, come to Dallas because it's different here, the branding deals, everything else. No, if you have the success anywhere, the NFL's a big enough brand, they're going to come find you whatever market you're in. So there's that aspect of it. I think the thing is that Aaron does not come off that he's questioning anything. Aaron comes off that he internally, privately questions, determines what it is, and then he publicly tells you you're wrong. And I think that's where it's received poorly, is that you don't see the questioning moments.
It's like this stuff with Ryan Clark this week. He's like, before anyone criticizes me, state your vax status. So I can't think that you're just an arrogant jackass. It's because of our difference over vaccination. That's what he believes. He's like, if you got vaxxed, you probably hate me. And, that's just a really stupid overall thought and comment. Like, to apply to everybody.
Sure, to apply to everybody. I would guess that...
I don't care that Aaron Rodgers did not get vaccinated, but I can still think he is, arrogant.
I would guess he's right, though, in the sense of just, I would bet over 50% of people who got vaccinated would think he was selfish or whatever else. I do think that there's probably over... Is it 100% of people? No, that's silly. But is it over 50%? Probably, because there was a lot of that within our country that you ran into. I thought it was fascinating, the section about the woman with breast cancer that he apparently blew off in the airport. That's a good example of, all right, show me how they're manipulating you. And when he sits there and says, I talked to this woman a week ago, backstory was he talks about there was this time where a local Wisconsin station had made a big deal out of him just walking by some lady with his headphones in who had waited at the airport for so long, this breast cancer survivor, to have him sign her hat. And he says, what they don't tell you is that I had my headphones on. I was walking with two police officers. I was walking through the terminal. And this is the same woman that I had stopped and talked to for a half hour and signed a dozen things for last week.
Yeah.
And they don't. And she came out later and went, I didn't know what the narrative had become. He signed all this. He's good. But that's the kind of thing where he says, that's what I don't trust. They're going to say whatever they're going to say and make the narrative they want to make.
And of course, with the Aaron Rodgers Netflix, you got to talk about what's he called? The Aya?
I think part of the real joy in this work is it's such a feminine spirit of ayahuasca. You know, we can model a new way of thinking about masculinity, or what it means to be a man, obviously, because it's the balance between the divine masculine and divine feminine. I think I saw my dad cry when my grandfather passed, and that might have been it. There wasn't space for emotion, so I definitely had some stunted emotional intelligence to communicate those emotions for sure.
And then you get to Bobby's rolling his eyes. Bobby's eyes are on the floor. And stop beating like that. Like
I do think the bongo scenes are pretty funny. That's great.
Does that make you nauseous watching him go through the tripping? Like, what a tool.
I don't know anyone. Do you guys know anyone who's done something like that?
No.
What do they call it? A celebration? A ceremony. Yeah.
Sure. No, do I know a lot of people who are rich enough to go live in a hut for weeks at a time in Costa Rica? No.
Is that rich enough?
I mean, if you're talking about just being able to leave your job for weeks to go take drugs.
And then the divorce, right? Everyone's going to compare it to Favre and what he went through when they drafted Jordan Love. Aaron was in shock. He went and drank some tequila, but he went and helped out Jordan Love an absolute ton.
I think a lot of people want to paint Aaron Rodgers as this awful person because they don't agree with his stances on things. And
the immunization thing was intentionally deceiving.
And he admitted, like I don't remember if they said in the documentary, in the book, there was a chunk where he's like,
said his dad didn't do flu shots, so there you go.
He admitted he handled that the wrong way.
Stuck somehow.
Huh? What's that?
That parenting stuck somehow.
Yeah.
But I don't think he is a ill-intentioned, bad-hearted guy. I think he. No. I think you're right, Sean. I think he probably, from a PR standpoint, probably could maybe use some guidance there if likability was important to him. I don't think he really cares, though.
I think he does. He's a humongous liar over that. I don't listen. I don't care.
Sorry,
yes, he does.
You're right. What I mean is I don't think he cares. Like, it's your whole thing about the sheep. I think he cares to get his point across. And I think he cares more about coming off as a cultured, interesting, multi-interest guy. And then secondarily, he wants people to like him for that. And I think there's probably a better way for him to achieve both. I mean, he doesn't think to do that. But I think he is a good person who wants to do well. He's got a weird way of going about it sometimes.
I think he's everything I thought he was from just everything he talks about, his perspective, the fact that Rob Bell is his spiritual leader, his spiritual guide.
Who is that guy?
Yeah, I never heard of him.
That dude's a vulture, and he's a massive phony, and he is somebody who consistently has just bounced from perspective to perspective for 15 years within the spirit circuit. For forever, and is just he's an opportunist, and he's as gray as you can get, and so it makes sense that that's Aaron's lead. But from that to the stuff that he talks about in terms of just kind of being arrogant or being an ass about things, and then all right, when he says I just needed my parents to tell me they were proud of me, and those kind of things, all that tells me is there are aspects of him that show the complexity of being a multifaceted person. Like it's as complex as anybody is, but overall, I think. General thought of who he is exactly what I thought. He's kind of weird.
I was interested in that. I can't wait to talk about this. The Madden ratings in New York is just the tip. Are you going to think about Jerry Jones differently after this New York Jets article that dropped yesterday? Holy crap, is this terrible? We'll talk about it next on Sean, Bobby, and Jared, 105.3 The Fan.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour. How cool was the free kick last night? We'll get into that.
Hump day.
Dallas Mavericks losing without their big two, getting stomped by the Clippers. And we will pepper Jared Sandler with some Rangers and Major League Baseball questions at 8:20 as Sandman is in Choppy's chair. RJ will be back next week. He's our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. I'm Sean Sharif, Mike McCarthy at 8:40 this morning. Thank you for being a Tolo. Happy holidays, y'all. Thank you for turning it on and leaving it on. I could not stop with this New York Jets story yesterday. I did not realize how deep it went after Bobby gave me the headliner yesterday that Woody Johnson, Jets owner, nixed a Jerry Jeudy trade because he didn't think that Judy's rating was high enough in Madden. Do you believe this, Jared? This is Michael Silver, Diana Rossini, The Athletic.
What I don't believe is that Woody Johnson is a former ambassador?
Yeah.
Like, I didn't even know that he would know how to turn on a PlayStation to, like, look at Madden or even, like, think to ask about the ratings.
A lot of this is coming from his kids. So he's got these teenagers that some people within the organization think heavily weigh into Woody Johnson's football opinion and decisions. One of the former GMs was basically saying, yeah, I take instructions from a 13-year-old.
Joe Douglas, who just recently got fired. They had a source report there that somebody said that used to be Douglas's line to people, is that I answer to teenagers.
That's amazing.
Brick and Jack. Brick and Jack are the names of the boys. I'm just going to go through this. It's that good. Johnson suggested benching Aaron Rodgers due to poor performance. This Jets spokesperson in this deserves like a, I don't know, whoever what's the name of the person who speaks for the president all the time?
Press secretary.
Yeah, that's what this reminded me of. But this person needs to work in the White House with the spin job. The Jets spokesperson said, no, Woody was being provocative. What the hell does that mean? He was being provocative in suggesting the benching of Aaron Rodgers. He made the statement in jest to see how it would be handled. Woody Johnson, then serving as U.S. ambassador to the United Kingdom in the Trump administration, was temporarily returning from London. The assistant said everyone should refer to Johnson as Mr. Ambassador. So in the building, you were to refer to him as Mr. Ambassador. Of course, Belichick.
And that, by the way, they note, has continued after he left his ambassador spot. He still has them call him Mr. Ambassador.
And they were all praying that Trump made him the ambassador again so he would leave and have the quiet brother reassume the position. But no, Trump had someone else do it, and they're like, crap. Woody's going to be here.
Sidebar, I know you're the son of a doctor.
Well,
I think if I know someone is a doctor, I will always say Dr. Belt, Dr. Sharif. But the doctor who corrects you because you didn't know that they were a doctor and asks you, that to me, we're talking about douchey stuff with Aaron Rodgers. That is a major douche move.
And I don't know, maybe it is. I know some things are not lifetime titles. I don't know if Mr. Ambassador is a permanent title.
Yeah, do you know anyone who's been an ambassador?
I actually do. I know someone who's the ambassador to Argentina the last 4 years.
And did they get referred to as or want to be referred to as Mr. Ambassador?
No, we still call him Mike.
Way to out him. Belichick described the owner's approach. Bill Belichick took shots at the Jets all year long, which made it really weird and pathetic that Belichick apparently reached out to the Jets before North Carolina.
That's the biggest takeaway I had from all this. Out of all this disaster, if Belichick really went back and was like, can I please get a job? That's terrifying to me about how he views things right now. If he thought, okay, I'll make it work there. That's bad.
Belichick described Woody Johnson's approach as ready, fire, aim. Many in the Jets heard that comment and agreed. Others pointed to his words on October 15th, the day the Jets acquired Adams, when Johnson said, thinking is overrated. A current Jets executive said, quote, Woody's just acting on instinct. With Woody, it's like, I'm right, prove me wrong. You just don't know what to expect. He's been right enough just with his random opinions that a bad decision does not dissuade him. And when he's wrong, who is going to hold him accountable? During the NFL draft, Johnson is known to keep to himself while decisions are being made, then exit the room and retreat to a nearby snack bar with confidants to make smart-ass lines about the front office's decisions. Some inside the organization believe Johnson is consumed with the public perception of his franchise. Wait till you hear this. Sometimes at the expense of on-field success. When they traded Zach Wilson to the Broncos, Denver asked the GM to include the final pick of the draft. Johnson told the GM, trade the 256 pick, not 257, because he wanted the Mr. Irrelevant attention. Are you hearing this? The first time in NFL history someone guessed that a team actually said, no, we want to give you the better pick because he wanted the Mr. Irrelevant shine. Well, guess what? Like that player that they picked, right? Not with them. The other guy is still on another roster.
Yeah, the Broncos player got picked or is still on the roster for the Broncos. The Jets, their guy is gone. And if I just asked you in general, who are some of the teams that have had the Mr. Irrelevant pick? Can you remember? You remember San Francisco because they picked Purdy.
And Michael Sam.
But yeah, and Michael Sam. But outside of that, you don't remember who's picking there at all. It's not like that's a magical, what a distinguished thing.
48-hour rush of getting it. When Johnson left for the UK in 2017, his sons, who were 11 and 9, Brick and Jack, started to weigh in. When he came back, they were teenagers. Woody started including his sons in some meetings at the team facility. When we're discussing things, you'll hear Woody cite something that Brick or Jack read online that's being weighed equally against whatever opinion someone else in the department has. Joe Douglas quipped, I answer to a teenager. The Jerry Jeudy, by the way, Jerry Jeudy was asked about the Madden rating. He didn't believe it. He's like, no, that's not possible. No one would ever do that. That can't be a real story. I don't believe it. Another example came when Woody Johnson pushed back on signing free agent guard John Simpson due to a lackluster awareness rating in Madden.
Oh, my gosh.
The Jets signed him anyway, and he's had a solid season. PFF has him as the 8th best guard in the NFL. But then the Johnson family started to go in the locker room, and this became an issue. This is Mike White of what fame?
Cowboys fame.
Dallas Cowboy fame.
Yeah, Western Kentucky.
In 2022, Mike White played through broken ribs in a late-season game against the Seahawks with postseason hopes on the line. He played poorly. Jets lost, eliminated from playoff contention. After the game, with the quarterback in the showers after throwing his helmet to the locker room, multiple Jets players heard Woody Johnson say, "You should throw your helmet. You effing suck." The Jets confirmed this happened. They said, yes, it's true, and Woody Johnson apologized to the quarterback. He said that in the locker room. I wish Mike White would have taken the helmet and smashed it over his head, Myles Garrett-like. In the postgame locker room after last year's Week 17 loss to the Browns, multiple players said they heard Johnson's sons loudly disparaging certain Jets players. This year on Halloween night, the Jets got their first win since Robert Saleh's firing 4 weeks earlier. It was a significant moment for a struggling team. Aaron Rodgers walked into it. By the way, Aaron Rodgers, I now believe through this, did not want Robert Saleh fired, did not get him fired. He wanted stability. He wanted him and Nate Hackett to stick around. Everyone thought the game ball after Saleh got fired was going to the new interim coach. Before it could happen, Woody's kid, Brick, took another game ball and it gave it to Garrett Wilson in a profanity-laced celebration. He posted it to Instagram, the Sun. Woody then had to go and give one of the game balls to the interim coach. Multiple players said energy felt drained out of the room. Quote from a player, "It was the most awkward, cringeworthy, brutal experience." This is amazing. Anything I said about you, Diana Rossini, I apologize. This is incredible work. Every paragraph in this was had something in it.
It's like, how did not one of these things leak? How were they just all sitting on it? Has something just broken for them? They're like,
it shows you how desperate Rex Ryan is too. Rex Ryan continues to simp for this job, having worked with Woody Johnson already.
Man, if it's like it. So here's the thing. I think a lot gets out of NFL locker rooms in general. This is a good example of there's a lot that doesn't and won't until people get fed up. And then they go, you know what? It's time to start talking.
Yep.
It's time to start talking, and let's lay all this out. The Jets, for their part, by the way, Brian Costello from the New York Post, did you see his report on the Jerry Jeudy thing? He clarified. He goes, this Jerry Jeudy thing is not like it's being reported. Okay? He says, here's my understanding on Jerry Jeudy after speaking to several sources with direct knowledge. Woody Johnson did not kill the trade. The Jets' offer was a fourth and Alan Lazard. The Broncos did not want Lazard. Did Woody bring up Madden ratings? Yes, but it wasn't as a reason to nix the trade. So it's like, even if that's true, which I don't know that it is. It's one reporter saying this. Even if that's true, doesn't really make it any better that in trade negotiations he was like, well, what about this Madden rating? Yeah. That's still not good. That's just as bad.
Yeah, I agree. It doesn't get him off the hook for that.
And for someone to cite awareness is like You want to go to speed or strength, but awareness?
Yeah.
That matter? Like pick up, come on, awareness?
If I'm a Jets fan, the most terrifying thing out of this is maybe the part that's not even the most sexy, which is the line about he's just been right randomly enough that being wrong is not enough to dissuade him anymore. I'm like, well, that means literally there's nothing you can do to show him evidence. That means you could have all the worst luck and he's still going to go, yeah, but I've been right before. So I'm gonna do what I want. That I'd be terrified if I was a Jets fan. This is enough that I wonder if the NFL quietly, if they look at this, they would never do it publicly. It's not enough. It's not a violation to slap his name. I wonder if this would be enough that NFL people would just show up to the Jets and be like, this is stop it. You need to back off or something.
For being a bad owner?
Yes. This is if you do stuff like this, if you are this reckless, the NFL used to talk to Snyder. If you're this reckless,
but
they would
that's
say
a little different, right?
I don't think anything.
Hey.
That was like sexual harassment.
No, I mean the NFL used to talk to Snyder about just various things relating to how players said he was operating and like talking to them. The NFL used to have to step in.
Quickly on the ratings, you know who helps oversee the Madden ratings? Chad Ochocinco. That's like he has like an official job with EA Sports to like help.
What if they hire him as GM?
That'd be amazing.
That would be
probably
amazing.
better than whatever they got going on right now.
So several hiring the 33rd team.
Yeah, does the 30? I got to see if the 33rd team's ever done film review on Chad Johnson if they like him.
So then he has his buddies from his investment group come in. A lot of this sounds Jerry-esque, and they sit in the free agent draft and other football operation meetings, and they are interviewing Jets employees from across the organization about their roles and the way the Jets can improve. Multiple Jets employees refer to Woody's friends as the Bobs. From Office Space.
Yeah.
The Bobs. 25 years. The Jets have employed 8 interim or full-time head coaches, 9 if you count Belichick, and 7 GMs. You know how the Jets like officially responded to this workplace worry? They go, hey, we wouldn't have been... It's like a Texas Monthly equivalent. They go, NJ.com voted us one of the best places to work in New Jersey. And they cited that. There's a link. I clicked on the link yesterday, and it goes to NewYorkJets.com, and it goes, New York Jets voted one of the best places to work. And they go, none of this is true. All of it is false. And otherwise, we wouldn't have had this write-up from, this local city publication. This is amazing.
These photos of Brick and Jack Johnson.
Let me see them.
Oh, my gosh. They look exactly like you might figure they do. Okay, so I'm going to pull this up here. This is one example. Apparently, I don't know if this is Brick. Yeah, this one's Brick. Brick was allowed on the draft phone during the draft to talk to prospects. So you got that.
Yeah.
We've also got over here.
Got the Bama Banks.
See the sweet chain right here and the flowing locks on old Trust Fund there, Trust Fund Kid. And then you got the chain by Dad. Then you got the sunglasses at night look. And then
sure
again,
his first name isn't Sam?
Yeah, these are just. These guys look like I would expect them to look, all of them.
Yeah, and I'm worried that age difference with the Suns, it has me worried for myself. Me, Hagelin, and Dawson, geriatric parents.
We're going to be talking to Barrett Sports Media in 10 years like, Sean just lets his kids run this building.
Hey, is this not another reminder, though, that we can talk about in any sport, having the right head coach, or do you have the star player or GM? At the end of the day, the most important person on any sports team in terms of achieving success is the owner. And you cannot achieve at a high level if you've got a bad owner. You just can't.
Could always be worse, too, is the other takeaway. This could always be worse. I'm not saying it's great. Could always be worse unless you're a Jets fan. Then it cannot. That is as bad as it gets.
All right. Did you check out the free kick last night? How did round 1 of your fantasy playoffs go? We'll ask Peyton Russell that. Mavs get worked, and some Ranger questions for Jared Sandler, all next with Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan.
Hectic morning. We've got you. Listen.
to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me.
With the best. DFWsecurity.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Ciroc Vodka and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
This is a 57-yard field goal attempt. Because of the fair catch, it's a free kick. So Dicker for 3. And this kick is up, and it is good. How about that? A free kick field goal for Cam Dicker from 57 yards.
And it helps turn some of the momentum. The Broncos were up 21-10. And the LA Chargers come back and get the W. Both teams 9-6. This was an awesome game. Thursday night football. Chargers radio with the call. Sean Sharif, Bobby Belt, and Jared Sandler joining us this morning. This had not happened since 1976. And I was all types of confused. I really was. Jared, you hate this?
What, the free kick?
That is what we're talking about.
Sorry. I was reading
Stop
Peyton's,
texting
I was
Emily.
reading Peyton's text,
Not
okay?
everyone in that chair has to text women.
Peyton, it was Peyton's. Are you calling Peyton a woman?
Oh, you texting Peyton?
Yeah, it was Peyton's text. I have proof. You're on the text too.
Well, I don't look at my phone, non-sports stuff while we're on the air.
That's crap because you've texted me about non-sports stuff during the show before. I thought that was the first time in 40-something years that had been executed like properly, and the kick was good because didn't. Joey Sly, I read, tried it in 2019, but he didn't make it.
It's been tried a couple times. It's just, it's not succeeded.
So what is the rule? What actually happened
If you fair catch with no time left on the clock at the end of the first half or second half, you get a free kick from that spot. So you don't get an untimed down to play a play there, but if you fair catch it, you can kick it from there.
What sense does that make?
I think it's just one of those old rules that it comes up so infrequently enough, and now it's just become sort of lore.
I think I agree with you, Jared. I think that's a stupid rule.
I think it's a dumb rule. I don't understand. There's certain things. Why
should you get opportunity for points out of that?
Yeah, just for a fair catch? Like, that's...
I mean, I'm just saying, the original rule being there was probably, and now it's become novelty that probably the NFL keeps it there for just like, this happens so rarely. When it does, it's like a fun little like Easter egg within our rule
Or did
book.
they just forget to change it?
Oh, no, I think that because Belichick, I think, tried it a couple times, or they tried to get in position to use it a couple times. So, I mean, the NFL's been aware of it being used again. It's just, it's not common.
But did you, okay, the untimed down when there is a penalty that is committed with no time left, that makes sense, right? Like
Sure.
I can logically understand why that
But
happens.
there was a penalty with this, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't.
Yes.
The penalty on its own would not lead to the free kick, right?
No, it
He put them in
it's just the fair
range.
catch. Yeah, put them
but
in
it's
range,
the fair catch.
Yes.
Why? In my head, I cannot logically understand. Okay, in basketball, it makes sense that there is a three-pointer when you are further away from the hoop, right? That you get more points for shooting from further away. In baseball, if you hit it over the fence, it's a home run. Why does a fair catch allow for a free kick?
So I just asked ChatGPT because I have no idea.
It's because of the penalty. It seems like the penalty allowed that.
The penalty allowed them to kick. No, but the rule is
The rule is the fair catch.
Is it?
Yeah,
Yes.
the rule is
That?
the fair
Yes.
catch gives them the kick. So
Wow.
ChatGPT says this. They say that this rule was inherited from early versions of football, which borrowed heavily from rugby traditions, allowing for a free kick after certain stoppages. It remains a tactical option, although rare, and can be advantageous if the receiving team is in range for a long field goal attempt with no time left on the clock. So apparently what this is free kick is allowed on any fair catch in general. And so I guess that's what they're saying. The rules is that the fair catch allows it. So just because time expired doesn't mean that it now undoes what is allowed throughout the rest of regulation, just like a penalty would allow a play to be done again, I guess is the thought.
Like the
behind
whole thing was really, really cool, no doubt about it, but I still think it's a dumb rule.
Yeah, I agree.
The initial rule came from apparently something that blended from rugby and early football rules in the late 19th century. So we're talking about 1800s thought process.
What are the chances that the Cowboys be aware of something like this and execute it?
I think I'm going to answer that. I think they'd be aware. I think what is more likely is that the Cowboys, much like the Broncos, are likely to punt the ball in play to allow for something like that to happen. Like that. Why is no one talking about it? It was stupid that they punted the ball in that situation, knowing that that was a possibility. That you are giving them an opportunity, even if take the penalty out of it. It's a 60-something yard kick. But when you don't have any defensive pressure, you can do whatever you want in that situation because it is a free kick. You're opening
what else
the
should
door
they have
for
done
that.
on fourth down?
Punt out of bounds. Don't give them the chance to do that.
I'm looking. So
Sean Payton too. He pulled the he pulled the
Hardest coach ever.
He pulled the line that all these coaches love to go to of we practice that. His halftime line right in the interview is it's something we practice.
Yeah,
They all
okay.
have to say
So here's the thing I'm trying to look up here. I was trying to figure out if Bones Fossil has ever done one of these in his career, like attempted one, because I absolutely believe Bones Fossil is aware of it.
Yeah.
So I think here's what I'd say. I think the Cowboys would be aware of it to be able to try to use it at the end of a first half, especially with Aubrey. I think Fossil would probably have an awareness of that, like guys call fair catch and we'll kick it from there. I think there would be that aspect of it. I don't know that they would have the awareness on the other side of kicking it to them, that they would be like, hey, let's try to squib something here, or like Jared said, kick it out of bounds. I don't know that they would have that awareness.
All right, Mavericks last night did not have Luka or Kyrie. They get smoked by the LA Clippers. Jared, how are you feeling about the Mavericks this year?
I feel great. They have one of the most complete rosters that they have had in a long time. And if they trade for Jimmy Butler, they would be taking away one of their greatest strengths, which is their depth. Jimmy Butler's a good player. Maybe he's got a competitiveness that plays well in the playoffs. He's kind of a loose cannon in the regular season, but he is not worth the cost. Yeah, they had injuries last night. You have no Luka, you have no Kyrie. All right, whatever. But this is a team that, think of like their post combo with Lively and Gafford. That is way better than Brendan Haywood and, whatever they were rolling out. Obviously Tyson was a little bit different, but DJ Benga and Brendan Haywood, this is I think a really, really deep team that has the ability to do what they did last year and get to the finals.
All right, we got to take advantage as Ranger Tolos are pining. They're pining to pepper Jared Sandler with some questions. And Bobby, you came across something yesterday where two Rangers could be on the move.
Yeah, and one of them, in fact, I think there's been chatter about both of these guys, but one of them for sure, Jeff Passan, who, close friend of yours, a longtime confidant, was writing for ESPN just about general
Can't wait till I see him in person.
free agency intel.
I'll have to look hard.
Free agency intel, trade discussion, basically just a recap of like, here's all the hot stove stuff that's out there right now. And the Rangers are not mentioned in this very much at all, but there's a brief passing note that talks about how the Rangers have two players that they could move and could be available right now. And those two are Nathaniel Lowe and John Gray, which Lowe, I know there's been a lot of discussion on, a lot of speculation about. Gray as well has had some speculation. I don't know if it's been nearly as much as Lowe has, but I mean, I'm totally fine if you want to move on from Nathaniel Lowe. I think I'd rather keep John Gray at this point. Just with all the like injury history of the rotation, I don't think there's anything wrong with like a league average type of starter being in your back pocket.
Yeah, I mean, let's start with John Gray, I guess. If you look at who they have from a starting pitching standpoint, let's just assume they don't get Sasaki, and let's assume they don't sign anyone to a major league deal who definitely slots into the rotation. Maybe they sign a guy to a minor league deal with a big league invite who, works his way in. But you got DeGrom, Malley, Bradford, Evaldi, that's 4, Rocker, Leiter, 5, 6, Dunning, 7, Gray, 8. Not in that order, obviously. They have the flexibility to maybe move one of those guys. Gray contractually would make sense. There is a thought that John Gray would actually help out this bullpen, but do you want to pay $15 million to a middle reliever setup guy? I don't think they're going to have him as their closer. And so philosophically, that probably is a no. And yeah, he's a nice depth piece, but if you don't feel like he's one of your 5, right? Here's who you know who's going to be in the rotation. DeGrom, Malley, Evaldi, for sure. I think Bradford is for sure in your rotation. So now that leaves one spot for Gray, Rocker. Let's say Gray or Rocker. Okay. You can go and sign someone to fill a rotation spot if you feel like you need to for less than what John's contract is. And maybe there's a team that feels like they've got value or they need a starting pitcher, because a lot of teams do. Yeah. So that would make sense. With Nathaniel Lowe, the only thing I would caution people on if they trade him.
Cover your ears, Peyton.
Your podcast?
No, not that. He is a round peg, square hole guy because he plays a position where you expect to get power. Mm-hmm. But why are you laughing?
Just keep going.
Did I say something wrong?
No.
Okay.
Just keep talking. Round peg. You're talking about Nate Lowe, round peg in a hole, square hole, or
square peg, round hole.
Yeah,
sorry, whatever. He plays a position where you expect to get power. He's not a power guy, but this is a lineup. Here's where I think he brings great value. Seager, Garcia, Simeon, Young. 4 guys who are going to be in your lineup. 4 guys who probably are going to be in the top half of your lineup. They're all very aggressive hitters. They all are very low pitch count type guys. Nathaniel Lowe helps balance that out. He is patient. He draws walks. He sees pitches. You need to have balance there, and he provides that balance. You just acquired Jake Berger. Jake Berger is not a guy who draws walks and sees a lot of pitches. So if you're going to trade Nathaniel Lowe, totally fine. I understand why or why that makes sense. But the Rangers would need to make sure they got enough guys in their lineup who can see pitches, and they're not going to have a homogenous personality when it comes to the aggression 1 through 9.
Who's your favorite in the West right now?
Well, I'll answer this way. The biggest threat, I think, to the Rangers still the Mariners, and I think the A's have replaced the Astros as the second biggest threat.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Wow. So you think the Rangers are the favorites in the West?
I want to see what gets done the rest of the Rangers need to build their bullpen. They made a signing yesterday, reportedly a Hobie Milner. The Rangers need to continue to add to their bullpen, but yeah, I would take the Rangers simply based on the fact that the Mariners, they always find a way to screw it up. I think the Mariners have the best roster.
Let's talk to 2-time Netflix star. One for Aaron Rodgers, one for Jerry Jones, and he may not be a fan of it. We preview the Tampa Bay Buccaneers with Mike McCarthy next on The Fan.
said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023. And the Fan replay is brought to you by Ciroc Vodka.
Good morning, Metroplex. It is now time for the Mike McCarthy Show, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. I'm Sean Treif alongside Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. And Rangers play-by-play man Jared Sandler in Choppy's chair, and Green Bay Packer fan with his jacket on the back of his chair. Are you giddy, getting ready to talk to one of your guys?
Super Bowl winning coach. You gotta be crazy not to be fired up for this.
Mike McCarthy joining us here on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Oh, sorry, Netflix star Mike McCarthy joining us on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
Doing well. Good morning, everyone. Netflix fan.
Yeah. I mean, I watched you in the 3-part, Aaron Rodgers documentary. The Cowboys Netflix trailer dropped yesterday. Which one would you like to start off with first?
Oh, no, I'll just get ready to beat the Buccaneers.
Did you watch any of the Rodgers stuff, or did your phone blow up when it was released the other day? I thought it was really good.
I have not seen it, but I have some friends that have watched it, and it sounds like it's they did a really nice piece on air.
Coach, a lot of things that current Jets teammates said, I kind of felt through the documentary of whatever off-the-field stuff never seemed to really affect his leadership within. I thought it was interesting. You said every meeting had to start with a current events topic, and that always kept things a little bit different and unique. Is that true? Whatever Aaron's off-field interests were didn't really affect him inside the building and the work ethic and his effect as a leader?
No, absolutely. And frankly, the current events is something that, I've always been a part of. I learned it from our old offensive line coach, Alex Gibbs, used to do with the offensive lineman back in the 90s. And So that's a pretty common practice in the quarterback meeting rooms that I've been involved in. But what was really cool about Aaron has a very eclectic, range of interest, and is always very well read, and it was the current events was always a fun time to start the day.
To that point, Coach, about being very well read, you said in there that one of the things you always loved about him was he'd have an opinion, but it was always well researched and had juice behind it. In the Cowboys locker room right now, is there anyone that impresses you in that same sort of way, just being, somebody who's really sharp and well researched and has that kind of an eclectic personality?
Definitely. But to be honest with you, I think the majority of them do. I think that's just today's generation. I think just the way, and I experience it with my own children, having children range from, age 13 to 33. So I just think the way, these young people grow up today and the exposure that they have with the internet and so I'd say most of our players. I mean, you walk by the locker room at any given time when the majority of the teams in there, it's buzzing, and so I think it's a very, very common personality trait in NFL locker rooms.
Coach, talk about the I want to know about the X's and O's. Like, it seems like, Rodgers is a guy who goes in there, wants to know the why, has his own ideas. Rajon Rondo was a guy in basketball. Sandler was reminding me what a big hoops guy you were over here. Rondo, everyone said, could be a coach. Who is someone with the Cowboys you've been around where you're like, okay, this football intellect, this guy could be a coach, or, X's and O's, like he has it mastered? Is there someone who jumps out?
Oh, yeah. You can start in the quarterback room. I just think the training that these quarterbacks go through, if they're stupid enough to go into coaching, I'm just kidding. But their education is one of a kind. But yeah, there's always players that you look at and you say, boy, he'd be a hell of a coach. C.J. Goodwin would be a guy, definitely, because where he is in his career, and just he has such a great story and a diverse background playing offense, defense, and is obviously an unbelievable special teams coaching, a special teams player. So I think that's where he would really excel as a coach. Brock Hoffman's definitely a guy you would say, growing up in a coach's family. And I think, Will Greer coaches kids, you definitely can see, that they look at it differently and understand the backstory of what goes into everything. I think sometimes when you're a young player, I don't think you realize how much it goes into it, and because that's why these coaches work the hours that they do.
Mike McCarthy here on 105.3 The Fan with Sean, Bobby, and Jared. To the Netflix Cowboy thing, did you notice cameras around? Was it like some of the past experiences of Hard Knocks and All or Nothing? Well, that was with Jason with Amazon, but we were there at training camp with all the Hard Knocks cameras. Was there anything similar to that? Did you have to change the way you did things because of what's coming out next year?
I wouldn't say change. This is clearly an experience working for the Dallas Cowboys. I don't know if you can have any more cameras than we do have. Our internal operation is it's a well equipped department. So yeah, one thing I would say, 'cause I'm not a fan of it, but you do get used to it working here. So I think Netflix just kind of blended right in, frankly.
Well, look, as soon as you talk about all that stuff here, I relived and was reminded the Favre Rodgers stuff, where Aaron said, Mike brought me in the truck, told me what was happening, and the helicopters. You haven't had any helicopters flying around except for Jerry's around here like you had Favre watch, though, so that's good.
Yeah, this is definitely the closest I've ever been to a helicopter. It was cool to fly in on one. So that was a different experience. Especially for being a young coach. That was going into my third year, and in the handbook they give you, head coach 101 handbook, there's definitely was not a chapter in there about handling that situation. So yeah, that was a very different experience. But I do really appreciate it even more. I think Aaron was put in a very tough situation, and I thought he handled it extremely well.
Yeah.
Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Coach, Jerry gave a lot of praise on Tuesday when he was speaking with us, gave a lot of praise to Cooper Rush, getting the run game into optimal matchups at the line of scrimmage. Could you just talk about how Cooper's progressed on that front and how comfortable he is at the line of scrimmage right now?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you have to have it in today's game. There's so much that goes on at the line of scrimmage. There's so much that goes on with your cadence. Defenses are holding the skies longer than ever. It's a very, very common to see it, things held to the snap of the ball, particularly with the safeties. So it's a very big part, not only the run game, but also the protection, adjustments. And he's exceptional. He does an excellent job of that and keeps us in favorable plays.
On that front, just the idea of work being done by the quarterback, pre-snap, how do you guys prevent defenses from getting a beat on your language and your communication? Is it common practice to have language that varies week to week or dummy calls, or is it something where those signals and that language has to be consistent for the continuity of the offense?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you're always adjusting your language. You're very, very aware. We watch the TV copies, as far as our game analysis process, no different than, the defenses watches the offense watches the defense. So self-scout to me is something that I think you cannot spend enough time on, whether it's the players watching themselves, making sure they clearly identify what they're putting on film, particular techniques, stance adjustments, all those things. So yeah, that's the real, detail of winning at the line of scrimmage. So, I mean, frankly, every time we have a walkthrough, when we break, we have a signal session because that's something that's very, very fluid, and you're always changing and adjusting.
Coach, there was a time where Baker Mayfield's career felt like it was kind of teetering on the brink. He had gone through a couple different teams and was having some struggles, but he and the Buccaneers have proved to be a really strong match. What appears to have clicked for him as a quarterback?
Well, I mean, you're talking about a young man that's played a ton of football, Heisman Trophy winner, played at a very high level. First pick in the draft, and that's always a tough place to be because there's a reason you're the first pick in the draft. I mean, you go to a team that's obviously has the worst record in the league. So I just think the experience that he's had at every stop has really served him well because you can see it in the way he plays. I mean, he plays with great command, confidence, and that's something that is one of the first things I look for in his personality and his approach. And he's playing at a really high level, very comfortable in that scheme. And I think all those experiences that he's had, Carolina, the Rams, obviously Cleveland, has served him well.
Mike, Jared Sandler here, Packers fan. Want to thank you for some great years. Really appreciate it. From a quarterback standpoint, if you're drafting a quarterback and you can only have one, and I know that this is kind of an unrealistic hypothetical, but you got either a quarterback with great physical tools who lacks on the mental side, or the other way around, whether, mental side leadership, but then also the X's and O's stuff that we were talking about earlier. Which is more coachable or teachable? Which side would you rather have already versus have the opportunity to grow in a quarterback?
I think just in general terms, and it's really any position, but specific to the quarterback position, I think you have to look at, their profile and say, hey, what does he have that you can't teach, and what doesn't he have that you can't teach? That's usually the line that I think draws it. Because, what I've found in my career is, some of these young men, based on their background, really how much did they play in college at the quarterback position, and they may get, tagged in their evaluation processes. Their learning may not be as good, and that's why you have to go work out quarterbacks. You got to see them throw. You got to stand right next to them. I think it's a, difficult, skill set to evaluate if you don't see them live. And I think it's the same thing in the mental part of it, because I've had the experience where you've questioned a guy's mental capacity, and then you find out, man, this guy's really bright, but his communication skills is not top notch. It just needs some work. It's like when you have a Pittsburgh accent. I mean, you got to work through those. I think you clearly got to identify that mental part, because that's something that takes time, and it takes the one-on-one time. And as we all know in all sports, the evaluation process sometimes doesn't give you that one-on-one opportunity to get in the classroom and really dissect those guys. So, but you can't teach 6'4", great escapability and throw the ball to the moon. I mean, that's you're not going to change that in the classroom.
Do you know? And maybe the transfer portal stuff hasn't been around in its current form long enough. But have you noticed with quarterbacks who bounce around and maybe they enter the draft having played for, say, 3 different programs, that their fluency is less or maybe more because they get 3 different perspectives, or maybe they don't get to spend 3 or 4 years really learning one system? I imagine when you first started coaching and talking to these kids, it just wasn't nearly as common to talk to guys that had as many stops prior to the draft as now.
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I think we're kind of early in the evaluation mode there, just because it hasn't been around long enough. But I think, like anything, clearly there's pros and cons to it. But I think there would, in my opinion, will end up being more pros, because I think anytime you can increase opportunity and experience, it brings a wealth of value to any individual, especially at the quarterback position. So I would think that these the majority of these young men they're leaving for an opportunity to play, because it's been proven just the number of reps that college quarterbacks play in their college experience really helps them at this level. And I think it's going to be even more important, because just take the offseason program in the NFL. You don't have the reps in the spring, the summer, and training camp and preseason games that you had 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, and so and you got more scheme in today's game. So the experience level that these young men are getting at college, I think it's vital. So I think that in itself is a positive. But you're worried about the emotional part of it too. Is he leaving for an opportunity to play, or is he leaving because he wants a fresh start because of other things? So there's a lot there to evaluate. But I think clearly, someone trying to go get more experience at the quarterback position, I think it'll definitely benefit, would benefit them and help them be better prepared for the NFL.
Coach, great chat as always. We appreciate it. Thank you so much for sharing some of your TV stardom with us, and happy holidays, man. We appreciate you.
You bet. Happy holidays, everybody. Take care.
Mike McCarthy, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. We are all over the CFP playoffs, which start tonight. Let's preview it with the great Dan Wetzel from Yahoo Sports after this.
Miss any part of
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Station. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. For many, the final hour of your week until the extended holiday vacation. Happy holidays to all. Sean Sharif, Bobby Belt, Jared Sandler's Too Cool, and Choppy's chair to fist pump.
Or put headphones on.
Or put headphones on. We got
I'm
Peyton.
just not tall enough. You don't see my fists.
Peyton and Caitlin in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com will join us at 9:20. We'll crosstalk with KMC, who is at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth. But it gets started tonight. The predictions are already in. Well, at least the early rounds. We'll have Bobby and Jared tell you who's going to win the national championship after we preview with Dan Wetzel, the great writer from Yahoo Sports on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Good morning, Dan. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Doing pretty well. Where are you right now? Are you ready to attend a game? Are you taking this in at home with all the screens up?
Yeah, no. You only need one at a time, I guess. I'll get a little NFL. I'm in Detroit, but I'm going to Austin tomorrow.
Oh, you're going to Austin tomorrow?
Yeah, going for a Longhorn game. So it should be, I think should be really good. Yeah, I know it's a little weird. There's two games closer. All the games are closer than that, but that's where I'm going.
Dan, did this whole thing work out? Your regular season assessment, you know, the day of the playoffs starting. How did this all work out in your opinion for college football?
I think it worked out pretty well. I mean, you know, it's you think about all the calamities that people said were going to happen if we dared to try this. I think the season was really exciting. I think there was added drama because of the playoff. It's a little different. There's a few games here or there that were, had different stakes to them. But for the most part, if you look at the television ratings, the interest everywhere, the sport's booming, the opportunity for more teams to be in this thing excited a lot of different places. You guys know that, different fan bases. You look at the end, it's not the teams that necessarily everyone thought they would be. I think everyone's really excited about the game tonight. It could be, a little bit of snow in the air in South Bend. That's kind of a perfect way to start this. I don't think anyone's, you're going to start an on-campus game, any of these 4 games, and no one's going to be like, boy, I wish this was at a bowl site. I wish we were at University of Phoenix Stadium in a parking lot in Glendale right now, not, Darrell K. Royal or Beaver Stadium or Ohio Stadium or whatever. So I think that's been good. I think it's all around gone well. I think even there was a lot of crying from some Alabama fans and things like that about who got in, but for the most part, it was a tough choice on that last spot, and that's how it should be. And the committee made a choice, and I'm excited to see what SMU can do with that opportunity.
Dan, do you agree with the way they went about the seeding and putting an emphasis on the conference champions, or is that something you'd like to see change going forward next year?
I would change that. I think when they did that, they had a different – first off, we still had a Pac-12, so it would have been a different setup on who's your automatic bid. You'd have Oregon and – I guess Penn State would have bids instead of just have one. I don't like anytime you're rigging a bracket, especially at such a small bracket. It's one thing in March Madness when you have, it's so big it doesn't really matter as much. But I would prefer you just seed the teams 1 through 12. If we have to do something with conference champs, then let them at least be top 8, so that if you have a team that you got to put in there, they could be 8 or whatever. But certainly you look at it, is Boise State and Arizona State the 3 and the 4 seeds? No, they're not. But what I would say is let's let this cook. A lot happened this year that we weren't expecting possible, and what we thought wouldn't work turned out to work. For all we know, Boise State and Arizona State are going to win next week, or whenever it says January 1st. And prove that they did belong there. Nobody would have said the Group of 5 champion Boise State would wind up the 3 seed. Like no one thought that was possible. Here they are. So let's see how this goes. I would really love for them to sit on this for a few years. Let it play out. We're going to learn some things we like more than we thought, some things that work better than we thought. We're going to find some things that work less or not as good. But the idea that everything that happens has to have a quick knee-jerk reaction, I'm not in favor. But generally, no, don't like it. But let's see.
Yahoo Sports columnist Dan Wetzel joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Dan, what is, as we enter the playoff here and you look at the 12-team layout, what's the most compelling variable as we enter this stretch? Is it what version of Quinn Ewers is going to show up? What version of Ohio State bounces back and responds from all the drama at the end of the season with Michigan? Carson Beck being unavailable for Georgia. What storyline or variable do you look at and say, that's the most interesting thing to watch in terms of how this whole playoff plays out?
There's a bunch of it. I think Ohio State has at least especially this weekend, has an immediate thing. I can easily see Ohio State winning the national championship. They are one. First of all, I think there's 5 or 6 teams that can win the national championship, so that's pretty interesting. And that's the transfer portal. That's NIL leveling the playing field. It's not 5 years ago when you're just like, well, maybe this one team could compete with Alabama or something like that. But I think the drama around Ohio State, this is I would say the most talented roster in this field, and a team that, if it hits its stride, can win 4 straight games and win the national championship. However, they're literally walking into their own stadium. If they get 3 and out early tomorrow night, there's going to be boos. I mean, the people aren't sure if coach is going to stay. How do the players react? There's going to be a bunch of Tennessee fans there. There's just so much doubt and pressure on Ryan Day. So that's the immediate one. At the same time, they could turn that into us against the world. And, Michigan's not in this playoff. I mean, the one good thing Ohio State's got, They ain't here. So you're not going to see those guys, and that helps. So that's, to me, is the most fascinating. But the quarterback play, you said, Carson back. What is Quinn Ewers? Quinn Ewers could play himself into the top half of the first round of the NFL draft, or he could play himself into the transfer portal. That's wild. Some of the other quarterbacks, what happened with 3 weeks of practice? Did Drew Aller continue to get better? What about Nico at Tennessee? Talented player, but Kenny, he's young, right? But what if he makes this leap right now? How does that little extra time with some of these quarterbacks that could really spark them? Sam Leavitt at Arizona State. These are really good quarterbacks, and if they make that leap with this little break and some practice and some focus, how good do these teams get?
Dan, what are you hearing about Quinn Ewers' health? I know there's a lot of speculation that he never quite fully recovered from the oblique, and now he's got the ankle stuff. But do you feel like that's actually hindering his performance, or do you think that's just an excuse?
I don't know. I would imagine if he has those injuries that it impacts it. At the same time, that's football, and I think that's probably what Quinn would say. So he doesn't seem like a big excuse guy to me. I think he's handling this pretty well and handling the speculation. I saw him talking the other day about just, focused on the season. Again, a massive chance for him to redefine or define really what his college career is going to be, because this is a second straight playoff appearance, brutal loss last year, right? Last seconds or whatever it was. Or they may make the championship game. Again, they're a team that I think that defense, some of the receivers, they can win the national championship, but they could also lose to Clemson tomorrow night. So there's just so many variables on that. There's so many things that, we talk about Ryan Day, right, at Ohio State. He can redefine. He can be fired or he can win the national title. Quinn Ewers can redefine. Notre Dame as a program, right? Always good, never great. How great are you guys? Can you win playoff games? Well, maybe they can. If they win tonight, they get Georgia without Carson Beck. Maybe they can win that. They can change the dynamic of their program. Penn State and James Franklin, same thing. Never win the big one. Maybe they can win the big one. SMU, they don't belong here. It's like every team's got this little storyline of something to either prove, or they're gonna. Almost every team, I think, like some of them are going to be what they're going to be, Georgia or whatever. But for most of them, there's just so many storylines on this that will be defined over this weekend and the one on January 1st.
Who did you pick in the title game, by the way, and to win it all?
I have Oregon, and I it's a chalk pick, but I feel like we actually have not given that team enough respect because they've just kind of rolled through. They're the one team without any drama. They just won all their games. They've already beaten Boise. They've already beaten Ohio State. They've already beaten Penn State, 3-0 against teams in the field. They're good. Dylan Gabriel's a really exciting player. So I have Oregon winning it all. But like I said, I could see 5 or 6 teams doing this. I could see any of the teams. I could see an upset in any of the 4 games this weekend, at least by the point spreads and all that. So it's a wide open affair to me. It's not college football. It's a perfect time for this playoff to come because due to the transfer portal and due to the NIL, the players, you look at SMU's roster, they were able to put together a hell of a roster, right? And that wouldn't have been either possible or as easily done, or I wouldn't say easily, but it's quickly done without the transfer portal involved. And so because of that, there's so many teams that are a little bit more even. It's the perfect season to say, hey, this isn't 2022 Georgia that's steamrolling, or 2019 LSU that's steamrolling you. We don't know who the best team is. Let's check this out, and that's what I think is going to make this so much fun.
Talking with Dan Wetzel. Dan, you mentioned SMU and the little nugget attached to their presence. Do they really belong? And one of the things I always hate in these situations, it's one game. Anything can happen. And so if SMU loses, people are going to say they don't belong. If they win, then people are going to say, see, I told you so. When the reality is they could lose but still deserve to be there. But I'm just curious long term, like what is the thought on SMU and their staying power? Is this a flash in the pan year, or are people looking at this program and viewing it more as a step, more than just like a stepping stone type program, and one that can be a force for years?
No, I think it's the force for years, or at least a playoff participant for years. I actually think all of the talk around should they be in, should they not, is a little unfair. There should have been more discussion of this is an amazing story. I mean, this team is a group of 5 team a year ago. They have to basically buy their way into the ACC, and then they put together this team. They nearly win the ACC, but play themselves right into a playoff. And this was some of the barriers of the old way the sport was run. It was like, oh, SMU can't be good because they're not in the right conference. All of a sudden now, and that crushes you in high school recruiting more than anything else. Kids are going to pick. They're always going to pick the bigger conference, right? It's just natural. And when you could just stockpile your players that way, now we have a new thing. Now all of a sudden they get a chance. Hey, look how good SMU is. And there's no reason to think SMU can't remain here, right? Keep your coach and see him jumping at any chances. You certainly have the boosters. You have the talent base around you. It's a fantastic school, and I think that fan base will continue to get ignited, particularly just with the playoff things that you're going to see better and better. Attendance, all the other things that go. You can really boost this thing, but it's no longer, hey, come here, we can do this. It's proof of concept. You come here, look, we're playing we got a shot at the national championship. And once SMU got that opportunity, all of a sudden SMU can sell all the other things that SMU has. It's the same way with TCU when they finally got in the Big 12. It was always, TCU, all of a sudden bang, they're in a national title game. So it's hard to maintain. It's not easy to be good. There's a lot of teams trying to win, but I don't see any reason that this is just some flash of the pan. I think this is the real SMU that you're starting to see.
When Bill Belichick's time at North Carolina is done, however long that is, what do you think we're reflecting back and saying he was able to do there?
I think he'll do pretty well. I don't, he's going to be 73.
72.
So there's going to be 72 now. So it's only going to be so much. I hope it's forever, coaches forever, but it's not like he's got this runway. You look at Deion Sanders, he's in his 50s, right? People are kind of pointing to that thing. I think he's going to get a lot of good players to come there. I think because of the transfer portal, it's one thing when you're recruiting 16, 17, 18-year-olds. High school kids, they want to be near mom and dad. They want to be near, they care about what the kids at school think, what conference you're in, all different stuff. What's your 7-on-7 coach think? And when you all of a sudden have played a couple years of college football, wherever that is, and now you're sitting there saying, hey, I want to max this out. I want to take my shot at the NFL, and I'm playing at this school, that school. All of a sudden you're like, hey, I can go play for Bill Belichick. There's nobody better who knows more about the NFL, and there's nobody better, as a teacher when he was in the NFL than Bill Belichick of all the coaches. So I think he's going to get very good football players to go there, and with that, he should be able to coach them up and do really well. Are they going to win a national championship or something like that? I doubt that. I doubt they can make that big of a leap, although who knows? And we're just talking about Arizona State, Boise State, and SMU here. But I think they're going to do pretty well. But I don't think it's going to be super dramatic. But I don't see how this doesn't work. If this was 6 years ago and the way recruiting worked, I'd say no way. He's not going to have the patience to chase around 16, 17-year-olds. But he doesn't have to do that anymore. He can recruit 20, 21-year-olds. And all of us know you change a lot, especially as a guy between 17 and 20 and 21. Like all of a sudden this is a business decision. It's no longer what's cool. Oh, man, I love their uniforms. It's like, hey, I'm going to go here, and this guy's going to get me forward in my life.
Fantastic stuff, Dan. Thank you so much. Big fan of your work, and enjoy the madness that starts tonight. Thank you.
Always great to be on with you guys. Thank you.
Dan Wetzel, Yahoo Sports on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Is Micah Parsons really giving Jerry Jones and the Cowboys this big a break? Let's get the preview and prediction from Nick Eatman after this.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
What? Singing sisters?
Hazel Boats.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Lady.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
We'll cross-talk with a KMC masterpiece at 9:40 from Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth, but Micah Parsons was putting on a show again yesterday for the media availability at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. Let's talk about it and preview the Bucs with Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Were you around Micah yesterday?
No, I wasn't around, but I did. I made sure and listened to it. I mean, that's all I heard when everybody was leaving the locker room.
What jumps out to you?
Well, I mean, he continues to say the right things. He continues to say that he wants to be here, and obviously, just like CD, just like Dak. I mean, they want to be here, but they also want to be fair to the market and fair to themselves, and so. He said what stood out was that he didn't want to be, or he wanted to get it done in the spring, and he didn't want to, there to be any kind of holdout, or he doesn't plan on that at all. His plan looks like he wants to, get a deal done sooner than later, and that would help the Cowboys because if they are going to do anything in free agency and sign their own guys and all that, it certainly would help to have a deal done before that.
Now, a lot of people think the Cowboys are allergic to that. That they're like, no, it'll happen right before training camp, so you can want and wish and hope. But that's just kind of the perception of the Cowboys now that they'd rather do it later versus sooner.
Well, and Stephen Jones has always said, deadlines make deals and things like that. It depends on what the deadline is in this case. If the deadline is to keep Micah Parsons from holding out or anything like that, then yeah, I could understand that would be. You would wait till later, but the deadline might be if they don't get a deal done, they're not going to be able to even sign some of their own free agents that they want to bring back, and so they're going to be up against it on the cap. Everyone knows that, and I think it would help them to get a deal done on this sooner, so they can be somewhat competitive. And I mean free agency. I don't mean going to get the best free agents. I mean keeping the guys that they've got.
Nick, this is just me speaking. I am not implying that Micah Parsons was sending any message. I'm not trying to start any stuff. I'm just telling you where my brain goes. When Micah says, I don't need to be the highest, I want money left on the table for others, it doesn't need to be 40, I immediately compare that to Dak getting 60 in the most possible. When Micah says, hey, I need to be around training camp, I wouldn't hold out even if I didn't get a deal. There's scheme. There's chemistry. My mind immediately goes to CeeDee Lamb and CeeDee not being there. Are those fair comparisons? Do you think fans may react the same?
You're saying that Micah is saying those things because he's seen it backfire the other way?
No, I'm just saying him saying it kind of makes me hold it against Dak for taking the most. Like, why couldn't everyone be a little bit team friendly? Oh, CD didn't care about the chemistry as much as Micah. I'm not putting any words in Micah's mouth. It's just making me compare it because fans love hearing this stuff.
Right. Well, I would say let's do those comparisons when it happens. Like when Micah actually does take what we call a team friendly deal, or he does say let's get it done, or doesn't have a deal. Now let's also, if you're going to hold that against Dak on one way. Let's not forget the part about, he was there at training camp every single day, didn't have a deal, kept going through it. He knows that he has a different role as the leader. So if Micah is if those things happen, that will be great for him because, he obviously gets, he gets kicked in the, every single time, he does anything. So if he's saying the right things right now, and better yet, he's playing great football on the back end.
Yeah, real quick, Bobby, the part where I said to myself, I believe it when I see it, he was asked about the transfer portal, said he wasn't a fan. He was asked, if you were offered $5 million in a Lamborghini, would you take it? He said, nah, bro, I'm built off love and loyalty.
Okay.
He's saying that as a millionaire.
All right, Derek Carr has invaded the Cowboys locker room.
Didn't he opt out for the year?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point there, Nick. Nick, I'm curious. You mentioned there, you'll believe it, essentially the position I was saying. We'll believe it when we see it if he'll take 30. If he actually takes 30 and he follows through on that, something nobody believes, then do you think the Cowboys' heads start going at all towards, well, what about other stuff he said in the past, like, I'm going to retire at the age of 30. I'm not playing past when I'm 30. Does that start causing any concern, do you think, in terms of just oh, he followed through on that, then maybe he's serious about this. He's only here for 5 more years.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. It does need to be, mentioned in all of the discussions and negotiations. Micah can say one thing. he's even said his agent doesn't want him to be saying all these things.
Yeah.
His agent doesn't probably care how team friendly it really is. I mean, he's got a job to do as well. So we'll see how much he's involved on this. I think it's down the road, but it may not be too far down the road. And if he keeps playing like he's played, and I mean the stats speak for themselves this year. This is my favorite part about what's happening with Micah is that the team leads the league in sacks since he's returned from injury. He's got 4 or 5 sacks since then, so it's not just him, but he is making guys better, and that's what a true superstar does, in my opinion, is making the guys around you. Everyone said, well, man, Dante Fowler had a nice season last year. Well, Carl Lawson's having the same type of season this year, and a lot of it's having to do with that. With Micah coming back.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com on the D&M Leasing Hotline. How are you feeling about this Tampa matchup?
It's back and forth for me. I say, well, they've won 4 in a row, and you're like, well, the Cowboys won 3 of 4 and very easily could have won 4, but they didn't. But, then you're like, well, yeah, but Tampa looks, they look like they're playing better. Then you think of that Carolina game. I mean, one of these 4-game winning streaks is a road win at Carolina, and the Cowboys, handled them pretty easily. So you can't play that game. You got to go back and forth, and then Baker can be great here, and then he can be not so great here. I think with Evans back, I think it's going to be a tough matchup. I'm leaning towards a Tampa Bay pick on this one.
Nick, you remember it was the 2004 season. It was Julius Jones' rookie year. They got him back healthy, and they just discovered, all right, we're just going to lean into Julius Jones nonstop and just this heavy workload. Have they found that, do you think, here at the end of the year with Rico Dowdle? And it's like, all right, we see how this works now. The rest of the way, this is 25 to 30 carries for Dowdle the rest of the season.
Probably, I think a lot of it is Cooper Rush, though, too. I think they realize that, you can't just keep, letting Cooper Rush go and try to win the game. I mean, that's just not going to happen because when you get down to the 10, he's just going to fumble it. That's just the way it goes. I mean, so it's a little bit of the line playing better. It's Rico running better, seeing the hole, differently and running violently. But it's also the way that they have to manage these games and what gives them the best success to go win. So I think it's everything here. But I do think Rico Dowdle has ran the ball much better. I think he sees it differently. He's playing with confidence. And he's finishing runs. It's 2nd and 4, 2nd and 3 a lot of times, and that really helps the entire offense.
What can you tell us about the Netflix series, which trailer dropped yesterday?
Yeah, I know it's going to be interesting. That's all I can say. I mean, I don't. We're not a huge part of it. I know every now and again there's been some requests from Netflix to shoot some certain things, but I know that it's going to be. It's going to be incredible. I don't really have a lot to do with it, so I can't sit here and tell you. But I mean, the fact that it's going to be just so in depth, just like anything Netflix does. I mean, it's going to be off the charts.
So how different from like All or Nothing, Amazon, Hard Knocks access, or just the same? You think?
I think it just digs a lot deeper into his, just life. I mean, I think. I mean, there's going to be a lot of current moments as well. But it'll dig deeper into everything. I mean, is it a 10-part series? I think that's what I've heard. But again, you guys might know more about this than me.
Nick, Jared Sandler here. What's going on, man?
What's up, man? How are you?
Good, dude. It's been a while.
Pay attention to the clock, Jared. We don't have time for all your small talk and your high fives.
Nick, I got a question because, the Little Rangers were not on HBO or Amazon or Netflix. When you know that Netflix is showing up and they're going to film you, do you spend a little extra time getting ready or picking out the clothes that day?
No, I'm trying to avoid. I'm trying to get away from the camera. The last thing you want to do is when you're sitting around in the back, because they're not shooting us. So if I'm in there, it's because I wasn't supposed to be, and who knows? I just don't want to be picking my nose or anything like that. So no, I'm trying to stay away from that. But honestly, they do a good job of blending. I haven't seen a lot of them, actually.
Nick, give us a hot college football prediction. Either an upset happening this weekend or who's going to win the whole thing.
Man, I still think it sits well for Texas. I think they're gonna. I mean, I think that Texas is going to be in the Cotton Bowl. They're going to win 2 games in a row. But I don't really have a huge prediction. I've kind of said some things about SMU. I just didn't know how much they belonged, and same with Indiana. So watch them both win and prove me wrong.
Thank you, brother. Enjoy the game. We'll talk Monday.
All right, thanks. See you.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by WinStar. Let's crosstalk with all of us live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube with the KMC Masterpiece live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth after this. But, y'all, this is one of the final chances to let Hurtado do all the Christmas food work.
product? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Well, it's Crosstalk led by Mike Bassick for one last time in 2024.
Oh.
And I would like to say during that promo, if you noticed, it was the morning show fighting, it was the afternoon show fighting. But us three, we get along. We are the Larry, Curly, and Moe of the station. You guys, all you guys want to do is yell at each other.
You and Corey make everyone else look like, I'm trying to think of an analogy that I don't have, but
man.
Corey called me grouchy yesterday. He goes, "Why you get grouchy or closer to the holidays?" And I was like, I thought you were the grouchy one this week.
You get grouchy as you get closer to your time off, like vacation. If you're going on vacation, like that Thursday and Friday, you're just like, can't wait to get out of here. It's just the worst right now. It's okay, though. It's all right. That's your personality. I just wanted to know what it was that set you off.
If you're on YouTube or Twitch, I got the bag for Corey.
I'm concerned.
That's his present in there.
Man, Mike's been throwing out hints/threats about what Corey's present might be. I'm concerned.
I know Mike's present.
That is true. You do know one of Mike's presents. That's
So,
right.
there's Jared Sandler if you're watching. If you're listening, Jared Sandler, say hello.
What's up?
All right. Before I get to a question to you.
Did you not think I was listening?
Yeah, I didn't. Corey.
He hasn't been a lot this morning.
Oh, shut up.
Oh, no.
I heard that one moment.
Corey.
That one moment.
I heard the one, I guess Peyton had texted you, and you were like,
he probably only listened for 10 minutes.
Sean, you want to read Peyton's text?
If you listen
you want to read Peyton's text?
We can
read the real one.
Jared's trying to get in this promo already.
Yeah. I need to get. I haven't been in a fight on air recently.
Not since 2009.
So, Ranger fan, dial up so he can talk down to you.
Yeah.
We have Jerry Jones, Mike. Jerry Jones joining us at 10:30 today.
Really?
Yeah.
That's good news.
And then we're giving away presents today to each other, I believe. Kevin, do you have a time on that?
Maybe after Jerry.
All right, after Jerry.
Maybe we'll just cut that short.
Do you guys set limits on this? Or is there a price ceiling you can't go over?
There's no limits.
Oh.
We know each other's salaries. All right. So, Jared, you like going to college football venues. Every year you pick one, right?
That is correct.
If you could only pick one game to go to out of these 4 playoff games, which venue would you go to? Tonight is obviously at Notre Dame. Tomorrow you have at Penn State, you have at Ohio State, and you have at UT. Which one would you want to be a part of?
Well, I've been to all 4.
Whoa.
Second night.
Pre and post money.
I've been to all 4. I will tell you that the Notre Dame experience is incredibly special. And I think just given that there's snow on the ground, it's the first ever college football playoff game. It's an Indiana school versus the State School of Indiana. That one to me would probably be the coolest. Notre Dame football, the whole thing is special. Ohio State is maybe the loudest place I've ever been to. Definitely top 3. Penn State would be in the top 3 as well. That's a really, really cool place. And I like UT, but that one is the clear 4 out of 4 in terms of the venue, the experience, the atmosphere, all that stuff.
So it was interesting to me. You said this is the first ever playoff game. Haven't we had semifinals for about a decade?
In the 12-team college football playoff era is what I meant.
Good job, Mike.
Okay. Bobby, would it be UT for you? Because you're did you go to
No.
I don't know this.
I did not.
But you're a UT fan?
Yes.
Why are you a UT fan, and is UT the place you'd want to be tomorrow?
I'm a UT fan because when we first moved back to Texas in 96, 97, that was like right around the time Ricky Williams started taking over. And so when I started following college football, Ricky Williams was the draw. And so that's what I started following him. Yeah, I mean, I've never been to the other 3.
If you would have came here 3 years earlier, you'd have been an Aggie fan with Quentin Coriat.
Zero chance. R.C. Slocum's a bum. Definitely would not have been a Texas A&M fan. Yep, I always love saying that and watching Aggies freak out like Hagee just did there. But no, I've never been to any of the others.
Going, whoa?
Yes,
I've
it
seen
is.
you freak out
Okay.
before.
All right.
Kevin sounds
I mean,
grouchy.
I guess. I mean, to be fair, he hasn't been fired anywhere near as many times as Mac Brown.
Oh.
Yeah, but he has a championship. I bet he's proud of it.
Ask all his players if they think that championship is because of him.
Oh!
Wow.
It is.
I mean, his players openly are like, well, not because of
I
him.
think it is.
He was the Barry Switzer.
He got
of that
Vince
team.
Young.
I think he is because he said, I will stop coaching you, Vince. Just snap the effing ball and let's see what
I
happens.
just want to see what Vince Young does.
Then
Mike-
Vince Young decided
Mike, who's
to say
your
that-
team? Who's your college team?
I mean, slightly Texas Tech, but they're never going to be in it. So it's kind of like, it's cool. They, like their goal is to be top 25 every year, somewhere between like 15 is a huge accomplishment. 25 is like, hey, good year, Texas Tech.
It's very early, obviously, because the CFP hasn't even finished yet. But I noticed Joey McGuire and your Texas Tech Red Raiders on 24/7 right now. They're number 1 in the transfer portal rankings.
Oh, yeah, coming up with that oil money in West Texas. Well, what else is going on, Sean?
Oh, my God.
I was going to pick Notre Dame as well. I have not been there. I was thinking about that question. And I want to see what all this hype is about, as it's the highest ticket price, as Indiana has just apparently been dying to spend that college football money. But I would pick South Bend with the possible weather tonight. But overall, outside of this, was LSU that you just went to, as much as everyone says, the number 1 college football atmosphere by far?
I wouldn't say by far. LSU was awesome. I mean, it was incredible. Unfortunately, the game, it was LSU Alabama. That game kind of got out of hand towards the end of the first half and definitely into the second half. So it wasn't like it had that wire to wire intensity. Whereas like the Penn State game I went to, they actually lost in the last like seconds to Michigan State, but it had like that intensity. Yeah, LSU was amazing, but LSU and Notre Dame, it's tough to compare because Notre Dame's a more wholesome experience. LSU's more like...
Oh, is it like that from the fans too?
You drive, when I went to Notre Dame, I went twice, both when I was in college. We would stay in Chicago and then drive to South Bend, and you drive through these neighborhoods where it's like brown and orange and red leaves and kids playing football in the front yard. And yeah, I mean, I think that they don't allow, I could be wrong, I think they don't allow you to film things in certain spots on campus because they don't want to present drinking as a part of like what goes on campus.
But they tailgate?
Yeah, there's absolutely tailgating, but it's not as rowdy or intense as an SEC school. So it's a different type of awesome, if that makes sense. And the band, there's something about the Notre Dame band marching out with the little leprechaun guy and just the songs. No, and their fight song. It's really cool. It's a really cool feel.
And he has a box of Lucky Charms. So where are we at, Corey?
We are at Buffalo Wild Wings, right across the street from Texas Motor Speedway. As a matter of fact, we can see the Speedway right now.
So tonight, we want you to be here with us right now, but tonight you could be at a Buffalo Wild Wings and you could watch the college football playoff game and you could watch South Oak Cliff try to three-peat.
That absolutely. And today during the show, look, we just got this. Cowboys Salute to Service ball. We got 2 of these to give away. Plus, looks like we got jerseys, shirts. We got 4 hats, Micah Parsons, figurines, mini helmets. We got all sorts of stuff to give away today.
Cool. Now, tomorrow is going to be interesting because you have college football playoff games and very meaningful, I think, in our Metroplex with SMU and UT. But you also have 2 really good NFL games on at the same time. So did we talk about this on air or off air yesterday?
I don't know. You haven't mentioned it to us yet.
So, Bobby.
We don't fight.
I can't wait to give you your gift. So, how much will you... Let's say you're not at a Buffalo Wild Wings tomorrow. A great time to go to Buffalo Wild Wings tomorrow is if you're not at a Buffalo Wild Wings and you're at home, how are you kind of SMU's happening, but then you also have, and I'm sorry, I'm forgetting
Texans,
and then you have Steelers and Ravens. How tough is this that there's 2 really good pro football games on at the same time? It's not like Cowboys and Bucks are happening at that time, like it would be an easy decision.
I'll be on the SMU game. I'm much more interested in that instead of seeing whatever witchcraft the Chiefs pull out to have their BS team win another football game.
Wow. As he's somehow playing with the ankle.
Yeah, this is every time he hurts his ankle. It's like, oh, no, it looks like he's out. No, he's going to come back in 3 plays, and he's going to play. It's ridiculous.
He has a lot of Luka in him. They're both friends. I mean, let's be honest. I never know. Was Luka really hurt last night? Like, did he look hurt when he was talking trash to Dunn when they were reviewing? Like, I'm like, I just
he
think
didn't have a mouth
out.
injury. He can talk. That's not a problem.
If he had, so you felt like he was like limping around with a bad heel and everything.
Look, I've always said that about Luka. I'm with you, Mike. Props for always being bold with that opinion. The Mahomes, I don't know if Mahomes acts.
I don't think he fakes it. It's just like, how is he able to walk right back out there? They get all these benefits. They keep winning games they shouldn't. They get by with injuries. It's like, it's just, I'm with Hagee when he said what blood sacrifice they made to get it. Who exactly did Britt Reed take care of this time?
Jeez.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
But, like, what game was it this year?
Off the field. Come on.
Hell yeah.
What game was it this year where Patrick Mahomes looked really hurt? Like, oh no, is his season over? They had to take him off the field. Like, he could not walk off of the field after a touchdown pass. And then he came back on the field and won the game. And I was like, how is he doing this? But then you're like, there's no way. I mean, I love Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
But
he's awesome.
It felt like there was no way he was going to, 1, come back into that game. 2, is his season over? So, like, was it really that hurt in that moment? But Luka does this too. This is why we can never trust Luka. Like, I never know if Luka's really hurt or not because he fakes injury so much. It's really tough to know when he's really hurt. Like, how hurt was he in the NBA Finals? I think he was really hurt, and we might have found out he was really hurt. But when you cry wolf so much, like Mahomes and Luka do, you struggle with how hurt they really are when they could really be hurt.
I think it's a good point.
I feel like I see Mahomes' injury, and I never really see Luka's. I'm just told that he's banged up and he's hurt until it's time when the ball's in his hands, and then miraculously it all goes away.
You see Mahomes get folded in half.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
It's
graphic.
Yeah.
Boy, there's people already eating at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Look at that.
They're already serving food at Buffalo Wild Wings. We're near the Texas Motor Speedway, Buffalo Wild Wings. I'm going to tanger it after the show. You know what I'm talking about?
Outlet stores.
Okay,
yeah.
Gotcha.
Have you Black Friday, Mike? You got all your deals lined up?
I'm pretty much done Christmas shopping. I'm just going to go to the Tangs. And I'm going to see like what they have. If there's any like super deals to get right before. I got to get stocking. The one thing I have to get is my wife's stocking stuffers.
Wow.
Do you guys stuff your wife's stocking?
Get his wife's
Oh yeah,
stockings?
you know it, Mike.
So like they have like fingernail things I can get, or like lipsticks or stuff like that.
How long does the music play?
I gotta get So I'm hoping at the Tang. They got some stocking stuff.
Mike wants some tangs.
See you next year, guys.
All right, guys. Hey, coming up next, I'm going to eat food at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth. KNC Masterpiece.
Thanks to Comerica, you 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of 114 right over by the Texas Motor Speedway. If you want to come and join us for the KNC Christmas party, that would be fantastic. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick, the more famous Alec Medford is back in studio. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How's it going today?
Mike? It's going great, man. We got a listener riding the dew right now.
I don't know what that means.
Drinking Mountain Dew?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Isn't that what their
I was
thing
very
is?
confused
Isn't
by
that their commercial?
I thought it was do the do.
I don't know if they still use that
I have no
tagline.
clue what it
I'm
is
honestly
anymore.
not sure.
Yeah,
We got a
been
guy
while.
drinking a nice light beer.
It looks like a nice
Miller
Miller Lite,
Lite,
like
yeah.
$4 Miller Lite right there. Yeah, that's nice. What else, Mike? What else is going on?
Thunder Dan just walked
Thunder
in.
Dan just showed up, so that's a good moment
We got
right
chicken
there.
wraps being served.
Mm-hmm.
Dude,
a race might break out at any point.
Hey.
It looks like right across the Texas Motor Speedway right
this
there.
is a big show. This is the last year this is the last time of the year you're gonna see Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin.
That is not true.
Yeah, it is.
It's not.
When will you see me again?
Well, okay, y'all will see me. I will be back on air before the year's over.
I won't.
He won't. Not with you.
You and I will not be back on air together before the year's over.
This is the last show for
today.
all
Whenever I
three
get
of us
done,
together.
I will get to say, "See you next year, Kevin." and all the Tolos get to say the same thing to you because they'll, "Hey, see you next year, Kevin."
And contractually, there's nothing I can do.
You
about
have
it.
to just sit there and take it. Is the
All
way
right.
it is. So.
Well, speaking of sitting there and taking it, go ahead and give me cut number 4 because that's pretty much what happened to the Mavs in the second half last night.
Crosses over to the right hand. Angles to the left wing. 24 points tonight for the Beard. Gets downhill. Lasers Jones Jr. Right corner 3. On target. Derrick Jones Jr. A kiss to the crowd in his former home building.
I don't know why, but doesn't that kind of sound like a high school podcaster doing the game from his basement?
It didn't sound like he was at the game.
Yeah, it really did. Sorry if I'm out of the loop and everyone's like, oh, yeah, they don't do that. It sounded a little odd to me.
Yeah, it was very quiet. And the Mavericks were very quiet last night. You know, the offense was very difficult to come by. Obviously, not having your two best players out on the court, was that. But it was, PJ wasn't Luka, and Klay Thompson didn't hit enough threes last night. And therefore, it wasn't that competitive of the game. They were always about 8 points back and trying to fight in that range, and they just could never get over the top. Their defense was fine, but their offense couldn't kick up.
Well, time just...
Especially in the first half, right? I thought their defense was really good in the first half.
They were giving it their all. The guys that suited up gave it their all. They just don't have the talent to compete. Like, that's a 25-win team?
Yeah.
Like, if that's your team for all year, you're 20 to 30 wins, somewhere in that range, and I don't even think that team gets to 30, but the guys gave great effort. They just didn't have the talent to compete on an NBA level. I felt bad for everybody who went to that game last night that they paid a premium price to then see the two major guys sit out.
And it's interesting because that kind of fell right in the conversation we were having yesterday about, hey, you're trying to plan, and like for some people, and this is how I just don't really know how to solve it. What if for some people they couldn't get tickets on Christmas Day and this was their Christmas present to their family? And you're like, hey, you get not Luka, not Kyrie, hell, not even Jaden Hardy. Like, I don't know if that's really pushing people to go out there. But, like, you didn't get any of the stars, and that was kind of the balance thing that we were talking about yesterday. Because I don't know how to solve that. People get sick or people get hurt. Or maybe they get load managed. That's the thing.
And, I hate saying this, but I guess it's the right thing to do. I totally disagree with it from an NBA standpoint, from an entertainment standpoint, to the fan standpoint. But I think it was just a game where they're like, I don't know why, because they've had some time off. Maybe it's playing the Clippers back-to-back games, and there's like this, I hate saying this, I don't think this is true, but it might be, a handshake agreement between both teams, because we've seen this last year. If James Harden sits out, then it's almost like they made a backdoor deal on like, hey, we'll sit out our guys game one. If we win, we win. But we're gonna rest our guys in the first game of this back-to-back. If you win, you win. But we're not giving it our all, like putting everybody out there. But then if Luka and Kyrie play the next game and James Harden sits out, then there was like a deal done on like we'll give you the best opportunity to win game one. But if we win, we win. We're going to then play our best guys in game two, and you guys sit out your best guy in game two, and we'll see what happens.
Which you kind of hate, right? Like, that doesn't feel like the competitive spirit whatsoever.
Yeah, no,
although I will admit,
team,
in the first half, I thought this might go down as another marquee win without Luka, especially how the defense was playing. Clearly, the second half shut that down more specifically, the third quarter shut that down pretty expertly. But in the first half, I kind of thought, I was like, hey, maybe we can get another non-Luka win.
I mean, the thing about it, though, like that's the offense. It just shows you how much different it is with those guys on the court, with those two. Because watching last night, the Clippers players could man up and just stick to their players, stick to their guys. But when Luka and Kyrie are on the court, so much more space happens. And that is the big difference for them. And I think Jason Kidd knows and understands that whenever he's dealing with a night like that. Now, I don't know if that was Jason Kidd's decision to say, hey, we're giving these guys their opportunities, or if it really is a necessary thing. But we see that a lot in the NBA.
And that's the thing, like, I just don't feel comfortable because I don't know these people, their bodies, their immune system. I don't feel comfortable whatsoever saying, like, well, they definitely didn't play on purpose. Like, I have no freaking clue. But the bigger point was, if you're going out to the game, you had to be disappointed last night if you're a Mavs fan, not only because they lost, but if you're just like a fan who – because sometimes people forget, like, there are fans who get to go, once a year at most. Yeah. And maybe it's once every other year, once every 3 years, and this is like their big to-do and everything, and this is what they got.
Yeah, no, that definitely wasn't worth that for sure. But, tomorrow, 2 nights from now, we'll see if they're back out there.
Clayton Kershaw got to see the bench players try. I'm sure he's not worried about it. He's made plenty of money, and, I mean, to be honest,
he can come back.
It is the right thing to do. I think that baseball needs to do this more. Those tickets are free for, like, whether it's Patrick Mahomes, Clayton Kershaw, I don't know, the Mavericks, they showed some dude going with a Mavericks jersey, loving the Mavs. He's probably some super famous, popular, whether he's in entertainment, I assume. I'm like, I don't know who this person is, but the Mavericks are saying, look at this guy who's at the game, along with Clayton Kershaw and his wife. I'm like, that's a famous person. I feel like baseball needs to do more of that. Hey, how do we get, I'm just throwing this out because he's been there before, but for like a movie thing or whatever, how do we get Matthew McConaughey at this game? How do we get famous people in Dallas-Fort Worth to go to this game, and then we show them, and then it makes people go, oh my gosh, if Matthew McConaughey wants to be at a Ranger game, then I must want to be at a Ranger game. Yeah. And that's what the Mavericks did last night. I just thought it was weird that these people that went to this game are like, hey, we really want you to go to this game and show you you're at our holiday game and all this stuff, except our main 2 guys aren't going to play.
Well, and to add to that conversation of what you're showing up for, when you show up and you have an awesome time at an event, aren't you more likely not only to buy another ticket for another event, but also go watch that product at home?
Agreed.
And so when we're talking ratings, the product you're putting out there on the court for people that show up to your arenas, you want them to take that home with them.
How huge is that in hockey?
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of times people are like, oh, I'm going to start watching this more often once they go to the game.
They get into a game and they're like, this was so much fun.
Yeah.
And when you have that type of environment, that's why having those stars there is a big thing, because then they're like, man, I'm going home to watch this tomorrow night and the next night. I'm stuck to this now.
Because we're talking about it now, Kevin, but it's tough to talk about this game.
Yeah,
Like, oh, what does this mean
the
if you
second
play
half of the game was sad.
Yeah, what does this mean if you play the Clippers in the playoffs? It means absolutely nothing.
Yeah,
the
zero.
Mavericks decided to sit out this game.
It means
so
if Kyrie and Luke aren't in,
then
you probably
you're going
chalk it
to
up
lose.
to a loss.
Which I could have told you that before the last night's game. I will say one positive thing. Luka Doncic, I know we quick hit this yesterday. He's going to officially launch his foundation and youth research initiative tomorrow, which is World Basketball Day. And I saw something this morning saying they did a study about the importance of basketball and just sports in general, especially on young people, to help you either, it depends on stay off the street or understand the importance of teamwork or working hard or getting exercise in and all this different stuff. And so I think that's super cool. Like, obviously, we're disappointed. Kyrie and Luka didn't play. The Mavericks got smoked in the second half. But if you want a positive on the other end, the Luka Doncic Foundation will launch tomorrow officially.
So that's why he was off last night. He was preparing.
Yeah.
He's got work to do off the court.
I think he's going to teach the kids. They're going to be on a debate team. And the other team will be older people who are somewhat called like officials of whatever they do. And then the kids learn how to debate those officials.
Officials, yeah. They're officially official.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my gosh. It's almost.
Thank you.
It's
Thank you.
I don't know if you could tell how many more people got here in that first segment. Coming up next, let's do some NFL overreaction or reality. We're live in Fort Worth off of 114 Buffalo Wild Wings. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
You've made us number one in DFW. Don't care what they say. Thank you for...
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freako?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
or visit us online, dmautoleasing.com.
Today, the KNC Masterpiece are live from the Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth. Join us from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. for the Cowboys ticket giveaway. Plus, enjoy Miller Lite 22-ounce drafts for just $4. The only beer of the Dallas Cowboys. Please drink responsibly.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Ciroc Vodka and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck ride, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And second down and a long two. Goff with play action back to throw. Deep ball down the left side. Intercepted. It is Diggs at the 15. Up and running to the 18-yard line. And did he pick a good time for that?
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of 114. It is the KNC Christmas party. As you can tell, there's already a lot of folks here. I think we're going to fill this place up, so why don't you come on out? Overreaction or reality? And this might be my own concern more than anything. Trayvon Diggs' new injury/surgery will have a negative impact on his 2025 season. I know we're not even done with 2024 yet, but when Steven's like, he probably won't be a training camp guy.
All right, so 8 months was what we mapped out from this week, and that puts you, what's 8 months again? Exactly?
You'll be in August, like you'll be right up against it toward the end of training.
And he's already coming off an injury prior to that. And
which sounds like it lingered. I know they said it's a different injury, but it sounds like that was an issue.
Mike, we've talked about this so many times. One injury and then not being completely there, or just the work you have to do to get back into it, you compensate for it somewhere else. Your body, the balance of it all, is going to try and say, well, you're not exactly doing this yet, so we got to do something else. So, yeah, man, it's going to linger. It's going to linger for at least another 2 years for him. This next season, I wouldn't count on him being the cornerback. So that's, 3 years of after his contract was signed of not being the same cornerback he was before he signed the deal. And that's not like an effort thing. That's just a fluky dadgum thing.
But that doesn't change the irritation to a certain extent.
And it's nothing you can predict either.
He won't be at his prime. It's going to take him time. And you just have to hope that time will get him back to who he was when you loved him as a Cowboy fan. The scary part, I think, Kevin, is he's never the same. We saw that from Michael Gallup. Now, we saw from Overshown, I know he never played a snap for the Cowboys until this year, but we saw how good he became as the season progressed. Unfortunately, I think you have to look at, I know you're asking a Diggs question, but now you have to look at two guys on your defense.
Okay, so I have a radically different additional question.
You want to make him a quarterback?
I want to ask if you think that the Dallas Cowboys would consider moving on from him. Now, I know a lot of people think that means trade, and if you don't think he has trade value, that's fine. I was going to throw something else out there. I'm not suggesting this. I'm just asking.
I have not heard this from anybody else, so therefore it is your suggestion.
You could just cut him from the team and move on. I'm not saying that you should, but
money-wise,
consider the financials. His dead cap hit would be about $12.8 million. What the Cowboys love to do is split that in half, so $6.4 on either side. You can just take it all now if you want. His cap hit for the upcoming season is $14 million. So theoretically, with the way the Cowboys do it, you would save approximately $7.6 million, and you would be off the hook going forward.
I hear you, and you could be right. But the Giants, released Daniel Jones because he was healthy, and they're like, if he gets hurt, we have to pay some of this. So I hear what you're saying, but I just wonder.
I'll check on that.
If you look into Diggs, there seems to be injury protections on this that you can't release guys when they're injured. So that's the only thing is I would lean towards the way the Cowboys are saying they are just screwed money-wise for the next year or so.
That's the only reason I asked the question.
I would lean towards releasing him. But I just don't know if you can because it seems like these guys have a lot of injury protections in their contracts.
What it does, again, because you've seen how the depth has been tested at cornerback this year. I don't know. Is Kalen Carson ready next year?
It doesn't feel like it, though, right?
So now you're trying to have to figure out, and more likely the way the Joneses do it, the way the Cowboys do it is, I don't care if he's ready or not. We drafted him. He needs to get ready. So that seems like that would be the option. So are you prepared to go with Kalen Carson there next year, or even another rookie? Because they're not bringing anybody else in.
I have a question based off of your question.
Ooh.
I like what you're saying here. Let me add on this. Who do you think like the 2 or 3 best franchises are in the NFL?
I do think the Ravens,
Chiefs.
The Chiefs are hard to argue with.
Would they release him? So I would say, what would the best organizations
I think the old
do?
Patriots would, but that's a next level of cutthroatedness.
And nobody runs their organization like that right now.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So I don't think so.
I think they'd work with them as long as they could.
Yeah, I would look at it. I know Pittsburgh hasn't won in a long time, but I look at them as a quality organization. I'd be like, hey, what do you guys think Pittsburgh would do in this situation?
I don't think they would.
I'm also really curious as to what that contract would look like if it was one of those organizations, too, if they would have spent that much already.
NFL overreaction or reality, even though there's 3 weeks to go, the race is over and Josh Allen has won the MVP.
Thumbs up.
You think so?
It's over.
There's nothing he can do to lose it from here?
Or even if Barkley went on a tear?
Well, I'm also looking at it this way. He gets 3 practice games to finish the year.
Yeah, he
that
does.
is a good point.
If he plays all of them. He might not play. There might be 1.5 games.
If Kansas City locks in the 1 seed and they've locked in the 2 seed, I could see him, because he'd have to play the next week. There's not a bye for the 2 seed.
Yeah.
So I could see where he doesn't play the last week, but I just think that these next 2 weeks he's going to rack up some nice stats and two more wins.
You just brought Barkley up. If he broke the record, I know it's a stretch, but if he did that, doesn't he deserve
That's
it?
the only way I think it would happen. I think he deserves it, but I think the only way he'll even get votes, not necessarily even win, but get votes, is to go past 2105.
Yeah, I think so too. So at the moment, yes, it looks as if, unless Barkley does something special here at the end of the season, but it looks like they're about to wrap some things up too.
Question back to your question. Overreaction or reality? Saquon Barkley has racked up the Offensive Player of the Year award.
I think if assuming he doesn't win the MVP, that's a done deal.
Yes.
Ooh, I'm going to say 90% done deal, because if the Ravens make a charge led by Derrick Henry down the stretch, I could see how that momentum would switch. So the more I talk, the more I'm going to scale it down. 80 to 90% now that it's Saquon.
We're finishing up this year strong.
Who?
Our show, man.
Thank you. Yes,
I mean, we don't even argue with each other. If you heard that promo, it's the morning show and the afternoon show, man. They're going after each other.
I got one more.
We're like 3 peas in a pod, and I think there are 3 peas in a pod.
I got one more quick one for you. Overreaction or reality? You are pumped about the contenders playing each other on Christmas Day.
Yes,
I like it.
Reality for sure. I mean, contenders playing against each other on a day where I'm probably sitting around a lot.
I like tomorrow.
Yeah.
I get a great halftime.
It's the same 4 teams tomorrow. They just shuffle it up.
I get Beyonce at halftime, and before that game, I get Mariah Carey. What more can I ask for?
My daughter showed me Will Ferrell doing Beyonce.
All right.
Pretending to do some
I do not want to see that video.
Drunk love song. Like Drunken Love. I've never heard that song before, but Will Ferrell, he was crawling on the ground and lip syncing it.
All right. Well, if you want to send us that link, I guess we'll check
You've never
it out.
seen him do it?
I guess not.
Marino won the MVP of the year. Dickerson broke that record.
I'll have to check that, but if that's the case, then that kind of undercuts the whole argument. We're the KNC Masterpiece. That's a thing that happened right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys owner and GM, Jerry Jones. Plus, maybe some Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because. Plus, maybe we'll open presents. All of it next at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of 114 on...
Uber Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
105.3 The Fan, live at Buffalo Wild Wings off of 114. And right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is the Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager, Jerry Jones. Good morning, sir.
Hey, good morning, Kevin, Corey, Mike. Good to be on with you guys.
Heck yeah.
I know we got a lot of Cowboys business to get to, but this is always a cool time of year for folks in the Metroplex, too, because all the Texas High School Football State Championship games are happening at AT&T Stadium. I know you got a lot on your plate. Do you still get a chance to go out to some of those games? And what's the atmosphere like for folks that have never been?
Well, yes. The answer is a big yes, and there's nothing like it. High school football, especially here in Texas, is such a phenomenon. And what I would like for everybody to really understand is this is the best of the best, these players in this area. There's a wonderful article in this morning's Dallas Morning News about how SMU has really taken advantage of the local, really the quality of football at the high school level. But all schools have been. Oklahoma's been coming into this area, coming out with some of the greatest players for years. And at Arkansas, I remember our greatest days were when we had a majority Texas football players. So the point is that the talent is here. And I not only read that, there was coach in Highland Park, and their 16 run there for the state championship. You just can't create this stuff.
Jerry, we had Steven on a few weeks ago, and he talked about ownership can only do so much for, like, their college. Obviously, I'm sure you'd love that if Arkansas was playing tonight or tomorrow in the playoffs. What are the restrictions on you helping out Arkansas become a elite football program?
Well, we really must, when it comes to the football part of it. Now, the other sports, there's no issue. But when it comes to the sports part of it, I mean football part of it, we have kind of an arm's length policy there. And let me say this. Let me back it up. If I could, I would make this deal with the NFL. Just let me have my choice of the players and the knockouts, and you can have the rest of the country. And but I get my choice of the players in this part of the country. We'd be going to that Super Bowl about once every 2 or 3 years.
And just for clarification, when you say we have kind of an idea, is that we like the NFL or we, y'all, the Cowboys, have just decided, hey, like, let's kind of keep our distance?
Well, that you've smoked me out. That covers a lot of ground, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It does.
Has it taken y'all that long to figure that out?
Hey.
I'm not so sure what we is, if you really want to know the truth about it.
Okay, fair enough.
It's the royal we.
Fair enough.
It's certainly the NFL, and in this case, the NFL, the Cowboys, inclusive in that way.
Yeah, they're all together on that one,
I
Kevin.
gotcha.
Now, Jerry, we are about to have a Christmas exchange amongst the show out here at Buffalo Wild Wings. We're going to be exchanging some gifts. Are you the kind of person like my co-host who says the amount of money you spend on me is how much you care? Or do you like gifts that like really hit the heart? Where are you on gifts?
Hey, I'm going to give you that little dollar prize and let you figure it out.
There, you see?
But it's going to come. It's going to come with a big smile and a lot of BS.
I love it. I love it. Now, the teaser trailer for the Netflix documentary about the Cowboys dropped yesterday. I mean, I know you were heavily involved in it and everything, but how much work did this take? Did you get a chance to see the teaser? Are you excited? Are you dreading seeing this? Where are you at?
Yeah, I've got a chance to see the teaser, and it's going to be shown this weekend in the Christmas showing that Netflix showing our NFL games. And but candidly, it was the producer's choice of what to use and how to say it relative to what's in that teaser. But that's quite an extensive work. We've been working on the actual documentary for going on 2 years. And so there's probably a couple more years worth of work to do on it.
You know, Jerry, the title of it says The Gambler and His Cowboys. And I was kind of curious on the entirety of your career with the Cowboys. How much of a gambler were you before versus how much are you now, and how different your gambling is at this point?
Well, taking, gambling, Hail Marys, that might have been an appropriate thing to talk about. But the real world is that you're dealing with a pretty fluid world in football. And no matter how you calculate it, no matter how it adds up, 1 and 1 is not 2, it's 3. And when you get that ambiguity in between that 1 and 1 is 3 rather than 2, there's a lot that happens. And a lot that happens, let's just take injury, let's take availability, let's take, and then the talent level at what you might have expected as opposed to what it is. One way or the other, up or down. Micah Parsons, for instance, up or down. Nobody saw that coming. So having said that, in a positive way I'm talking about, nobody said that, but there's enough ambiguity that if you don't add an element and can't act with some serious ambiguity, tolerance for ambiguity is a phrase I use a lot. If you can't act and be firm and basically make a big decision, ambiguity involved, you're not in the right world. I used to say my prior time in oil and gas prepared me for the NFL because I could be talking on a phone at that time, a normal phone back then, with my left hand and hearing the news that I just hit a dry hole, enough to absolutely ruin your day or week or month. And at the same time, put that one on hold and talk to someone else about doing a new prospect and getting very financially well off with that prospect. Now, you got to take the news in your left ear that's negative, and without your voice breaking, get over on the right one and talk positive and talk about the future and how well it's going to be. So that prepared me well for the NFL.
Now, one of the people you mentioned in that answer was Micah Parsons. I know Steven has said, hey, don't look for a ton on the free agency front, but Micah Parsons stepped out yesterday, I believe, and said, I'm going to try to work with them and help as much as possible on a contract extension so the Cowboys can attack free agency. What do you think about those comments, and is it possible that the Cowboys could find a way to attack free agency?
Well, let me just say this. The bounds of Micah Parsons' intellect are limitless. Seriously. I mean, I've had his coaches call him brilliant, and that may manifest itself other than the physical brilliance that's there. So he gets it and really does understand what we're trying to do here and what we're trying to put together. So that's why the other day when someone asked me about was there any discussion about doing something different with Micah, and that's, as I said, that's ridiculous. Of course not. There's never been. He's a unique player.
Now, he did say, too, that he hates Philly and those kinds of words there. And he said even if the Cowboys get eliminated, he's got to crush them. For a competitor like Micah, how difficult do you think this kind of a season is for him emotionally?
Well, I've never met a competitor that doesn't wear it inside and out.
Yeah.
The disappointment. You have to wear it. And candidly, it's got to eat you up. It's got to eat you up. And eat you up enough so that when you're getting ready to go again, anything you may need to call upon, you got to remember how bad it hurts when you don't win. And that's there. You say, well, you can't win every time. Well, you don't know that when you're getting ready to play that game or that make that effort. So it's important. Listen, your mind is so much of it here.
Now, speaking of competitors, I know DeMarcus Lawrence is in that category. Is he, in fact, done for the season? And if that's so, do you think he's played his last snap for the Cowboys?
No to all of that. And I don't know that he's at all done for the season because we don't have any idea at this time of where we're going to be during this season. You say, well, you've certainly right there at a cusp, but we're not. And so, no, I don't know that. I know he's not ready to play. He would be out there. You couldn't hold him back if he was ready to go. And so that's really the issue. When's he going to be ready to go? But the other part of the question you said, is he done with the Cowboys? The answer is no there.
When it comes to him specifically, what is the thing that his traits that on and off the field that you're like, that's why he's a Cowboy?
Tenacious, his effort. He doesn't know the whistle has ever blown. He goes right through the whistle with his effort. You'd think it was the last play that he's ever going to make every time with his undeterrable just his determination. Let me say it that way. His determination to get the ball carrier, and he's got about as much effort to make the play as any player I've been around.
On Sunday, we get to see Mike Evans, who I think is one of the brilliant receivers in the NFL. He's extremely talented. I'm excited to see it. I think most of the guys too are, and we get to see CeeDee Lamb weekly. But how often, Jerry, do you still get excited for one particular player on an opposing team? And is it usually a receiver? Is it somebody in the trenches? Where are you at with that?
Yeah, I don't get excited about them at all. And I have such an appreciation for them and all the respect in the world for them. But, boy, when they're playing against us, that's not fun. And I'll never forget Randy Moss coming in here and putting on the show he did against us the first time he played us after we didn't draft him. And I get it, and that's okay. I've ate my ate my crow, whatever you want to call it, but boy, he put it on against us. I know that these great players have abilities that can just ruin your day when you're playing against them.
It's more like he's great. Now go shut him down.
Yeah.
No, there's not even that. There's not even that.
Just shut him down. Gotcha.
There's just have just a spot there that just almost wishes anything but him and his abilities against you.
I have to admit, I've come over the last couple of years to respect Baker Mayfield a lot more. I know he's a number 1 overall pick, but he's just kind of meandered across the NFL his first 6 years. He's now on his 4th team. Does this feel like the clear best season of his career? And does this feel like an unusual path for the number 1 overall pick to have taken?
I'm a big fan of Baker Mayfield and have always been. I love his story. Going out there and at Texas Tech with Mahomes, they were there at the same time. Can you imagine?
Mm-mm.
And then him going over and walking on, just leaving and walking on. Well, now, that movement around now is commonplace, but it wasn't so much then. And for him to step over there and make the move that he made, I love his presence. I love the way I love his game, the way he maximizes what his skills are. But to me, the competitor in him, I played ball with a great All-American quarterback named Billy Moore. And Billy just exuded leadership. I've always thought Baker Mayfield and Billy Moore, an AP All-American when I played it, Billy was, at quarterback. And I've always thought they had some of the same ability to get their game, a combination of competitiveness, wearing it on their sleeve, and they elevate the people around them. But I'm a big fan of Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, and what fortune the Buccaneers had. I mean, Tom Brady a couple of years ago, and then falling and having Baker Mayfield, kind of fall back into their lap. How difficult is it to find a quarterback? I know they found a couple in free agency here, but what is that the most difficult job, making sure you have the right guy at the helm there?
Well, I don't know. I have when I'm ready for a quarterback, I go into my crystal ball and I sit there and I give all these studies and what have you. That's why we drafted Dak Prescott, a second pick in the 4th round. We knew he was going to be Dak Prescott.
Yep.
So I know how to pick him.
Uh-huh.
Thank you very much, good sir. Thank goodness we didn't get Paxton Lynch. Appreciate the time. We will catch up with you again next Friday.
Have a great one, Jerry.
You bet, guys. See you later. Bye.
There you go, Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan.
You didn't say see you next year.
Thank goodness for that. Also, I were Baker Mayfield and Patrick Mahomes at Texas Tech at the same time?
They were. Yeah, that's what everybody's saying right now.
Okay.
It's in our faces if we didn't believe it.
Okay.
But I think it was kind of a passing more than anything else. Though.
2 ships in the night. I got what you're saying.
It's like, you're going to have to compete. And he's like,
No,
I'm not.
Do you think he just saw Patrick Mahomes'
I think he knew.
true level of greatness before everybody else? And he's
It was weird. I think he knew, but he also knew Oklahoma wanted him too.
Yeah.
I know it sounds like
and program-wise,
he just walked on, and they're like, "What are you doing here? I thought you played at Texas Tech." No, I mean that was all set up.
Yeah, that was the better program for him to land at too.
Now, I want to throw this out there for people that are listening. If you're on the Twitch, if you're on the YouTube, give us some Cowboys win because, Cowboys lose because. But we also have some presents if you guys want to exchange them. Now, I'm going to tell you this. If you would like to open my present to each of you, this is part 1.
Oh, part 1.
Dude.
Part 2
I like this.
Oh, my God.
will happen today, maybe in the expressway.
Oh, my. I like this.
I have no clue what that means.
If you need encouragement to make your way out here to Buffalo Wild Wings off of 114, I would say here's part 1.
Part 1?
2 will happen at some point during the show today.
You even put our names on it.
Yeah, look, I cannot take any credit My wife made the bows out of other wrapping paper, and she painted those little tags on there. She painted those herself.
I can tell. That's
yeah,
nice.
Each one of those.
You can tell I wrapped Kevin's gift. That's a man's wrapping right there.
Business or
yes,
something,
yes.
That is a man's wrapping is what happened.
Well, where's PJ Washington?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, women. You know what I mean? Hey,
yes.
Kevin, those two are yours right there.
I know PJ Washington. I heard.
I'm going to keep this.
Okay, I think you should.
I think I'm just gonna
so
keep
that's
that.
been her big project is she's been painting like little hand tags and everything to go along with those gifts.
Oh, I know your address now.
Okay. You already knew my address. Please, Mike, don't read it off because that is what I'm concerned about. Please.
Oh, man, you made sure I don't have your address. I am getting organic smoothie melts.
Look at that. That's awesome.
Oh, man. No.
You're not.
Oh.
You're not at all.
All right.
And
I'm
neither
opening
is
my
Corey,
box.
And
I'm opening, and I found a shirt. I found a shirt.
Oh, my gosh. The Tolos here are going to be amazed. Did you see it already? I heard somebody yell. I got a shirt that says, take a load off.
Everybody can take a load off together. This is amazing. We can all just relax and take a load off like the Mavs last night.
The official undershirt.
Yeah.
And overshirt.
Of the KNC masterpiece. I
So-
like that,
So
dude.
do we wear this shirt?
Dude, this is good quality brand
It
shirt.
is a good quality brand shirt. Those were specially made just for you guys, and
yeah, dude, are you gonna wear
where's
one
yours?
with us? Or we gotta have teammate
Yeah,
shirts.
Kevin.
When
We
we,
have
go
to
to
wear it. We have to wear it at the same time.
when we go to the Super Bowl, we have to.
When
we
we
have
go-
to definitely. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
He's wearing it. He's
What's
wearing it.
happening right now?
He's wearing it.
Whoa! He's wearing one.
Yeah.
Kevin's gonna take a load off.
Kevin just took a load off.
He
right
took a load off right in front of everybody.
Oh my God.
That's awesome, dude. Take a load off Kevin Hagelin.
Finally, you can relax and breathe.
Yes.
all right, it feels like the enthusiasm is there. Do you want to do part 2 right now?
Sure. Let's do
Oh my
part
gosh.
2.
All
Take
right.
a load off.
Is this about your Riz?
I'm gonna need you guys to filibuster for me
All
for
right.
just 1 second.
Kevin, Mike, I brought you presents too, so you can go ahead and open your present if you would like. Do you know where to leave it somewhere? Do you got it around there somewhere? They're both right here. Bam! I found your presents. Kevin disappeared and left to go to the car. There's yours, and I got two
Oh my
of them
gosh,
for
this
you.
is so fun. Opening presents?
Yes, presents
It feels
are
like
great.
Christmas.
Look at this. I got a box.
You got us oil.
That says you got me canola oil.
Oh,
Thank you,
man.
Kevin. Oh my
Oh.
gosh.
There's a
What's
lot of
happening
stuff in
right
there.
now? All right.
I have. Go ahead.
I got pumpkin spice pancake mix.
I figure your kids, they like you said pancakes and
every
stuff.
New
That's
Year's
my
Day.
favorite.
Every New Year's Day, I make pancakes in the house. So yes, I'm in on this.
Oh, I got a baseball. I'm going to tell you. Wait. Yeah, you can do this.
Okay.
Do this one.
All right.
Is there an inappropriate
Oh, my
one?
God.
Oh,
in
yeah, there is.
Oh my god.
Oh, yeah, there is.
So this is something that you can take a turkey, just shove it right up in the chicken or turkey, and you just sit the turkey on that and then put it on the smoker. I do not have one of these, Mike. This is awesome.
This is an autographed baseball. It looks like from our station. Am
It
I
is.
correct?
Every guy at the station, and Caitlin as well, except for Choppy. I did not get Choppy yet, so I have to go get Choppy. And yes, I specifically told CA
To sign
do
the
not
sweet
sign
spot?
the sweet spot. And he said, got you down, and then signed the sweet spot. And I was like, oh, but it's okay.
Do you think he knows?
I don't think he knows at all.
Yeah.
That would mean he's the manager. This is where Spittle is supposed to
I was.
sign.
I should have gotten Spittle to sign first.
I mean, that is total disrespect. If you want to know, CA has totally disrespected Gavin Spittle. So that's for your beer chicken.
Oh yeah, that's
right?
great.
You put a beer there, and then you put a chicken
Put a
on
can
top.
in there, and then that way it stays moist, Kevin. You want
Yeah.
moisture when it
Now
comes
look,
to the chickens.
You can open this, but I'm going to tell you
Don't
that
read it.
there's no. This is kind of interactive.
Oh dear.
Or not interactive. There's a little bit of a challenge to this.
It says Tops TBT, so that means
Oh.
Throwback Thursday or Tuesday, maybe.
So
Okay.
this is there's one card missing. It's supposed to be delivered today. It's fine. But so this is Topps Heritage, This is the set of the Rangers championship. So it has an Adolis Garcia, like AL champion card where he's celebrating a home run in Game 7.
Cool. Dude.
So each game has its own card, and Topps Heritage is a cool set. The one that's missing is Marcus Semien. I'll get it today. It just didn't get delivered in time. But here's your challenge, and Kevin, you got the same set too.
Okay.
Here's your challenge. This set is like a $5 or $10 set on its own. It's really not that expensive. But could one of you take one of the sets? I'll give you another set if you just want one unsigned. There's your challenge.
Get them autographed.
Can you get them autographed and put them in the Peace-a-thon 2020? That's a $1,000 set.
That is a good idea.
The challenge is, can you get these guys to sign these cards for charity? Because I'm telling you, that would raise $1,000 for my possibility.
That is a great idea. Mike, can you do me a favor real quick? Will you show off, whether it's to the camera, to the people, will you show off your shirt again one more time?
Here it is. Here it is to the camera.
All right, so...
And there it is to the people right there.
For part 2, and I hope you guys accept that this is the way that we're going to do this, we've had a whole lot of loyal people show up to all of these Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yes, we have. Yes, we have.
I have Take a Load Off t-shirts for you guys as well.
Look at that, dude.
I have gotten all of these Take a Load Off custom t-shirts made in all shapes and sizes. Well, I guess just the one shirt shape.
Dude.
But in all different sizes. We'll figure that out in the break, but we've got that for you guys.
That is great, man. That's really cool. Take a load off, everybody. Thanks to Kevin Hagelin. So do we give Kevin all the credit now for take a load off?
Kevin, do you want to open up your present now or wait till the next segment?
I think we might have to go to break, unfortunately.
We're at 54. We gotta go.
Time doesn't matter.
Okay.
Time is just a construct.
Yeah.
Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, and also maybe hit college sports real quick as we are live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of 114 on 105.3 The Fan.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Free Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Turn-of-the-century mechanicals. They turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Guy Fieri called Palmer's Nashville Hot Chicken Sandwich a destination dish. Make Palmer's your destination. Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp in the Lakewood area, Mockingbird and Abrams in Hillside Village. Open 7 days a week with catering and live music. Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of 114.
I noticed that Mike kept handing me my gifts. He was like, now open this one, now open this one. And this one is still unopened. And he's just like, I'm so excited for you to open this. And I am afraid.
It's going to be a very valuable gift.
I don't.
For like.
For a lot of different things.
Okay. All right. So good for me.
Well, really, for one thing.
Okay.
But
right now, God help us all. Let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
I am here to help you.
So,
was he Ghost of Christmas Past?
Yeah, that's right.
I like it.
That's right. When we were just talking with Jerry, I understand probably for a variety of reasons it would be problematic if he was like, oh yeah, DeMarcus Lawrence is not going to come back and play with the Cowboys. I was curious your thoughts about that. I can't remember if we asked you that yesterday or not. If he doesn't play again this season, do you think he's played his last snap with the Cowboys?
Well, you didn't ask me, and I think for the rest of the season, it'll be a business decision. Like, is it going to matter? like, are the games going to matter?
Right.
And then after that, I think he would like to play, but I think it also, he made a wisecrack a month or so ago about somebody said, well, would this be it? And he goes, well, depends what they want to pay me. Something like that. It was kind of off the cuff. It wasn't like some official, oh, this is what he said, right? So, yeah, I think it, could be up in the air if someone makes it financially worth his while to play, what would be a 12th season?
Yeah. I'm curious, do you feel like, or have you ever seen this be the case that, and this might just be a foolish question, that players who get hurt or something along those lines kind of feel like maybe they owe a little bit of a discount because they're like, hey, I didn't really play at all this last season. Maybe I'll...
No.
Okay.
We're talking about red-blooded Americans, aren't we?
Okay. I was just curious.
Yeah.
Just curious.
Yeah.
Mark it down as a foolish question.
If you're going to pay me, I probably would play, but it depends on, is it worth my while? And who knows? That might be, after the injury, what Zach Martin thinks. So I don't want to go out this way, I want to sign for 1 year. But again, it depends on if you are rewarded financially to help you make that decision.
What do you think at the moment his best asset and value is for the Cowboys this next year, the end of this year here?
You ought to be fresh, right?
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah, it's not like he aged. Everything got put on hold. I think that. Maybe more of, and depending what else you have, because maybe you're kind of a rotation guy. You're, they're not playing them inside as many times as, maybe they did at some point last year in pass rush situations. Because, or maybe when they move Micah inside, he's outside. And you make it a little, easier. I had someone tell me that Tyron Smith went to the Jets because he felt like with Aaron Rodgers there, they were going to pass the ball more than run the ball. And so I think maybe he was thinking at his age easier to pass block than to run block.
Yeah, that I guess that whole thing for the Jets hasn't really worked out.
And then what is he on IR now? He didn't finish the season.
Exactly. Eric, how are we feeling about Eric Kendricks for Sunday night? I know at this time of the year for a lot of teams, obviously, the injury report every single day can look kind of daunting. And so while Bass, Brooks, Udoga, Lewis, Smith are all limited, how are we feeling about Eric Kendricks, who we haven't seen out there?
His is listed as personal /calf.
Yeah, which is an interesting combination.
And last week it was personal. So I think there's a good chance that he goes. They weren't really sure about him last week, and then I think he had a good workout. I think it was the Saturday, and then when I saw him before the game, he was doing. When they go out early, he was going through some drills, and he looked really good, and he was good to go. So, you don't hope anything on anybody personal. Why they're not practicing, but he did it last week, and so I got a feeling that it could be the same thing, that he's able to go. That Jordan Lewis has been moved to limited. That's a good sign. Udoga, even if he's limited, maybe he can be the backup guy, swing tackle. I think Guyton played well enough to start the game, so that's encouraging. And the other guys that did not practice, well, obviously Trayvon wasn't going to play.
Sure.
And then it was Kendricks, and there was one more guy it was Vigil, and he hadn't practiced in a month, and he's played every game. So whatever that foot is, punt. they're kind of holding him out, and then he plays special teams. Yeah, the first block punt of his career, and how'd that turn out?
Yeah, I mean, I still stand by. Good for him for blocking that punt.
Yes, absolutely.
Very well done.
Not a lot of people have that on their ledger.
Well, and if you thought about it after the game, or at least on Monday, I heard people going, well, why did they try to go block a punt? And they didn't.
I disagree with that so much,
right?
too.
And they didn't. The return was on. The guy in front of Vigil he didn't even bother touching him. He just left. And Vigil, being a veteran, said, well, I might as well go and rush the punter. And he gets there for his first block of his career.
How are you feeling about this Cowboys defense versus a Tampa offense who I know we've talked about in the 4-game win streak, maybe 3 of the opponents are not particularly impressive, but they beat down the Chargers. And under their offensive coordinator, Liam Cohen, this year, they are top 5 in points scored, passing touchdowns, total yards. I mean, like, they're up there in a lot of offensive categories. How are you feeling about that specific matchup?
So you know, the problem the Cowboys had early in the season against good teams, and I guess we can qualify this as a good team, stopping the run. And they do run the ball. And Bucky Irving's averaging 5.5 yards a carry. So they got to take care of that first and then make sure they get pressure on Baker and make sure that he doesn't escape the pocket on him, because that's when he gets dangerous for the opponent and sometimes himself, right? And he gets a little wild and starts throwing the ball around. But he can certainly hurt you, and he's coming off some consecutive very good performances. So to me, I know it's cliche, you got to stop the run, but they better keep him under pressure the way they did this past game, and somewhat the way they did against Washington with Jaden Daniels. Now, they let him out of the pocket that one time, and he runs for a touchdown, right? But for the most part, they kind of surrounded him. And so I think they got to do that with Mayfield, and they've done a pretty good job since Micah has returned, putting pressure on opposing quarterbacks. And that's got to happen in this game. Just got to.
What's been your kind of take then on the way that they've gone about stopping the run and compared to what they obviously were against the Saints and how much better they've gotten there? What's been the difference there?
Well, I think, number one, I think they've gotten used to what Mike Zimmer wants them to do and how he wants them to play it, which was significantly different than last year. And remember, last year they had trouble stopping the run. The games that they lost, everybody ran for at least 110 yards, and I believe 2 of them for 200, right? I think that having Eric Kendricks on the field has really helped. Obviously, Overshone really helped. And they weren't opposed to playing 3 linebackers when teams went heavy with 2 tight ends or a tight end and a fullback. And I think that has somewhat made a difference. Now, of late, I think one of the things they've done, and one of the reasons why they've done a better job of getting pressure on opposing quarterbacks, is they're forcing the front, right? There are times they got 6 guys on the line of scrimmage, and they're making the offense decide who's coming and who's not. And I think that has created some mismatches, especially when one of them is Micah Parsons. And I think I told you guys this earlier in the week. On one of those, with Micah on the line of scrimmage, and they had 6 guys, and he dropped into coverage. But the first step the center took, not knowing if Micah was rushing or not, assuming he was to wherever Parsons was, and he backed off, and they double-teamed that spot, and Jordan Lewis came through untouched for a sack. So I think that's one of the things that they've gone to and said, because I was asking the other day, it seemed like the Cowboys are very susceptible to screen passes and little dump-offs, right?
Yes.
And I saw where some highlights that's what Tampa Bay does a lot, and I was like, well, why are teams doing that? What are they seeing? And it's like, well, when you go to a 6-man front, you don't have a lot of support, off to the side. And you better get there in a hurry, or you better choose when you're not dropping guys off. And I think that's one of the reasons why that was happening. And we'll see if they do this, but they like the screen pass.
Now, Mickey, folks will say it's the most wonderful time of the year. And for you, I know it's the most wonderful time of the week because you get to give a prediction. How are we feeling about Cowboys Buccaneers?
Can I tell you we joked about it on the podcast?
Sure.
Brandon Aubrey, after a free kick, hits a 70-yard field goal for the winner.
I mean, we saw that weirdness last night.
3-0.
A whole bunch of people were like, the hell just happened? And so, hey, if it gets them a win, I would enjoy that. Thank you very much.
And by the way, I saw that take place. Tom Landry tried it, and we found out, we Googled it, it was in a preseason game in 1986.
I remember, Mickey, too, that like Bill Parcells discussed that happening and like what they were hoping at one point.
This was towards the end of the first half, and they called a fair catch, and Rafael Septien had to free kick a 53-yard field goal, and he missed. But think about it. You get a free run-up, right? So it's basically a kickoff.
Yeah.
All you got to do is kick it straight. Now,
I'm intrigued by that for sure.
Oh, it's great. It's a wonderful rule.
Well, thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again on Monday.
All right, mark it down. We'll see how it turns out, huh?
Later, Mick.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, we didn't finish opening up gifts, and I want to point out a couple of things. The Take a Load Off shirt that people are already wearing, This is my nightmare for Mike Likes It. But we also...
we're taking the load off at 12:45.
We are...
You have done it.
May not have been as many loads as we've ever taken.
I was going to talk sports,
I know.
But now...
All right, so a couple of things about that. Somebody said they were driving up from Arkansas to be with our show today. I have set aside a shirt for that individual, the Take a Load Off shirt, and then also... we'll post it on social media. I promise I paid full price for these, but the person who made them has the template ready if you want to order your own Take a Load Off shirt.
I tweeted the link out at In the Majors.
Okay.
And we'll put it up at KNC 105.3.
All right, so we have the opportunity. I saw several people were like, dang it, I missed it. The template's ready if you want to get your own shirt. None of these proceeds go to me, but it goes to a very, very nice person, and you are brightening up her holiday season if y'all are interested. All right, we have more gifts to open, and Mike, I'm going to open...
Yeah, open yours first.
Because I feel like the anticipation level you have for Corey's other gift
He looks too giddy.
This is a great gift. This might be your favorite gift I've ever gotten you, but we will see. Open the one that's a little bit bigger. The one that's smaller is the set, the Ranger set. So there you go.
Okay.
Left hand.
Throwback Thursday.
All right.
Ooh,
let's see. I think he's going to like this, guys.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, my gosh. It is a blue cracked ice prism graded Christian Laettner autograph card. I love.
And I made sure it was Duke.
Christian Laettner.
Plenty
That's right.
of Timberwolf stuff.
Yeah, that were probably. I bet the Timberwolf stuff's even cheaper.
Timberwolf stuff's cheaper.
I could definitely see that. Thank you very much, Mike. This is delightful. I love Christian Laettner. I know everybody hates him. I grew up as a Duke fan because of the Final Four being in Dallas back in '86, and he was the man.
Yeah.
Like, he was the man when they won their back-to-back titles.
He's one of probably the 5 greatest college basketball players of all time.
I think that's
Pete Maravich is probably first.
Think about his 4 years. He lost in the Final Four, lost in the championship, and won 2 titles. He was in the Final Four all 4 years that he was in college. All right, Corey, Mike is pumped.
Okay, you ready to open up your last gift from me, Corey?
Yeah, I guess.
Thank you very much, Mike. I like this a lot.
Yeah.
I'm concerned. Based on
I
the
think
things
you should
said
be.
to me.
He has I got him a beer can chicken.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so you got me a beer can?
Yeah.
Is that what you got me here?
So, I mean, if you're going to make chicken, you got to have a recipe. You got to have recipes.
Oh, my God. I do not know if you can put that on the fan cam if you guys want to read what that says.
There's 100 recipes on there. It says 100 ways to eat
chicken.
Male chicken.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Are those chicken recipes or?
Yeah, it's a recipe.
Okay, because
It's
you
a
can
recipe
see
book.
how I'm afraid it's just graphic drawings and stuff like that.
Some people would call that a gag gift. You know what I'm saying?
This is it, ladies and gentlemen. Surely this is the end of the KNC masterpiece.
Well, this should help out. This should help out because usually I just choke them. So
Yeah.
Oh my.
So now you have there's 100
goodness.
different ways to cook chicken there.
Thanks, Mike. I really
You're
appreciate
welcome.
that, man. You're the best.
You're welcome.
He killed it, man. That's awesome. Good job, Mike.
Kevin, what do you think? Do you need a recipe book?
No, I'm good, man. I'm good. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Alabama's athletic director, Dennis Rodman, and the NBA. And you know what? I guess we'll find out in the break. Maybe Mike Bassett. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do that next live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of 114 on 105.3 The Fan.
product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Dallas.
Three receivers bunch right. They pitch it that area. Diggs throw intercepted. Eli Bowen, the true freshman, swipes it as Milroe throws his first pick in the last 4 games, and this one could be crucial.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth. Off of 114. As you can tell, all our rowdy friends are here tonight. But you guys are more than welcome. We have plenty of space, and my nightmare is playing out that everyone is wearing these take a load off shirts. And I know, I regret it. But, Mike, we're going to do Forgiveness Friday in a second from the 817. This is a top 5 show of the year. Oh, my gosh. From the 817, I just stored it in my truck laughing at that's a gag gift. From the 469, this is the best ever. I have hope for never having to grow up and mature. Thanks, Mike. And from the 817, that gag gift line was even better than the pool holes joke. And I remember that at the Specs. And then y'all were like, you can fill it with Mike Trout. And I thought you guys were going to die.
Salmon.
Laughing.
So many fish jokes.
So much. And, Corey, do you want to repeat what the last present was that you got from Mike?
Yeah, it was 100 ways to eat chicken or rooster, if you will.
There might be a more familiar way to slang,
Rhymes
if you will.
with rock, if you will.
Gotcha.
And then from the 972, Eric Ferris here drove all the way from Italy, Texas to see you. So he's sitting right there, Kevin, in the Cowboys.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
Very
all the way
nice.
from Italy, not buongiorno, Mike. It's just a
Attenzione!
Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Forgiveness Friday. 877-881-1053. Do you need to ask somebody for forgiveness? Do you need forgiveness? By the way, let me clarify. I fell in love with Duke when they were in the 1986 Final Four here at Reunion Arena. Leitner didn't get there until 88 or until 89, 90, 91, and 92 seasons.
You were ferrying it then.
Yes, Danny Ferry.
Yeah, you were a big Ferry fan.
They lost to Never Nervous Purvis.
Yeah, Louisville.
Yeah.
And then Never Nervous Purvis, number 1 pick. Who will ever forget that?
Yeah, he was pretty.
Turn the Kings around.
He's pretty forgettable
Oh.
after that. So I played the highlight of Alabama, and I just want to know, do you like this tactic? Do you think that this tactic needs to ask for forgiveness? The Alabama athletic director has talked about some of the struggles that the team had this season, and he goes, hey, you've heard other examples of teams using promises of $1 million paydays to lure players or convince them not to come to Alabama. It's time for Bama Nation to fight back, which essentially means give us
We need
money,
yeah.
so we can field a more competitive team. Is that the way to go? Do you think that needs forgiveness? Where do you fall on this?
I'm so confused on this, and I know schools are getting now, not every school, millions of dollars, more millions of dollars than they ever gotten to pay players. I'm not opposed to players getting paid. It's just amazing to me that you would work for a living. It's not your child, and you're like, here's $150K. Here's $1 million of my money I've worked for, so you can possibly get a wide receiver that could help us next year. It is weird to me when these schools, like UT, my daughter goes to UT. Hey, you want to donate more money for what? No, I don't. I'm already donating like $30,000 a year for my daughter to go to UT. That's plenty of money you guys are getting from me. I don't want to give you any more.
Yeah. Well, and so like my possibilities, they have people that work there because they are 100% nonprofit. Like they get their money from donations.
Yep.
They have people that they go out and seek people who have the money and say, can you donate this? And then, we do what we do and all that. So that's only like raising money is only one part of the foundation for the college level. There are more people. I'm sure they're going to have staffs of people that are going to alumni and finding out who the richest ones are. And is that how you do it, or you just put out a call? I'm sure there's going to be somebody that has the most advanced version of it, and they're going to be ahead of the game before anybody else. Kevin, I'm perfectly fine with them continuing to grow that. I do think there needs to be some understanding of who's in charge and how it's rolling within each organization.
Now,
can I throw one out?
Yeah.
I would like to ask forgiveness in a way. Mike, I did not stick around and watch the rest of the high school state championship with you yesterday.
I stayed at the station.
And Kevin, on our way out, we both said we've never seen Mike stay at the station as long as he did yesterday. But Mike, did you end up watching that, and was it the outcome you wanted?
I don't know if it's the outcome I wanted. I felt bad for the little quarterback because he ended up throwing an interception in the end. It's kind of like you didn't want either team to lose.
Yeah.
I wasn't for or against Stanford or Ganado, who Ganado ended up winning the state championship.
Triple overtime, right?
Yeah, it was just a really fun finish. And I thought mistakes were being made from the coaches.
But they do in the NFL.
But it ended up, Ganado gets the 2-point conversion. Stanford doesn't when it got to the third overtime. It's like college where it's just 2-point conversion.
Okay, yeah, because Broadus had asked me about that, and I was like, I don't think I've seen a 3-overtime high school game under the new rules. So I thought they still played under the old rules.
Yeah, so
honestly.
It's third overtime. Now we know for high school it goes to 2-point conversion time, and it was really fun. I mean, I felt like I invested. I felt like we invested in that game yesterday during the show.
G-Bag was too at the during the crosstalk.
Okay,
for sure.
Yes, they were for sure. Now, I don't know. Doug Gottlieb he's having a struggle time as a head coach.
No.
So
the media guy?
Yeah, but he is
who turned me away one day. He was like, "Why are you standing here?" And I was like, "I'm a little drunk."
I do remember that. So he coaches Green Bay, the
Packers.
No, the college basketball team. But he also still does his talk show and stuff.
I didn't know that.
That's wild.
Okay.
So they lost last week to Michigan Tech. I have to admit I didn't know. That was their 8th.
I guess every state has a Tech.
Oh, that's a technical school, yeah.
That was their 8th consecutive loss.
Hawaii Tech.
And then he said, part of the reason I want to play better teams is it's 2 degrees outside. It's snowing. I don't really like the idea of nobody coming in here. What do you learn winning a game like that by 20 points? There's a methodology to it, and I'm going to have to adjust moving forward. Every game on our schedule is a game that we can lose, and nobody else does that. Now you know why. So he was hyping up Michigan Tech. Some people thought that was a swipe at Division II schools.
Mm.
And then they lost, or excuse me, that previous loss is what happened. Then they lost to Michigan Tech. And that was a Division II school, and people are like, "Hey, Gottlieb, how you feeling?" Feels like you just lost to nobody.
You.
And he has gotten really tired of it. He sent out a tweet after the game. "I'm done with this crap. We scheduled up, including Michigan State. Nowhere ever have I been critical of anyone on our schedule. Now back to work." And people were like, "Yeah, okay." So, do you think maybe he needs to put more focus on this coaching job?
Dude, to be successful at coaching, you have to commit it all.
They're 2-11.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Is this his first year?
Yeah, I don't know how. When
I
did he
never
start
heard
coaching this thing?
I didn't know he was coaching at all. So
Yeah.
I'm like, wow. I feel like I should have known this.
Yeah, that dude wears me out, Kevin. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine.
He has
That's
for a long
fine.
time.
Does it? I know he has the weird take, and he's like the only person who says, "Yeah, Ginobili's the best international player." This was 8 years ago. It's not Dirk.
Even then, that was a dumb
Yeah, you're like,
opinion.
wait a second. I don't even think Ginobili would agree with you on that one. But he's like, yeah, Ginobili meant more to the Spurs than Dirk did to the Mavs. And it's like, all right, dude. Like, I mean, I remember that one really irking me because I almost felt like, all right, as you're having discussions with other people, can you see that you're the only person who thinks this?
Yeah.
I seem to remember going on his show and him shooting me down on that Dak would one day have all the records in the Cowboys record book, and he was like, "It's impossible. Romo's the best they've ever had." And I was like,
Whoa.
"Huh?"
I mean, it's definitely not impossible. Like, regardless of what you think of Dak, it really feels like that's going to happen.
Yeah.
So-
And the next guy, as long as they play
Probably
like about a
so.
10-year career,
Yeah.
will beat all of Dak's records.
Yep, probably so.
Does the NBA need forgiveness? I know we talked maybe 2 days ago about the variety of problems the NBA has, but LeBron has really sided with one thing, it feels like, and he goes, look, our game, there's a lot of effing three-pointers being shot. So it does seem like he falls into the category of too many three-point shots being taken place, which is interesting because I would argue he is one of the poster children for too many three-point shots being taken at not a particularly efficient clip.
Yeah, especially because he's not a pure shooter.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's a pure athlete.
He's a pure
Yeah.
scorer,
Yeah.
too.
It's I saw this the other day, watching all this NBA stuff and I can't remember who said it, but they said the easiest thing to do in basketball, like not like the easiest thing to do as in to be successful, but the easiest thing to do is to shoot a three-point shot. Anybody can do it. It doesn't mean it's going in, but the easiest thing to do is just catch a ball and shoot it from 25 feet.
For your legs, for your feet,
yeah,
for your
like
body.
It's not taxing at all. It's just like, yeah, I want to just hang out here. Nobody's going to touch me. They can't touch me when I shoot it, and so it's like you're saying they've gotten away from the physical play, but the players have been told they're only doing, and the guy was like, they're only doing what they are told to do, and that's the same thing in baseball. It's like the reason everybody's hitting 235, the league average is that is because
That's what their coaches are
they're
telling
being
them.
told do that. If they were being told you will not strike out, if you strike out 100 times in 3 months, I'm sending you back to the minor leagues, or
Nobody
I'm
would strike
releasing you.
out.
They'd stop striking out as much. They're only doing what they're told, and these players are being told, don't go into the paint, and if you do, immediately try to find somebody for a three-point shot. And I just thought, it is the easiest thing to do. It's the most least taxing thing to do in basketball is to stand and then catch a ball and then jack it up from 25 feet.
Think about it. That's what the Heat's demise was against the Mavericks. They were exhausted.
Yeah.
Trying to chase down Jason Terry and everything. And so they start playing hero ball because they were like, I can't drive to the basket, but I don't have the legs anymore.
Yeah.
And so they went with that.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. The Cowboys aren't making the playoffs, so what do you want to see get accomplished What do you want to see get accomplished in these last 3 games? We'll do that next live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of 114 on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in the next...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Chevy registrations 2023.
Herbert looking to throw, and now shovel passes, has Haskins. Haskins on his horse. 20 to the 10 to the 5 to the end zone. Touchdown, Chargers. Hassan Haskins, hearkening back to his college days when he rushed for 20 touchdowns under Jim Harbaugh.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of 114. We've got a rowdy crowd here today, which I absolutely love. And right now, let's say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Gridiron gravy. I really hope all of this is making its way across the air, like all of the audience participation and everything like that. I really would encourage you guys.
Because people keep showing up and doing
That's
it.
true.
So new people show up and they're part of it.
I love when people come out here, and we still got time. If y'all want to come out here, catch a show over by the Texas Motor Speedway off of 114. Remember, Gridiron Gravy is brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why just paint your house when you can shield your home? Visit RhinoShieldTX.com. I was not.
Did you almost break our table?
But relax. It wasn't that. It was. Did you see everybody else pounding the table
they
too?
Almost broke their table.
That's what really threw me off. All right, were you guys in on Thursday Night Football last night? Because if you dipped, like before halftime, you missed the historic play that we talked about with Mickey. But if you dipped in the first half, you're probably stunned to learn that the Chargers won this game, and they won this game emphatically.
I was stunned to learn it actually this morning, Kevin, because I dipped at halftime. I was like, all right, Broncos have this one pretty much sewn up. They're in control.
That's what I
of
thought
it.
too.
And I did see that weird thing all at the end of the half, and it looked like nobody understood what they were supposed to be doing.
It hasn't happened in a game since like 66 or 68 in a regular season game.
I know Parcells at one point while he was here was trying to set that up, and it didn't work out for him. But it looked like Harbaugh had no clue, and his special teams coach was kind of walking him through it. When Dicker went out there, I remember it looked like he looked at them and went, now what do I do? And then they were like explaining it all. But when he made that kick, I thought it was really cool. And it must have felt good for him having nobody bearing down on him trying to block the kick. But if you saw it right after, he's running over to the sideline and he gives the sideline a wink. I don't know who it was he gave a wink to, but that was a really fun moment right there.
So if you missed the specific play, it's a seldom used rule in the NFL which allows a team that has just made a fair catch to attempt a field goal without the opponent trying to block it. Mm-hmm. Now, I did not research the origins of why in the world that would be a
from the spot
rule.
of the fair catch, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
And so the last time, I'm sorry, I said 66 or 68. 1962, Paul Hornung was the last person to do the fair catch free kick from 52 yards, and that was in 1962. So that move...
He probably fair caught it and kicked it.
I could definitely see that. But this brought the game back down to within 8, and the Chargers dominated in the second half, specifically the fourth quarter. I still think both the Broncos and the Chargers are in the playoffs at 9-6, but this will hurt the potential upward mobility that the Broncos, they might not have had either way because they're not going to win their division, but this could slide them down the wild card hierarchy.
And that's something we discussed yesterday a little bit, Kevin, with the is it locked up with the final playoff spots. We did discuss the possibility of where Denver might go.
Yes. I'm really excited to see the AFC playoffs.
They're the most exciting for me right now.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, from the 214, I love it. Kevin, I can hear the dip in the background along with the shield for RhinoShieldTX.com, and I think that is very cool. All right, some people are upset. They said I should have given a spoiler alert. The Cowboys aren't making the playoffs. Sorry if that's
there
news
is a 0.2% chance.
0.2%. That's 1 in 500. So
that's only
I'm
down.
going to take my chances with the 499 out of 500 that they're not going to make it.
It's down. Their chances are down less than the stock exchange was yesterday. So
man,
what happened to Bitcoin?
Oh man, it took a dive too.
Oh, did it?
Just hold on to it.
Bitcoin is so volatile. I didn't have the stomach for that.
As the great Kevin has been quoted as saying, "It's okay, I'm not selling today."
Exactly.
So,
whenever people are like, "You lost $4 billion," Warren Buffett's like, "Not really. I'm not selling today, so I'm fine."
So hold on to that Bitcoin.
Okay, I don't want that construed as financial advice. I don't think we're supposed to be. I don't think we're supposed to be doing that.
I randomly bought $50 of it in 2017 on the G-Bag Nation.
Yeah.
And it's like more than 300 or 300 or something?
I don't know. He just told me maybe it's worthless now.
It is not worthless now, But it's, I mean,
It
went
lost
up
all the
6
ones
times.
out of the 0-0-1-1-0-1-0-1.
Oh, my gosh.
I still don't understand the mining part of it, but that's for another day.
I mean, I can mine Bitcoin right now.
Yeah, he's basically digging air right now and saying, look, there's nothing.
Yeah, it's just fake coin.
What? Why are you looking at me like that? I didn't invent Bitcoin.
Yeah, but can you explain it?
Not really.
All
right, let's go
But
from
it's worth something.
that to, okay, well, let's just go off the wild assumption that the Cowboys wouldn't make the playoffs.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
What would you want to see in these last 3 games? Because one of the things that popped into my head
Spoiler.
is building confidence with Tyler Guyton moving into next year. And, I mean, you love to see Hoffman playing well. I know, obviously, BB was dealing with a concussion. Tyler Guyton has had his share of injuries and on-field problems. I would love to see Tyler Guyton build up some momentum at the end of the year.
Because Kevin,
Probably a left tackle?
I understand that, but you might have your left tackle. Like, that's a possibility, and there's still question marks about your right tackle. And maybe that's his best position. That's what he was playing in college. So like there's lots of opportunities for Guyton here at the end of the year for them to mix and match and try and give him those chances. So do it.
I kind of want to see that across the offensive line because of the players I thought of, it was Hoffman, Bass, Spanford, Leafau, Mukwamu, Guyton. So 3 of those are offensive line.
When it comes to him, though, and you've heard Jerry say this multiple times, Stevenson has kind of not said it as often, but Jerry's been like, these young players playing through injury is important because you kind of have to learn how to be tough in the NFL.
Sure.
I don't necessarily need Guyton playing if he's still hurt. I don't need him playing through it. Like right now, I don't want him to lose any more confidence because of an injury and that be a reason. I want him to be, if he's healthy, get him out there and try and give him some reps because he's going to need them for next year.
I think it's offensive line. I agree with you because you do have Dak Prescott as your quarterback the next 3 years most likely. And we now know he can't move anymore. He is more mobile than Cooper Rush. He is stronger than Cooper Rush. He's a better passer than Cooper Rush. Yes, he's better in all aspects than Cooper Rush. But he is now below average in the athleticism category of starting quarterbacks in the NFL. If you start going through all the real starting quarterbacks, take out the backups, you go, oh, at this point where Dak is in his career, he is now below average if you start thinking of all the guys. So, and you're adding like Shedeur
I haven't
Sanders
thought about
and
it,
Cam
but you're
Ward.
probably right.
You know, last night, is he more athletic than Bo Nix or Justin Herbert?
No.
Is he more athletic tomorrow than C.J. Stroud, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Russell Wilson? Right? I mean, you keep doing it, and you're like, he's not the least athletic, but he's below average. So this offensive line for the next 3 years is going to have to block for a guy that's not going to be able to move well. He can't run for like first downs or big plays. So that offensive line is going to have to create pockets and keep pockets for an immobile quarterback to make plays.
Now, I'm going to go from that to, another thing I wanted to throw out there. I'm sorry, I had a...
Oh, yeah, we're still in that mode.
Yeah,
I forgot about that.
I had one or two other thoughts about that. Sorry, we try to cram as much show as possible into today. Can you figure out for sure who's your backup quarterback? Because I know everyone's going to say, well, it's Cooper Rush. They think he gives them the best chance to win. Well, he's going to be a free agent. Obviously, Trey Lance is going to be a free agent. 3 games left is probably not long enough to figure out what you want about Trey Lance. But I would love it if they could walk away and they're like, all right, hey, Cooper Rush is definitely our quarterback if he doesn't get paid more than $2 million or whatever you think the number should be.
You know how yesterday, Corey, you kind of said, oh, just a second. I'm kind of going to disagree with myself.
Yes.
I'm going to disagree with what I said maybe a week or 2 weeks ago. I've said you can't pay a backup quarterback because of how financially stressed you are. I think you're going to have to.
Because you think Dak's going to get
Because I think you're going to have to play 4 or 6 games next year without Dak Prescott. So if you believe that you can win 10 or more games next year, if you believe that the NFC is doable as in making a run in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I know it hasn't been since Troy Aikman, but let's just pretend it can be. I need somebody to start, most likely at quarterback besides Dak, 4 games next year. And I'm hoping only 4.
Yeah, but Dak is unfortunately injury prone.
If I go with the league minimum non-drafted quarterback, I'm probably going 1-3.
Yeah.
Like, I do need a Cooper Rush type of backup quarterback. Now, it can be him. If you think there's somebody better, I don't know, like Pittsburgh releases Justin Fields. I don't know if you think Justin Fields is better or not, but
I do.
So you could do something like that and go, look, this is actually a valuable player for us now because we have to know that Dak is going to miss games from now on.
Now, Mike, you've pointed out that down the stretch, the Buffalo Bills have what is essentially a JV schedule.
Yes.
Is that
I think
fair to say yes?
If I'll say at least they go 2-0 because the third game might not matter.
Might be a freshman schedule.
But, I mean, you are playing you're playing 2 of the 5 worst teams in the NFL. Rank them wherever you want, but the Jets and the Patriots are horrible.
No, I agree with you about that. So I thought this was an interesting note because it feels very achievable. Now, if the Bills score at least 30 points in their next game, they'll be the first team in NFL history to score 30 points in 9 straight games in one season. Now, it's carried over a couple of times before across seasons where teams have got like 7 in this season or 4 in this season to surpass that. The Broncos did it. The Packers and the Patriots did it. The Patriots and the Broncos did it. I'll get that right. But this would be the first time ever, 9 consecutive times inside one season, a team has scored at least 30 points. And when you look at the teams they have coming up, depending on how much they care, it definitely feels like you can get the streak up to 11.
Doesn't it feel like, I know what you're talking about here. I was just thinking about this as you say this, on how quick great offenses come back to earth the next year and become not great, but they're not bad. I know you could say Kansas City's a bad offense, and I wouldn't fight you too hard on that. But for a second there, the Rams looked like they were going to be awesome for a while, and they still have Matthew Stafford, but they're not awesome, but they're pretty good. It's just, it is tough to do what you're doing, and that is to score 30 points more than not scoring 30 points, and then to say, oh, well, I'm still going to have Josh Allen. We're going to just do it again next year. It's kind of proven that it's very tough if you have a great offensive year. I don't know if it's defensive coordinators. I don't know what it is.
The league catches up to
that they figure out how to slow down the elite offenses and make them back to, like, good. Like, okay, you can still be maybe the 5th best offense, but you're not going to do what you did last year.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of 114. Now, we can stick with the Cowboys if you want, or I kind of want to throw this out there. Are folks sleeping on the defense Luka's playing this season? Let's talk about that next right here on The Fan.
Commercial-free KNC. Delicious.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Insurance company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Guy Fieri called Palmer's Nashville Hot Chicken Sandwich a destination dish. Make Palmer's your destination. Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp in the Lakewood area, Mockingbird and Abrams in Hillside Village. Open 7 days a week with catering and live music. Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp.
Hey, Cholos, you thinking about buying a new car? Well, stop right there before you make any decisions. You've got to experience a Mazda with our friends at Hiley Mazda of Hearst and Hiley Mazda of Arlington. Mazda builds cars with the idea that they should make your heart race even before you get behind the wheel. Mazda cars are built to move you, and their design and engineering can transport both body and soul. Don't buy anything until you test drive a Mazda. You won't regret it. Visit our friends, General Managers Matt Lero at Hiley Mazda of Hearst and Mark Welch at Hiley Mazda of Arlington. They're Tolos just like you, and they're going to make sure you have the experience you've been looking for. Mazda, a season to move you.
This Friday only in Old Navy stores. Long sleeve tees are just $5 for adults and $4 for kids. Yep, long sleeve tees are $5 for adults, $4 for kids. But hurry, this deal is one day only this Friday at Old Navy stores. Valid 12/20 in stores and select styles only.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth. And just in case you missed that, hey, Fort Worth, did you show up today or what?
Hey, and right now in Arlington, the Pirates are playing the Reds.
No, that is La Vega against Carthage, and Carthage is about to break off like a 90-yard touchdown run, it looks like. Holy moly. The Cincinnati Reds have taken the lead.
Nice play by Ellie De La Cruz.
And if you'll notice, they are also the Bulldogs, much like the team that y'all were rooting for yesterday. So I wanted to talk some more about the Mavs, but more specifically, by the way, if you want to make your way out to here to Buffalo Wild Wings off of 114, that's fantastic. I actually might have set aside a couple take a load off shirts in case you missed the show from earlier. So maybe I can help some people out with those. But I wanted to talk about Luka's defense. And I know normally this is the part where people kind of take a crap on him and they're like, well, he doesn't play defense and blah, 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 blah. And I think that is not accurate this season for a couple of reasons.
After he got the wrist injury?
Yes. Which, just for people curious.
Because the last game he played before the wrist injury was against Utah, where he stood there, and watched his guy back cut, catch the ball, and two-hand dunk it. And he's like, what happened?
Yes, I did see that, and I was frustrated. I was like, that was your dude. And he was like, oh. It was like he thought Derek Lively was a safety right there, and he's like, oh, safety's got it. And then he didn't pick it up. But a couple of things. So Luka is second in the NBA in steals per game. Now, that one's kind of tough because this is going to sound weird, Mike. I hope this makes sense.
Yeah.
Your steals per game, I do not think is actually always a perfect correlation of how good of a defender that you are.
I'm with you. So there's different steals. When you steal on ball, that's defense.
Yeah.
Like a dude is trying to make a move, you reach in. Like Kawhi Leonard's one of the best at this, right? Because he has the long arms, big hands. He's smart, anticipation. Luka's steals are high IQ steals, I think, because he sees what's going to happen before it happens. And so he will anticipate. He can't like, oh, I'm going to give you this wide open lane to pass, and then I'm so fast, I'm going to jump it. He's like, I see where this guy's about to pass it.
How helpful, just pause for 1 second then. How helpful is it that Luka probably knows every conceivable passing lane on every conceivable play?
His IQ is somewhat beyond belief in the NBA. Like, he's in the top 10%, and that might be too high of a number. It might be top 5% in the history of the NBA when it comes to basketball IQ.
It's interesting because when you watch some streamers play Call of Duty, they'll say, "Oh man, that guy's playing weird," and you're like, "Well, what does that mean that guy's playing weird?" Well, it means most of them know what they're supposed to do. Like the really good players, they're supposed to do these things. They're supposed to go right whenever this is happening.
Okay.
Or they're supposed to flank this way. So you know, but whenever somebody's playing weird, they don't really know what they're doing. They're just going off of this. Luka's the guy that's playing the right way. He knows what everybody else is supposed to be doing. I think it's just the effort of staying in front, keeping your feet square in front of somebody, and so instead of putting your arm out to touch them as they go by. That's the difference I'm seeing in Luka most nights this year.
So that's one part, but I've got a couple more other things. We would all agree we feel great about the defender P.J. Washington is, or really, really good. Okay.
Yeah.
So I found this interesting that P.J. Washington is number one in the league in giving up fewest points per possession when guarding isolation. All right?
Okay.
So that's not that surprising. We all think he's a delightful defender.
I think they're 1-6 without him this year.
Yes, and I think part of that's a rebounding as well. I'm with you on that. Luka is fourth in isolation defense. So just consider when it comes down
on the Mavs?
Yeah, no. In the NBA.
In your face.
Holy cow.
Yes, and I thought that would surprise some people.
Yeah, I thought, okay, fourth on the Mavs. It's still better than I thought.
In the NBA. So P.J. Washington is first in the NBA in points per possession allowed off of isolation. Luka is fourth. So even if you think that's like higher than it should be, because I know defensive stats are still kind of tricky compared to like the more cut and dry offensive stats. The other thing I was going to throw out that I think why this is all coming together, especially since he's come back. Luka Doncic currently has the second lowest usage rate of his entire career.
Oh, wow.
So consider, what does that mean? He is not having to work as hard on the offensive end. Theoretically, that gives you the opportunity to save some energy for the defensive end. Because Luka, and Mike brought this up a couple of years ago, the usage rate that he was being used at,
too much.
you've never seen any, like one person ever really win in the playoffs like that. And so now they've scaled it way, way, way down.
I love this.
Which gives the opportunity for him to be more of a two-way player.
And I don't think he'll ever be considered like even a second team
And he'll have some plays that you're like, the hell was that?
Yeah, it's that he's always had the ability to be a good team defender and an average defender. He has that ability with his IQ, with his strength. There will be matchups where it'd be very tough for him to keep the guy in front of him. You give him a super fast dude, it's going to be tough on certain matchups. So, hey, you want to guard Giannis? Well, good luck with that. Like, that dude's taller than you, longer than you, faster than you. It's going to be tough. But he does have the ability to guard most people in the NBA and keep them in front of him. And most guys don't want to post him up because he's stronger than most players in the NBA. I do love what you're bringing up here, Kevin. You're giving me a lot of insight. I just know that he does have the ability, and he's showing it since coming back from the wrist injury.
Now, just for the record, can you tell everybody why you say it with that inflection? I know why.
Because he never was hurt that whole game, and he said he hurt it in the first quarter but then played through it and then took a week off, and then he looked like a totally different basketball player a week later, and he was shooting the ball from 30 feet of distance with no problem with his wrist, dribbling the ball with no problem of his wrist, throwing one-handed passes, catching the ball with no problem of his wrist. So I'm like, I don't think this was it. There could have been like
I did see a video of him in that time, like wincing and kind of going through it and walking off, but he's played through it.
Yeah.
So.
But I just think that I think it was more of a mental thing than it was a physical thing. And I'm not saying mentally he thought he was hurt. I think mentally he was just not into the season for some reason. But I have really liked what I have seen from him. This is very encouraging. I know this is going to be random, Corey, but yesterday I'm on the bike for 15 minutes. And on my YouTube, it pops up regular season Chicago Bulls versus LA Lakers, December of 1990. So they're going to meet each other again in the NBA Finals. 36-33. Bulls are winning after one quarter. You know how many points Michael Jordan had in the first quarter?
10.
0.
Oh, 0?
That's
now,
less.
we forget this about Michael Jordan. He would not come out of the gates after Phil Jackson got a hold of him and go, I'm going to get 15 or 20 points. He is like, I'm going to play defense. I'm going to try to get my other guys going on the team. And when I see that they need me, and then the rest of the team is the Lakers in this instance, we're starting to worry about Horace Grant, worry about John Paxson, worry about Scottie Pippen. Now I'm going to take over, and they're not going to be able to stop me. I'm not saying Luka needs to play exactly like Michael Jordan. Nobody in the human history of basketball can. But it's interesting to see that Luka might be maturing in this way, is the usage rate going down, going, I can't do this and be a complete basketball player.
You know, last year during the finals, it was during the shoot-around. There's a video of him, and he goes, I'm going to be like this next year. And he peels off a fake screen and shoot-around and shoots a three, and Kai goes, I hope so. And I was like, I have no clue what that really means. Like, he's going to shoot more threes? Great. And then I started thinking about it, and I was like, maybe he's saying he's going to be off ball, like he's going to get more opportunities to rest his body. And so he has had more opportunities off ball to play along with this, and that's been a big factor. I think last year during the playoffs, during the finals, they were going, you're worn out, Luka. We need to find a way next year. You know, let's get through this season. Let's do everything we can right here at the end. But next year, we're going to try and give you more help so that you have the ability to be off ball more.
I don't know these stats. I remember this, and Kevin, you're the one who educated me on this early in Luka's career, that he is not good at catching and shooting at all.
Correct.
It has to be off the dribble and off of his rhythm to shoot a three-point shot, or it's almost an automatic miss if it's a catch and shoot, which was surprising to me.
It is a bit odd.
I feel like, and the numbers could say, Mike, you're stupid again, I feel like this year, to Corey's point, he's a better catch and shoot three-pointer.
Yeah, he has been.
And I don't know the exact
That could be the
stats.
next thing I deep dive into.
And that goes back to, like, the other day we saw Derek Lively and PJ playing the two-man game, and then Lively gets to the basket and goes, oh, Luka's wide open. Luka catches and shoots for a three because everybody's expecting that to be while Luka's taking his rest.
And Ray Allen was talking about the easiest three-point shot in the NBA is off of an offensive rebound, because you're kind of standing there, the ball's coming out to you from the goal. What are you doing? You're stepping into the pass and stepping into your shot. He's like, it's always tougher to shoot when the ball is going from, let's say, wing to wing, because you're really not getting to step into that shot, which makes it a lower percentage three-point shot. He's like, the highest percentage three-point shot is off of an offensive rebound.
Which makes a lot of sense, too, because your defense is naturally going to be off kilter, whether it's because of where you were defending, whether it's trying to angle for the rebound or whatever.
And Derek Lively is great at that.
Yes, I agree. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I know the Mavericks lost yesterday in decisive fashion. No Luka, no Kyrie. But I was having a conversation with a couple of people. I was researching some numbers, and the Luka doesn't play defense thing, I'm not saying he's the best defender, but I think it's lazy to say that, and you can't automatically, at least this season.
So you're calling him Gary Payton right now is what you're saying?
No, I'm not going to say that, but I think it is lazy and uninformed this season to just be like, well, he never plays defense. Numbers say incorrect.
I guarantee you, though, I guarantee at some point in the playoffs, we got to get Luka to.
I'm sure
to contribute to be part of it. Just because sometimes mentally he isn't there.
I don't disagree with that at all.
His offense can dictate his defensive effort,
Yeah,
which
for
always
sure.
stinks. I hope he gets over that at some point in his career. But these are all positive signs that Kevin has pointed us to. The efficiency, the usage is down, which is great.
That might be the biggest thing.
And maybe it won't be the kid having to say something. Maybe he'll go, oh, crap, I need to do it.
Yeah.
Because it does appear that he's taking on more of the I know what I'm supposed to be doing here.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's do something just a little bit different. And, Corey, I know you spotted this. I think this is a great idea. The most impactful national sports stories of the year.
Oh.
What was your number one? Because I think we're all going to have different answers for that. Let's do it next, live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth. Fort Worth on 105.3 The Fan.
Are you?
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
located in Central Dallas, just west of the Galleria, online at thediamondfactory.com. Get bigger, better diamonds for less at the Diamond Factory.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by BioT.
Do you have low energy or muscle loss or low sex drive? It could be your hormones. Visit myhormonelevels.com to connect with a BioT provider. That's myhormonelevels.com. myhormonelevels.com.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
McKinnon is in at running back. First down and goal to go. Play action fake. Right side throw. Touchdown! Kansas City! McCole Hardman with the catch on the right side.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and that audio right there I think can make a really strong argument for number one. The most impactful national sports stories of the year. What was your number one? 877-881-1053. Frankel injury, a text line. We'd love to hear from you. FrankelFirm.com or the Twitch or the YouTube. And then in about 20 minutes, we'll just go to radio silence.
Really? No,
that's
Kevin.
not.
What? You are literally wearing a take a load off shirt.
I know.
Why
I
would
gave in.
Try and get rid of it.
And by the way, so I've saved the last take a load off shirt I've got for our Tolo driving in from Arkansas. I do have little QR codes if you want to order one. They're from a friend of my wife. She'll make them. It's a pretty good deal if you want to get involved in that. But your number one sports story of the year is it nationally?
Yeah.
Is it the Chiefs going back to back?
No, for me, I thought about that one, but I thought the number one story is something obviously I rag on. Not totally this person, but I think the number one sports story of the year was Caitlin Clark.
All right, let's play cut number 11. I was hoping that would come up. Give me some Caitlin Clark highlight.
Clark gets away with a little push. Fall away, buries it. And a little reaction for the crowd.
Hey, for people who think the way I said that was weird, I was gonna say action, and then I was like, well, I could see how that would not work in my favor.
Highlight.
Yeah.
I was like,
no, because I was gonna say something different, and I don't want to be like that creepy reporter from the Indianapolis Stars.
Same.
I feel like, Corey, this is the only sport, if you think about it, that you can play your college and then a few months later start your pro career in the same calendar year.
Now, in baseball, they don't typically. Well, they do sometimes.
I mean, I guess you could get drafted. Like Langford almost did it, right?
Yeah, Rocker. Well, and I look at minor league as kind of professional career too.
Okay.
But yeah, Langford almost did it for sure. Like turning around.
Played in the College World Series and then played in the World Series.
But the WNBA for sure, they turned it around. Like it seemed like she walked out of college into the WNBA and started playing.
You have the Iowa story, and then certain people hating on her tremendously going into the pros, and then her playing, I would say, great. Is that too strong of a word?
No, it's not.
Playing great in the WNBA?
This is where I'm curious y'all's take on this, because I think I actually agree with the top two. CBS put out their list. The Chiefs repeating as Super Bowl champions was number one. Caitlin Clark taking women's basketball by storm was number two. And then I think I drift away from it a little bit. I love this athlete. But Simone Biles is third.
Okay.
And she is an all-time great. I just feel like she won the overall again. But in the last Olympics, or I guess the one before, she dominated so thoroughly. I think she won the gold in every event except for one. And so this time she was just regular amazing, and not Simone Biles is better than everybody ever at anything amazing.
Was it the prior Olympics or what, when she kind of was like mentally out, was broken?
That was the prior Olympics. And it was the Olympics before where she is like, none of you have a chance to win it.
And people just like could not handle that she mentally was fried. Like they just couldn't
Which
handle.
Felt really unfair
that a human that happens to a human, and that when they get to that point. And I liked how she picked up. You know, like she picked herself up, changed that, and took what happened to her, that experience, and said, "I'm going to have fun with this next Olympics. I'm gonna have fun with it, but also be prepared to be dominant." And that's what you saw out of that group the most.
I'm not surprised with this, but I'm going to be interested where this is on the list, Because when you think about the history of the Boston Celtics and the lack of championships since Larry Bird, they had one championship since 1986. And they get to the finals and they dominate the NBA. But because they do not have what most people consider a superstar generational player like a LeBron or a Steph Curry or a Jokic or anything, I feel like the Boston Celtics winning the NBA championship wasn't that big of a deal. And you would think it would be if you just say anytime the Celtics win the NBA championship.
Okay, let me ask you this then. I'll give you two other choices. You kind of tell me how you would stack these three. The Celtics winning the championship, Scottie Scheffler's unbelievable year, and Freddie Freeman home run and the Dodgers winning.
So I lean towards, if we're going to do all general, Dodgers, because that puts in the 50-50.
Yep.
So if we're doing Dodgers in general.
What if I told you Shohei was not directly inside that conversation?
I might put Shohei ahead of it all because there was a major buildup to that. Where Freddie Freeman, that was an unbelievable one singular moment. But for a whole year thing, is like, this was a big home run. It brought back 1988 Kirk Gibson. It was like all of these things, but Shohei all year, like as soon as you got to the All-Star break, you're like, son of a gun, he might actually be the first ever 50-50 guy.
Yeah, no, and that's very special. The Freddie Freeman part, I know that one home run is a big deal.
It is.
But what he did the next night.
Yes.
And then the next night. Like he did, was it 3 straight nights that he had a big home run?
And he was
like,
banged up?
Good God. And he's just putting them out he's parking them, dude. It was fun to see that. I would say that's got to be really high up there, especially considering what baseball needed out of the Dodgers this year.
So I wanted to group those together because that's kind of how it follows from there. So Freddie Freeman in the World Series is 4. Remember, Simone Biles is 3.
Yeah, okay.
Freddie Freeman is 4. This is a big story. I get why this is high. Both Nick Saban and Bill Belichick retired. Not retired, left their places where they
post.
Yeah, where Nick Saban became arguably the best college football coach ever, he left. Bill Belichick, the place where he became arguably the greatest NFL coach ever, he left. So the combination of those two is listed as the 5th biggest story. Scheffler is 6th.
Okay.
He was amazing.
All things Shohei is 7th.
Okay.
And then the Celtics are 8. So to your point.
The first NBA thing that hits this list is 8.
8. And for Shohei.
Behind WNBA.
Yeah.
That is a great point. Honestly, I swear, I hadn't even thought about that. That's a great point. And if it would have been Shohei like November to November, I think I would have put him 1. But it's just all of the crazy contract stuff happened technically in 2023.
Yeah, well, and then, I don't know, is this in 24 or at the end of 23 when we find out, it's 24, right? In spring training when we find out his translator is stealing millions of dollars.
Was that on the list, dude?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's all Shohei.
I think that should be its own separate thing, but I think it's all lumped in with Shohei. You might not love this, but then it goes, Michigan wins the title, UConn goes back-to-back, and then LeBron and Bronny is at number 11. And no, somebody said
I guess it was big because LeBron created something.
And so, okay, so I'm glad that you said that because a lot of people in here have divisive thoughts about some of these things, and one of them is Bronny and LeBron from the 806. I'm sure that staged moment will get a lot of love.
It did.
And then from the 214, the only reason that Caitlin Clark was a huge story is the media. I can't. I mean, first of all, that's kind of how it works. But
she is kind of Steph Curry of women's basketball.
And
like we'd never seen a woman do what she was doing.
How many people in sports, and this is probably a segment for another day, how many people in sports are true needle movers? Like whether you think it's merchandise, attendance, ratings, whatever. I know LeBron is one. Steph Curry is one. Caitlin Clark is a needle mover.
We've been talking Shohei's one.
Yeah, Shohei is a needle mover, absolutely. But Caitlin Clark, she was in a game that set the highest ratings ever for a college women's basketball game. Then they shattered that record in the next game that she was in, and it was the highest rated women's basketball game of all time. The attendance, the merchandise, everything, the TV ratings, you can argue that the WNBA is struggling because they still don't make a profit. I'm not arguing that with you, but nobody has moved the needle ever in the WNBA since its inception like Caitlin Clark as an individual. No one ever, whether it's tickets, ratings, merchandise, it's a fact.
The only thing I honestly, because just not being a real fan, just kind of casual my whole life, Lisa Leslie was about the only thing that moved the needle that much for me.
For sure.
The entire time. Maybe a little Candace Parker, but not even close to what it did with Caitlin Clark nationally. And if somebody's going to say it's only because of the media, well, the media is reporting on what the fans like. They're reporting on what's showing up. And so that's why the media was there for it. Did some of the media maybe have a little bit of a bias because their companies were getting paid and it was getting pushed to them? Yes, ESPN definitely benefited from that.
Well, welcome to a lot of news, politics, and sports where that is way more involved than you would think.
We're all for sale, right?
Mike, I mean, sure, I am. I don't know if you'll agree with this, but I saw it from the 940. I know, or I believe that Alec is going to back me up. Let's go ahead and play cut number 12. This, of course, was the biggest sports story of the year.
Cody with another crossroads. Is he going to do it? Can he do it? Is this the Rose moment? Come on, Cody. Crossroads. Cover. Finished the story.
Now, before anybody gets upset about this,
that was the E.
That was the
E Network,
the WWE. Cody Rhodes winning the world title over Roman Reigns
and finishing the story.
That is, in fact, in the CBS Top 24 biggest stories of the year. And in your face, Gino Auriemma, he's 24th. He set the all-time wins record. Cody Rhodes is number 23 on the CBS Sports top stories of the year.
To your point, I do not watch current wrestling much. Sometimes if I'm flipping the channels on Monday or Thursday, I'll catch a little bit. I like watching the history of wrestling, even if it's current history.
Yeah.
I kind of like watching that more than watching it live.
I get that.
I didn't know how well it rated until they've been talking about the NBA ratings, and it's not like NBA ratings. Like I got to make this clear. Like, it's not like MLB ratings were like through the roof or anything like that. It's just that the NBA ratings have come down so much. But then they were comparing it to WWE ratings. I was like, crap, I didn't know that they were getting that many people
Ticket
to watch
sales,
their product.
social media, and they're about to debut on Netflix, which is hence the Mr. McMahon. If you're curious, the other ones
who's your favorite wrestler to watch today?
Right now, and that's why I'm biased. I love Cody Rhodes right now. His story resonated with me. I know there are other people who think he's boring because he's just what they call a white meat baby face, and he's just like, hey guys, let's go out there and try our best. And people think that's boring, and I get that, but people got behind Cody Rhodes in a way that's hard when you just kind of play that run-of-the-mill character.
I'm the huge Bobby Lashley fan.
He is unbelievable.
The best teeth in the game.
Yeah.
In every game in the history of all games, that man has the best teeth ever.
Somebody texted in, Kevin, and said, I don't watch wrestling, but that clip put a smile on my face listening to it.
And Alec can back this up. The ring announcer almost starts to cry when she announces that he won the match.
Samantha Irvin?
Yes. Because it's just so emotional. Some of the other top stories in the list, as the other story we're keeping an eye out on, somebody's going for the Blazing Wing Challenge here.
Yeah, he is.
They completed 5 before. Now they're going for 10.
What number is he on right now? I know he got 4 down. And what number are we at right now for him?
Yeah, guys. Okay, I think we're gonna stop, but I know
that's good.
I know he got
know your limits.
I know he got to at least 4. The
He's
Athletics,
definitely in pain.
The Athletics and the Coyotes moving. Jake Paul beating Mike Tyson. Look, regardless,
God.
I know, but
it was a big event.
It was a big event. Even if you think it was foolishness, it was a big event. The U.S. basketball teams winning gold medals. J.J. Redick going from a podcast to being the Lakers coach was number 19, U.S. track domination. Travis Hunter winning the Heisman. So these are some of the stories that dominated the year.
Feels like a light year. And we had an Olympics in this year. I'm just saying. To me, it feels like the stories are a little light, but they're different. It's probably more eclectic than it's ever been.
Yeah,
and
because the
Panthers
Panthers,
got broader.
The Panthers winning the Stanley Cup is 15.
Yeah.
A father and son playing in the NBA is in the top 15. a woman redefining the popularity of the sport is number 2.
From the 817, if we're going to celebrate fake fights as entertainment, what about Tyson and Paul?
Exactly. Yeah.
It's on the list.
Look, I heard what their promoter said. You cannot convince me that was less scripted than what happened at WrestleMania.
I saw what I saw, Kevin.
Yeah.
I saw what I saw.
You cannot convince me of that whatsoever.
I am learning more and more about wrestling.
Yeah.
That what happens in the ring is, it's not, the end is scripted.
Sure.
But a lot of it.
Called in the ring.
Yeah, and sometimes it gets stopped being called in the ring when the superstar gets ticked off at the maybe non-superstar
Yes.
or the up-and-comer.
Like
and
I told
says,
you.
Oh, you Nimrod, you decided to do this? Now watch these next 5 things I do to destroy you.
So they call it no-selling when you act like their offense did nothing. So there's old tag teams, the Legion of Doom and the Skyscrapers. There's videos of them out there where their job opponents are going to be like, that didn't hurt. And they're like, okay.
Time to make it hurt.
Let's do this for real. And by the way, in case you were curious, Juan Soto and his record contract with the Mets is number 12. I just want to point out, that's how much of a needle mover Shohei is. He's 5 spots higher than Shohei, and then his team winning the World Series is even higher than Soto. So Shohei Ohtani is a needle mover.
This is, Kevin, I just mentioned this the other day. I told you it pops up on my timeline too much, but this from the, good gosh, 346. What about the guy that shot in the Olympics with no gear and no special gun?
Okay.
And won silver. That shows up in my timeline, Mike, all the time. I just happen to see the guy just pointing the gun.
Because
He
he's
just
so
looks calm.
badass.
He's so cool.
Other people have, like, it looks like a scope on there and, like, there's somebody radioing them from back at headquarters, and that guy's like, all right, silver.
Yeah, he just had glasses on. They were in special, like, super amplifying glasses.
I'm going to pre-produce
Magnifying.
for December 31st because I'm going to be on that show.
Okay.
Me too.
What do we think the 5 stories will be in sports
next year
that will dominate 2025? Don't you talk about it right now. That's for
Okay.
December 31st.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's on New Year's Eve.
Oh, yeah. Or what about the breakdancing chick?
Oh, man.
Somebody
That was
has that
That was
ray
fun.
gun?
was weird.
All right.
And they eliminated it.
Normally, I don't like this part of the show, but I can't argue because I have definitely encouraged it, unfortunately, today. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and right now, live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth, off of 114, everybody's wearing their shirts because it's time.
He obliterated that kid.
For Mike Likes It.
Woo! He took his hand and just said, sit down, kid.
Okay, now let's try it again. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Mike Likes It.
Oh, my God. The last Mike Likes It until Christmas. We all have our Take a Load Off shirts thanks to Kevin Hagelin. I'm going to assume Jess helped out with this too?
Yes.
Yes.
So just by the way, and because I know you want to avoid like payola, plugola, this is one of Jess's friends. She runs a T-shirt business. We did not get a discount, but we'll.
You better not give it. I remember you yelled at her.
Yeah, just
she
because
cried.
that's against the law if
She
you
felt
promote it. So
demoralized.
I just want to let you know, we didn't get a deal. We're giving out the little things. If y'all want to order your own Take a Load Off T-shirt, I've given away all the ones I have except the person coming in from Arkansas. I saved one for them.
So last night, guys, I took a load off. Yeah. All right.
I don't know if that.
My wife.
Oh, dear God.
She got us tickets. I guess I don't know if tickets is the right word, but we ended up going on a carriage ride.
Okay.
To see lights. And I don't know if you guys have done this in a while. Now, we took our 3 teenage kids, our boys who are in high school took their girlfriends.
Oh.
Ooh.
So I
They sit in
decided.
the back and make out the whole time.
Well, we were all
How
together.
big is this carriage, man?
It could seat 8. The horse's name was O'Malley.
O'Malley.
There's a beautiful Australian shepherd next to Carol, our horse person, rider, slapper. She
What
never
is
had
that?
to slap.
What is
them.
that
It's
called?
not slapper.
Well, you slap it with the stick if you need to.
Then if you're sitting next to Carol, your shotgun. I
Yeah.
don't know what that person is.
But this
Driver.
Australian
Yeah.
shepherd dog's name was Rocket. Beautiful dog. But so I decided on this ride my wife brought one of those little speakers that connected to her phone, so we had Christmas music going on, and I was dancing, and I was singing, and I was saying Merry Christmas to everybody driving by, and one person rolled down their window and goes, Mike? So I was having a blast.
Oh, my God.
And I know that Noah's a little too young for this.
Oh, man, he was jazzed to see Santa this year.
Okay.
Though.
And that's interesting, too, because our daughter whizzed on Santa.
Oh, my God.
Not
a long time ago,
yeah,
though,
not
right?
this year.
Okay.
She's
'Cause that
19.
feels like a statement if she did it this year.
We've potty trained our
are.
daughter well. Like at 19, as far as I know, she's not having accidents anymore.
Okay. That's fantastic.
But like when she was, I believe, almost 2. It was either almost 2 or almost 3. She did pee on Santa, and Santa had to get up and go change his pants.
Dear.
He didn't smell like beef and cheese. That's
How
for
many
sure.
times do you think Santa has to change his pants?
He's probably 3. I think after the 3rd time, he's like, "That's
He
it
has
for the day."
4 pairs of
I think
Santa
so.
pants.
I think so.
I bet he does.
Yeah.
I bet if you are at a popular place,
Mm-hmm.
I bet you have to have at least 2 pair of Santa pants.
Is that RJ Choppy right there?
RJ Choppy has made it to take a
RJ,
load off.
He's here to take a load off. We're taking a load off right now, Choppy. We're
Take
taking
a load off, Chop. Take a load off.
All right. So, when was the last time I then looked up like the 25 best Christmas iceberg breakers? You know how this is how we started Take a Load Off.
Yeah.
So, what is your most favorite thing to do during like the Christmas holidays? It doesn't have to be. It could be open presents, but I mean, I had a blast last night. Now, when my wife told me how much I was supposed to tip the carriage, I was like, isn't it just like, is it 20%? And she's like, yeah, that's 20%. So I found out it is expensive to do this. She didn't tell me. She's like, I wanted to do this, and our boys were like with their girlfriends, and they were trying to act cool. Like, this wasn't awesome. There was one house that had like 50 trees, and I'm not exaggerating, 50 trees, all like done to the nines, but all had different colors, and they were going off of like their own music or whatever. It was the most unbelievable thing. This is like in the Oaklawn area. So if you were to drive by, like, I don't know, Troy Aikman's house or whatever, you will find that house that has these unbelievable trees.
I'm a big fan of Christmas movies and TV specials. And so I really like, because the family will all get down with that, and we'll watch that. By the way, it's fortuitous that RJ is here.
He didn't sign the ball?
You're the last person we need for this gift to Mike.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's the one name missing. So.
I really
so
like
it's movie watching?
because we'll do it
It's
as a
movie watching
family. Exactly. And we'll do it as a family and have some good times. It's like, I love to do that and wrap presents for other people. I think that's a fun time.
Chop, you got an answer for your most favorite thing to do during Christmas time?
And did it used to be you creepily going around parties being like, you really are close to the mistletoe? Because you strike me as somebody who might do that.
Yeah, I would have done something like that, I think. It's opening presents that other people give to me. That is my favorite thing.
What's your favorite present you've ever gotten?
Hey, Corey, will you show him the present that Mike got you?
Oh, yeah.
Just don't repeat what it says,
First-
RJ, but check that out from
That's amazing.
It's a recipe.
Yeah.
He said it was a gag gift.
Good one. Boy, favorite present ever.
this show's so canceled.
It's got to be. I got a Nintendo. When I got my Nintendo back
the
in, like,
original Nintendo?
86,
Yeah.
87, something like that.
So that used
The
to be.
Nintendo.
Yeah.
Yes.
My mom used to worry about presents with me and my sister because she would put them all under like a sheet, and she would go, Amy's stack is so much bigger because she wants like, this toy, that toy, and I was like, Nintendo stuff or cards,
Yeah,
and
everything's compact.
Yeah, and it's very compact, and our family members would be like, "What is he going to get of an enjoyment out of this thing of cards?" And my mom had to like tell everyone, "No, trust me, he'll love it. Like if you give that to him, he'll be so pumped."
Who signed Louis Farrakhan?
Oh, that was Bobby. Yeah.
What? Did he really?
What position does he play?
Third base, probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bobby is an interesting
All right,
cat,
Corey,
man.
either answer your favorite gift ever given to you.
Or what I like to do.
Or what's your favorite thing to do during Christmas?
I love starting a fire in the fireplace and hanging out by the fire.
Inside?
In the house, yeah. Not like on the floor, but in the fireplace. But Lucy will sit down right next to it. She loves s'mores. Kevin, you remember my first s'more was when we were like
at the RV park.
Yeah, we were in an RV park. I'd never had s'mores before, and so now
This was like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
It wasn't as long ago.
You knew what they were.
I knew what they were.
Right?
I just never had a chance to really sit down and have s'mores. So we did it, and now it's like I'm constantly buying graham crackers and chocolate, and we got these little sticks that like extend out so we can make them in the fire. I love the fireplace. Once it gets cold enough to do a fire in the fireplace, that's where I'm at.
The combination of drinking hot chocolate while going out and looking at Christmas lights is pretty elite.
And
as
we're
well.
we're supposed to go to Deerfield
You guys live-
tonight.
yeah.
I am terrified of going
It's
there
fun,
on a
but
Friday
you need
night.
to be patient.
It's
You
gonna
need
be,
to be patient.
Sometimes, Mike, it's like Highland Park.
Okay.
But
It's
it's
a
us
neighborhood
driving
in
around.
Plano.
Yeah, and it's going to be whenever we get to the street, there's a light. There's going to be a line just to even get into the area. So you kind of have to know some ins and outs of the place. But it is fun. For the most part, most of the kids hate it. They just want to stand up through the sunroof and be one of those kids.
So I loved Christmas lights as a kid. I get it when you get to be a teenager, everything's stupid. I love Christmas lights. I know it's this is lights. Like we see lights every night.
Yeah,
but
I like
I freaking love Christmas lights.
I like it when they match up music.
Oh my God! Yes,
That's the best.
My wife showed me one of those like really in your face, and she goes, "Who would want to live there?" And I was like, "I would. That looks amazing."
Somebody in my neighborhood took a load off last night.
Did your lawn start growing faster? Or?
It woke me up.
Okay.
My heart was pumping. I was like, they unloaded.
But it wasn't you?
No.
Okay.
I was sleeping.
Okay.
So this has been happening. I'm going to not tell you my address, but I live in Oak
I can
Cliff.
tell you his address.
I don't know his address.
That's my hood. So, and it is the hood. In the last 4 to 5 weeks, and I don't know how close they are. It's only by sound because they're waking me up at night. I would guess it's 30 yards or less from literally my front door. Gunshots. And not like a gunshot. Last night was like 9 gunshots. Bam, 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 bam. And I mean, I'm waking up. My wife woke up and we're like, son of a gun. And I know I'm saying son of a gun, but son of a nutcracker. But it is scaring the living crap out of me. And I don't know what is happening. Are there shootouts happening in my neighborhood?
Yes, evidently.
Like, are they trying to shoot at somebody? Are they trying to kill somebody?
Didn't your wife say she thought it was celebratory?
She just thinks that they're just shooting a gun up in the air for fun. And I'm like,
Keanu Reeves in Point Break.
Now,
it's a good reference.
I have only out of the 4 times in approximately the last month, hopefully Dallas Police Department, hopefully you're hearing this in the Bishop Arts area, either people are getting killed on a nightly basis near my house, but only one time did it sound like it was a real gunfight, where it was like, it sounded like people were either shooting at each other or there were multiple gunshots. Like, they might not have been shooting. Maybe this person's shooting.
A drone. They're shooting at drones. All the drones, man.
I didn't thought about that.
But what is happening? What is happening in my neighborhood? It's I'll be honest. I live in a pretty decent area of Oak Cliff, but there's a lot of bad area in my neighborhood too, like around me. And it seems like there's a lot of bad people that are getting on my street in the middle of the night around 1 a.m.-ish and just deciding I'm going to shoot at a house, I'm going to shoot at a car. We have had a car shot up on our street before, I think just randomly, like somebody's like, I don't know, drunk, high, whatever, and it's like, let me just shoot up the car. There's a car, let me just shoot at it for a while. But I'm like, what in the world is happening? So I've gone from Christmas fun and all this stuff and taking a load off, but I was like, man, somebody or people are taking loads off in my neighborhood with their gun.
Phrasing.
Well, that's so right, don't you?
He's unloading.
Unloading,
yeah.
The clip,
I
if you
feel
will.
like, the load is gone from the gun. The clip. The clips are gone.
Mm-hmm.
RJ, your thoughts?
I think
All right,
someone
so-
will definitely try to shoot Mike.
Maybe
Makes
so.
sense,
But
yeah.
I do wake up scared, and I feel like
That's fair.
at the angle of my room, they can't shoot me, if that makes sense. But I do get
Curve the
scared
bullet.
for my kids
Oh, yeah, for sure.
in another room. But I think I would either hear the bullet go through the window or through the house. But I'm like, what in the world is happening in my neighborhood? And I know my wife was like joking, but I'm like, I'm not joking at this point. If this keeps happening, we're going to need to move. Because this is too real that in the middle of the night, people are having gunfights within 50 yards of our house.
I think it's one of the other Ranger color commentators like yourself that's trying to get you out of there to get those extra 50 games.
Yeah.
It's probably David Murphy.
Yeah, from the 214,
Yeah.
and you wonder why HEB doesn't come to you.
I know. I'll tell you what.
That's a good point. That is a very good point.
What if HEB's like scouting out places in Oak Cliff to put in there like, hey, every time we scout out around midnight, people are having gunfights. Like it's freaking 1800 and the
Could
McCoys.
you not, hold on,
What
could
is it?
you
Who's
not
the
think
McCoys?
of a year?
Hatfield.
McCoy. And could you not think of any year in the 1800s? You go, what is it, 1800?
I don't know when the Hatfields and McCoys got after each other. But it feels like the Hatfields and McCoys are in my neighborhood.
Mm-hmm. Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you have enjoyed. Mike likes it. We have RJ.
Different loads today.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
He did take a load off,
Different loads.
And we all have, hey, thanks to Kevin. The next one, I'm going to make a shirt next year that says Kevin's got all the Riz.
Yeah, I'll take that wager.
All right.
All right, RJ, would you like to? We're live
All
at
you're doing is
Buffalo
challenging
Wild
me to
Wings
make a
in
t-shirt.
Fort Worth off of 114. Would you like to stick around for another
Sure.
segment?
Yeah, I got one more in me.
Well, you chose a great segment because
All right.
coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much. Coming up next, what is the coolest theme party? We do it on the Fan.
Take a load off, Fanny. Take a load for free. Take a load off, Fanny.
Jerry started the nationwide conversation on the Fan.
One of my favorites.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? You gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of 114. And let me just tell you something. The man who started the Shoutout Friday on a napkin has just completed the 10-wing Blazing Wing Challenge. Did the last one drop him to one knee? Yes, it did. But he recovered, he finished, and Godspeed in the next few hours, buddy.
Yeah.
I hope everything is okay. He did say that he thought the wings were delicious. Now, they're very hot, but he was like, delicious if you can make it.
I wonder if that's on this in this book that Mike gave me, the 100 Ways to Eat Chicken.
There's definitely hot. There's definitely plenty of hot chicken.
A lot of different recipes.
A lot of different South Carolina recipes.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I don't know if we discussed this earlier, but we did get a tweet that the Mavericks are a team to watch as the buyer's market and trade market comes down, as they are buyers.
As long as it's not Jimmy Butler, because I just don't see how that works asset-wise.
Without losing a lot of the depth. That would be dope. That would be dope. But this is an atrocity. This is a moment that I can't believe this is happening. After 40 years, Party City says it is closing down all of its stores.
No.
After 40 years, unless I'm being ball sacked here.
Where am I going to get my balloons?
They got Amazon.
Corporate employees were told that today is their last day.
Man,
of
what
employment.
a brutal time. Hey, I know it's Christmas on Wednesday. Guess what? You get all that time off because you're effing fired.
Everybody's
that's
gone.
tough.
You can say you did a great job. We're just not going to have a business tomorrow.
Yeah, so go.
You didn't get fired. Nobody's
All right.
working anymore.
Right.
And Choppy, you just said, where am I going to get what?
My balloons.
Yeah, that's the only thing I don't know I ever went there for. That and like
Halloween costumes.
My wife loves the what are the things that pop?
don't know.
No, they're the confetti cannons.
Yeah. Do we need to show the game again?
I was like, what's going on? Is that Kevin?
She loves confetti cannons, and they had those there.
Yeah.
Aside from that, I was like, this is a balloon company.
Some Halloween costumes.
Oh, they had that?
Don't they sell balloons at grocery stores?
They do.
Yeah, not the good ones.
Okay.
How
what
can
makes,
you tell it?
What makes Party City the good ones?
They're just like everyday balloons.
In quantity, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like you just get it's a Tuesday and you're like, I want to get some balloons today.
How often
But
do you
can't
get
you go to
everyday
Tom Thumb or
balloons?
Kroger or something?
You could, but it's like you're paying a higher price, right?
Okay. Question.
It's like the Costco balloons.
What's more worthless, balloons or flowers?
Flowers. I knew that was going to be the other side of it. Flowers. Give me balloons. It's much better value for the fun you get out of it.
Plus, especially if you're a kid, you can hit the balloons back and forth to each other.
Oh, my gosh, yeah. We used to put
balloon
the
volleyball?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Flowers have smell.
Flowers stay around. Well, balloons stay around for a while, too. Flowers stay around for what? 5 days?
It matters if you put that white stuff in.
Yeah. What is that stuff? Is it like sugar? What are they putting
Yeah,
in
what is that?
in there?
It's a concoction that supposedly keeps it alive longer.
Yeah, it's flower juice is what they call it.
Pour some sugar on
I
me
think
was
it's called
about like taking care of your
flower powder.
Flower power?
Powder?
Oh, okay.
So that is an atrocity that Party City is no longer with us.
We're coming out with that strong word.
Again,
I mean, congratulations for lasting this long.
40 years is a
Let's
long
celebrate
time.
it. Ask Circuit City.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a Radio Shack in forever. Is the Radio Shack dead?
I think they're gone.
they are.
I think they're gone.
Yeah. Remember Incredible Universe? Where
Remember
are they
Toys
at?
R Us?
I
Dead
do.
as a
Oh,
doornail.
God,
Bennigan's.
What are the best companies that we used to have?
Man, I
They had a
loved
great tuna
Bennigan's.
melt, or their Monte Cristo.
Their Monte
Cristo's
Cristo was
phenomenal.
the best.
I always remember my wife was taking too long to have our first child, so I went to Black Eyed Peas.
What do you mean she was taking?
You
too
left
long?
the hospital?
She obviously wasn't having a baby anytime soon.
So you've been like this for a long
Which
time.
hospital was it at?
Medical City in like
Okay, yeah.
North Dallas or
there's
Richardson.
a Black Eyed Pea right across the street. Yeah.
I don't think it's there anymore. Though.
Oh yeah.
it's the building's
gone.
still there,
It's
but
gone now.
yeah.
Is
You
Black
didn't go
Eyed
have.
Pea dead?
I think it's pretty much.
I
dead.
did. I just got something from the cafeteria in the hospital because I didn't want to leave.
What would have been the difference? Like she would have known.
She would have been mad.
How would she have known? She's laying in bed.
Yeah, she's all drugged
She
up.
doesn't know. You
She's
say
like,
I
I was standing outside.
I went down to the cafeteria
Yeah.
and got a chicken fried steak from Chili's.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
good
would
option.
you rather eat at Chili's? Think about that day.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chili's is great,
Yeah.
man.
Chili's is.
But I'll tell you what, Buffalo Wild
Yeah,
Wings.
you could have gone to
is the place
Buffalo
be.
Wild
Could've gone to
Wings.
Buffalo Wild
Watch
Wings,
the
Kevin.
game.
You love wings
Their
too.
potato wedges with their barbecue sauce is elite.
They got good seasoning on their fries.
Travis
do.
Kelce threw Taylor Swift an Eras tour themed birthday party, and she got a 22 hat. So there were like one of the bands, Haim, that she tours with, was there. A bunch of his teammates, Mahomes, was there for the party and everything.
I think you're reading that wrong. It's ERAs.
Eras, not ERAs.
Do you think that's lazy? Do you think she was like, I was doing this for the last 2 years?
What do you get Taylor Swift?
Yeah, I know, right. What do you get her?
That is a great question. But my question for that, because I like what you're saying there, what is the coolest theme party? Because every year there's, you always get an invitation to an ugly sweater party. You get an invitation to
Toga?
like an 80s.
Like
I
in
feel
college?
like 80s parties.
It's toga.
Toga?
When's the last time you were invited to a toga
It's
party?
been a while, but there's always a
College.
chance that you see a nipple.
Mm-hmm. That is true.
So that's why I would put that one.
That is definitely true.
Man, I'm going to show you the stuff on the internet. It's going to blow your
Wow,
mind.
really?
That's all you're really looking at.
There's probably a great chance you're going to see a man's nipple at a toga party.
Yeah,
right?
probably.
Yeah, definitely so. Definitely so. But like 80s always seems to be the, hey, we're having an 80s party tonight.
Yeah, I went to an out of this world moon party.
Oh, really?
People were dressed up like kind of space themed.
Okay.
That was pretty fun.
Yeah, and then so that becomes part of the, the attire for the night.
I feel like Kevin would hate theme parties
Kevin
because
does.
he's frugal.
And
if
I
so-
didn't throw the party.
But even if you're invited to it, you're like, I'm going to have to go out and buy a sweater or buy a whatever, and you're like, what a waste of money, and I'm going to wear it one time.
Mm-hmm.
I could stay home and be with the people I like.
Like I don't like to go to Halloween parties.
Really?
I'm not a Halloween party person. I'm just not. I don't typically dress up for Halloween. Adrian loves it though. She loves Halloween parties. And this year for New Year's, she's like, "Hey, should we have people over?" Stop. I don't even know what you're thinking over here, Mike.
PJ Washington.
Okay, yeah, women, right?
Hold on, what about this?
My
Corey?
wife is
From-
stupid. Hey, you need to stop that. That one's supposed to be gone.
From the 214 wig
Your
party.
wife's
A
friends
wig
here, too.
party is fun. Everyone's showing up in a funny wig. And this is a great point. From another 214. What does it say about KNC that RJ is on KNC but hadn't been on his own show all week? That's right. That is a great point.
Did you hear the holiday commercial we're playing? It's y'all show fighting.
About who watches more football.
Okay.
And then it is G-Bag fighting.
Okay, with Broadus and Zach.
Yeah. And then it's like, it's the holidays. Us three, no fighting.
No fighting.
Where'd you take?
Well, you don't partake in half the segments.
I know.
that's half the reason.
That's to keep everything
Yeah.
nice and calm.
It is.
Kevin loves it.
That I could see. I don't think that's the worst thing in the world.
What have you been doing, Chop? What's been
What
your-
have you been doing,
I had
Chuck?
my finger surgery, trying to get this thing
It
straightened
still
out.
looks crooked.
It's still crooked.
It's bandaged up.
But my the
bandage should be straight,
the
right?
mass that was in there is out, so I had to get like something removed from inside.
How
the
did you
joint.
get a mass in there?
Golf. It's like a trauma. It's like a cyst that built up, so I had to get that taken out.
Oh,
it was like
man.
sitting on the nerve. It was hurting. So I've done that.
Assistance.
Yeah.
I've done that. I've done nothing. I watched like. I put together. I got a new Blackstone. Put that together.
Nice.
Gonna
Blackstone's
put
great.
the Ring doorbell on today. What else have I done? watch the little Yellowstone. I watched like half an episode.
Sorry about that, buddy.
He doesn't like it anymore.
You watch half an episode for 4 hours.
They're not making new Yellowstones, right?
No, they're going to make a spinoff or some garbage off of
I will say this. The spinoffs have been good to me.
Okay.
Yellowstone got completely and totally boring and old.
Yeah.
The last season, I think it was.
2 seasons, I think.
But whatever the year was, 18-something or other.
1883.
With Tim McGraw, and then the one with Harrison Ford.
1923 with Harrison
I thought
Ford.
those were great.
So 1883, I thought was a little slow in the beginning, so I didn't finish it. But I'll go back and watch them.
Okay, that sounds like a hell of a break right there to me.
I did nothing.
I'm perfectly okay with not doing anything.
Don't you need that sometimes just to be able to do nothing?
You got to recharge the batteries.
I mean, I sleep in till 9 o'clock.
Oh, is that hard?
Can you do that?
Yeah,
easily.
Really?
I'm like a teenager.
Okay,
I'm like a teenager.
I wake up every morning 6 o'clock on the dot without an alarm. It just I don't know why my body is now just like you're waking up at this time, and it doesn't matter what time I go to sleep anymore, even on the weekend.
I'll wake up in the middle of the night. Like I can't sleep through the night. Yeah. Right? I always wake up, go to the bathroom, whatever.
Is it because you're a dumb baby too?
We don't have a baby. We don't have a baby. But I go right back to bed. Right back to bed.
Did you just call your baby dumb? Is that what you're saying?
In the last few weeks, we've hit another sleep regression, and I'm like,
oh man, I'm sorry.
Because he wakes up and he goes, couch? And because he wants to play and stuff. I'm like, no, it's 2 in the morning.
2 in the morning, no couch.
We're not going to the couch.
The Monster Mash Great Gatsby parties are another type of party.
Is that Great Gatsby party? They're like, let's celebrate the most overrated book ever.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Let's dress up like this. And then the question that I've been wanting to ask all week, I just haven't been able to get to. Does your kid, or do you, live this dangerous lifestyle? I have Life 360 on my phone. Y'all know what that is?
Yeah, I got it.
Is that the Find
It's
thing?
kind of like sharing with your location with your family or whatnot.
I call mine Finder, and my wife thinks it's funny I call it Finder.
Yeah, so everybody in our family that has a phone, we have that, and we can see where they are, what they're doing. But the other thing that it shows is how much battery is left on your phone. And both of my kids, there will not be a time that I pull my phone up and look at this app, and they are both red, and that they are 1% away from dying. And it's every day, all the time, their phone is about to die.
So they might charge it up to 10% and be like, good enough, let's go.
That 10% is as high as they even go. I need it 100% all the time. Chopper,
RJ, do you do that?
Julie, my son right now, he's at 10%.
10%?
His phone.
The kids these
He's been
days.
in school all day.
Yeah.
He's been in school.
So his phone should be off.
That means he didn't charge it overnight.
I charge I sit it on the charger at night, and then in the Mike always has his charger. In the morning I wake up, it's charged all day long. But I think it's dangerous to run around with a 15% phone on your charge.
I'm with you because I think it might be intentional if they're like my 2 boys now who seem to have a great social life. Is when you call them or text them, they're like, oh, sorry, my phone was dead.
Yeah.
And maybe they are telling the truth.
So they keep it like that so their phone can be dead.
It is a good excuse of when you're trying to get a hold of them. Oh, and because they'll text you on a random number. Like, hey, just wanted to let you know I'm at Ben's house or whatever. And you're just
who the hell is this?
Yeah, 1, who's Ben? 2, I texted you an hour ago. But I just think it's kind of I don't have that on my Finder thing.
Oh, I'll show you what it is in just a little bit. All right. But that part of it, you always have yours completely charged.
Almost always, yeah. It's
a generational thing. Then
it gets down at night. It gets down to the red. I don't charge it during the day
because I always want to see if I can make it through the whole day without charging whatsoever.
Like the episode of Seinfeld when Kramer's trying to
just keep driving the car. But I feel unstoppable when my phone has been charged at 100%. I'm like, we can freaking drive to Michigan. I'm fine. I got 100%.
Oh baby,
yeah.
Long drive.
Go play golf.
I feel like that's just extra stress on their life that they don't need, and I'm trying to tell them, but I think it's just a generational thing that they're willing to take that risk that their phone will die, and I'm not.
They're just not willing to put the phone down to charge it.
That's probably
When was the last time your phone died? It was just
You're supposed to let it die frequently. You're supposed to let it go all the way down because the
battery
neurons or whatever in the battery so they can keep going. Otherwise they die. The cells in there die out. Yeah. You're supposed to I'm dead
Mike
serious.
looks like he does not believe
I'm dead serious about this. Go look it up.
I can tell.
Should you let your phone die all the way, and it'll tell you why, because otherwise it'll only start using certain percentage of your battery.
The look on
100%
Mike's
of your
face
80%,
and the way he went right to his computer.
He also didn't believe me that you put mustard on a brisket as a coating. He was like,
Yeah.
nobody does that.
Yeah.
Now he knows. So
I do
there
that
you
on
go.
steak.
Yeah. Well,
great.
you eat it with mustard.
No. I rub it on the steak.
I don't know if this is true or not, but it does say AI overview. No, you should not let your phone battery completely die. It's generally recommended to keep your phone battery charged between 20 and 80% to maximize its lifespan, as letting it fully drain can put unnecessary stress on the battery and shorten its life.
Okay, that's new to me.
Oh.
And maybe that was Apple.
I don't know. I don't know.
Maybe
It's
it was
like maybe
Apple that
new,
was telling me to
new
let it die.
battery.
That makes sense.
New battery, like maybe 5 years ago that could have been right.
Maybe so.
I don't know.
Yeah, maybe so. So there it is. That's the information we know.
I only
between
believe
20 and 80.
I only believe community notes.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Somebody asked, why
Bob?
wouldn't your phone last the whole day? I keep my phones probably too long, and so I get to the point where my battery's like, hey, we're not.
It
gonna
says
make
most
buddy.
modern smartphones use lithium-ion batteries, which are best managed by avoiding fully draining them.
Okay.
But
Hey.
I don't have anything based off of like a 2018 model or something. I don't know.
There we go.
I learned.
That's the C block, ladies and gentlemen.
RJ, thank you very much for coming out and being on our show while shunning your own show.
Shunning my
I
own.
appreciate it.
Aren't we relaxing?
So relaxing.
God.
Taking a load off together.
That's what we do.
4 people on a show.
This is amazing.
This is I don't know. This is how it's done. 4
I think
people on
Choppy
the
wants
show.
to be on our show
Hey.
now is what I'm hearing.
What are you
does.
proud of?
I'm proud of you, Mike. Proud of you.
Are you proud of anything?
Proud of you.
That's nice.
Look at that.
We're the KNC Masterpiece
Was that
right
fun?
here on
That was
105 through the Fan. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth.
Oh,
Off of 114. Coming up next.
it's time.
Besides Cowboys Bucks, what football game
Oh.
are you most looking forward to this
Man.
weekend? Plus,
Yeah.
Masterpiece of the Week. All of it coming at you next right here on the Fan.
You've made us #1 in DFW.
Don't care what they say.
Thank you for.
Platinum Chevrolet.
You walk in, pound your fist on the table, and demand to see GM Justin Rudd. Clear upfront pricing. The price you see online, that's the price you're going to pay. Shop online and let them deliver your new Chevrolet. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com and drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Miller Lite.
Cowboys football and Miller Lite. What a pairing. Brisket in the smoker, Miller Lite in the cooler. Sunday night overtimes, Monday morning swagger. Tastes like Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2023 Miller Brewing Company, Fort Worth, Texas.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Ciroc Vodka and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Duran with Vega to his right. The reverse. Looking to throw it. End zone, it's intercepted. Ganado wins the state championship. Bryce Allman picks it off to end it.
That was in triple overtime yesterday, and I believe for people that are following, I believe Carthage is up on La Vega 14-7 right now, and Carthage has the ball with a little bit less than 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter. We got Masterpiece of the Week coming up in just a few minutes, but I want to remind everybody, pregame, everything gets started Sunday at 3 o'clock right here on The Fan. Chris Arnold will have his player profile with Chauncey Golston. They'll revisit the conversation that we had earlier this week with Mike Tirico. And then, of course, you get that Cowboys post-game show deep into the night. Everything you need for the Cowboys right here on 105.3 The Fan. So I wanted to ask you guys, besides Cowboys-Bucs, is there a football game you're particularly interested in this weekend? Because as we've been talking about, the state championship games happening here. There is the college playoff, 4 games we get in the next essentially 24 hours or so. I guess more like 30 hours.
Sorry, our Malakoff.
Breaking news.
Malakoff got crushed yesterday.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
We're hurt about this. Did
they lose to Columbus?
Yeah, I mean, that's not really fair that a team from Ohio came down.
That is Columbus, Texas.
Oh.
Is what happened. That was too big of a laugh at that. No,
Malakoff was just there playing football, and Columbus showed up with the Nina and the Pinta and the Santa Maria.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
So they...
Yeah. Well, they both had a 4 in their final score.
Yeah.
It was 40-something to 14.
Yeah, I mean, it just, if you change the numbers around,
they'd still
lost by 7.
Now, I think the 2 7 o'clock p.m. games, so South Oak Cliff tonight at 7 o'clock, and then North Crowley tomorrow at 7 o'clock. North Crowley has moved up to number 3 in the country, which is where Duncanville was, and North Crowley was 8. Now they're going to play an Austin Westlake team that's number 11 in the country. And
I ask you this.
Uh-huh.
I know you could take the 6A school. Last year, the best team in the state was DeSoto.
Yes.
Because they beat Duncanville.
Correct.
They both won state. But if you took all of these runners up, and let's just say 5A and 6A, so the 4 runners up, I wonder how many state championships those teams would win across all the states in the United States that they end up not winning the state championship here in Texas.
If they're in whatever that state's equivalent classification is, I think at minimum, a runner-up, at minimum 40.
That they'd win it.
That they would just win. Like there are
whether
some
it's Louisiana,
exactly.
Arkansas,
Win.
Oklahoma.
I think there are some states where you might have to reconsider some things.
California,
California, Georgia, Pennsylvania. I might have some more questions. But look, I have seen time and time again teams come in from other states, and this is like the best of their best, and they just get throttled by a top-notch North Texas football team.
The only one I've ever seen is the one in Florida.
Okay, yeah.
Maybe was that Michael Irvin's high school?
I don't
whatever
remember.
one in Florida is the only one I've ever seen, and maybe LaSalle in California. Other than that, usually Texas is just dominant. Kevin, for this weekend for me, I'm going to skip ahead to the Sunday because the Saturday slate's full.
And we've talked about it. We're excited about it.
I am actually very interested in the noon kickoff between the Eagles and the Commanders. This is a division game. I'm not usually that interested in the division games, but Jaden Daniels has captured my interest. Like he absolutely did. Terry McLaurin obviously too. But can they take down the Eagles? Can they win it and go and get over the top of them? So that's something that I'm really interested in for this weekend.
Okay,
I think you can have an answer because I think Sunday is going to be a wife day.
Yeah, it's a light day.
Okay.
So because tomorrow I'm going to the Highland Park game.
Saturday feels like an all-time football
Then
day.
I'm taking my son who's going to the game with me. We're going to go somewhere and eat and then have maybe the end of the SMU game, the beginning of the UT game, the end of the Kansas City, Texas game, the beginning of the Pittsburgh-Baltimore Ravens game. So it's like I'm probably going to give my football watching tomorrow, which means Sunday, the day part, I will give to my wife and we'll go wherever she wants to go and do things like that.
So something to keep an eye out on in that Pittsburgh-Baltimore game. But I'm with you about Washington and Philly. I was just going to ask, who are you rooting for?
Oh, okay.
Because I know Micah was like, I can't root for Philly. I just can't do it.
I'm not rooting for
Didn't
anybody.
he grow up an Eagles
I'm rooting
fan?
for McLaurin, if that's fair.
So
because I need the fantasy points.
So the Steelers have not won the NFC North since 2020. So it's only been 3 years since they won. This is the longest streak since 2011 to 2013. They've gone without winning the division.
Wow.
And if they don't win it this year, this will be the longest run. It's only 4 years since 1991 that they haven't won the division in that close proximity. And I'm telling you this, the Ravens struggle against Pittsburgh. They have lost their last 4 to Pittsburgh and 7 of the last 8. So while I do think Baltimore is the better team, for whatever reason, this matchup just really throws them off.
Yeah, I think it's the attention that Tomlin pays to Lamar Jackson. It's that attention, and they talk about in that game in the show. They talk about open grass a lot, and that's where their main focus is the way the Ravens open up. That's what open space, but they say open grass. The way that they open up space to create big runs, but they pay a lot of attention to Lamar Jackson. I was surprised a little earlier that Derrick Henry, his impact all season's been kind of a surprise. But man, what they have there should really give them another option against Pittsburgh in this one.
And Carthage probably just won the 4A state
just scored
championship.
another touchdown.
Yeah, they just hit about a 33-yard pass to go up 21-7 with about 6 minutes left.
Heck of a throw.
Man, and you love that composure from the quarterback. He's excited, but he's like, I'll be more excited in a few minutes.
I got it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and right now it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Get ready to take another load off. It is time for Masterpiece of the Week.
So stupid.
We are revisiting some of the wild, wacky, and oftentimes very concerning things said by everybody on this very program. And we got options this week. We've got about 18 of them.
Whoa!
So
there should be 25 for the 25 days.
That's a good point.
Okay,
that should be better, Mike. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. I my brain works quick.
You know what, Mike? I'm going to let you pick who we are going to pick on first. You can go Corey, yourself, Kevin, or Mickey Spagnola.
Gosh, we had a yell for Corey, and you know what? I'm going with the people.
All right, let's start.
Corey. I'm going with Corey.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that.
Let's start off strong.
I will deliver the baby early in the morning.
And that's it. Yeah.
What are you going to do the rest of the day?
I guess
football.
I guess watch some football.
Okay.
Maybe make a brisket. I got this new thing from Mike. I'll probably make some chickens. And then I can cook some chickens too. Kevin, I don't know if you read this part. 100 ways to eat chicken. Are you hungry for chicken? Lots of big, fat, juicy chicken. These cards contain 100 recipes that'll satisfy all your mouth-watering needs. Now you can eat chicken for days. And
you are a walking HR violation.
It doesn't say chicken, by the way. It says...
Well, I mean, that's what
Blankadoodle-doo. I got you. I got you.
What a rooster would be. Yeah.
Dickory
Sock.
Yeah,
exactly.
I got you.
So there you go.
This might be one of my sleeper votes here from Mike Bassick.
Dang, I would usually grab that guy's arm, but he doesn't have one.
Oh, yeah.
I remember that too. You would usually grab that guy's arm, but he doesn't have one.
Who didn't have an arm? I don't remember this.
No, because he was talking to a running back.
Yeah,
and you're like, it could be tough to tackle if you only had one
I combined it with Captain America's friend,
Bucky, that's right.
He doesn't have an arm, and so
he has a metal arm.
He avoids tackles 37% of the time, and I was like, well, maybe like you got to try to tackle his arm at times, and he doesn't have one.
That's right. I like that. That's a good one.
Grabbing for air when I thought there was an arm.
Let's see. Mickey Spagnola said this.
Try to get fancy pulling it out.
My goodness.
Adam Schefter does say that Xavier Legette is out. He's been ruled out for Sunday's game.
You think it's bad raccoon?
They say it's due to his hip injury,
okay.
But it could be the raccoon.
So I shouldn't joke about it. I got you.
His hands.
Back to you, Alec.
Let's see. Kevin, since you spoke, your one entry this week is pretty fun.
You can do it, and I'll stab you.
Damn.
So that's about my wife, who, by the way, Mike, I went home and asked that.
And stab your wife?
No, she will stab me. And she said that she won't necessarily stab me if I ask her about that, but if I try to get a divorce, that's when she's going to stab me.
Huh.
And I say, what if I ask for a divorce because you're going to stab me? And she goes, well, I don't think you're getting this at all. I'll only stab you if you ask for a divorce. So that's stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
She's going to kill him.
I'm glad you went home and asked that.
I did.
See, in some world, Mike was talking about Wilt Chamberlain.
Impregnated the whole city.
No. That's our Bulldogs.
Oh, yeah, that's right. The Bulldogs.
That's Stanford.
All their last
where
names
they got the family of Bulldogs. Mm-hmm. That's their last name, and they said we got to create a state championship team.
Is there
and
anybody out there?
They got like the family.
Yeah.
That they had to have.
That was just the mascot name on the back of the jersey.
I don't know if you know that or not.
Nobody's confirmed that. Nobody's told us otherwise.
You tell me, when you see the name above the number on the back of the jersey, what's usually there?
Frequently it is last name, but not always.
Yeah. You know what they call the house that all the Bulldogs stay in is called the pound, the compound. Next one.
Yeah, okay.
Corey, you said this?
We could live under these balls for a while.
We have like...
I don't know what I was talking about.
Do you read that from your
but...
new book Mike gave you?
No, that has nothing to do with balls. That
could be the sequel. Chicken and balls.
Chicken and balls.
Oh, I bet they do sell something.
This one is how to eat 100 ways to eat chicken, and then you could do tasty balls, something like that.
Isn't that like a Saturday Night Live? When
That was
like
from
Mr.
that's from the guy
Pete Schweddy and his
the
sweaty balls.
That's right.
Yeah, yeah.
And from what was your favorite show? South Park.
I do like South Park.
The chef, and he was like
chocolate salty balls.
Mike has been hanging out with PJ Washington, it sounds like.
Open your eyes, women!
What do they need to open their eyes about, Mike?
When the guy got tickets for Taylor Swift.
Oh, yeah.
And the woman was furious because this lady's banging somebody at work, and then the guy's like, I'm not taking you to this Taylor Swift concert anymore. You obviously are seeing somebody else, or at least really seeing somebody else. And then all the girlfriends and the girl are like, what a horrible guy. That's her dream to go to a Taylor Swift concert, and you're not taking her anymore because she's banging other people.
Yeah, that's terrible.
You lost the ticket.
Yep.
You need to blame yourself.
Yeah.
That's true. That is true.
Like I said, wait till after the concert.
Or don't do it at all.
Good point, but,
Yeah.
life happens.
Or wait till after the concert.
Mike's like, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, those are your options if you want to go to the Taylor Swift concert.
I want that as a drop. There's going to be some weird choice that comes up, and then Mike going, those are your options if you want to go to the Taylor Swift concert.
You could have this or you could have this.
Yeah.
And did that drop of Mike doing that.
Well, Corey's like Nick Saban. He's not going to, so quit asking.
I'm not opening my face up.
What?
No, I don't want to get hit in the face by anything. So
I was watching Bear Attacks. And
what?
How did you get on Bear Attacks, Mike?
I watch YouTube.
Okay, and it just gives you videos.
Yeah, I wanted to watch about how they put wolves back into Yellowstone in 1995, and now the ecosystem's great because of wolves again. Thanks, wolves. But anyways,
What was that, Wolf
bears
Pelly
are
or something?
I don't know if you guys know this or not. Bears are predators at Yellowstone.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And then there's been bear attacks, around the world.
Sure.
Bears will rip your face off if you give them face. So you need to make sure if they're attacking you to try to protect your face because they will rip your face off.
So you just give them the top of your head then? So then you're just giving them
Or
that?
cocaine.
The back of your head.
Is it true that bears eat beets and bears
I don't think they do.
Headphones?
beat Battlestar Galactica?
Bears are meat eaters and berry eaters.
What about honey?
So don't give them your berries
Yeah.
because they like those.
Keep your berries in their pouch.
Gotcha.
I tell you what, man, when you tease, when we were talking earlier about tease, do you know how long it takes him to tease?
What?
Thank you for the setup, Mike.
I guess it means charisma bear.
When are we getting to the end of this?
God, Mike.
I mean, I've got one more that's probably going to take the whole thing. And it was a combination of a little bit of Zach Wolchuk, but mostly Mike Bassick.
Bad Santa was doing fat women in the dressing room.
How is he doing them?
From behind.
68.
That is the winner. That is my vote right there. As I believe after I left the room for that segment, Mike goes, "Hey, do you want me to come to the bathroom with you?" It's 68. And I was like, "No, Mike."
He was like, "Do you
God,
need me
that
to
feels
watch?"
like he goes, that feels like a major
He goes, "Do
violation
you
of
need me
HR.
help? Do you want me to watch?"
Hey, those are private conversations.
All right. With as great as that is,
You're right. I'm sorry.
I'm going to vote for Mike talking about some guy impregnating the whole city because that was
Impregnated the whole city.
God, that's so much work.
That's pretty.
That is a lot of work.
I'm voting for the last thing with him and Zach.
Oh, no.
Bad Santa was doing fat women in the dressing room.
How is he doing them?
From behind.
68.
God.
I had the right answer.
I know. I really, when Bobby Belt posted that clip, I just looked at myself in the mirror and I was like, why ask that question?
Yeah,
Why?
I gave the right answer. I recently watched 30 minutes of that movie.
And I just want to reiterate, just because a movie is not uplifting doesn't mean it can't be a Christmas movie.
This is true.
It's not an uplifting movie
true.
most of the way.
True.
I
Classic
agree.
family.
I'm voting for you teasing again.
Teasing.
What did I tease?
I think you teased, right?
What? Kevin?
Yeah, what was Kevin's?
You can do it, and I'll stab you.
Oh no, the police
Yeah.
officer's here.
Well,
Are we in trouble?
All right,
Is he
Alec.
here for Mike?
It's up to you to make the decision. There is an officer.
Maybe you heard about all the gunshots in Oak Cliff.
Well, perfect timing to walk in to hear this with no context.
Bad Santa was doing fat women in the dressing room.
How is he doing them?
From behind.
68.
Okay. That should be the last time we ever play this.
Yeah.
I just want to say.
Yeah, it's
probably
Christmas.
should
We
be.
got enough of that in.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. That is your winner. Coming up next, our final segment from Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of 114. Even the officer of the law is cheering for us. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
So he can take us to jail now. All right, so...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
even before you get behind the wheel. Mazda cars are built to move you, and their design and engineering can transport both body and soul. Don't buy anything until you test drive a Mazda. You won't regret it. Visit our friends, General Managers Matt Lero at Hiley Mazda of Hearst and Mark Welch at Hiley Mazda of Arlington. They're Tolos just like you, and they're going to make sure you have the experience you've been looking for. Mazda, a season to move you.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Let's get you over to K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing. That is a big, beautiful K-Post roof on AT&T Stadium and on the home of the world champs and the American Airlines Center. I got one on my house back in May. I got it done because I had hail damage in the spring months. Of course, hail season is over. What is it now? Oh, baby. You are beaten down by high energy costs, and you can get those Tesla solar roofs from K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing. They're an authorized Tesla solar roof installer, so you can get rid of those high energy costs. You can be energy independent. You don't have to worry about those blackouts. They don't affect you because you have these very streamlined solar panels from K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing. They held my hand through the entire process, right? The entire process of getting that new roof. Helped me out with the insurance company, making sure everything that needed to get covered got covered. KPostCompany.com. The letter K, postcompany.com. Tell them RJ Choppy for the fan section.
The boys welcome Tampa Bay this week. Our coverage starts at 4 on Sunday with the Cavaliers kickoff at 7:20 on your official home of America's team. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023, and the Fan replay is brought to you by Ciroc Vodka.
Lamb is in a slot on the right this time. Snap to Prescott, looks right, now goes screen left. Dowdle with a block to the 10, to the 5. He's into the end zone, touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of 114. Thank you to everyone who has joined us today. Hopefully gotten their shirt, had a great time. It is a Shoutout Friday. Shout out to the Carruthers Candy Company for bringing us some awesome treats while we're out here at Buffalo Wild Wings. And then Shoutout Friday, Thankful Friday. And this is from Ricardo for Sharon. You had a tough week, but you're the most resilient woman I know. I love you, and you mean everything to me. She won
the Billy Davis.
It was a Jake Ferguson jersey. Oh. But also, Ricardo completed the 10-wing Blazing Wing Challenge here at Buffalo Wild Wings, and that is incredibly impressive. Also impressive, Carthage finishes it off for a Division II state title. They beat La Vega 28-14 to win the state title right now.
Bulldogs.
Courtesy of D&M Leasing, let's chit-chat with our fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Well, probably not as good as our old buddy Tim in Carthage, the former principal there that calls into What You Drink and What You Thinking every Friday. We look forward to hearing from him. Congrats to Carthage.
He'll be real hammered today.
Oh, yeah. Congrats to everybody in Waco as well with La Vega, runner-up. They have a great sports program there. But, Hagee, I am rolling. We are rolling. How the heck are you?
We are doing fantastic today. We've had a lot of fun out here at Buffalo Wild Wings. I was curious, since we were talking about high school football there as well, it feels like tomorrow is an all-time football day. You have the last 3 Texas high school football state championship games. You have 2 marquee NFL games. You have the other 3 college football playoff games. That feels like tomorrow feels loaded for football.
And the fun starts tonight. The fun's going on already. So I was thinking this might be the best college football weekend we've ever had. And obviously, future college football playoff Saturdays will be like it. But it's almost like a wild card or divisional weekend. We've never had this much meaningful elimination football at the same time. So I'm ecstatic.
I think you're right. I mean, you look back at the New Year's Eve a couple of years ago with the semifinal. You had Michigan, TCU, and then that amazing Ohio State-Georgia game. Like back-to-back, that was epic. But tomorrow, and starting with a snow-filled South Bend Stadium with Notre Dame and Indiana, this is going to be epic. You got to have the 2 to 3 TV set up. And, hey, if you guys need a place to go, come on over tomorrow. I'll have it fired up and ready to rock.
With plastic on the couch this time. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, plastic on the couch.
You can always hit a Buffalo Wild Wings as well.
And B-Dubs is going to have you covered 100%. Where B-Dubs is football.
I realize the SMU rooting interest, the Texas rooting interest. Are you guys rooting for Indiana? Is there any other team in the college football playoff that you're like, I would like to see them do some damage?
My mom's side of the family's from Indiana, and they're all Hoosiers fans. I went to the Jerry Yeagley Indiana soccer camp in 1988. So I'm always kind of pulling for Indiana. But obviously SMU and Texas, is going to take the majority of my rooting.
Yeah, I'm pulling.
Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I'm pulling for RJ Choppy Heartbreak. So give me Ohio State and the Buckeyes. Yeah.
On Indiana's jersey, do they have something that represents Bobby Knight, like a piece of toilet paper that's kind of dirty?
They put the chair that he actually threw onto the court. That's there. They got a patch for it.
They're choking the mascot is what they're doing.
Slapping that one kid. Hey, look up here.
Yeah, I'm not Bobby.
Okay.
That kid got in trouble for calling him Bob? Or
I can't remember. It just seemed like if you even looked at him sideways, he was like, nah, I'm going to try to put you to sleep around those.
He was actually, to be honest with you, and I know this is going to sound crazy, I was with Parcells and met him during the Big 12 championship game. Like, he got his tickets right behind the Texas Tech bench. And, like, I was in there waiting. Like, it was me and Parcells, and he came in, and I got up to leave, and he like, where are you going? And I'm like, I'll just let you guys visit. I feel, and he goes, no, please sit down and listen. He told story after story after story to Bill. And I was kind of like, man, this is not the same guy. It's not, but he was actually, maybe he was late in the career, but he insisted that I stay and while him and Bill were having a chat there in the coaches.
Was he at Texas Tech then?
Texas Tech, yeah. His son, his son came in and goes, hey, Dad, we're ready to hit the court. And he goes, you go ahead and take the warm up. I'm going to visit here with Bill. And I was kind of just sitting there like, I literally stood up like, listen, I'll let you guys chat. I know you probably have it. And he goes, no, please, Brian, sit down. This is fine. And I just sat there and didn't say a damn word, barely breathed, I mean, really just kind of sat there and just tried not to make any kind of noise at all.
And he did that with pants on. He was naked. Okay,
Bill, that's the same place the time with Bill when I was pulling up. We were pulling up to the AAC, and he was pulling right underneath the stadium. He was parking underneath the stadium. Well, as we're pulling up, I reached for my wallet because I'm thinking he invited me to go. I'm going to pay for parking.
There you go.
He looked at me and goes, obviously you don't know who you're with. Obviously. And next thing you know, I'm like, okay. He flipped the keys to some guy. Obviously, I didn't know we were going to park right next to the door, to get into the stadium and stuff. So it's wild.
So I think the quarterback's coach's mom just kissed the head coach on the lips.
Oh, maybe that's his dad.
I hope so.
It is.
It is. Yeah.
Head coach's son.
What is happening in this celebration?
Very appreciative there. They take football serious.
It's a big deal to win a state title at Carthage and
My
anywhere
kid's
else.
going on to big things.
He's just become the most winning coach in Texas high school
the
football
wife
history,
is like,
championship-wise.
she's next to the husband, and she's dialing up the phone like, you need to talk to somebody. And he goes, I really don't want to do that. He literally is trying to take this in, and she's trying to hand him the phone to say hello to somebody.
I'm on the field, babe.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Heggie. Thanks for asking.
Yes.
We're going to chat with Stephen Jones coming up at 3 o'clock, but we have a couple of college football guests, including Eric Henry, 247 Sports at 4:40, and Danny Cannell is going to join us at 6.
Outstanding.
Ravens
Roll
running back.
home with the
We did
G-Bag
it.
Nation. We have been the Kansas Masterpiece. Thank you to everybody at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth for joining us. We'll be back on the air Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
See you next year, Kevin.
Hell no.
The North Texas Baseball Show of Record, giving you baseball nuggets you want. The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one. G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan on a proper football Friday. Welcome into the show. General at your service. Salute to you. Happy holidays. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy Scout, NFL executive, proud Longhorn dad there in his burnt orange button up. And
Hook 'em.
And Texas Cowboys hat over there.
That's the organization, the Cannon guys.
Looking good. Yeah,
Thank
yeah,
you.
yeah.
Appreciate that.
Lucius Alexander adorned in his SMU Mustangs hat. He's fixed for 5 hours flawless here in the G-Bag Nation. You have Zach Wolchuk. No Chia followed today. He's taking an extended weekend, getting ready for the holidays. So send him some love on social. And I believe Carter Freeman working remotely today, coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube, so salute to him. Cowboys and Buccaneers, let's start there. I do think the Cowboys have figured some stuff out defensively. And Cooper Rush coming off a good game. I don't know if we'll be lucky enough to have a second in a row, but I do think Rico Dowdle is a good player. It took him about 8 weeks longer than the rest of us knew it. But they got that figured out eventually. Still don't think it's enough against Tampa. I'm going Buccaneers 24-19, gentlemen. What do you make of that?
I like it. I'm leaning Tampa Bay in this one as well. I just think offensively they're going to be able to run the football. Mike Evans, I expect to have a pretty solid game in this one. And Baker can turn the football over at times. I think that's got to be probably your best path to victories. Maybe you do get some opportunistic opportunities. Micah Parsons maybe comes up with a sack, strip fumble. Maybe Deron Bland finally comes up with a big pick six moment that we've kind of been waiting for since his return because we were spoiled so much last year. But I just don't know offensively. I think that's always the question. The Cowboys have enough. Rico Dowdle, maybe they can run the football. But I'm going to lean Tampa Bay as well in this one. I'm going to go Bucs 27. Cowboys 20.
Brian, one of my main reasons you're talking about the strength of that middle of that Tampa defense.
Yeah.
The Cowboys like to run it up the middle.
Sure.
I mean, it's going to take some creativity, maybe more creativity than I can give them credit for.
No, and you're absolutely right about that. The Cowboys have been playing better. They've been playing better defensively. But Tampa Bay, this game is very important to them when you start to talk about them trying to win the division. I kind of feel like that there's some things that I like that Dallas can do. I just don't think there's enough. I just don't think you can completely – I think the defense will play well. I just don't think the offense will. And that's my issue. Even though the numbers and stuff say that the Buccaneers are not very good in a lot of areas, they're starting to get a little bit healthier. Their blitz package will be a problem. Their inside, their defensive tackles will be a problem. Give me the Buccaneers 28, Dallas 20.
I mean, but this Buccaneers team has lost, 6 games? So they're very beatable.
Well,
it's not like you're taking on a juggernaut here. If the Cowboys play great, I think they can win this game, right?
Yeah, they're going to have to play great. The Buccaneers, if you look at their situation, they lost. They should have gone for a 2-point conversion against Kansas City there. They had them beat. They are the one team to beat Philadelphia and Detroit as well. So, they've had some losses. I think a lot of that, Gavin, has been because of the health in that secondary. Their numbers are bad, but it's kind of like the Cowboys. If you look at the last 4 or 5 weeks, the Cowboys' defensive numbers have been better, and I think the Buccaneers were in a really, really big hole like the Cowboys were. So now they're trying to dig out, but they're a better football team, especially at the quarterback spot. Dallas has got to find a way. Dallas has got the ability to run the football. Yes. Do they run the ball on the outside well enough to take advantage of that? Rico Dowdle is really an inside runner, tough inside runner, plays right into kind of the strength of the Bucs. If you want to tell me that, we're going to have a game where Turpin and Lamb also become the edge players, and now the ball's going to the outside, maybe you have a little bit better chance. But this is Cooper Rush, and we've seen with Cooper Rush, he lacks mobility.
Yeah,
and they'll feast off the lack of mobility there.
And this Tampa thing has got things figured out since losing 4 in a row going into the bye. They've now won 4 in a row, and they lost to some good teams: Baltimore, Kansas City, and San Francisco in there, I guess. And one of the games McCaffrey played in that was 23-20. They took Kansas City to overtime, as you mentioned.
Should have gone for 2. They should have right there tried to end the game, and Todd Bowles elected. And we all remember very famously the video from the coin flip when Baker Mayfield stand there and it goes in the air and it comes down and he knows Pat Mahomes is getting the ball.
He just lost
and
the
he
game.
just looks up in the heavens like we're about to take this L.
Yeah.
And then they got Kirk Cousins with his best games of the year, like 2 crazy games against Atlanta. So it's not like any of your losses are good losses, but theirs, when you look at it, it's like, okay, not terrible.
Trayvon Diggs headed for a fairly rare surgery in the world of football. A bone graft is going to happen as well.
We talked about that. Yeah, remember the injury?
Yeah.
We all were scrambling to look it up what it was, and then it was like cartilage and bone, and then we were talking about microfracture and all that stuff. So yeah, maybe Dr. Cooper's got something up his sleeve that we don't know about.
Recently, Noah Brown, Raheem Mostert, Xavier Howard have had a surgery that involves a bone graft, and it can be tricky and take as long as 12 months for recovery. So we'll hope for the best for Diggs, who is yet to have the operation. Okay, I mentioned it in Crosstalk. Maybe the greatest weekend of college football we've ever experienced is upon us.
There was a 1979 bowl game season on a Saturday and Sunday. Dawson, you weren't a part of.
It was a hell of a day.
It was. We didn't.
That was your best day?
Yeah, it was one of my best days. We didn't have remotes. We had 3 TVs. We had to stand. One of the TVs was black and white.
Yeah.
That we had to kind of but. It was 1979. That was one of the better days.
I was watching TV in 1979. Don't think I caught that weekend, but we did have a black and white. That was the kitchen TV.
Oh, was it?
Yeah,
Small one, and everybody crowded around like it was the best picture you'd ever seen.
Yeah. We had a 13-inch color TV in the living room, and we thought that was terrific.
Yeah.
4 playoff games, big spreads, guys. Would any upset surprise you though? Looking at these games, Penn State 8.5 against SMU. You have Texas and Clemson at DKR. The Longhorns, the biggest favorite of the weekend at 12. Ohio State's a 7-point favorite. And tonight, Indiana and Notre Dame, the Irish, a 6.5-point favorite in the snow.
I would be surprised if Indiana beat Notre Dame.
That'd be your big shocker.
Yeah, that would be the big shocker for me.
How much better is this, though, than the ways we've crowned champions over the last century?
I'll tell you what, man, it made us kind of think a little bit differently. On Tuesdays, we were a little bit more locked in to, okay, what were teams, it went to be what were teams 5, 6, 7 to like, okay, now what are teams 13 14, 15.
Yeah.
And then what's funny is, you had teams that were very, very poor during the season, like Clemson. There was times where Clemson was ranked like 17th. I was watching film and I'm thinking, oh, it's the 20th ranked Clemson Tigers. And you're like, so they go from being like 20th in the season to all of a sudden getting into the playoffs.
Get that conference championship.
So yeah, I think it made it a lot more interesting for us all when we started to follow it.
What do the Longhorns need to do to win?
I think, to me, they have got to get off to an early start. They have got to find a way not to let Clemson get up in this football game. Now, Clemson got up on SMU, and SMU was able to rally back. But Texas has had traditionally some slow starts in these big games. They've got to find a way. They have got to make the crowd, even though it's a huge spread, they've got to be the crowd there in Austin has to be a little concerned about, this Clemson football team, and the fact that they see it's a huge spread. If there could be a lot of uneasiness if all of a sudden Texas is down 14-0 or 17-7 or something like that, then you're going to start to hear the murmurs, and you're going to start to hear the, where's Manning chants and stuff like that. Texas has just got to get off to a much better start than they have in these big games.
And it's run the ball. You're going up against the worst run defense in the college football playoff in Clemson. If Texas can get the running game going, and they've done it well against really everybody outside
Texas
of Georgia.
A&M, they crushed A&M.
Yeah, they did.
The
They did. And they had some moments against Georgia, but I think they should be able to run the football against Clemson. That'll help. And then if Cade Klubnik's going to run, you got to make him pay for those. And they got some good matchups late in the season. Hit him. Yep, absolutely. Make him think twice about tucking that football.
Yeah.
Speaking of Manning, I guess old Archie was talking again, and he mentioned that he'd like him to play for Belichick.
Yeah.
So the UNC fans are all chatting about that on Twitter. I think you said it best.
Mike Lombardi's burning up the phone lines right now to that Manning family trying to get that kid to Chapel Hill.
We got it for you.
No way that happens, right? I mean, I guess
I tell you
check.
Listen, I know Mike well enough to where Mike is going to make somebody say no to him.
You might as well try.
If you're going to let me pay players and recruit players and not be punished for it, hey, all for it. That's what he's going to do. So yeah, does Manning leave Texas? Likely not, but I guarantee you, if they're going to treat that program like they said in North Carolina, like a pro team, they're going to do pro team things to try and make it happen. Now, our pro team here doesn't do those types of things, but you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, that team in North Carolina is going to act like a pro team.
Yeah.
Our pro team will kind of wait and see what happens here.
Yeah, they're kind of stuck in their ways. I guess Archie is just talking with a lot of people with cameras, and he's willing to be agreeable.
He's 70-something years old. I'm going to be that way one day. You're going to ask me a question, Dawson. I'm going to say, you know what? That show we were on, that was a terrible show. I never liked anybody that was on it. And you're going to look at me like, oh, man, we did that show for like 7 years. And you're like, you were terrible at it, you know? And that other show, the midday show, was better. That Bassick, you know, he was more of a likable guy. And
have another Dos Equis, Brian.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what Quincy Jones did, remember?
Yeah.
He crashed on everybody he ever worked with when he got old. Started telling all the secrets on the microphones.
You just get like, you know what, I'm about to go and I don't want to.
I know they were waiting for Quincy's ass when he got to heaven.
Yeah.
We heard what you said.
I'm hoping my ability to stay silent will pay off in those older years, but you never know what's going to fly out of a kid's mouth or an older gentleman's mouth, and this might just be the latest example.
I think Archie is having a good time in life, and you know what, he's just got to, every time somebody puts a mic in his face, and they're probably, when they get together, they're all like, Dad, stop.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm Archie Manning.
Ask me a question.
I was a Heisman Trophy candidate before any of you guys were ever alive.
You know you'd like to play for Belichick and the Cowboys and the Longhorns. I'm not telling you lies.
Absolutely.
Former NFL quarterback Michael Vick named the new head coach at Norfolk State officially.
Lucius called that one. Lucius called it.
Yeah.
They going up in a 757. I'm pretty sure of it, man.
Yeah.
It's going to be on fire.
The merch is about to fly off the shelves.
Yes. Vic, 44 years old. He replaces Dawson Odoms, who was fired by the Spartans in November after a 4-8 season. I'll tell you what, this is an interesting trend that Dion is setting, and I think it's why Jason Witten is a much better fit if he wants to go to college.
Yeah.
You know, maybe the opening at Tennessee isn't there now, but maybe you started at a smaller school like Dion and Michael Vick are, and then, you know, take the next step when it becomes available. But I think the model is clear. If you have a big celebrity and a guy that knows what it takes to be great in the NFL, kids want to play for you, the name recognition, and, you know, you can learn how to be a head coach on the job, especially if you have coordinators and everybody around you, or maybe you already know how to be a good head coach, you know, but nobody's going to give you a shot usually without a resume. But now this is an incredible path for universities to try to get an advantage in recruiting and for former players to become college coaches themselves.
No doubt. And then the funding aspect of it now with NIL having taken over. I'm excited to see what Michael Vick can do. I mean, we just saw now his high school, but Teddy Bridgewater retires, goes to St. Thomas. Boom, they win a state championship in high school. Now he wants to come back to the NFL. But maybe he's got a future. Maybe he's the next quarterback that goes ahead and tries to take one of these college gigs.
Yeah, it's opened up quite a bit, and especially because a lot of the older coaches that have been there don't like the way that it's gone or don't have the skill set to optimize how it shifted.
Yeah, there's you talk about players that they're getting these opportunities, like Eddie George went to Tennessee State. It's made a big difference. Lucius, Michael Vick from Newport News.
Yes.
Is that who he's from?
Yes.
Okay, this is, here we go.
Yeah, that's all the 7 cities. I'm pretty sure they're super excited about this right here.
Yeah.
My dad grew up in Norfolk.
Let's get AI to coach the basketball team now next.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Let's just go all the way
Georgetown?
with it. No. They're in Norfolk.
Okay.
Crash on out, man.
Yeah, that'd be something. Heck, there's a huge opportunity. I mean, just look at what TCU and SMU have done, pushing themselves in the championship picture over the last couple of years. Okay, G-Bag of the Day at 2:30. There's a new Mavs streaming app, and why I didn't mind last night's loss and their strategy coming up next in the nation.
Rolling home with some...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has protein?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Baby.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Cyclone Squad?
equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Welcome back, Nation. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels and get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to krld-fm.com. It's also brought to you by Ciroc Vodka. Please drink responsibly. Pre-game Sunday at 3 here on The Fan. We'll visit live from the field with Jack Collinsworth, part of NBC's Football Night in America crew. We'll visit live from the field with one of our very favorite network guests, Jane Slater from the NFL Network.
think Jane's not working this week, man. On that one. So that was a revision.
We'll also have Gene Deckeroff on the show.
Him.
The Tampa Bay.
Touchdown, Tampa Bay.
And, of course, Chris Arnold's player profile this week is with Chauncey Golston. You'll have Eric Chiafalo, Brian Broaddus, Brad and Babe, Christy Scales, and a bunch of others in the pre. And Zach and Brian, your phone calls and player-coach interviews in the postgame.
Yes.
All righty.
Get those calls going.
Yeah. Get them fired up.
Line them up.
Fire them, Kenneth.
Okay. We'll talk about Cowboys' keys to victory here in just a second as well. But good news if you're wanting the Mavs games and you're like me at this point, just charge me a monthly fee and make it simple. Mavs TV in collaboration with Endeavor Streaming in the NBA, getting you for $14.99 a month or $98 for the season, $99 for the season. The Mavs TV app will be on connected devices, TVs, Android, and Fire. And for a limited time, while supplies last, fans subscribing to a season-long pass will get a $50 Mav Shop gift card to accompany their season-long subscription. And Club Mav members still have a chance to opt into a complimentary season-long pass until December 31st.
Okay.
So I'd say that's a big win for accessibility and maybe a glimpse into the future as far as where these things are going, just the teams running their own apps and selling their own ads and just more simple, please. I desperately miss the days of digital cable where if you had the top tier, then you could watch dang near anything. And now it's like I want to watch this show, The Jackal, but I don't have Peacock or Paramount or whatever I need, so I need to go in and log in and sign up and verify the email and all that. And it's just It's exhausting, Lucius.
Remember those cards you used to be able to put in your satellite dish situation?
Yes.
You get everything.
Yeah.
Ultimate Fighting, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We would drive by and see somebody with a satellite dish in their backyard and figure they were rich, just with all the envy in the world.
Man, they got it.
So the Mavs without Luka and Kyrie last night, 118-95 loss to the Clippers. Norman Powell is a hooper, and he had 29 for the Clippers. I think they've proven, guys, do you agree? We're pretty freaking good. We need to get healthy for the playoffs. And, I think Jason Kidd has a championship mentality when it comes to the regular season. And he has players that are tired or maybe up there with Kyrie Irving or Luka. Maybe they have, the numbers on his body that he's just not, able to sustain energy levels for weeks and weeks and months at a time on an NBA schedule. And if you know that about your guys, then resting for the playoffs is all I want to do. I mean, I do feel bad for the folks that maybe we got one game, we're going to go see the Clippers the week before Christmas, and you get there and Luka and Kyrie are not there. That hurts. And maybe that takes away from what could be a lifelong memory. I know 2 years ago we had Derek Holland seats and Luka fist bumped Abby. And she was in heaven, she still talks about it. So
yeah, it's a lifelong memory.
But I mean, only the Cowboys can stay relevant without championships or without appearances in the finals. For every other team, the championship is the lifeblood. And I want my teams going for that above everything. So however many games Luka or Kyrie has to sit out, I'm totally fine with it if all we got was, a thinly veiled load management night where both your main guys had to sit out. How do you guys feel about that?
Yeah, I think big picture outlook, I'm with you 100%. And I think Jason Kidd and this Mavs team has proven to you they don't really care as much about the seeding and getting home court and wherever they end up falling in this playoff race. They're going to find a way to navigate whatever their matchup is. And Jason Kidd's proven in the postseason he's been fantastic trying to give his team some type of leverage in these scenarios. But it is, I was listening to KMC talk about this. Maybe this was your Christmas gift and you couldn't afford to go to the game on Christmas Day because tickets are super expensive, and then you find out literally day of, well, I'm not getting to see Luka and I'm not getting to see Kyrie. So from a consumer that's paying big money just to be able to go to the game as a fan, I totally understand the frustration there. But big picture-wise, just for Mavericks' success, when it comes to some of this load management stuff, Yeah, I get it, and we'll see what happens with the next game tomorrow night against the Clippers. Like, do they end up sitting James Harden, and then you do have Kyrie and Luka playing? I don't know. I mean, I know Mike was talking about maybe there's like an under the table handshake agreement. We'll sit our studs one night, you sit yours the other, and if you end up setting us, then whatever. That's how it is. But I do get always the fan frustration of the load management. I'm paying to go see the game's biggest stars, and then I find out because I bought the games weeks in advance. Now I'm not going to get to see it, so I just wasted my money. Is what it feels like to me.
Yeah, it's tough, and I don't know if I would buy tickets in advance if I was like that. If it was one
Doesn't
game,
seem worth it. Day of.
I might just stay flexible and be ready. If we get the kind of report on who's playing and who's not, then hey, we're going to this game, we're going to that game. Okay, we have 5 things to watch when the Cowboys host the Buccaneers on Sunday night. And one of the main reasons from Brian Broaddus' Krusty's Corner on Wednesday that really gives me pause is, the description of this running attack. It's pretty good. Their offensive coordinator, Cohen, worked under McVay for 5 years, and it's not like a carbon copy or anything of the McVay offense, but they're running the hell out of the ball, 5.2, and they break it up between 2 different guys there, White and Irving.
Yeah.
Just running all over teams. I feel like this is a snapback to reality moment for anybody that was hoping for a late season run on just how good this Cowboys defense is. I guess if Chief was here, he'd call it a truth serum game.
Yeah,
every week. Can you stop this?
On Sunday, he will. He'll call it a truth serum game again, right in the pregame. He goes, "Hey, this is a truth serum game." So he's done it I think they're 0-3 in truth serum games this year.
Okay, yeah. Well, this this is probably going to be another one. And then Rico against this defense, he did average when he was running the gauntlet against bad teams or good teams in the first half of the season. Yeah. He was still at 4.5. And this last month with 100-yard games and 6 yards per attempt on Sunday, can he have another successful game against this Tampa defense, Brian?
It's going to be very, very difficult because where Tampa is a little bit weak is on the edges, and Dallas's offense really, when they run the ball, doesn't really allow them to get out on the edges. And they also play a lot of heavy box. And when you play heavy box against the Cowboys are one of the worst teams in the league when it comes to, I think they're like at about 3.4 yards a carry. So that means the heavy box is the extra defenders. We talked about they play a lot of the single high. Well, what happens is that safety plays down in that box. And, Tampa has had problems. When the ball gets on the edge, they're not as good. Inside, they're much better because their linebacker and their defensive tackles are really, really good at defending those plays. But if Dallas can find a way to get the ball to the outside, a little bit better opportunity there. But like I say, with that extra defender, Dallas just all year, even some of the good games that Rico has had, when they've loaded that box up, it's been a little bit harder for them to run.
In this Tampa offense, we know what Baker Mayfield can do when he's hot. They have 3 good receivers. They get good tight end play. I don't think without Diggs you have a realistic chance of shutting down either their running game or their passing game. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
You caught me in the middle. I was trying to text DJ and tell him there's a paper jam here in the printer. But I'm kind of hesitant about it because every time you tell these guys there's a problem, they come and fix it real fast and look at you like you're silly. You know what I mean? All you had to do is this right here, Lucius. All right. So I'm doing this without any paper, so I got to lean close to this computer because I have no eyes. Our winner and champ is Eric Chiafalo. He's not here. Well, here, alley-oop any question you throw up out there. Even if it's not directed towards him. Even if you're just calling for audio like the general was. Oh, and it's that time of the month. From my computer.
Got a gator situation over there in the Pimp Cup.
I'll open it up over here in just a second.
You want me to text DJ for you?
Yeah, if you do it, maybe he won't make fun of me.
How about if Dawson just does it and I'll play Chief? Yeah, we'll just
throw it up and say it.
Yeah, and I was just like, well, Dawson.
When you think about it,
I don't have a great answer. What'd you say?
All right, here he goes.
Okay, we go to Jerry with Sean and RJ. Things going much more smoothly, this time of year. And this was a very interesting question. Are McCarthy and Zimmer tied together because they're both in the expiring year of their contracts? I mean, we're going to get Jerry.
In a way, I do. And especially after the last ball game.
Yeah, I want to hear it again. I like how he's just like, okay.
In the expiring year of their contracts. And rest assured, don't worry, you will hear the fight between Wolchuk and Broadus again, and has been nominated for G-Bag of the Year. It was fast-tracked.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, you guys push that out the way. You scared? You scared?
I thought it was
I thought it was so well played on our part to navigate that.
What a play by me.
Yeah. All right.
What a play by me. Yeah.
All right, let's go to Patriots wide receiver Kendrick Bourne. Apparently his wife is responsible for his attire, his drip, if you will. He's getting a lot of compliments for his clothes.
Nice.
And they bring it up during a little presser right here. And check how this exchange happened.
So my wife is actually my stylist. Shout out to my wife. She's going to love this. She puts it all together for me. So she's doing good. I don't know what she got ready for me, but we'll see.
So every outfit, she's the one who's...
Yeah, she's behind it all. She's behind it all.
Can you give her... Can I get a number in the respectful way? Strictly wardrobe part of life.
Hold on, what you mean? Hold on, what is he asking? What are you asking? Oh, business card. Her Instagram's Vanessa Bourne.
Dang. My man said, what are you on? What you mean?
I'll tell you, the lady reporter was a nice save, though. Nice save by the lady reporter because
helping out.
He was asking the number. She said business card. And he goes, oh, okay, sure, yeah. Let me give you your Instagram, which does other things.
I thought he was asking how much does he pay her. That's what I thought.
That's what you were thinking?
You
You are the Dick Wolf of radio. I know. It is amazing how you can find an angle like that.
I don't know why.
Good God, dude.
I feel like I've been operating at 50% capacity a lot of this week.
What's going on with you?
I don't know.
All right, let's see here. We got Ottawa. Let's go to some hockey. Ottawa Senators. Their left wing, Brady Tkachuk.
Yeah.
He lost a tooth.
Uh-oh.
And he got like 9 stitches in his mouth.
Oh.
Fam jumped back in the game, though.
Nice.
And not only did he jump back in the game, he hit the game winner in OT.
That's badass.
What? Well, these boys are different in hockey.
Yeah.
They talk to him post-game.
How you feeling?
I don't feel too good right now, but it'll be a tougher day tomorrow. But yeah, all 9 stitches, 1 tooth gone. So, oh Jesus, got a face for radio right there now. So that ain't good.
Well, you're...
That ain't good.
Oh, jeez. Got a face for radio right there, you know. Oh, jeez.
Oh, jeez.
How's this one? What else we got for you boys? Travel holiday. You guys, the travel has been a lot weaker here in DFW the past 2 days. Yeah, it's not as, cluttered as it must be. People must be off, I guess. I don't know.
Today I noticed it was
the traffic?
Yeah.
I think all the kids got out of school early today because of exams.
Okay.
So coming in today was pretty rough.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
I'm flying Sunday morning. I'm hoping to see some mystery drones. I think I'm going to have my eyes peeled the whole time.
Mystery.
I think the drones are looking for aliens.
Okay.
Yeah. I think they don't want to tell us that. They're actually looking for aliens, and the drones up there looking for aliens.
Alien
those
spacecraft?
Orbs, those orbs thing. Have you seen those orbs?
Yeah.
ABC, like 7 in New York. The cameras had that orbs on there, bro, and that was scary. I have it saved. It's real life scary because they can't explain what that is, and that's what I think they're looking at. That's just my hypothesis.
I mean, the good news is they're not attacking us. I told Remy about the mystery drones, and wife is like, don't tell her about the aliens. You'll scare her. But I'm telling her the aliens are nice. Aliens haven't hurt us. If they're here, they have our best interests at heart. I appreciate it.
That's Generation X for you right there. I tell you what. Scare the hell out the kids,
Until Dawson walks outside, the aliens grab him. Oh, the aliens are nice.
Every night now, she's getting out of the bath and she's saying, Daddy, can we look at the aliens? And she wants me to search for it on Twitter. I'm like, yeah, let's see what the latest is.
Man. Yeah, my brother's Generation X. He's the one that told me, hey, anything can kill you. Did you know that? Anything. You can fall on a pencil, anything. You know what I mean? Have you scared, bro? Bullies. All right, let's go to ABC 11. A Live News in Atlanta. They caught up with a dude named Jerry Jones. And he's been driving from Tennessee to Atlanta. And he is sick and tired of the holiday traffic.
I left Nashville at 8:30. No, it's a 4-hour drive, 4.5 hours from Nashville to here.
Where you headed?
Here.
You headed to Atlanta. Okay, so you finally made it, but it took you a while. What was going on the roads?
Traffic. Police ain't playing with your. Oh, excuse my language. Police bad. Traffic bad. That mountain, he already scared. Y'all found dumb. Excuse my language. Gonna go real bad. I hope you have an accident. Now I'm gonna get out and get your wallet. Super duper bad.
What?
Traffic is so bad. Hitting Chattanooga, coming back this way. Excuse my language.
Excuse my language.
Oh my God, look at traffic. And we gotta go back.
How do you keep your mind?
Sounds like a bottle of Jack.
Turn the music on and watch. Get. Jerry Jones, the broke, not the rich Dallas Cowboy. I'm a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, and that's sorry, Cowboy. I hope they fired the illegal. He walked off the job site. I hate him. Illegal gonna walk out the job. Sorry, sack of crap. I'm a Steelers fan.
Wow. I want to hang out with this dude this holiday season. Sounds like personality plus. And coming down those hills out of the mountains, like he's probably coming out of the Smoky Mountains or something through Tennessee. What's out there in Tennessee? That is.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know exactly what he's talking about.
Because some people don't care, and some people in 18-wheelers will be changing lanes as you're going around a big bend. I'm like, can we just chill for about another half mile? Is it the Chief answering a throw to audio? Is it Patriots wide receiver Kendrick Bourne and his wife? Is it Ottawa Senators Brady Tkachuk has a face for radio and the game winner? And we had A-Live News in Atlanta, Georgia, caught up with a different Jerry Jones. I'm gonna go with the Senators guy there. I like that face for radio line. Keith Tkachuk's kid, Brady, nephew. I don't know. What do you think, Lucius?
Yeah, I'm riding with Mr. Jerry Jones.
We're tied at 1, Wolchuk.
I'll go with Eric.
We're tied at 1, Brian. Eric. By a score of 2-1, and still your G-Bag of the Day champion. It's Eric Chiafalo. Shining bright. Okay, Wolchuk, you got his broadcast responsibilities today. That puts you up next.
All right, let's do a little biggest L, biggest dub. Where have you taken some personal victories lately and some L's along the way? 877-881-1053. Whataburger, shoe deals, and toes falling off. That's next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? Yeah, to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
part of this.
You do. You sure remind all of us that you're a part of it.
You know why? Because I'm proud of that.
Season's greetings from DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. Stephen Jones coming up at 3 o'clock here on your home of the Cowboys. Talk to him about the Buccaneers, Trayvon Diggs, what Micah Parsons had to say, and several other topics here coming up at the top of the hour. Right now, it's time for Zach Wolchuk's Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
Let's do it. Where have you taken some victories lately? Where have you taken some L's along the way? 877-881-1053. It's time for Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Zach Wolchuk, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
Big time dub for all your state champions right now as we've got the state championship games underway at AT&T Stadium. We got to watch an incredible finish in the 2A Division I game. Ganado getting the win over Stanford. Gunter with a 28-0 victory in 3A D2 over Woodville. And then how about Columbus? A big-time win over Malakoff, 48-14. I thought Malakoff, that's a proud school right there. Columbus didn't play. They did not mess around. Carthage, another state championship for them, 28-14. Shout out to our guy, Tim, good old Pappy. I got the Carthage Bulldogs hat on for you. I'm sure we'll hear him, what you drinking, what you thinking later on. Kilgore and Salina. Salina's going for number 9 here in the 4A Division I state championship. And South Oak Cliff, they're back. The Golden Bears, 5A D2, looking to win another state championship under Coach Todd tonight. That'll be the nightcap against Richmond Randall, and that'll wrap up tomorrow with some big-time games. 5A D2, the Scotties, Highland Park against Smithson Valley, and then South Lake Carroll against Austin Vandergrift. North Crowley against Austin Westlake, and the word is you might get some Dallas Cowboys appearing at that North Crowley game. Of course, Tyler Smith, proud North Crowley alum. Micah was saying, hey, I might go out there catch that game with you. So you might run into some of your favorite Cowboy players tomorrow at AT&T Stadium.
Awesome.
It's going to be fun. Biggest L, Biggest Dub, 877-881-1053. 817 said Biggest L, having to work Monday. Biggest Dub was just now leaving B-Dubs off 114 and winning a hat. Congratulations to you, sir. Our buddy Walton Waco Texan, Biggest L, got to Martin House late and didn't get a Tolo glass and missed seeing the General.
Oh, yeah.
That's an L.
That stunk for me. That was an L
the whole thing
on Saturday for me.
Man, I mean, overall, big dub. Martin House was incredible on Saturday, but yeah, I know you had to get out of there. But Biggest Dub, he did say, got to meet most of my favorite fan hosts and some Tolo brethren. So shout out to you, Walton Waco. You are a stud. 817, David from Midlothian, Biggest L, missed out on the Tolo holiday party at Martin House Brewery. Biggest Dub, missed out because my oldest daughter, Kenzie, had a softball tournament, and she finished off her season with a championship win.
Let's go.
That would be a big win.
Big time dub. Yeah. Absolutely a dub there.
Nothing feels better than winning, man.
No, it's the best. It's the best, man. Big dub for Bobby Witt Jr. I mentioned this to you guys during a break yesterday, but he had a Dallas wedding reception that featured Whataburger, but they changed the name to Whittaburger for him and his marriage. So Colleyville Heritage alum came back home.
So it was catered by Whataburger.
It was catered by Whataburger. Yes, it was. And
that's a super fan right there.
They fit in the Bobby Witt, the Witt name with the Whittaburger. And, I mean, it's just incredible. Like, they've got the whole menu in the background. They're taking pictures. It looked like quite the event. But, I mean, anytime you're going to a wedding and a Whataburger caters the wedding, it's like, that might be better than an open bar.
It's iconic, and as DJ Pridemore fixes the printer over there in the Pimp Cup, I'm reminded DJ bought me my first Whataburger when I arrived in Dallas in 2010. Okay. I was talking about some of my favorite burgers. He's like, bro, you got to try this. I'll bring one to you tomorrow. And ever since then, it's been my new favorite.
Enchanting. It is. I don't honestly remember my first Whataburger.
We're up there on the 12th floor.
Wow, that's a good...
You know?
Yeah.
It's like you kind of just grow up here, so it's like I'm spoiled
you really
and
don't.
you take it for granted, but
really
I can't remember...
Probably 2 years old.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, like, I can't remember the first time I had... I was probably ordering the chicken nuggets or something.
I put the the Whataburger in Athens, Texas in my will.
Did you?
Yeah, because we were at the lake, and I had so much to drink that they saved my life. I showed up. I was shaking so bad. I couldn't get the card to go in the slot. I had to hold my hand.
Wow. Sounds like you might have had heat stroke.
No, I'd had like too much Dos Equis.
Maybe alcohol poisoning?
I was like literally
stroke.
Like the sweet tea. I literally unwrapped the Whataburger while I was standing there paying.
Wow.
And stood there and ate it and drank the sweet tea. And then got my card and went back to the lake and started all over again.
That happened to me one time at the pizza spot BJ's.
Yeah.
I was dehydrated and I just played basketball for like 2 hours.
Oh, wow.
And I started shaking.
Yeah.
And I went in there and I was like, give me 2 of your biggest beers now. And I stood there at the bar and just slammed them both. And within about 5 minutes, I felt amazing.
Was it the blood sugar? Was that
maybe
blood sugar level?
blood sugar and dehydration, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Man.
I was circling the drain though. I felt like I might need an ambulance at any time.
Yeah.
Have you ever got an IV?
Yeah.
From like being dehydrated?
Yes. Yeah. After partying?
Yeah, they
for like
had,
2 days, and you get it. They come to your house and
they had these
hook you up on
places,
a Sunday.
Right? They could go and you could get an IV and get yourself right.
I knew they have these in Vegas. Is this like everywhere?
They have them
now
here in Dallas, bro.
Dude.
Yeah, and they don't cost as much as you think they do.
That's gonna be an amazing feeling.
Couple of bags, Lucius, or just one?
You get one bag, something like that, however you feeling. But yeah, if you was wilding for a whole weekend, pull up on a Sunday, they run it through, you feeling good by the afternoon.
I ran a marathon where that one I told you about, I finished in South Bend. I ran that, and I finished the race. And I take an immediate left, and the lady was trying to convince me, oh, you could drink your fluid back. And I looked at her and I go, ma'am, I'm a professional football scout. I've seen dehydration. She goes, okay, let's hook up. 2 bags later, I walk out of there. I sent her a T-shirt, a Dallas Cowboys T-shirt. Like, listen, thanks for helping me out. But yeah, I knew. I'm like, ma'am, I cannot drink enough Gatorade to make up for what I just went through.
I need this.
Yeah.
Fill me up.
Yeah, I went into one of those Red Cross tents once, and they looked at me, and they were like getting the tub, and they had like an ice
cold tub.
And I just sat down in that and guzzled water for about 30 minutes.
Jeez.
What were you doing? You must have looked a mess. What were you doing? You walked in and was like, sir.
So this was in Salem, Oregon, and they had this 3-on-3 basketball tournament every like June or July, and the temperature had been like in the 70s, but all of a sudden it shot to like 99 degrees, which was way more than I was used to.
Yeah, that's going to get
And I wasn't hydrated. I think I had like one Diet Coke.
Yeah.
All morning long. Did 4 hours of radio and then tried to step on a basketball court.
Do you try and force yourself to drink water?
Oh, yeah. Always.
Okay.
I'm always drinking water.
Okay.
Yeah.
Biggest dub from the 817 went to B-dubs today. Got to meet my heroes during their thing. Shout out to you going out there and supporting our boys, KMC. Biggest L found out this week my overactive dog tore a ligament in her leg. Had to drop $250 on a dog leg brace. Now she's on house arrest for 6 weeks while she heals. And those vet bills, they add up. They really, really do.
I kind of feel like that vets
taking advantage
are
of that.
killing it.
Are they better off than the real doctors, you think? The way they kind of work? I know, I know your patient can't tell you
some
what's
of the
wrong.
Stuff that I've heard, yeah, you might be onto something there, Brian. Some of these vet bills I find ridiculously expensive.
And people are willing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot
people
of
are willing.
Well, it's like a member of the
$5,000 to have a transplant.
No doubt.
Oh, yeah, go ahead and do it. Let's go. I'm like,
Man.
okay.
Yeah.
Big dub for Asia Wilson. Nike agreed to a 6-year contract
Good for
extension
her.
after her third WNBA MVP. She's crushing it. And then Paige Becker's future Dallas wing also cashing in. First NIL athlete to launch a Nike Player Edition sneaker. So she's
We
crushing
need to all
the
buy
game.
that for her.
Yeah.
So she's still playing?
She is. This is her last year at UConn. And then she'll be hitting the draft. And, I mean, it seems like a foregone conclusion the Wings with the number 1 pick are going to take her.
Shoot, she plays this weekend against Juju.
Nice.
Yes.
I'll tell you what, those Juju interviews, she's really interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, like she's
a
going
good personality.
Yeah, she's going the right way. She was talking about like her media relations and stuff like that. She has very comfortable doing all that stuff.
Yeah, she is. She's really, really smart. Big L for this UFC fighter. Now, it's a dub because he ended up getting a win in his UFC fight, Dustin Jacoby. So he fought this past weekend, beat Vitor Petrino at UFC Tampa. But 3 weeks before the fight, he completely ripped his right big toe off of his foot.
What?
Yeah. How? He was sparring, and he was doing some kickboxing, and he said, he's never once had this happen, but he looks down, he grabs his toe to see how bad it was. His entire toe just came off his foot.
The whole toe, not just the toenail.
Hinge. She said, I freaked out. I pushed it back. I looked around, and I was like, I've got to go somewhere right now. Immediately goes to the doctor. Doctor says it's okay. It's just a dislocation. They go ahead and pop it back in. He's good to go.
Oh, so the flesh didn't tear?
So, it wasn't like he's holding it.
Okay.
But it looked like it was just dangling there.
Yeah, these things aren't Legos, buddy.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, just the giving the image of that sounds terrifying. I don't know how I would have reacted, but thank goodness.
I'd pass out.
Doctors, probably. Doctors just go ahead and pop that back into the socket. They stitched it back up. 2 weeks later, he was good to go and ends up winning the fight. So pretty incredible story, but my gosh, the life these fighters go through.
I'm so squeamish. I have to tell my doctors, if you have to describe things in detail that you're going to do to me, or even if you've done to others, please just spare me, because I'll start spinning and need to lay down.
Well, I mean, I learned, like, the first time I gave blood, I looked at it, made me feel sick. I thought I was going to pass out. Now I just
look away.
Look away. Just go ahead and do what you can do, Doc. I got to look away.
These nurses are so good at doing it. Where next thing you know, you're like, you feel the cotton on there. You're like, wow,
it's done.
Yeah.
It's done.
Yeah. If you look away, sometimes you can't even notice that
exactly.
it's been done.
Exactly.
Stephen Jones is set to join us. We'll talk with him about all the Cowboys stories as they get set to take on Tampa. Pregame Sunday at 3 o'clock, and we're back in the nation.
Commercial-free G-Bag. Salute. It's our
that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Happy Football Friday to you. We're standing by for word on when Stephen Jones can join us. C-Notes coming up at 3:20. We'll get to the Cowboys news of the evening. Right now, Wolchuk's NFL news of the day. Here's Zachary.
All righty. Well, it does appear that Stephon Gilmore, who's missed 2 games with a hammy injury, is off the injury report. He is set to make his return Sunday against Seattle, so just in time, because you got the Seahawks, DK Metcalf, and Jackson Smith and Jigba Rockwall's zone, who is really settled in nicely with Geno Smith. He's been absolutely on a tear the last 6 weeks. So big to get Gilly back for that game. That's a must-win situation there if you are Seattle. But Minnesota, who's already clinched a spot, they're also trying to play for the 1 seed right now. So big implications in that game. You got CeeDee Lamb, who's been one of the few bright spots this year for the Cowboys. But he's got an opportunity to make some history when you look at receiving yards in a player's first 5 seasons. Right now, CD has 6,234. He has the opportunity in these final 3 weeks to pass Jerry Rice, who had 6,364. So he could even do it this weekend against Tampa Bay. So that's something that we're going to be monitoring. Right now, the leader for most receiving yards in the first 5 seasons is Justin Jefferson, who's got 7,142. So you got Torrey Holt behind him, Randy Moss, so CD's on the chase. But anytime you're about to pass Jerry Rice on an all-time receiving list, that's absolutely a tremendous milestone to reach. And we're hoping CD can do it, and we can celebrate that in the postgame show. Maybe a win against Tampa Bay. Maybe. You never know. We've seen crazier things in the NFL.
I mean, CD has had kind of an up-and-down journey for the first couple of years. People weren't even buying that he was going to be a number 1 receiver. He passed that. And then things got weird a couple of times, on the sideline and in the game last year, in the playoff game, and then early on this year. Just didn't seem like his body language and composure was there. But one of the most successful receivers in his start of career that we've ever seen now in the NFL. I think it's certified, and you just brace for some volatility there. I think he's an emotional guy, and dang it,
yes,
when that emotion gets running hard, and I call him CD Ram instead of CD Lamb, he starts flying into guys. That's just a whole nother level, and you got to take the good with the bad.
He hates losing, and that's something that you want.
Facts of life right there, buddy.
Yep.
Damn right.
Yeah, we're all a work in progress.
Josh Allen also can pass Chargers coach Jim Harbaugh in the NFL record book. He already passed Hall of Fame running backs Lenny Moore, O.J. Simpson, and Terrell Davis in career touchdown runs. How crazy is that? We're talking Josh Allen, quarterback. He's passed those guys in career touchdown runs. He's currently tied with Hall of Fame running back Larry Zonka for the 49th most touchdown runs in league history, but he's set to pass another notable. He's got 191 passing yards, and then he will throw for more yards than what Jim Harbaugh did over the course of his 14-year NFL career.
I mean, I know they're not the same caliber of athlete, but this right here is why I would not have signed Dak Prescott if I had been in charge. Because of how much of an edge that is, especially in the red zone, and running it in the red zone, especially if, your passing game can stall out down there, has been huge for this team in 2014 and 2016. That really, drove them home and made potential field goals, touchdowns quite consistently. And right now they don't have that.
No, and I mean, think about how they won that 2018 game at home against Seattle in the wild card. It's a 4th down, and they call number 4. And Dak takes a quarterback draw up the middle, somersaults, almost scores. He's down at the 1. I mean, and in the postseason, do the Chiefs have as many Super Bowls right now?
No.
If Pat Mahomes isn't using his legs to have some unbelievable big moment plays in those championship games.
Yeah, probably won them 2 games or so in this regular season as well that they wouldn't have otherwise.
I mean, it's very, very important at the quarterback position to be able to steal a first down, steal a touchdown in a game here or there. And right now, that is a tremendous question mark that we're going to have going into next year is how mobile will Dak be?
I asked Brian Schottenheimer in Oxnard, what do you do about these defenses with great, run stopping and shutting down your big plays? And he said immediately that's where the quarterback has to run. These defenses have gotten so good and have now evolved to be able to handle the motion and, the great athletes on the other side of the ball. And you need that trump card if you don't have, a Hall of Fame talent in the pocket.
Last night, speaking of Harbaugh, it was the moment he's been waiting for. Cameron Dicker made the longest fair catch free kick in NFL history at the end of the second quarter going into half, 57-yarder. And it's a play that, I mean, Gavin, you were talking about, like, I didn't even know this was, I don't think you're alone. I think there are a lot of people watching that were, I didn't know we could do this.
Mm-hmm.
Here was Harbaugh, and you brought this up that he's tried to do this previously in San Francisco. He talks about this is his favorite rule in the NFL.
It's my favorite rule in football. And just been trying to get one of those, like, every game.
You've been trying to get one of those?
Yeah. It's the first one we've made. We tried one with the 49ers. I think it was like a 70-yarder or 71. 71, thanks. Mr. Dawson. Probably a little. I wanted it so bad that I tried a 71-yarder, but it is my favorite rule, and that was. And Cam Dicker stepped up and nailed it, and I thought that was a huge, good momentum. Got the momentum back, and going into halftime, and then coming out. And Derwin was great in the locker room at halftime.
All right, there is Jim Harbaugh after a fair catch free kick.
Yeah.
Man, that would come in mighty handy, And it can only happen with 0 seconds, or can it happen at any time?
You could declare it any time.
Anytime.
Yeah.
All right. As Stephen Jones joins us now here in the G-Bag Nation, here on your home of the Cowboys. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Doing good, guys. How you doing?
We're doing good. We're just talking about that fair catch free kick that the Chargers pulled off last night. That's pretty neat. Have the Cowboys ever done one of those in your time?
Not that I can recall. I think it's the first one, and I think maybe before we had the team.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
I know we've never done one.
I mean, it might be cool to have it in your back pocket with Brandon Aubrey. I think he might be good from 75 or so if the other team can't block it.
It's always good to get tweaked on these things. I saw where officials and coaches, they were all huddling, trying to figure out exactly what was going on.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure you guys are huddling now. Go ahead.
I'm sure we'll be huddling on the competition committee. Make sure it's not that our guys, our staff hadn't done a great job, but it'll be. I'm sure we'll go over it one good time this off season.
Well, right on, man. And I'm sure you guys have gone over this Buccaneers team several times. I mean, they were on the rope 6 weeks ago. They lost 4 in a row. Now they've won 4 in a row. How good are they? Do you think they're better than their record says?
Yeah, first of all, nothing but respect for Coach Bowles. He was with us when Coach Parcells was here. He's obviously one of the good ones in the business, great ones in the business, and he'll have his team ready. They've won a lot of football games. We've had some good wars with them with Brady, and but the other one that I've got a ton of respect for is obviously Baker Mayfield, the competitor he is, and they just got a good football team, and they're fighting to get in the playoffs, and we've got a lot longer shot, but we're going to go out there and compete, and I like our chances to go out there and play really good football and win a football game.
Stephen, the injury report just dropped. It looks like Micah is questionable with an illness, and then Jalen Brooks has been ruled out with a knee. Anything new you can share with us about those two?
Yeah, I'd be surprised if Micah doesn't come around. I mean, you never know on these flu bugs, but he should be fine. And, Jalen, on the other hand, he hyperextended his knee on the last play of practice, unfortunately, and, probably looking at something there where probably can't go this week, but should be good to go after that. But, the great news is with, us, having a good number of guys at the receiver position, we should be fine.
Stephen, I hope you give me a little latitude on my question here, but I've all of a sudden kind of got interested in numbers and how it pertains to caps and stuff like that. And I just was curious because you guys are getting tremendous value from players that don't cost a lot on your cap. And I give you credit in the staff for credit for finding these guys. Is this an avenue that might be a better way for you guys to handle free agency when, you always talk about, people say, well, they're never active. Is this a plan that you guys have that you're using that, hey, listen, we could sign these guys and we're getting more value out of these signings and then maybe guys that are high-priced free agents?
Well, when you have to, Brian, and it's a great question, and it's obviously one that we go over, and, we're obviously, being questioned in terms of our strategy. But no question, when you're looking down the barrel at signing Dak and CD and Micah, and you do have to draft and develop and really do your homework on players in terms of guys who might not be there at the top in terms of on the list to be paid. So yes, I mean that's certainly our strategy when you want to keep Dak, Micah, and CD around. I mean, 3 of the top paid players in our league. You have to find not only the guys you draft, but you got to have some good luck in the college free, our priority free agency, which we call college free agency, but it's important. That's our second draft. And then, the other thing is finding, a guy like Chuma. Those guys are important. We found Hankins for a couple years. Those are important players that can step up. And then when you have, draft picks that really go out and play at a high level, and I know I'm talking about one that's on IR right now, but, you get a guy like an Overshone who's, was quickly becoming one of the top players in this league defensively. And then you see a Maris step up, who we drafted in the mid-rounds there. And, that's what you got to have happen when you decide that you're going to spend the type of money that we do on the top end of your roster, which is your top 3, 4, a Diggs, guys like that. Now, we do have players like Zach Martin and, obviously Tyron Smith will be rolled off this year. Zach Martin will roll off next year. DeMarcus Lawrence, who's been a great player for us, some of his bigger money from his prime years are rolling off. Some of that cleans up, but you certainly have to have production from your drafted players and your priority free agents and your, guys that you're looking for, vets that can step up and play well for you.
Yeah, and the reason I was bringing that up, Steve, because I look at the value of your players. Like Rico Dowdle's playing like a $12 million player. Carl Lawson playing like a $14 million player. Brock Hoffman playing like a $17 million player. These are all guys that you have that very, very manageable. And I just wondered if that was a strategy. And by the way you're saying it, yeah, it's part of. It's not completely keeping you from going after big free agents, but it's just something that, like I say, you just continue to lean on as you go forward with your cap.
Well, Jerry and I and Will were talking the other day, and, one of the things that, everybody was wanting to, give you a little pat on the back for is, the deals that we cut with Stephon Gilmore and Brandon Cooks. I mean, there we're getting, really high-end players for a low-end draft pick and, if you will, a bargain price for those type of players. Right. And we got them, for sub-10 when those guys might cost you, as you said, Brian, you were mentioning numbers, 15 to 20 in a normal market. So, you have to look for things like that to, to sprinkle your roster with when you're wanting to pay your elite players. And we're fortunate. Hell, we're fortunate enough to draft Dak Prescott, fortunate enough to draft CD Lamb, Micah Parsons, Diggs,
Osa Digizua.
I mean, Osa.
Yeah.
I mean, he's obviously a guy who's coming up, and he's a guy we'd love to keep around. But you gotta hit on those guys.
When you draft so well, one thing we've also talked about, and I wonder your experience with this, Steven, is all these contracts seem like they come up at the same time. And Mike, I know, was talking this week about maybe not being the highest paid defender, but he also doesn't want to hold out. He wants to try and get that deal done. Do you look at that maybe and would wait on a deal to try and stagger these out a little bit, or is it still just beneficial to get ahead of these things?
No, if you get ahead of them, you want to get ahead of them. And hats off to Micah. And I've seen, like you guys have, some of the comments that he's made. He's certainly had conversations with Jerry and I, and that's what we want. We want guys who want to be here. And, I think this year more than ever, having the injuries we have, I think our top guys are feeling it that, you can't just have unlimited funds. Now, as you said, Brian, hats off to these guys, who are stepping up.
Yes,
young drafted players, the Hoffmans, the Lawsons, the guys like that step up and, play well. I mean, look at Schoonmaker. He's a guy who, well, maybe last year you said maybe you didn't hit on him, and now, he's playing well. I mean, Mozzie picked it up this year. I mean, you got these guys around who you think a lot of, and they step up. Sometimes it takes 1 year longer or 2 years longer, but ultimately you need them to step up.
Steven, what are we in for with this Netflix show? Are you guys excited about it?
Oh yeah, I mean, a little bit in the weeds a little bit with you on that. I mean, what I'm the most fired up about is I think it's great that people are going to really, I think, enjoy this. And, at the end of the day, it's a big focus on Jerry and what he's done, as a entrepreneur, as obviously a Hall of Fame owner, and, his journey. But what fires me up the most is we're going to have something here documented, not only on what our fans will see, but on the hundreds of hours of taping that our family will have, my kids will have, Charlotte's kids will have, Jerry's kids, their kids will have documented about, Jerry and Senior's journey and what he's done, for business, what he's done for the NFL, what he's done for the game of football. I think people are going to really be intrigued by, and these guys are amazing at what they do. So I'll be very surprised if this isn't something that people are really going to enjoy.
One thing that people are already intrigued by is, from the promo that was released yesterday, the quote with Jerry saying it's more than just winning football games. What all do you think he meant by that?
I think it's the whole, at the end of the day, it's the full body of work. I mean, obviously at the end of the day, winning the games is huge, but it is more than that. You've got to put the resources, you got to go out and generate business so that you can leave the franchise in a better place than when you left it. I mean, when we got the team, we were in Valley Ranch, which, by the way, in its time was one of the top practice facilities in the league, and we were playing at Texas Stadium. And now the franchise plays at AT&T, which is one of the top facilities, not only in the country, but in the world. And then obviously the Star, what Jerry and our teams brought there in terms of a mixed use development, but also, a way for our fans to be able to go enjoy something else about the Cowboys. So hopefully, not only do you want to win games, and certainly that's, utmost, but, and we've obviously had some good runs at some Super Bowls, but our fire burns bright to get another one. But, at the same time, there's a whole lot more to these franchises, than just the Super Bowl part. Don't get me wrong, though. No one understands more how much urgency is on winning a championship and bringing another Super Bowl to our fans here in Dallas.
I love it. Best of luck to the Longhorns and your family this weekend, and go give them hell Sunday night. We'll be pulling for you.
Hey, go Sounds Scots. Great, guys. Always enjoy being on with you. And go Scots. I agree.
Salute. There he goes. Stephen Jones with you here on 105.3 The Fan. Highland Park heading for a state championship game, too?
They're heading that way. Valley tomorrow.
Yep.
Man, that is cool. Okay, we'll continue with your NFL news of the day, give you some C-Note as well, Cowboys news of the evening, and more coming up next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I have to chat.
know that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
Who said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Go online to franklfirm.com. We'll take your feedback on the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line. Please leave your name and city you're texting from. What are you thinking about the Cowboys? What are you thinking about Longhorns, SMU? But we got the C-note right here, Cowboys news over the evening. And one of the stories is kind of based on what you broke for us a couple of days ago, Brian, that DeMarcus Lawrence not coming back this season. There's several blogs picking it up. I know, I think it was maybe Jerry or Steven or Mike said that's not official yet, but
yeah, it was Jerry earlier today.
What do you have any follow up on that?
No, that's all I know.
You got your report, sticking to it.
Yeah, that's it was because I lost track of him. Remember I was telling you about how I was walking to do my morning gig there, and I saw him working with Britt Brown, and I'm like, okay, things look pretty positive. And all of a sudden, it's like he wasn't in the mix for that. Was the last game we had here, the Carolina game, and then I said, well, I need to ask a couple of different people there, and they were like, listen, he's just not worth it right now. I mean, I don't mean it not worth it like they're not trying to win. It's just it's going to be hard for him to get back and play at the level that he once was at.
But Jerry didn't rule out his time as a Cowboy being over. So maybe they bring him back for next year.
Yeah, I mean, at this age for a pass rusher, that's when the salaries can really collapse, and that's how come you get Carl Lawson and Linval Joseph. And,
Carl Lawson for sure.
Especially with
guys,
injuries.
Yeah, and Tank loves being a Cowboy, so I think that'd be massive if they can, bring him back. But man, just a number of big time players. It feels like we've totally turned the page now.
You okay?
My goodness, I think so.
That's weed. That's weed.
You got this, buddy.
Yeah, it was. I thought I was going to get a belch there for a second.
If you ain't choking, you ain't smoking.
Yeah.
That's the truth.
Man, I need this vacation.
Okay
I think I'm just talking way too much between yelling during coaching, the 5 hours, and the podcast.
Yeah.
I don't know. If it still bother me like this when I come back from vacation, I guess I'll go see a doctor. But
we'll get you checked out.
A lot of headlines about Micah Parsons saying bleep the Eagles. And his contract promise. Will Cowboys move to embarrassing record on Sunday Night Football? Talking about the lack of home success so far this year. Why do you think they've struggled so much at home this year, Brian?
Man, I'll tell you what, they've caught some teams that are just better than them.
I think that's true.
I think the schedule makers, the NFL, tried to give them some really, usually you want to play your tough games at home. In this case, Dallas is, Dallas has been much better, as we all know, on the road. But man, they have struggled. They have struggled so much, and I think a lot of it has to do, especially in the season. You just defensively you weren't ready to play, and offensively you just weren't good enough, and that's the biggest issue.
A loss would make them 1-7. Cowboys would match their worst home stretch in a season since 2015. So this has actually happened, know. And
it is.
One year they were 8-0 on the road.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe home field advantage is not quite what it once was here in football, or maybe for the Cowboys, there's something unique about the challenges of playing at home, AT&T Stadium and all that. Here's Wolchuk with more NFL news today.
All righty. Did you guys see what Brock Purdy gave his offensive lineman? As we've just got quarterback gifting wars going on.
Snowmobiles.
He surprised 10 of the guys who protect him. You're kind of close.
Oh, was that? I just guessed.
Brand new automobiles.
Oh.
5 Toyota Sequoias, 5 Toyota Tundras that Purdy Claus came out with. Now, here's the catch. A basic Sequoia package is valued at approximately $62,000. A basic Tundra package is valued around $40,000. If you do the math, that comes out to what? $710K in total?
Yeah.
Which doesn't include any upgrades. Brock Purdy's making $900,000. That's his salary.
He gets that bonus, right? Where you get like $4 or $5 million like Dak.
He's going to get that. That's what's not being accounted here. Like Deron Bland's going to get that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's money that right now, if you look at over the cap, that hasn't been factored
Sure,
in.
that
Like, I
hasn't
think Nick Eatman did a great job explaining that with the morning show the other day. So like all of the fans, like you look at over the cap, like that, it's a great resource, but it's not necessarily perfect in terms of some other avenues that do need.
Oh no, you're going to be short of what the contract actually says.
Yeah.
But it kind of gives you a little bit of a roadmap.
It does, and they're tremendous. It's definitely better than Spotrac, I think, but that is something where that's going to kick in for Brock Purdy, and he's expecting to just end up being a $50 million plus man here in what, a year? Less.
I'm also
6
saying
months.
that my man has probably got a deal lined up with a Toyota dealership.
I think you're probably right.
And he's probably maybe they're talking about being an owner when he gets all this money. Maybe he's going to own a Toyota.
Go ahead and
dealership or
own
something
yourself
like
a Toyota.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
So you think the dealership made him like a mean discount, or
Absolutely.
is he like working for 2 years for free basically now?
Well, no, I don't think he's doing that, but I think maybe he's probably got a partnership with one of those Toyota dealerships out there in California, and maybe Brock's lending his name and his likeness and all his stuff to kind of help out, but they probably cut him a deal.
Well, then the 49ers media team made a whole video of it.
Yeah.
So it kind of works as like a commercial, for Toyota.
Nice to get a Tundra.
I think the Niners base.
It's a hell of a nice truck.
Yeah, great at the lake. Hell yeah. Give me a Tundra.
I think the Niners have based their entire evaluation off what it was when they were an incredibly physical and dominant offense. And they're like, wow, look at this guy. He makes great decisions and he's accurate. He's pretty mobile. And that was good enough then.
Okay.
Now you're in reality. You better have a Josh Allen to be the tiebreaker.
This is where I need to ask you the question then. Is this going to be the first team to say, well, I'm sure there's some teams. I shouldn't say the first.
I mean, they cut bait on Trey Lance.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Are they going to now are they going to be consistent to what they've been doing, and that's not pay a quarterback?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
I think it's glorious. Maybe they'll try to do it in a way where they can get out of it in 2 years or something like that. But from my understanding, Mike Shanahan is a highly influential figure. They even have cameras so Mike can watch everything at home.
Shadow GM.
And he loves them.
Yeah.
He was the reason they traded Trey Lance.
Yes.
So if he's that influential and he really stood on a table for him, I don't imagine him pivoting.
I did want to slide this other audio clip of Cliff Kingsbury in here because, Brian, I mean, you know all about the voodoo that goes down in NOLA. And we had the clock stopping towards the end of the game. That was
brilliant,
home
man.
cooking there for
that
the
is
Saints.
at the Mercedes-Benz Dome. You're going to get good things like that happening for you.
So Cliff, was asked about that scenario and almost costing Washington a victory.
I was just watching. I'm like, it looked like he waved to stop it. I was like, it shouldn't be stopped. And then I looked and it was stopped. And I lived down there for a year, so I know all the voodoo. So I was just like, here we go again. So I was actually shocked we won that game. So I've lived this before. But yeah, I waved. I'm like, why would he stop it? And then it actually stopped. And so luckily we were able to get that win.
Came out with the W, but that voodoo bleep, man. You never know what's going to happen when you go there to New Orleans and play the Saints.
Everyone, when your home clock operator needs to be part of the game. That you got to saving
home cooking.
If you're driving the ball, saving a second here, saving a second there might be the victory way of kicking a 60-yard field goal or something like that.
Remember when they had that voodoo thing, Indiana Jones, and they were stabbing it and it was hurting him.
Oh yeah.
Oh what is
that called? That little doll.
Yeah, voodoo doll.
Voodoo doll.
Just a voodoo doll.
Yeah.
What's
voodoo
that voodoo? What's that voodoo thing called? And you're stabbing it.
Yeah. I mean, you get up there and sometimes you imagine someone's got a voodoo doll of you somewhere out there. Got the back and the hip, the knee.
It's a little voodoo music right there.
Some voodoo music.
Casting a spell on you fools.
Oh no! Oh no! Okay, there's your C-Note and NFL news today. Salute to Stephen Jones, joined us back there at the top of the hour. I thought we had some great questions for him, if you want to go back and listen to that.
I hope somebody takes my question and makes it better than what I asked. Because I think that might be
That's a good question. That was a good question.
I just think that maybe that's a plan of theirs. That like, listen, we're very hot, we're very top heavy.
Yeah.
But is it a real plan of ours to hit on Brock Hoffmans and guys like that for $927,000?
No, I think that's a great point. And maybe what gives them confidence. If you're fishing in that pond, it's chock full of slightly older fish, but still plenty of meat on that bone.
Yeah.
And I love that. You know, if they could mix that in with a great draft, maybe they bounce back next year. And could be back in position to win the division or something. Okay, Krusty's Corner is brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning every day at this time. Where are we going, Brian?
Yeah, on this Friday, I got some questions for my guys. We'll do that next.
But let's talk some prize picks, shall we? And the holidays are bigger and brighter with
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Chevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Shoot, yeah. Welcome back, nation. Okay, coming up at 4 o'clock, we're going to chat with Nick Harris about Cowboys, probably college football and high school as well. Nick knows all things football. He joins us coming up in 15 minutes. Time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's Brian.
Thank you very much, General, and thank you to Reliant. I guarantee you Nick Harris will be calling us from the press box at AT&T Stadium.
Oh, yeah, I bet.
He is. He was so excited when we didn't have Cowboy break this morning because he's like,
yes,
man, I'll get to go to these games.
This is awesome.
Yeah, he's good. He loves that. Knows a lot about that too. Man, they cover that stuff for 24/7, right? So he did.
He covered for 24/7, and then he was actually a part of when Eric Heckma Harris and Kyle and I did Friday Night Stars for a few years from the Star in Frisco. We would have Nick on as a correspondent, so he's traveled the entire state. I mean, he's plugged in.
It helps us so much too when he does, because he was really big in recruiting.
Yes,
and so like when we're doing the draft shows, he like, oh, it was a 3-star recruit, and he just rattles off.
He can go back and give the history of the school.
Like the history of the player and the school and
like
all that.
Like a random high school in Alaska.
Yeah.
You know, what are they known for? Pumping out linemen.
Yeah, there you go. All right. I talked about questions and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm just going to nerd on you guys. I'm going to do some nerd stuff today.
Nerd it.
But I'm not going to make you guys be part of the nerd stuff. I just went through some things. The next gen stuff that the teams get from next gen. The teams get a different game plan, if you want to say, from like normal next gen stuff. If people subscribe to it, I guess. I don't know. Can you subscribe?
Yeah.
Okay. The teams get a different breakdown of some things. And so just kind of read off a couple things, if that's okay.
You got the team version?
I got the team version is
Look
what I got.
you.
And I'm just kind of curious. I mean, because, okay, they're talking about some matchups and things to watch, right? And they're talking about Micah Parsons look against Luke Gadecki. You know, and he's the tackle that for the Bucs, and they say Parsons lines up on the left edge 60% of the snaps this season. That's only 25% on the right edge. This is the projected matchup that they have now. Parsons has generated 41 pressures and 21 quick pressures under 2.5 seconds since returning from injury in Week 10.
Wow,
both the most in the NFL. That Bucs tackle has allowed a pressure on just 7.6% of his pass blocks this season.
About to go up.
That's the 11th lowest among the 38 right tackles and the lowest in his career. How about this one? This is one you would like, Dawson, I think, a little bit. CeeDee Lamb, he has 249 scrimmage yards when sent in motion since Week 6. That's the second most in the National Football League.
Man, motion works.
Yeah, and it especially works with those type of receivers. You get them on the move. better yak guys. Like we've seen it with the Tyreek Hills, etc. Like what Miami was able to do. Debo, Brandon Ayuk, Kupp.
Yeah,
Puka. I mean, it works for those receivers. Justin Jefferson, I think the entire time Kevin O'Connell's been there, has been the most used in motion as a receiver of anybody.
I mean, I coach soccer, but ultimately it's football, and the games have roots in the same place.
Mm-hmm.
And, one of the key principles is as defensively try to get to a spot or stay in a spot where you can see the ball in your player at all times, and the motion makes you take they call it eye candy in football.
Candy stuff, yeah.
It just, if that split second happens and you turn and now things have drastically shifted, it's a huge opportunity. And the fact that the Cowboys with so many different offensive coordinators haven't been able to take more advantage of it, I think is an indictment on the front office more than the coaching staff, because they should be the ones to know it.
Need to move that guy around a lot more. You see that run after catch, things like that.
And running.
Just
hand him the ball.
No, you're absolutely right.
Wide receivers running is one of the most efficient plays you can do. They're better at it than running backs.
You might see that with him and Turpin, with the way that the Bucs have struggled a little bit on that edge. Okay, Baker Mayfield has thrown for 2,238 yards and 20 touchdowns on passes under 10 air yards this season. That's the most in the NFL and the most in a single season of his career. Mayfield's thrown a pass under 10 yards 70% of his attempts this year. That's the fifth highest in the league. Okay, here's the matchup for you. The Cowboys defense has struggled against passes 10 yards, under 10 air yards this season, allowing the most yards per attempt, 6.9. That's the sixth most yak per reception at 6.4 when defending such pass.
That hurts. That's reason 10.
Is this a oh damn stat? What kind? When you hear that, is this something that Dallas is in trouble on? Because Baker Mayfield has had success.
Yeah, to me initially I was like, that's an OS stat. Yeah, like oh crap, we're this could be bad.
I mean, you got to deal with Evans and Godwin. You got to deal with two running backs. Their rookie receivers good, and throwing it short because of your liabilities in the linebacking group and defensive backs when it comes to tackling. You can't even play that strategy. And teams have had to go to short passes more and more. I know teams complain about it, but they've been so good at clog and cover that you got to take what they're giving you.
Yes, and eventually, if you're patient, that will open up something deep.
Yeah, if you're good at it, like Tampa is.
If you're good at it. All right, here's something that maybe you guys think about this one. Thrown Cooper Rush. He's thrown for 506 yards. That's the most. And he's had 8 touchdowns, which is the third most against man coverage since week 11. My man's tearing up man coverage.
Well, that's also a good thing for your receivers. They're actually finding a way to get open.
Rush has averaged 9.9 yards per attempt against man coverage since week 11, compared to just 5.2 per attempt against zone.
All right.
Here's the matchup.
Yeah.
Get ready, boys.
That's what Bowles.
The Buccaneers have played zone coverage 84% of the dropbacks this season. The second highest rate in the NFL. When using zone coverage, the Buccaneers have allowed just 6.9 yards per attempt. That's the 7th fewest in the league. We worried about this one. Cooper Rush has been tearing up man coverage, but all the Bucs do is play zone.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. No question. And I've loved watching with Brock Hoffman, and now you get BB back, and we'll see what that tandem can do. But it worries me with the quickness of a guy like Kalijah Kancey, too. If Cooper Rush is going to hold that football pressure right up the middle, that can be a little nerve-wracking.
I think you got to go for it. I know these coaches have taught him to be more conservative with his decision-making. But that's not going to get it done. That will be sacks. That will be throwing the ball out of bounds late because he doesn't have the awareness to track a zone. Dude will freak out with nobody within 20 yards of him if he doesn't know what to do with the football. So I think you got to fill him with confidence based on last week's film and say, just go for it, man. We need big plays.
Here's one that'll maybe make you feel a little bit better. Good. This is on the defensive side of the ball. The Cowboys have generated a 39% pressure rate since Micah returned to the starting lineup in Week 10. It's the 5th highest in the league. They've also generated a league-high 24 sacks in that span, compared to their 18 sacks in Weeks 1 through 9. which tied for the 8th fewest in the league. So Micah being back, give the guy, I guess, the $30 million.
That's your path to victory.
Yeah.
You know, he wrecks the game plan. Carl Lawson has another big game. Osa coming up the middle. You need a couple of strip fumbles, maybe on drives deep in your own end that were about to be points. You probably got to get a house call. You need a special teams play to mitigate everything you've taught us about this matchup.
No, and this will give you some feel good too. Micah Parsons has generated pressures on 28% of his third down pass rushes this season, the highest rate in the NFL. Parsons has generated 22 pressures, 4 sacks on third down, with his average time to pressure decreasing from 2.87 seconds on early downs to 2.49 seconds on third down.
We need him to do his job at the same time. You know, I think last week he was hunting plays. He wants to make a run at, a 3-sack game or whatever his targets are, get his sack totals back up to double digits despite missing the 4 games. So hopefully he's still playing disciplined, but that is your best shot.
And my final one for you in this one. And this is talking about the Buccaneers defensive tackles. Because I think that when we broke down the game, this is where I kind of worry. Buccaneers defensive tackle Logan Hall has generated a sack on over a third of his pressures this season. That's 35%. It's the highest sack conversion rate among defensive tackles with at least 150 pass rushes. Meanwhile, defensive tackle Kalijah Cansey has generated a sack 22%, a 22% sack conversion rate. That's the 13th among the same group of defensive tackles. So Logan Hall, keep an eye on that one. Him, Vita Vea, those are guys that it seemed like they're finding ways to get to the quarterback, and the Cowboys have got to figure out a way to slow those guys down.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon about 3:40, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. We're heading for the third hour of the show. We go all the way until 7 o'clock here on your home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers. And Nick Harris from the Star-Telegram joins us next in the Nation.
It's afternoons with the G-Bag Boys on 105.3 and the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. It does not get much better than Ravens v. Steelers, one of the great rivalries in all of sports. Or is it? Can we really call it a rivalry if the Ravens have lost 4 straight and 8 of 9 to the Steelers? How is that even possible? Given how well they know each other and how much they hate each other, how is it possible that that is so one-sided? I'm Jim Rome.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Millions?
Tree Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maple?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And muscle mass goals, in addition to giving you the drive and focus you have been missing. It's not just improvement, it's transformation, and it's yours to come and take. Get back to being you today. 5 convenient DFW locations, cash and insurance options available. Mention my name, Mike Bassick, for a complimentary in-body scan at your initial appointment. Visit menstclinic.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It is hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. As we're set to chat with Nick Harris of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram about all things football this weekend. And a good afternoon, Nick. We're efforting Nick Harris, probably at press box over there at AT&T Stadium.
I guarantee he's there.
We have Salina and Kilgore right now in the second quarter. Salina's leading that one 16-14. Congrats to the Carthage Bulldogs. They got the dub earlier today, just as we were getting on air, as Nick Harris joins us now here on The Fan. How you doing, buddy?
Doing well. I'm posted up here at AT&T Stadium watching these state championships today, having a great time.
Hell yeah, man.
So was this just like football nirvana for you?
This might be the best weekend of the year, fellas. There's a lot of contenders, but this is high up there, especially now that you factor in the first round of the college football playoffs. It is so up this weekend.
So what's the best game? Like, how would you power rank, including college football, the NFL games tomorrow, and then the state championships? I mean, Kilgore-Salina seems like this could be an instant classic that we're watching right now.
Zach, I wish I had time to break down all of the great games that we have this weekend here. I think the best one that will be here at AT&T this weekend, man, it might have been Stanford and Ganado yesterday. Went to triple overtime. Ganado won on the alternating 2-point conversions. But, yeah, this Kilgore-Salina one, it's one of the headliners this weekend. And then tonight, South Oak Cliff and Richmond Randall is going to be fantastic.
So, Nick, I'm curious about your college football bracket. Who's in the final? Who do you have winning it all?
Yeah, I got Oregon and Georgia in the final, and then Georgia pulling it out. I just think the SEC might eventually be too much in a bracket like this where they have to play, potentially 3 and 4 games. In Oregon and Georgia's case, it would be 3 games, but, for the other teams, 4 or 4. I think the physicality in the trenches might just be a little too much for any other conference, and I'm just kind of giving conference prestige at that point. I think it's going to matter once you get to, January 18th.
So you're a believer in Gunnar Stockton on the backup for Carson Beck?
Yeah, I do. I mean, seeing what he did in the SEC championship, filling in that second half, he looked good. But I think they can lean on that running game a little bit more. ETN will be a little bit more healthy by then as well, and that defense speaks for itself.
Hey, Nick, when you look at, you and I've had a chance to kind of really study up on these Buccaneers defensively. Where's Dallas need to try and attack this? I kind of feel like that maybe Dallas's defense will hold up, but it's really going to come down to their offense. Where does Dallas need to try and make the best avenue of this?
I think there might be an opportunity for some big plays in this game. Now, can Cooper Rush, open that up for his own passing game? His depth of target, I think, has been somewhere in between 4 and 5 yards during his starts through these games that he's filled in for Dak Prescott. But you factor in the safety play that the Buccaneers have had throughout the year, and then Antoine Winfield being ruled out earlier today. I think there's going to be opportunities on the back end of that defense. And it's a pass defense that ranks 30th in the NFL. So there's going to be opportunities there. I think if they can at least maintain and keep offensive rhythm with Rico Dowdle, they don't need 100 yards from him necessarily. But if they can just maintain offensive rhythm with him and they get the passing game going, especially with a couple of deep shots, I think they might have a chance against this defense.
Does the Cowboys defense have a chance of containing them? What do you think should be a good goal for them this weekend?
Yeah, no, that's a different story. I think this Buccaneers offense, it has some weapons. Now, Cade Otton, their tight end, was ruled doubtful today. I think that's definitely helps. A positive mark if you're looking at it from the Cowboys' perspective, because he's been great, especially whenever Mike Evans and Chris Godwin were both down. He really stepped up as the main target for Baker Mayfield. But you look around, Bucky Irving and Rachaad White, probably one of the better 1-2 punches at running back in the entire league. Irving leading all rookies and rushing yards. I believe it's at 851. Don't quote me on that, but he's looked really good in his first year out of Oregon. Then you factor in Jalen McMillan. He's starting to finally come into his own, come into form as a rookie. He's stepping into that wide receiver 2 role now that Chris Godwin has been ruled out for the year a few weeks back, but he's finally starting to find that stride. And then Mike Evans, he's trying to get to 1,000 yards. He won't tell you that, but Baker Mayfield knows about it. He talked about that earlier in the week. He's roughly 250 yards away from getting that. I think they're going to be feeding Mike Evans in this game.
Hey, Nick, you mentioned about with the 2 running backs with the Buccaneers. Are you worried about their ability to catch the football in this game after what we saw in Cincinnati?
Yeah, I think so. I think you look at a guy like Bucky Irving, who has succeeded not only here in the NFL level, but back to his Oregon days with being a threat out of the backfield. It's certainly something to keep an eye on. But I think Maris Leofau has a specific advantage there in that game, just because he has the coverage skills from his days as a safety going back to early in his college days and in his high school days. So he has kind of those knacks to him. He's going to be the one accounting for the running backs out of the backfield. So it's going to be a fun challenge for Maris Leofau. I don't think we might necessarily see him blitzing as often in this game, but we're going to see his coverage abilities tested quite a bit. And I think it'll be a good opportunity for the rookie. But yeah, both of these backs, they can be a weapon out of the backfield. Baker Mayfield loves to find them in the receiving game. He's been leaning on them a lot since Godwin has gone down. So yeah, certainly something to keep an eye on.
Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star Telegram, with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Yeah, you look at the Bucs draft class. I mean, they probably had a draft show favorite with my guy Graham Barton, your Bucky Irving. I think we all love Jalen McMillan. What do you think about Osa Digizua and that matchup with the offensive line, especially in the interior of that Bucs front? Because Osa has been arguably the best defensive tackle in football over the last month.
Yeah, I'm with you, especially from the pass rush perspective. I think that's really where you've seen it. Where you've seen him shine. I think when you look at Cody Mauch at right guard and then Graham Barton at center, I think it's kind of crazy to say, but I think Cooper Beebe's maybe been more consistent as a center throughout the year than Barton has been, whereas Barton has maybe flashed a little bit more. I think Barton's going to end up being a 10 to 15-year pro. I've stood on that since the beginning of the draft cycle, but you've seen him have some lapses making that transition to center, and especially in the pass rush. So I think there's going to be an opportunity for Osa Digizua to be able to create pressure from that interior. I'm also looking at how Mike Zimmer plays with this defensive front, because you look at the interior in general from left guard all the way to right guard, they give up some pressures there in that interior. So how do they attack the left guard? How do they attack the left side? Do they maybe try to isolate Carl Lawson or Micah Parsons there in the interior and try to get them going? How does he use that double mug linebacker look to send some blitzers, maybe a guy like Donovan Wilson as well? There's going to be some opportunities, I believe, here in the pass rush. And if you can get home and start affecting Baker Mayfield where this offense begins, then I think that might have a trickle-down effect on how this defense might succeed on Sunday night.
Nick, who's got to step up besides CeeDee Lamb? I mean, that to me, I've kind of in my mind just kind of moved on. Not really from, Turpin and guys like, I know Cooks missed a lot of games, but, Brooks being out and, Tolbert, who's going to be that guy?
Yeah, it's time for Brandon Cooks, I think, to take that step forward. You look at it, and sure, he's missed 7 games, but Jalen Brooks having more receiving yards than Brandon Cooks at this point in the season is still pretty crazy. And I think it's I think over these next 3 games, Brandon Cooks does have a lot to play for because he'll be hitting free agency in March. And if he can put together a solid stretch of 3 games, whether it be sticking with the Cowboys or going elsewhere, he's playing for bread. And so I think if they can find a way to get Brandon Cooks involved in the offense just a bit more and try to get him involved with more targets, more receptions, I think it could end up helping Cooper Rush, especially against a defense like this that has lapses in their secondary.
What's your opinion on what Micah had to say with the media a couple days ago? And this year for him, more than any, it does seem like we're actually seeing a lot of personal growth where he's not only saying the right things, but that's kind of starting to mirror the actions as well.
Yeah, I'm with you, Zach. And it's funny because I think when we went into training camp going into this year, I think there were rightful questions about how much Micah Parsons really loves the game and how much he actually cared about being around the team and things of that nature, because he didn't show up for OTAs. He didn't show up for any voluntary activity until it was a paycheck that was threatened to get taken away whenever they got to mandatory minicamp. So I think there were rightful questions being asked going into camp about, okay, how much does he actually care? How much does he actually want to be here? I think he's answered all those questions this year. I have to give credit to Mike Zimmer as well, because whenever they first got introduced or first got going at training camp, he took it upon himself to meet with Micah every morning. And then eventually Trayvon Diggs makes his way in there, and then Donovan Wilson, and it's kind of a trickle-down effect to where they see Micah Parsons being approached by the defensive coordinator. They see him as a defensive leader, and I think Micah's kind of taken it upon himself to be that guy. I think it was a situation, this is just me speaking, that I don't think Micah Parsons necessarily wanted to be the leader until he necessarily had to be. And I think he had to be by a certain point by the season, especially after DeMarcus Lawrence went down with his foot injury. He needed to take a step forward, either vocally or on the field. And he's been able to do that. But I think when you look at it from a contract perspective, going into the offseason, what he had to say a couple days ago, man, he's giving this front office flexibility. And I think it's something that they should call his bluff on. Yeah. I think they should go to that negotiation table as soon as possible, try to get this done as soon as possible to figure out what they are working with going into free agency. But as we saw it play out last year, with Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb, I think, it's probably something you shouldn't hold your breath on. But Micah Parsons, at least right now, is giving them flexibility, or at least communicating that he wants to.
With Trayvon Diggs, back-to-back seasons with pretty catastrophic knee injuries, and now the phrase bone graft being used in a report about this pending operation that he's going to have. How much concern do you have for Trayvon moving forward? Yeah,
it's a chondral injury, which is basically him. The tendons that connect the bone to the knee are having some issues, and there's going to be a lengthy recovery process that goes along with that. It's a major surgery, and so, back-to-back major knee injuries, major knee surgeries that he has to deal with in back-to-back years right off this contract. It's going to have to be a decision that this front office has to make. Do they trust in his ability to be 100% when he comes off of that second knee injury? If that answer is no, then they might have to start looking at some situations where they can free up some space in his place. And if that answer is yes, then there's going to be a lot of eyeballs on number 7 whenever he does come back to the field, because there's going to be limited room for error at that point. So it's certainly, I think, one of the bigger decisions that they have in this offseason when it comes to potentially letting guys under contract leave the building. I think Trayvon Diggs is one of those. I think Terrence Steele is another of those. I think you look at the safeties as well. They have to ask themselves questions, the front office, and ask if they, see the price tag matching the level of play or even the availability for some of these guys moving forward.
Is it viable to become a contender with Guyton, Beebe, Hoffman being 3 of the guys? To what extent have those 3 young guys impressed you?
Yeah, I think you've seen growth from all 3 of those guys at times, and I think you've seen at their best, they've been really good. Even Guyton, I think whenever you think back to what his best has looked like this year, sure, it was probably all the way back in week 1 against Myles Garrett, but he had a good showing in that instance. I mean, by the end of this season, he will have doubled his career starts on the offensive line in his entire football career. So he still has a lot of growth. He's still really green, really raw. I think a full offseason with whoever the offensive line coach is, whether that's Mike Solari or someone else that comes into the building, I think that will help him grow going into year 2. But talking about those 3 consistently, I think those 3 guys can be part of a unit that could be pretty solid for Dallas moving forward. I mean, you look at Hoffman and how he's performed in pass protection. I think he's been phenomenal. He has that nasty edge to him that I think trickles down to all 5 guys. And we've seen BB be so consistent as the year has gone on. And that's what that offensive line needs. It needs consistency more than anything.
Do you think anything's on the line here other than a 1% chance of making the playoffs in the final 3 games? Like, what happens if they would lose all 3 games? Could that shake anything up one way or the other?
I mean, you look at not only the coaches that are on expiring deals, but you look at all these players that are on expiring deals. There's a lot to play for in these last 3 games. And, from a coaching perspective, 6-11 looks a lot different than 9-8 or even 8-9. And I think there's going to be a lot to play for going all the way up into week 18 for some of these guys, just because they're playing for their jobs at the end of the day. And for some guys like Osa Digizua or Chauncey Golston, Carl Lawson, they're playing for more money. And so, there's still going to be a lot to play for down the stretch here.
Speaking of coaches, how are things going with you and Big Mike these days? Sounded like you amused him again on Monday.
Oh, yeah. Me and Mike are good, always.
It's funny, man. I always look forward to your questions. So what's that AT&T press box like compared to a Cowboys game day with the high school stuff going on?
Yeah, unfortunately, they don't have the great food spread for us here for the high school days. They actually have to make us pay for food up here, which is wild. And I'm like, man, that was kind of crazy the first year that I came here, and they provided food for a Cowboys game. I was like, oh, so they do this around here. But it's a little different. You have the local East Texas guys that'll pop in, and you might hear a cheer from the one side of the press box every once in a while, but it's all in good faith and good fun. It's Texas high school football, so it's a little less low-key, I guess you could say, and they can get away with a little bit more hooting and hollering in the press box, but it's good times.
All right, the chances SMU and Texas can both get dubs tomorrow.
I had some faith in SMU being able to fight against a team like Penn State, but then when I saw it was 13 degrees in Happy Valley tomorrow morning, I was like, oof, I don't know if that's going to benefit the Mustangs any. I don't have a ton of faith in SMU, but I think Texas gets it done tomorrow. I think in Texas's case, they go as far as Quinn Ewers does in the playoffs.
Great stuff, Nick. Enjoy your football paradise.
Yeah, appreciate it, fellas. Y'all have a great one.
There he goes. Nick Harris, Star Telegram, with you once again here in the G-Bag Nation. Done a hell of a job since bursting on the scene there. Our first conversation with him in Oxnard a couple of training camps ago. And, every time we have him on, it is a wealth of information. Eric Henry covers the Texas beat for 24/7 Sports. He's coming up at 4:40. Wolchuk, what is next?
National Underdog Day, 877-881-1053. What's your favorite Underdog story? But more importantly, what's your favorite Underdog movie? That's next.
Every day should be National Twin Peaks Day because it's your ultimate sports launch with a menu to match. Cut out a little early. It's a Friday. Go watch.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
This segment of the fan is brought to you by Miller Lite.
Cowboys football and Miller Lite. What a pairing. Brisket in the smoker, Miller Lite in the cooler. Sunday night overtimes, Monday morning swagger. Tastes like Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2023 Miller Brewing Company, Fort Worth, Texas.
All right, welcome back, G-Bag Nation. We are live here on 105 through the fan. I've spent the last 5 minutes getting a repetitive phone call from the same person who won't say anything. It's driving me crazy. I just had to block it. It was East Texas, so I figured it might be family.
How patient? That's amazing how patient you were with that.
I figured it was like an uncle or something, and
you just let it hang up, and then it call back. You let it
in 3 seconds.
Hello, and then
That's crazy.
Hang up.
I heard somebody breathing twice. I was like, maybe this is a Shannon Sharp type of moment, or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh, Mama Theo.
Right?
There you go, Mathiel.
Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels and get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. Maybe I'll try calling them back. I ultimately blocked the number, but it might be somebody I know, so I'm going to unblock and try to call them back next break. Here's Zach with an H. Your Wooly Bully, your top 10.
I do just want to give, and it's National Underdog Day, and I know this was a great underdog story, one of the best names in college football, 877-881-1053.
You're about to give Lucius a heart attack.
I am. What's your favorite underdog? What's your favorite underdog movie? But shout out to Ohio offensive lineman Parker Titsworth. He finished his career. It's his name, Lucius. It's his name. And he started for Ohio today. He did, wearing the number 69. Helped pave the way to a victory in the Fighting Cancer Bowl, the Cure Bowl. And shout out to Parker. And
Fighting Cancer Bowl.
Yeah.
Did they wear pink?
He was wearing his pink cleats.
Wow.
Pink, yeah.
Yep. So Parker,
that man seized his moment, didn't he?
He did.
He was made for this.
Like this was perfect. Like, what a farewell to Parker Titsworth in the Cure Bowl, fighting breast cancer.
Oh wow!
And Ohio gets the win.
Good for him, bro.
So and he wears 69 as well. Like, this dude understood the assignment, and that is, for all time, one of the greatest names in college football history. And maybe he's got an NFL future. We got to scout this kid out.
Yeah.
Maybe we get him on the Cowboys.
Maybe
He's
we just stud.
Those shelves, those jerseys are flying off the shelves.
Yeah,
in that case, there's a good opportunity here.
And if I had to put a monetary value on it, looks like about $5 to $10 grand or something for a nice set.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
I think so. All right, big time upset for Party City.
I prefer the Lord's work. You know,
me too.
I like natural myself.
Natural. I'm with you as well. We don't need the silicone. Party City's closing down all stores nationwide.
Why?
Oh, man.
I know.
What did we do wrong?
I
Not
don't
enough
know.
balloon sales? What are we
I'm
doing?
not sure.
That's
And-
where I got the Ben Franklin outfit.
Yeah, like they would
Yeah,
always
where am I-
have tremendous costumes. Anytime you needed something in a pinch for like a birthday party, you can run into Party City. They're probably going to have it you covered. But now I guess they're shutting down. We've really lost a lot of great stores over the years.
I mean, Toys R Us probably the king of them.
Yeah.
But I do feel like, the online shopping is probably putting a lot of these spots out of business.
You're right.
It's unfortunate, though. We're going to have to plan ahead.
Oh, wow.
I guess Target and Walmart can kind of fill the void a little bit.
Do they do balloons?
They don't put balloons, man.
I don't know where else to get balloons. Flower
That's
shop,
what I'm
maybe?
saying.
I don't know. Like Party City was
The
balloon
dollar
capital.
store.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Lucius, you have to blow them up yourself, though?
Nah, they do them for you right
do
there. The helium.
That-
okay.
Some 18-year-old kid.
Thank you. That has saved us.
He can't wait for you to ask for some helium. Bye. I'll be right back.
All right, let's get to the underdog story, shall we? Eddie the Eagle got texted in. Absolutely. Eddie the Eagle's phenomenal. Dodgeball, it's in the name. Yeah, Dodgeball, true underdog story from the 214. Their favorite underdog movie. Lucius, when we talk underdogs, there's a lot, man.
There's a lot. There's a lot. Dumbo. Dumbo was a complete underdog. Really sad story, too.
Yeah, he was.
Scarface.
Really
Yes.
big underdog.
He had octopus coming out of his ears.
Do you want to play rough?
Yeah.
Okay.
And The Pursuit of Happiness.
Dude, Pursuit of
Oh, wow.
Happiness
What a sad movie.
is it is, but it's one of the best movies ever. Like
It motivates you.
it does.
I'm gonna do something with myself, man. Look at this guy. He can trade stocks now.
And then that scene where they have to go basically sleep in the bathroom at the subway,
Yeah.
like that'll rip your heart out.
Yeah.
And you're rooting for him the whole time, but he does.
Don't ever let anybody tell you can't do nothing.
Never. The Replacements is an honorable mention. Tremendous story of underdogs. The Mighty Ducks. Yeah. Direct
Knuckle
Quack,
puck, right?
quack.
Quack, quack.
Wasn't Emilio Estevez? He was the coach, right?
He was.
And he was kind of like
Gordon
an
Bombay.
yeah, he was an alcoholic.
He got arrested.
He was
for
a
drunk
mess.
driving.
He was named Bombay, Jan.
Gordon Bombay, and then he ended up like that. That's what he had to do. He had to go ahead and coach the D2 Mighty Ducks, and boom, that's what ended up happening.
Just an old playoff, the Bad News Bears. Just it's
Yes.
fantasy. It's not underdog. It's just not reality. You're not taking the worst team in the league that's never won a game and winning the championship.
Bad News Bears.
What you might do is coach them up and have other parents from good teams notice that you're a good coach and
Yeah.
then move to you.
That's what I liked about the Mighty Ducks is they got the ringer Adam Banks out of this.
Yeah.
Like District 5 was not good enough on their own. They didn't have the talent. So what did
Okay.
Gordon Bombay do? He goes and he looks at, okay, this kid's playing for the Hawks,
NIL
who's
money.
the best team. But technically he should be playing for District 5 based on where he's living. So the zoning ended up being different. So he finds the loophole that gets Gordon Bombay. He gets him on his team. So now Bombay's got the ringer, baby, and Adam Banks. So shout out to
Mr. Bombay.
that's what it's all about. The Minnesota Miracle Man. The Natural with Robert Redford. Honorable mention. How about Seabiscuit?
Loved it.
I love that movie. I love the story.
Wire?
I
Honestly,
shed a tear.
like the jockeys,
Yeah.
that is a tough profession right there.
No, it's
And how do you how do they find jockeys? Do you grow up like I'm short, I'm a little man, so
Yeah.
now I get to
Let me
that's
tell
what
you.
I want to do is be a jockey? I'm built for this.
Absolutely.
there's some of those tracks, man. I mean, these dudes, like, it's not good, the lifestyle of that. And then not everybody gets to ride at Churchill Downs, or Santa Anita. I mean, you're good, they'll find you, man.
Well, and you gotta have a little evil to you too, because you're like whipping these horses, right? Aren't you
Yeah.
like giving them a little on the hunt? Like, giddy up now.
You got to talk to him. Talk to Brad.
Got to
Come on.
become one with the horse.
Let's go, Red. Yeah.
Let's go, Red. Ford versus Ferrari.
That was very
Loved it.
underdog, man.
Yeah, it was a
It's a
great
phenomenal
show.
movie too. Yeah.
They shouldn't have done the closing scene.
Oh gosh, heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Didn't need it.
That's how
That
he-
did
that's
happen
how he
though, right?
left.
Like that was real.
That's real. That's how he left.
Little Giants from the 817.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Little Giants is Air Bud getting texted in. Heavyweights. Yeah, that's a good underdog story. That is. Hardball. A lot of love for hardball coming in here.
Like Mike was cool.
Like Mike was good too. Yes.
Hoosiers, right?
Hoosiers. Oh, Hoosiers will make the top 10.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't.
No, well, no, you're good.
There's like another one I could throw out there, but I know it's going to be
That's
in
a
the
good
top three.
Slumdog
Number
Millionaire.
one, right?
Yeah, it's got to be number
Yeah,
one, right?
I know what you're thinking too. I got the music lined up over here.
I didn't even want to. I didn't want to. I've ruined everybody's bits
No, you're
for
good.
5 years
You're
now. I'm
good.
not going to ruin anybody's bit today.
8 Mile. That's honorable mention. 42, the Jackie Robinson story.
About time you thought about that, dumbass.
But the one just on the outside looking in is, well, actually, number 10 is Invincible with Vince Papale, which is a tremendous story. It sucks it's the Eagles, but that is badass.
You know, when you said Invincible, I thought about the rugby thing with the rugby movie, the South African rugby movie.
Nelson Mandela.
What was that movie called?
Invictus.
Invictus. Okay,
That's
when
a
you
great
said
movie.
Invincible, I thought of
No,
Invictus.
Invictus. Yeah. Matt Damon's
Matt
in it.
Damon, the
His
rugby.
South African accent in that movie was actually incredible.
Yeah.
He did a very good job.
Yeah.
And then Morgan Freeman plays Nelson Mandela.
That's a real story, right?
With the Springbok, yeah.
Somebody on the fan text said Showgirls was a underdog movie.
I tell you what, such flexibility by that actress.
Yeah, I used to lean against my door and watch that movie. What you doing in there?
Nothing.
Nothing. Put on my shoes.
Knock first. Number 9 is A League of Their Own. Tom Hanks.
Yeah.
8 is $1 Million Baby. Boxing's going to make
Boxing, yeah.
It's going to take over here. 7 is Braveheart.
Huh.
6, we've got Hoosiers.
There you go.
There you go.
I like it when he gets the drunk guy coach.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Hoosiers is good. I mean, Gene Hackman's so damn good in that movie. He really is. Number 5, underrated movie, and I was surprised to make this list, is Warrior, which is an MMA film, Tom Hardy and Joel Edgerton, and they're actually brothers. They enter an MMA tournament. They end up having to fight each other at the end.
Oh, wow.
It's crazy. It's a phenomenal film if you haven't seen it. Number 4 is The Karate Kid.
Nice. LaRusso.
That is a good underdog story. Ooh, Cool Runnings being texted in.
I love Cool Runnings.
Cool Runnings is a fantastic call.
My favorite John Candy movies.
Yes, that is so good. Angels in the Outfield, absolutely. Top 10 underdog movies on National Underdog Day. Number 3, we've got Remember the Titans. Number 2 is Miracle.
I don't know. I don't remember any specifics about those football movies. They just all blend together.
There's kind of like the same for you.
You'll start talking about one, I'll think it's a different one.
Yeah. Tim, you're right. Major League did make it. Rudy, absolutely. That is an underdog movie. The Program. Number 2 is Miracle, though.
Seat at the table.
Yeah.
Starting defense. Seat at the table.
Strong side. 2 Miracle with Kurt Russell, which, I mean,
he was a great Herb Brooks.
He was fantastic, and that's one of the best underdog stories in sports history.
I mean, Russia beat him like 8-zip or something in a
crushed the
warm-up
NHL
game.
All-Stars, too. And then you get these like college kids. It's crazy.
Just pulled the best goalie in the world.
But number 1, and Lucius, you've nailed it. It is out, without a doubt, Rocky. And we could go with the entire Rocky franchise, really, whichever is your favorite. Rocky 4.
I mean, Lang.
Where he goes to the Soviet Union.
1.
Apollo.
Avenges Apollo. But, yeah, I mean, start with Rocky 1. Yeah, Drago.
And
every one of his fights.
I mean, all of them except for Tommy Gunn. I mean, we can just skip Rocky 5. That was a disgrace.
And Thunder Lips, that was an exhibition when he fought Hogan.
But, man, I mean, he was literally picked. Apollo, I'm going to beat the crap out of you. This bomb, this Italian stallion. Then what do you know? There ain't going to be no rematch. And then there was a rematch.
Shut up, old man.
Ding, ding.
Ding, ding. I mean, Rocky
Mickey, great trainer, huh?
Mickey.
Yeah, he wrote that movie, too.
He did. Wrote it, directed it. I mean, shout out.
And they were going to make it without him and threw a whole bunch of money at him. And he stood on business. He was like, nah, you're not going to make this movie without me.
Did he have to sell his dog? He had to sell his dog to fund it.
Imagine that. Enough money to say, you know what? Okay, fine. I'll write another one after this. No, he was like, I have to be in this one.
Lucius, do you know who was going to play the part?
No.
Ooh,
they never said that.
Phenomenal question, but thank God nobody else did. Yeah. I mean, Sylvester Stallone
I'm pretty sure I can find it.
Rocky.
Yeah, I'm sure I could Google it too, Lucius. I'm sorry about that. I'm over here acting like I'm talking on a can and a string. Oh, can you hear me?
They were looking at Burt Reynolds.
I have to go research it in the library.
Caan.
Yeah, I see it.
Alexander, can you hear me?
Robert Redford.
Yeah, Robert Redford, Ryan O'Neal. Burt Reynolds.
But Ryan O'Neal played a boxer in a movie one time, I believe.
Yo, Adrian.
Dude, I think he did.
Alrighty, thank you, Wolchuk.
Thanks,
Top 10 every afternoon,
Rocky
420.
will get me in the feels, man. It's my mom's favorite movie. So, I grew up always watching these on a loop with my mom. So
yeah,
it's good. It's good holiday vibes.
I love it too, man. They always get me. Okay, and the Creed movies are fantastic as well.
Yeah.
It's been really neat to have that story continue on. Okay, Eric Henry, Texas beat writer for 24/7 Sports. He covers the Longhorns, and he joins us next in the Nation.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, we'll talk all things Cowboys Bucks, and at noon, we'll do that with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones, plus more Alec. Join the show 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on The Fan.
In Chicago, take advantage of Detroit's mounting injuries. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Detroit's still atop the NFC, but they are taking on water in the form of a laundry list of injuries.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
good deal on DFW Security's state-of-the-art cameras, access control, security, and smart home. From now until Christmas, protect your home or business with the best.
DFWsecurity.com. Jerry started the nationwide conversation on The Fan.
One of my favorites is squirrel. We all had our favorite pieces. My mom and I wouldn't even ask for the brain in a squirrel.
Oh, man. And our Tolo pitmaster, Matt Pittman, added his expertise.
So the first wild game I ever had, my mama cooked those squirrels, but I don't remember eating the brains. That's some country-ass stuff right there.
Where it starts and where it ends, one station gets people talking in TFW and around the nation.
Delicious. Seriously.
105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It is a Friday. We're talking Cowboys. We're talking college football playoffs. We have an eye at half. Salina leads Kilgore 27-14, so we're keeping you up to date on that as well. And coming up at 5:20, of course, what you drinking, what you thinking. So if you're cracking them, set a reminder and give us a ring here coming up in about a half hour. And joining us now is Eric Henry, Texas Longhorns beat writer at 24/7 Sports. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Doing all right, fellas. How about yourself?
We're doing great. Thanks for asking. Do you think the Longhorns are 12 points, 2 touchdowns better than Clemson?
Undoubtedly. And I know that sounds, kind of crazy to come in there so full-throated and say undoubtedly, but, I mean, let's just call a spade, right? And I don't mean this disrespectfully to Dabo Swinney's club, but I don't think it's out of bounds to say they kind of backdoored their way into the college football playoff. SMU, had SMU be able to take care of business in that second half against the Tigers. We're not having this discussion right now. So double-digit favorites, yes, I think that goes to show the strength of the SEC compared to the ACC. And quite frankly, I mean, this is another Texas team. It's funny, I was talking about this on an earlier radio spot. Just as last year's club had double-digit NFL picks, you can just go off the top of your head and come up with 8, 9 NFL draft picks before you're really diving through this roster that's too deep. So, yes, that is not out of bounds in my mind.
How's the health of the Horns going into this matchup? Is Isaiah Bond unlikely to go tomorrow?
It's interesting, guys, because I guess I'll work in reverse here. So Isaiah Bond was doing, one of those promo spots for Raising Cane's yesterday, and he was asked by a local reporter, and not even a sports reporter, a news reporter, hey, how's the ankle? And he said it's coming along fine. And when he was asked, are you going to play? He said he expects to play. Now, he could be being coy or, just gamesmanship, who knows? But as I said, I'll work in reverse. During the very brief practice availability that Steve Sarkisian was mandated, and I say mandated because Texas does not allow media to watch practice during the season, but because this is a college football playoff game, there had to be some measure of availability for the media on Monday. IB didn't practice. I mean, he was at least during the media portion, he was watched from the sideline. So it's going to be interesting to watch, but that's the main injury. It looks like, Quinn Ewers' ankle, while it may, play a little bit of a factor, seems to be fine. Kelvin Banks' ankle as well. Seems like he's going to be good to go. So IB will be the main injury to keep an eye on.
Hey, Eric, in our station here, we like to talk about, the possibilities of with Quinn and Arch and that situation. And I know you don't get to watch a lot of practice, but you live with that football team. Are we maybe going to see more of Arch in this game? I know that he's kind of used him in certain situations, but could we see him for a series or two in the first half and maybe a series or two in the second half?
Well, okay. If you say a series, I wouldn't go that far. If you're asking me, are there situations within a series that you can see him? I think the answer is yes. The reason I feel that way is because, listen, Steve Sarkisian, I think, has done an excellent job managing this quarterback room over the past 2 years. I mean, with Arch Manning, Malik Murphy, of course, now had an excellent year at Duke, now heading to Oregon State, and, of course, Quinn Ewers and Arch Manning. So I think he's done a really good job managing the quarterback room. But now you're talking about a situation in which you're not worried about, hey, what is going to be the media narrative next week? What's going to be the situation I got to worry about, for the next game, the next few games? This is a playoff. It's win or go home. Yeah. So if there are situations where it's, third downs and third and medium, right? Take, for example, Texas, 6 of 18, third down 2 weeks ago against Georgia. If Arch Manning's legs can give you a different factor, you use them. If Arch Manning's legs can give you a different factor in the red zone, you use them. You're not worried about hurt feelings. You're not worried about managing the quarterback room because it's win or go home.
Do you think Texas can make its way through the bracket without getting anything from Arch?
That's a good question. The answer I'm going to give you is yes, but here's the caveat. And I say this about, realistically, the entirety of this field outside of Oregon, because Oregon obviously comes in unblemished and has shown that they can go the entire way. I think if you look at this entirety of the college football playoff field, and you can make the argument that any of these teams, if they play their A game, can beat anybody. But you can also say you've seen all of these teams outside of Oregon play some variation of their B game or B minus game and look, quite frankly, lackluster. So in specificity to Texas, the question you asked me, can Texas make an extended run and not get anything from Arch Manning? The caveat is, if Texas's offense, and I need to specify the offense, because Texas's defense has done nothing but bring their A game all season. If Texas's offense can look like the unit that it was the way performing prior to Quinn Ewers' injury against UTSA, yes, they can get through the playoff without any contribution from Arch Manning. But the flip side of that, and it'd be idiotic of me not to acknowledge it, is we're talking about the college football playoff and not UTSA, ULM, or a really bad Michigan team.
How juicy is the storyline with Cade Klubnik, Austin Kidd, coming back to take on the Horns?
Oh, I mean, there's no doubt about it. That's a big-time storyline. I mean, I don't know how it's playing up there in North Texas, but here in Central Texas, you're talking about the fact that you have Cade Klubnik, a Westlake chap, of course, has teammates, former high school teammates, who are now on the Texas roster, most notably Michael Taft. Michael Taft talked about his friendship with Cade Klubnik, saying that, hey, back in the COVID year, all those guys could do was just toss the football around, and they developed a really strong bond. Ethan Burke, come on, I'm forgetting the other kid's name, defensive end right now, Colton Bostic, thank you, all Westlake chaps. And then you consider the fact that, of course, they beat Quinn Ewers. South Lake Carroll Tragedies beat them in the state title game, right? Michael Taft picked off Quinn Ewers, ironically enough. So, no, it's a big-time storyline. I think it's something that, it's not one of those things that I think there's, ill feelings, oh, Texas didn't recruit me, but just the hometown kid coming back home and wanting to perform well in front of the hometown fans, absolutely.
Hey, Eric, Texas has gotten off to some slow starts. Would that be the one thing that you would be worried about the most coming into this football game? That the fact that maybe that Clemson gets going and all of a sudden there's a little bit of murmuring and hush in the stadium there.
It would be a close second. I'll start with what would be my first. Texas, if they can perform better in the red zone, and quite frankly, when you talk about a team that performed in 98. In the red zone this year, 59 red zone trips, 39 touchdowns. That's unacceptable for a team, with this kind of talent on offense.
Sure.
That concerns me more. The way they performed in the high red zone against Georgia, getting down there in the 20, 25-yard line, 25, 30-yard line and having to settle for 3 points and not be able to find sevens, that concerns me more. The reason why the slow start doesn't concern me as much is because Texas's defense has performed so well this year that they're going to do what they've done all year, which is buy their offense time to find its footing. And it's not ideal. Ideally, Texas offense would come out firing on all cylinders. But if they don't, Texas's defense has proven that they can buy them time. Now, again, what concerns me more isn't necessarily, the fact that they can eventually find their footing and buy time. It's that when they do get down in those situations, they get into opponent's territory, they're not selling for 3 points. That concerns me more than the slow start.
How about, the turnovers, 22 in 13 games? Clemson's defense, not great, but it is opportunistic.
Yeah, Clemson's defense forced 25 turnovers this year. They're right up there with the Longhorns, who have forced 28. It's a combination of Quinn Ewers and then just some of the turnovers have almost kind of been, mind-boggling. You take a look at the running back situation. I don't want to throw one player under the bus, but Jaden Blue hasn't performed, not even Division I level. I'd say a high school level in terms of securing the football. He's got to do a better job. Quintravion Wisener has had some issues, Jarrett Gibson as well. So you can't provide this Clemson team with additional opportunities. Again, Texas's defense has performed well. They've risen to the occasion, but look no further than the Georgia game. Georgia scored 30 points, but of course 23 of those points came in the first half, and all 23 of those points came on drives of 40 yards or less. That just was because Texas's offense gave them the ball, gift-wrapped Georgia's offense points. So that's a concern, no doubt.
Hey, Erica, are the fans ready with the plastic bottles just in case things don't go well early in this football game?
Listen, I took some heat from some Longhorn fans and from the boards over on our Horns 24/7 message boards because, look, no one's going to – the SEC can cover their behind, and that's fine. No one in this world is going to convince me that the SEC and the refs weren't bought additional time with those plastic bottles being thrown to make the right call there. It ended up being the right call, but I don't blame Kirby Smart for feeling like, the officials were trying to give him the screw job when all of a sudden, your offense is out there ready to run a play, and then all hell breaks loose.
Well, welcome to the SEC. I'm an LSU man myself, so we're all about that. Just awesome. Get ready for this officiating. Every time you cover a game, you're going to see something you probably have never seen before.
Eric Henry, Texas beat writer, with us here in the G-Bag Nation. I did want to ask about the transfer portal and how Sark's kind of been handling that. I know we've heard a lot locally. Rhett Lashley has been complaining about it. Other coaches in the playoff have not been happy with this. What's the perspective from Austin?
Yeah, I mean, listen, Steve has made his feelings clear, and I think he's well within his right to feel the way that he felt that the NCAA, and I'm not quoting him here, I'm just kind of paraphrasing, the NCAA is a day late and a dollar short. I mean, to quote Steve, it would be like the NFL opening the free agency on the day the playoffs start, right? Like, that doesn't make any sense. So the fact that you're having to not only defend your roster, but try to come with acquisitions of your own in the middle of the playoff is just really kind of, I mean, it's silly, and it's another example of the NCAA being behind the times. I mean, Texas has managed to go out and get a couple players, most notably Jack Bouwmeester, the Utah punter, which sounds, kind of mundane or whatever on the surface. But Michael Kern, true freshman punter out of my neck of the woods in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, has been average this year at best. They need a weapon in the punt game, so Bouwmeester should be able to fill that role. But, yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that the portal has been a situation where there are people probably looking to raid Texas's roster right now, and it doesn't make it easy when you're trying to prepare for a playoff game while also defending off, the $1 million offers that insert school is offering to your guys.
Eric, how optimistic would you be against Arizona State and then likely Oregon?
Arizona State, I still feel that Texas, now they're going to need to play it can't be the B game. It can't be the B- game. Maybe you can get away with the B+ game, but I still feel that Arizona State's kind of outkicked this coverage this year. I'm not a big Big 12 guy. I'm a UCF grad, so I kind of follow that league a little bit. And there's no one in that league that really, truly impresses me too much. So I think Texas can get past Arizona State. Now the question is Oregon, right? If that game is in Arlington, your guys' neck of the woods, it gets interesting. If that game, for some odd reason, if the CFP or if Oregon decided that, hey, we're going to go and take that thing to South Florida, then I don't know. But the Oregon game is the one that would give me more pause. I think Dylan Gabriel is one of the most underrated players, most disrespected players in college football. All that guy does is win and perform wherever he is. When we talk about Cade Klubnik being the best quarterback Texas has faced, you ramp that up even more when talking about Dylan Gabriel.
Eric Henry, 24/7 Sports. You killed it, man. Thank you so much, and maybe we could do it again next week.
Anytime. Appreciate you guys having me on.
Salute. There he goes. All right. Thank you. Coming up next, in addition to the finest, Wolchuk, where are you taking it?
Yeah, let's go ahead and continue to preview the college football playoff. We got drunk kickers and a 7th-grade offer that's next.
Rolling home with some laughs, fellowship, and quality sports.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Congrats if you're heading off for the holidays. Thanks for making us part of your day. It's time now for Zach Wolchuk to deliver an edition of The Finest. Here's Zachary.
All right, if you missed it, we did talk with Stephen Jones earlier. You can always hit that Odyssey Rewind. We'll have that podcasted for you as well. But Micah Parsons was the late addition on the injury report. He's got a flu, it seems like. Flu-like symptoms. Illness is what they listed it as. Stephen Jones told us that he'd be surprised if Micah doesn't come around. You never know with the flu bugs, but he should be fine. The other big loss, and I guess, you know, they do have other receivers, so I don't know that it's big, but Jalen Brooks, who's also a contributor on special teams, hyperextended his knee in practice yesterday, so he's going to be out as well. Mike Evans, questionable with a hamstring injury. And tight end Cade Otton, along with linebacker KJ Britt, are doubtful
there you go.
For the game for the Bucs.
Helps you a little bit there.
Sure does.
Otton will help you a lot there.
Really good young tight end
Not
there.
cheering for injuries, but it'll help you.
Yeah, it's just one less weapon you got to worry about.
Not
Football's a tough game.
Football's a tough game. Not cheering for injuries, but when players miss games, you hope they're okay.
Makes your chance of winning a little better.
It helps you, yeah.
Jets also interviewed a buddy of yours, Brian. They've interviewed a couple, but another one, Jim Nagy.
I did. I talked to Jim. He's excited he got the opportunity. Yeah.
I mean, Tommy's amazing when it comes to what he's done with the Senior Bowl.
Oh, he loves absolutely working at the Senior Bowl. He loves
has done an incredible job.
As you know, he took over for Phil Savage. I like Phil as a person. I think Phil's did a fine job at the same. I think Jim Nagy's taken it to a whole nother level. I think Jim's embraced what the Senior Bowl means to the scouting community, and we've got a lot of guys and gals that really have become scouts. You know, they like to evaluate, and Jim understands that, and he's tried to make the social media posts and the stuff, giving you an idea about players. Jim's a really, really smart guy, though, too, and I understand why the Jets. That's actually two guys they've interviewed. I kind of give them some credit for interviewing guys that could definitely help their team.
Thomas Dimitrov.
What a legend, man.
Yeah.
4-time Super Bowl champ. He worked with you in Green Bay, didn't he?
He actually, no, he was Seattle, and then I've worked with him. I've got to know him because of Mike Lombardi and that crew. And then I got to really know him when I was at DallasCowboys.com, and then his work with the Senior Bowl and always going up. And he's more than gracious with his time and any suggestion, you know, like, hey, listen, I saw this guy at, you know, North Dakota or whatever. And you're like, and he's like, oh, hey, thanks. Appreciate that. So he's always been more than, like I say, just he takes that Senior Bowl stuff very, very seriously because he knows how important it is, not only for the teams, but also for the fans that follow the NFL. He wants that access to those players there.
Okay, so, I mean, obviously you know your history better than I do, but what were your years in Green Bay?
Was he there with me in Green Bay? I don't think he was.
He was an intern with the Packers in '96. He might have been in a different department.
He was. I think he wasn't. He wasn't with us. John Snyder.
Dude, you were. I mean, you go back and you look at where Brian was with that
Stroll
Packer
through history.
group. You've got like the who's who of the NFL that you were working with there in Lambeau.
I think Jim was with, and I want to say this, I know Jim wasn't with us at the time in scouting. I think he was with. He was in like. They had a player engagement. Did they have a title? What he was? It
just says intern '96. That was his first gig in the NFL.
Yeah, but it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't. It wasn't in scouting with us because, like, we got John Snyder. Snyder was with us, so he'd already been an intern. But Jim was not.
He was working in public relations.
Aaron Popke and
was
those
he with
guys.
Lombardi in Cleveland?
He was.
Was he part of that Cleveland group?
Ah, jeez.
Maybe not.
No.
If you've got it up, maybe you'd be able to know.
He was. I don't think he was with. I think he was with Mike. When they were
Patriots and Seahawks were his other stops.
Okay, that's the Patriots, and then but he was in public with Aaron Popke and those guys. So I never really. I worked with him, but I didn't work with him. How about that? Does that make sense?
Yeah,
crazy. That's amazing though. I mean, you go back and we'll play more audio from Gruden here in a minute, but I mean, yesterday. Getting the tales from Gruden and Andy Reid, and I mean, it's just the litany of talent you had there at Lambeau is amazing.
Oh no, it was quite a group.
It really was special group.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we've got maybe the best. I think it is best weekend of college football, just football in general. 2 NFL games. We got the college football semifinal kicking off tonight. Indiana, Notre Dame. We've actually been watching game day. They had Kurt Signetti, the Indiana head coach. He's been out there.
It's kind of strange, isn't it?
It is.
2 hours for a game, and your head coach is on set talking. I don't know, man. This
you think like maybe he's got something more important to do 2 hours before the game.
That would be contractually mandated. I think
it probably
taking
is.
care of the sponsors.
And that and like now the exposure and just trying to get people to know more about the program.
I would get there and talk about how I need you to come and play at Indiana in the portal and stuff like that. That's what I would do.
But this is going to be a blast. I mean, the snow's been falling there in South Bend, and the forecast does not predict snowfall at kickoff. But the players are going to be facing chilly condition, winds of 11 miles per hour. Weather's going to dip to 29 degrees by the start of the game, according to weather.com. But these are two teams that are used to it.
By the way, that 29 degrees, that is the absolute perfect temperature for snow.
Okay.
If there was any moisture in the air, we would have seriously fun snow. That I've learned that between 27 and 29 degrees, if it gets any colder, it's hard to snow.
Really?
It does, yeah. You don't get when it gets down into the teens. It doesn't snow. But that perfect 27 to 29 degrees is perfect for snow.
I cannot wait for sledding next week. There's like a foot of snow at my parents' house right now.
Oh man,
they live on a hill. It's gonna be glorious.
That is glorious. Tomorrow morning, maybe more snow. It's SMU. It's Penn State. We got an 11 a.m. kick.
Happy Valley.
Mustangs enter as 8.5-point underdogs. The key here from our friend Leah Asimakopoulos from Dallas Morning News says SMU is going to face a Penn State defense that consistently ranked among the nation's best. This year's no different. I mean, they got Abdul Carter. For draft fans out there, if you want to know, in my opinion, the best defensive player, not named Travis Hunter if you play him on defense, but just defender, it's Abdul Carter. I mean, this dude, they're going to play him off ball like they did with Micah, but they're actually doing edge rushing stuff, which we didn't see Micah do. And he wears number 11. And it's gonna flash at you like, oh my gosh, this gives me some Micah sights here.
Yeah, I think that when you start to talk about it, it's going to have to be: can you space this guy? Can you get him to play wide? By formation.
Yep.
He's going to have to. He's going to, as much as SMU likes to throw the ball, they're going to have the chips.
Yeah.
You're going to have to be able to account for this guy. That's the thing about with Penn State. They've got several really good players, but he is an elite pass rusher, and so that this. You heard it here probably first. They're going to have to deal with a guy that's going to be doing this a lot on Sundays next year.
He's phenomenal, and Kevin Jennings is going to have his hands full. I mean, he's going to have to know, to your point, you got to point out where he is every play. Brashard Smith, the running back, can they get the ground game going? Penn State with Drew Allard at quarterback. Now, Allard's going back, but they got a kid 44, tight end, Tyler Warren.
Tyler Warren, yeah.
This guy is a little bit everything. I mean, it's basically like a bigger version of what Hunter Lipke did at North Dakota State, except he's not in the backfield all the time.
He's a wildcat quarterback, too. Yeah, in short yardage.
He's taking snaps on the offensive line, tight end, receiver, running back, and quarterback.
Yeah.
He is probably one of the most fun of the 3 years doing the draft. Watching this kid was an absolute blast. Over 1,000 yards receiving, one of the nation's best tight ends. Could end up being a first-round pick possibly, but SMU's defense is going to have to count. He's their top target. Tyler Warren, 44 for Penn State. That's the guy to keep an eye on. Both those dudes, big-time NFL draft options.
Yeah, to me, like, once again, Michigan has a really good tight end, too.
Colston Loveland who's got more of the speed, elusiveness. Yeah. Warren's more of like, I'm just going to run downhill and run through you.
I'll tell you what, Mason Taylor, we're going to start to watch him from LSU. Yeah. This is Jason Taylor's son.
Okay.
I think a lot of people out there are going to fall in love with Mason Taylor.
So he might end up rising.
I'm just saying, when you look at size, athletic ability, he's got some of his dad's toughness to him, flexibility to him. But, yeah, you're right about Tyler Warren. This guy plays all over the formation. He's flexed. He's a slot. He plays in line. I mean, just a natural hands catcher. He could be a tough runner with the ball in his hands. I know that I saw that quite a bit, man. But it's going to be a challenge for SMU to have to deal, because when they get in trouble and they need to throw the ball to a guy to get a first down, Tyler Warren, number 44, seems to be that guy.
He's fun. And then the matchup at the line of scrimmage, SMU led the ACC in run defense this season. They allowed under 100 yards per game, but Penn State ran for nearly 300 yards, 2 touchdowns against the top team, Oregon, in the Big Ten Championship. You got Katron Allen, Nicholas Singleton. That's going to be the best duo SMU's had to play against all year. Can SMU defensively hold their own when it comes to that rushing attack of Penn State? Now we slide to some audio here, and this was, man, we saw what happened with the free kick last night. So John Gruden's doing a live watch with Barstool Sports, and ends up telling us a tremendous story about a drunk kicker.
But Jack missed some of the details of his job on Sunday.
That's not true.
Because he was a little banged up.
We were playing when I was with the Raiders. We drafted Janikowski in the first round.
Yep.
Janikowski, he was missing field goals the first 3 games, and I was really pissed. So we went to play the Saints in New Orleans, and Janikowski's late for curfew. Of course he didn't get back until 3 o'clock in the morning, so now I'm really pissed. He can't make field goals, and he can't make curfew. So we're playing, I swear, we get the opening kickoff, might have been the second possession. We get a couple first downs, and it's a 58-yard field goal, 56-yard field goal. I go, field goal. And Bob Casulo, the special teams coach, he says, "Are you out of your fucking mind?"
Oh, jeez. Oh, Wolchuk.
That was I can't take responsibility for that one.
Yeah, you can't take responsibility for that. I just figured out what I was missing.
All good.
I was like, man, I'm missing something here.
But
there it is.
Yeah, he was drunk. They put him out there to kick one of these.
Special treat for the streamers there.
And he nailed it. He nails the kick. So Gruden's like, hell yeah, attaboy. He actually put him out there thinking he wanted him to miss the kick in this scenario, and then the drunken idiot kicker made it.
Yeah.
That's Janikowski. I feel like we've got a lot of these Janikowski stories that are going to be coming out.
Oh, yeah, you go down that rabbit hole. It's ugly a few times.
I believe it. Now we've got the top 10 area players that are going to be playing in the playoff over the weekend for college football. Nicholas Radicic, the Indiana kicker from Coppell locally, so you get to see him tonight.
There you go.
Andrej Karic, the Tennessee offensive lineman from South Lake Carroll, was blocking for Quinn Ewers in those state championship games. Brian Wesco Jr., Clemson wide receiver. He's from Midlothian.
Oh, he's a good player, too.
Very good. He's going to be playing tomorrow. Isaiah Nwakobia, SMU safety from Skyline High School. So you'll get to see him in that one. Roderick Daniels, obviously Duncanville. He's going to be playing top target for Kevin Jennings. Colin Simmons, Duncanville player at Texas. This dude's a freak. Number 11, also models his game after Micah Parsons. You've also got Anthony Hill, who was from Denton Ryan, originally committed to A&M. Now he's one of the best linebackers in the country playing for Texas. Kevin Jennings, South Oak Cliff going for another state championship tonight. And then Quinn Ewers. And Quinn Ewers is right behind Ashton Genty. Genty playing at Lone Star, of course, for Boise State. They've got a bye. They won't be playing this weekend. They'll wait for the winner of whoever they're slated to play in the bracket. But Ewers at South Lake Carroll, you've got him and Cade Klubnik, who played at Westlake. Both of them, that's a rematch. But here is when Quinn Ewers got his first ever offer, and it happened in 7th bleeping grade.
I got an offer as early as 7th or 8th grade. It was North Texas. I mean, that's up by where I'm from. And I just went to a camp with like a buddy. After the camp was over, I think the coach came over to me, who was actually Seth Luttrell. And actually Coach Choice was on staff too, who's now our running back coach. So it's all coming full circle. They were like, do you have a Twitter? Like, we want to follow you on Twitter. I was like, I don't even have a phone. I don't have a phone to like reach you guys or anything. My dad was with me. We were all pretty shell shocked. We didn't really know what to do with it. We're like, is this even a real offer? Like, what's going on? Blah, blah, blah. But it was a pretty cool day for me for sure.
And I remember that happening because it's like 7th grader just gets offered. Do you want
Shard Choice. How about that?
Yep, and Shard Choice, my gosh.
He's done a great job.
Tremendous recruiter.
Yeah, really
the job
good.
that he did at North Texas, getting us a guy like Jeff Wilson Jr., who's now been in the National Football League, and then now at Texas. TC has been incredible when it comes to college coaching. But I love that North Texas made an offer. You know, we tried. We tried.
Yeah.
He ends up going to Ohio State, then now is at Texas. But 7th grade, you're getting an offer. That's how you know, like, man, I'm pretty damn good at this football thing.
I'd say they hit the right guy there.
They did. Speaking of Texas, Malik Murphy. He is transferred to Oregon State. He was with Duke this year after transferring from Texas. Now he's going to go to Oregon State. So maybe they'll have
man without a team, or man without a conference. I think, right?
Yeah, it's them in Washington State up there.
Yeah, we're kind of just hanging out up there.
It is. So enjoy the footballs, man. It looks like Salina's on their way to their 9th state championship in school history. They're up 41-14 with 6 minutes to go in the third quarter. What a glorious football weekend we have in store.
Indeed, and this
is the type of game I would have played in.
They put Brian Broaddus in?
Yeah, when the score gets like this, Dawson, like when I was at LSU, this is the game I would have played.
And you're going in at center?
Yeah, I'm going in at center, and everybody's cheering for me because they're like,
get in there!
Yeah, exactly. No, seriously, I'd come over to the sidelines after the series, and everybody would be so happy for me.
Coach gives you a pat on the butt on the way out there.
Oh, yeah, it was always good. In the 80s, you got the butt pat, as you know. I had a towel. I wore a towel on the back, like a quarterback towel, it's like, for my – and so, like, when I played offensive snaps, we were 7-0.
Let's go.
So, yeah, that's
a good sign.
That was a good sign when I went into the game.
Should have got you in more.
That's like Red Auerbach lighting up a cigar. Yeah. That's like when you saw 55 run onto the field, that was like the Red Auerbach cigar.
Like when the Mavs are playing Dwight Powell in the fourth quarter, it's a good thing.
Hey, I tell you what, I hate turning it on and seeing all those guys on the court when they're getting drubbed.
Yeah.
That's another
That was
one.
rough yesterday.
That was a little rough.
That's when the star receiver starts taking off his shoulder pads.
Yeah.
And he has the jersey on still and everything.
Smiling, laughing.
He's like talking. He's yelling at mom and dad up in the stands. And I'm out there getting just worked.
CC's after the game, baby.
The phone lines are ringing already at 877-881-1053. If you want to jump on in a holiday edition of What You Drinking, What You Thinking, part of this football hour brought to you by Buffalo Wild Wings,
where B-dubs is football.
And we're back to take your phone calls. LA Live's coming up in just over 20 minutes here in the nation. I have to chat Men's T Clinic, though, because it's urgent. A $25 T test for all new patients for the rest of the year. Get in, get your numbers. It'll be real easy. That's for the next 10, 11 days or so at Men's T Clinic, 5 DFW locations. They have very affordable cash options, but also they accept insurance. And this is a glorious opportunity to, get that edge back, sharpen it up. What was that like as a younger man? That was testosterone, okay? And as we get older, by the time we're in our late 20s, the amount of testosterone our bodies are naturally producing can decrease significantly. Men's T Clinic is your team for total men's wellness and optimizing everything about your experience as we make our way around the sun. But that's not all they do. Of course, hormone optimization feels great. It's outstanding. It'll give you the energy to do whatever you need to do. But also, they can help you cut weight. They can help you add muscle mass. They have natural solutions to address joint pain and hair loss. The blood draws happen in-house to get your results immediately. And at Men's T Clinic, optimizing your wellness isn't a side offering. It's the main dish, and they are fantastic at it. The industry leaders, dynamic, dedicated care, and obsession with optimizing your total wellness as a man head to toe. And, they're professionals there. Will do a heck of a job monitoring everything that needs to be monitored to allow you to get the most out of it with no side effects. 5 convenient DFW locations, flexible clinic hours, 972-GO-MEN'S T for Men's T Clinic or mensteclinic.com.
More G-Bag Nation, less commercials. We go commercial-free all the way to the top of the hour. Coming up next, right here on The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Coaches, players, GMs, the Fan is dialed into the biggest names in football. Thanks to Ciroc Vodka, we're replaying their thoughts all week long. Cheers from Ciroc, made from French grapes, made for football. Please drink responsibly.
Hi, Dallas football fans. Head to your local Buffalo Wild Wings to check out their 2 new limited-time sauces. Whether you're watching the games at the sports bar or ordering straight to your couch, Buffalo Wild Wings has the right sauces for you and your friends. Try the maple chipotle sauce for rich maple sweetness and a mild, smoky chipotle heat. Or, for a bit of a kick, check out the new Cajun sauce for a rich blend of spicy and tangy pepper sauces. Try them at your Metroplex Buffalo Wild Wings or order now for takeout and delivery with Buffalo Wild Wings Go.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin. No way! Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single-line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the propane tank on your grill first before hosting a tailgate.
Let's fire up. Here, let me try. Seriously? You didn't check the propane? Who wants chips?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Salt and vinegar?
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
The holidays. Sweets, eggnog. RJ Choppy here, and I handle the holiday indulgences with the Johnson Fitness and Wellness Store. Their home fitness equipment is made for more than just a workout. You get better sleep, mental breaks, and personal victories. Their largest selection of massage chairs provide recovery, stress relief, and lower blood pressure. Johnson Fitness and Wellness. Free white glove delivery and installation on any treadmill, bike, elliptical, and home gyms over $19.99. Make 2025 your new year, new you. Visit johnsonfitness.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This Fan Friday is brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing.
Do you lay awake at night worrying about what to buy everyone on your holiday list? Yeah, it's stressful. And half the time you don't even get the right thing. Well, Skechers is here for a holiday rescue with hands-free Skechers slip-ins. The right gift for everyone on your list. Think about it. People love their shoes.
Security.com.
Yeah, buddy, time for that one segment of the week where you're actually encouraged to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching a buzz. That's right, it's time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking at 877-881-1053. Looks like there's a couple of lines open. If you want to jump in, we'll go around the console and into the Pimp Cup, see what we're drinking and thinking. Then we're going to take your phone calls. LA Live's just right around the corner. This segment of the nation brought to you by Soda, the state of the art. The Expressway is presented by the On Time Experts, and What You Drinking, What You Thinking, brought to you by our great friends at Martin House Brewing. Can't wait to get back there. Just a terrific afternoon last Saturday in an ideal location for possibly future fan hanks. So salute to everybody at Martin House. Okay, I'll get us kick started here. I am currently drinking a 20-ounce Diet Coke. Finished off a Smart Water, trying to get hydrated. I keep getting dehydrated somehow. Not sure how that's happening.
That's weed. That's weed.
Might be that I don't know. I don't know what's going on here, but my hydration levels have been off, so I'm working on that. But anyway, I'm thinking about the Women's World Cup. It's going to be on Netflix. The next one is going to be broadcast on Netflix in 2027. The first time the World Cup has been unbundled from the men's tournament, which airs on Fox. It's going to include additional content like a docu-series, and it'll be held in Brazil. So I guess we should just get more and more used to, these streaming services that we're used to on-demand content also bringing us the live stuff, Brian.
Yeah, please don't die as we go along. Please don't give us the circle that's, that whole thing. I mean, just make sure that if you're going to handle all the hundreds and billions and maybe the billions that are going to watch this thing.
Yeah, that's the biggest hang up. Like we're going backwards technology-wise into a time that's even worse than, what we experienced as far as sports television in the 80s when you get that buffering and you can't get your event like you were expecting. Brian, what you drinking? What you thinking?
I've got some peach tea again, and what I'm thinking is I hope that this football weekend lives up to the hype.
Yeah.
I hope it does. I hope we don't get a lot of games that might be affected by weather and things like that. I mean, trust me, I like the snow games and things, but I worry about these playoff games a little bit, with the cold and all, and we'll see how, like I say, I'm kind of thinking about SMU right now. And that
I just want close games, big finishes, and we got some big spreads.
I love that. I just don't want to see SMU go there and get worked.
Yeah.
I want them to feel like that, if it turns into they don't win, we'll make it a game like it was in that bowl game or the championship game last week. But I'm just hoping that all these games, the pro, the college, high school, all of them live up to the hype this Saturday.
Well, Chuck, you cracking anything over there?
I had a little bit of tequila, and I certainly will be cracking some over the weekend with this amazing weekend of football that we have. But I did see Deontay Johnson's been waived by the Ravens. I mean, he's going to be looking for his fourth team here in 2 years, and that is a supremely talented wide receiver, but something's got to be going on there with Deontay Johnson.
I saw as well, speaking of news, Christian Walker did a 3-year, $60 million deal with the Astros, so they're not giving up, but they're looking for more bargains than they were a couple years ago. Tiger Woods says his son Charlie beat him in 9 holes, but has yet to beat him in 18.
Charlie!
Yeah, he's 15 years old now, playing pretty good. For his age, he's outstanding, but not quite on what Tiger's level as a kid. Lucius, drinking, thinking?
Yeah, I'm thinking about getting some coquito makings.
Okay.
It's kind of like eggnog, Puerto Rican eggnog vibes.
Wow.
For the weekend.
Sounds
Pick
excellent.
up some cigars.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Sit down and watch a whole lot of football.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're going to watch that girls' basketball game, the USC and UConn. I'm going to watch that. All the screens on.
Yeah.
I think, what time does the football start? Like 11 or something like that?
Yeah.
God!
7 tonight, right?
Yeah, 7 tonight.
Which is really, really cool. That's really awesome.
Yeah.
And then we have the big boxing fight.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. So I'm kind of frustrated because I wanted to hit the gym on Saturday because I slacked for these past 2 days. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But now you talking about 11. I'm about to be drinking coquitos and getting fat, smoking and watching football.
Yeah.
I'm going to wreck my body by the time Monday comes around. You got football on Sunday?
Uh-huh. Pick it up in the new year. Right? All right, let's get to your phone calls
That
here.
man Dawson's always got an answer. You hear what I'm saying? He's always got an answer for something. It's amazing.
Not always a good one.
That's why they pay you the big bucks, though.
I'll usually say something. Okay, we go to line 1, and our buddy Big Jim is back in What You Drinking, What You Thinking. Jim, good to hear from you. How the heck are you? Big Jim, what you drinking and what you thinking? Oh, we lost. We're going to have to come back to Big Jim. Okay.
Oh, Jim.
There we go.
Oh, there he is. Hey, Jim.
Hey.
Well, fellas, I got the same bug that Micah Parsons has, this flu bug going around.
Mm-hmm.
So
brutal.
It's I've had a hot toddy today.
Hey,
and I have right now. I got to let my girl went over to HEB and picked me up some eggnog, and eggnog is good if you cut it with something. So we'll put a little whiskey in it, so it's good. But no, I went to the doctor the other day, and the nurse practitioner, she said, Mr. H, you sound like Darth Vader just got put in a smoker with a bunch of briskets. Your voice is so deep. But anyway, well, listen. Here's what I was thinking. I was listening to y'all interview Stephen Jones, and now, Broadus, and Gavin, you probably remember this. You remember that guy on TV? He's on those Micro Machine commercials where he was talking like really, really fast.
Yeah.
Have y'all ever thought about putting a clock on Gavin to see how many words he could actually say in a minute? Gavin, I don't think I've ever. You were talking so fast, and this is not a criticism. It's very impressive because that means your brain is working really fast. It's like. He's snorting lines of cocaine in there or what? I don't know what he was doing.
No.
But I think we should have some segment at some point where we try to see how many words Gavin can get in a minute. I think that'd be a lot of fun. But listen, appreciate you boys. Love you. Wildchuck and Broadus, we'll talk on Sunday. Hopefully we'll get us a win. I hope everybody does well and stays healthy over the weekend.
Thank you, Jam. Merry Christmas to you. Yeah, I've always talked fast, especially in radio or phone sales when I used to do that. And coming to Texas, I was like, I got to slow down.
Yes.
So salute to everybody that's been putting up with that for 15 years. Because I've only slowed it down a little bit.
Shout out to those people that buy the eggnog, that Pennsylvania Dutch from the liquor store. Boy, that is strong. You got to cut that with something. I'm talking about cut it down.
The other way.
Yeah, you got to cut it down. My God.
Put like other eggnog in it.
Here, please.
You be in the house yelling. I said.
Let's go to line one. Is this Tim in Carthage?
I don't know.
Home of the championship Bulldogs? Maybe. Line one is Tim. What you drinking? What you thinking?
Hello, Gavin. Hello, everyone. And yes, it is Tim in Carthage. And yeah, Jim, hey, I'm right there with you as a fellow Texan. We talk slow sometimes, but that's okay.
Yeah.
When I'm drinking a little bit of celebratory bourbon,
there you go.
And now let's get down to business. Happy Hanukkah and happy holidays, Zach, Maya, and Eliza.
Thank you, Tim.
And, of course, Eric, you and your family. I know you're listening. Gavin, you and Abby and Remy and that fine little girl from Elkhart, Texas,
that's right,
Cassandra. Lucius, I hope you and your family have a good holiday as well as that damn dog.
Mm-hmm.
And Brian, you and Bennett, Brian.
Thank you.
Now, Brian, it'll be a 24-20 game Cowboys win Sunday.
Okay. There you go.
I'm telling you right now, for the sole reason I want to watch an 18th game this year.
Yep.
I want to watch this 18th game, Brian, so that I can listen to you and Zach piss and moan and deal with Jeremy and Paul bitching to be bitching one more time. Finally, congratulations to the Carthage Bulldogs and Carthage High School and Scott Surratt. Belinda and I were blessed to be part of Carthage High School. Now, Brian,
sir,
I have a buttload of rings myself.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I even gave Wooly one of them.
I got it right here.
Yep, that's my boy. And Lucius, you got a lot to be proud of because you served our country. Enough said. At the end of the day, Brian, this is Tim from 10-time state championship, Carthage, Texas.
Love it.
The City of Champions.
City of Champions. Go get them, Pappy.
Man, I was getting like Texas Championship Rangers emotional vibes off Tim there.
He was rolling.
He was fired up.
10 times. It's amazing. This is their third championship ring right
now.
Yeah.
How would you spell Brian? Is that B-R-I-I-I-I-N-E?
Yeah. I think you had it right. I think you had that right idea when you started adding all the I's. B-R-I-I-I-I-I.
I love listening to you guys talking. Let's go to another one. It's Apollo in Garland. You're in the nation. What you drinking? What you thinking?
What's going on, fellas? Hey, I'm a little bit under the weather. My girl got me sick and she's bugging me about trying to open up Christmas presents. Remember last week she was tripping about me looking at her wrapping them, but now she want to open them up 5 days before Christmas. But I want to send a special shout out to everybody across the nation as far as happy holidays, New Year's, and so forth. Lucius, I was telling you Mall last week at some store called Fan something, and they had that same hat that you got off the SMU for $54. I'm like, what in the world? I went to Dick's. I did. I went to Dick's. Dick's Sporting Goods in County Mall, same place. They had the same hat for $24.99. So I'm going to go get that bad boy. Represent SMU. And, Brian, I hear you talking about SMU. No, you always talking about the SEC team. I don't care if SMU win or lose. I'm proud of them boys.
You should be.
I'm not
you should be.
I'm not from Oak Cliff. That's not my hood. But I'm hoping South Oak Cliff do their thing tomorrow.
Yeah.
South Lake Carroll, y'all blood hair. I hope y'all represent North Texas. Now, as far as y'all going out to that place last week in Fort Worth, you know, the cheerleaders were there. I hope that bald-headed cheerleader was there. I don't know if she has cancer or not, but she looked like the porn star Willow Ryder. I want you to go look at the girl bad. Yeah. Now, what I did was I comprised my own top 10 war movies of all time, and some of these got brothers in there, so I know y'all probably never watched them, but some of y'all like these movies or not. And honorable mention, I got both Sicarios.
Okay.
I got Battle of Los Angeles. I got Black Klansman. If you're a brother, you understand the struggle, believe me. Now, at number 10, my favorite all-time war movie is We Were Soldiers.
That's true.
You shouldn't do that's my baby talking. Now, number 9, I got Independence Day. It may not be a war movie, but they're battling for their planet. Number 8, I got The Sum of All Fears. I believe that's the movie.
Sum of All Fears. You're right. Yeah, we talked about that the other day.
Yeah, number 7, I got Lone Survivor. Mark Wahlberg did his thing in that movie. Number 6, I got Black Hawk Down. Believe me, that's
Black Hawk Down, yeah.
Nice.
Number 5, I may not say it's a war movie, but Forrest Gump is a war movie. I'm sorry, y'all.
That's good.
Mm-hmm. Number 4, I got Saving Private Ryan. That's my movie, man. My brother liked that movie. Ain't no brothers in the movie, but we were in World War II. But I like that movie. Yeah. Number 3, I got the original. Now, brothers know this. I got the original Red Dawn.
Yes. Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
there you go. Yeah.
Wolverine. Number 2 might be a little bit sci-fi, but Arnold Schwarzenegger did his thing in Predator. The number 1 is the number 1 war movie of my favorite ticket of all time is Dead Presidents. I love y'all. Gotta go.
Salute.
Bye. Lorenz Tate need to get an Oscar. That way we'll get to Leonardo DiCaprio and all that bull crap. Give Lorenz Tate an Oscar. Bye.
There he goes. Polo and Garland, a force of nature.
That fool did a whole top 10, bro.
He absolutely did.
He did. Better than anyone Wolchuk's ever done, too. Plan. Well, it sounds like his baby is just like daddy there, wanting to chat.
Want to jump on the air?
Got some good lungs on him. Line 3. It's a good list.
Pause.
Here's another legend. No. Rodeo Ron, you're in the nation. What you drinking? What you thinking?
Checking that Jim Beam with a splash of Dr. Pepper. And before I get to what I'm thinking, I got a question for y'all. How many push-ups can y'all do?
Not many. Not
7 right now.
Right shoulder's bad.
I can maybe get 5 in.
Yeah.
Well, dang, I thought y'all could do more than me. If they're the orange flavor, I can at least put 7 of them down in one sitting.
Well done, Rod.
And here's what I'm thinking.
There you go. Yeah.
I just want to let you guys. I just want to let you guys know.
Yeah.
That I'm glad that your parents didn't use protection because y'all some pretty damn cool guys.
Thank you.
And I love you guys. And from all of the Grass Monkey family and all of Rodeo's family, we love you. Merry Christmas. And to all the Tolos, have a very Merry Christmas too. And remember one thing, if you're not rolling home with that G-Bag Nation on that 105.3 The Fan, Drake and Jim Beam with Rodeo Ron, where the F you at, baby?
Yes, sir.
Salute
to you, Ron.
Ron. We love you, bro.
Yeah, man, you guys are lit tonight. This is great.
Good.
The only thing that
it's the holidays
would make it better is
What up?
What up? I appreciate the fact you're giving them some latitude tonight.
Yeah, they're on fire.
They're on fire.
We love you, Kenny.
Yeah.
La Vega fell earlier today in the state championship game. Let's go down to Waco and check in with Walt in Waco. What you drinking? What you thinking?
Walt.
Hey, Walt in Waco, but not Walt from Waco, so I don't care if La Vega lost. I'm a Waco Midway fan. That's where my boys went to school.
There you go.
Nice. They used to be a good football team.
Go get them,
I'm drinking that Natty Light, baller on a budget.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm thinking is, man, when I heard you guys were being sponsored by Martin House, I just knew that was a perfect marriage.
Yeah.
I've been a Tolo for several years now, but I've been going to Martin House since the day they opened. I'm from Fort Worth, and I go to Fort Worth just about every weekend. And I don't get to come to many fan hangs because on a good day, it's an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes for me to get there. So when I heard that the Tolo party was going to be there, man, there was no way I was going to miss it until I got hungover, and I wasn't even going to go. And then Rodeo Ron starts FaceTiming me or Facebooking me, blowing me up, man. I'm like, damn, I got to go. So, shout out to Rodeo Ron, old friend. Hadn't seen him in more than 25 years, so that was really cool.
Yeah.
Shout out to Black and Gold B. Met that cat this weekend, dude.
Yeah.
That is one cool, laid-back dude. He is a very good dude, man.
Yeah.
I can tell he's a good dad, too. And to all of you guys, man, nobody does it better than 105.3 The Fan. That's a fact. The combination of Martin House, they always have such a chill, cool group. Tolos are the same way. And, man, you guys do it right. Tolos do it right. And you guys make us feel appreciated. And I want you to know I truly appreciate that. Hey, Merry Christmas to you. Merry Christmaka. Happy Hanukkah. L'chaim.
There he goes.
Hi, Walt. We love you, brother. Merry Christmas.
Waco. Yes, sir. And speaking of the devil, let's get to L.A. Live here in just a couple of more phone calls. Let's get Black and Gold B on here, though. How you doing, buddy? What you drinking? What you thinking?
Yo, what's going on, fellas? Well, I'm just drinking Yingling Light, about to spark up another bowl, and just thinking the same thing a lot of you guys are thinking. Man, I had a great time last week. Wish I would have gotten there earlier so I could have seen everybody, but it was fun still meeting. I got to meet Rodeo Ron, Waco, man, it was really cool. Ron asked me to sign his G-Bag flag, so that was awesome. Made me feel like I was somebody important. But man, it was just really cool, man. Thank y'all for having that last Saturday. It was a blast. The whole family just had a really good time.
Nice.
So before I go to the song I want to recommend is Good Times Roll by the Cars.
Oh, yeah.
Y'all have a great weekend, fellas. Merry Christmas, everybody.
I wonder if that's off the Cars original. Is that the Cars or it might be Candy O?
I don't know.
It might be in the Cars' first album that got the Good Times Roll.
And we'll finish up on line 7 with Mr. Nasty Time. You're in the G-Bag Nation. What you drinking? What you thinking?
How's it going, guys? Currently, I'm a little halfway a pint of 1800 ginger with sweet tea.
There you go.
Nice.
I'm glad I heard your voice, Brian. You're the guy I'm coming from. Before the season started, this guy was trying to sell me this Cooper BB cat, and, telling me the line was going to be legit. There's no way I'll be able to agree with him on the argument that we had a little earlier this week on the Travis Hunter take. But I do want your opinion on it, Gavin. What are you doing? If, Cowboys luck into this guy, is he a offensive guy, or we're just going to let him be dual threat?
I'm gonna play him at corner because I think that's where people say he is his best, but I'm going to mix him in on offense and maybe the occasional situational punt return. You need to win a game.
I think we can compromise with the situational.
Yeah. Single score game, fourth quarter, 5 minutes to go.
You hate Cooper Beebe? Is that what you're saying?
And what the hell, Nasty?
Oh, my bad. I got
is he still there, Lucius?
No, he's not there anymore.
I was big Cooper Beebe guy. That was my guy.
I think
he's been good.
Really, really good.
I think he's been a good player.
Maybe put him at right guard next year, get even more out of him. But I think the prospects are good for the future with Cooper Beebe still, right?
I'm just curious. Yeah. I mean, to me, like I said, I wonder if they would even, like in these last couple of games, if you would even consider looking at him at right guard just to see.
Yeah.
Just to see.
Why not? Just give it a go.
Yeah.
All right, it's time now to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has a Friday night edition of LA Live.
Yeah, man, it's a feel-good Friday. Let's get into it right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares. It's time to smoke.
fire up this funk and let's have a tub. That's weed. It'll make you dance to some of everything. They'll all have buzzed out.
It's a payday.
You not gonna break me. Do you want the couple of dollars or not?
I tell you can stand it, yeah.
Because all you gonna do is go down there and buy liquor.
You know something? That will piss me off. Telling me what to do with my damn money. I made it. You know you make me mad when you say I won't never tell you what to do with your money. The only thing I tell you, you're a gambling compulsive. Compulsive gambler. You need help.
Yeah.
I don't need no damn help. I don't have no money. If I'm going to spend them numbers, I'm going to give you no $1,000.
I said I have a few dollars. Do you want that?
If you can afford it, yeah. Thank you.
Because you ain't going to do nothing but go down there and play numbers and buy liquor.
See what you saying now. I can't do, but you go to that gambling casino naked. You will walk I-4 naked trying to get to that goddamn casino. You know, all that you got playing a damn number. I might take $1 and go up there and bet one number.
Leave that old man alone. Let him spend his little monies, man. Damn. You know, he's on a fixed income. This is LA Live for Friday, December 20th, 2024. It is a feel-good Friday here in LA Live. We made it, people. Your 48 hours of liberty starts right now. On a payday Friday, you know the vibes. Avoid the law dogs this weekend. Mind your speeds, please. You can go too slow out here. Don't drink and drive. Keep your emotions in check. I don't want to see you on Dallas, Texas TV or DFW Scanner this weekend. In other words, people, do not crash out like my man Aaron Rodgers did this week. Aaron Rodgers crashed on out when he joined Pat McAfee's show. He had a message for all the haters. He said, before you say something to me, let's check your status.
I know I got to say this multiple times for people because they don't listen, but say whatever the you want about me. I don't care. But just before you do it, whether you state your name, your accolades, pronouns, whatever it is, just state your vax status so that anything you say afterwards gets put in the right light. Just get it out there. Because then when you say things about me, people can at least be like, oh, you are captured by the multi-billion-dollar propaganda skyhawk, and you're still upset about it.
This will help things out.
Yeah, this is good. This will settle it all down. I appreciate that. And
hey, you know what I mean? Just put that in there, just so everybody knows where you're coming from. Everybody knows, okay, cool. You're twice vax Moderna.